Pavel, a traveler, wakes up to find himself transformed into a 16-year-old girl, thrown into a penal battalion on the front lines as cannon fodder. Piloting a dilapidated mech, he survives in the hellish front line with a direct spinal connection system that lacks anesthesia, until the battle begins. Overnight, she becomes a nightmare for the enemy nation. Another night later, she becomes the adopted daughter of an enemy noble. My name is Pavel Ivanovich Sokolov. Hiss, two streams of thick black liquid silently slide from a specially designed spray can. Pavel is piloting her mech, moving gracefully and silently down the corridor lined with red carpet that leads to the officers' quarters, evenly spreading the black paint over every inch of the floor and carpet. Well, this is my name now. Just a few months ago, I was living in a modern city. I might have been a corporate slave or a freelancer. My memory is a bit hazy, but I remember I had health insurance, weekends off, and a PS5. Pavel has reached a beautifully decorated door, likely belonging to a lieutenant. Without picking the lock, she dumps the remaining half-barrel of fuel directly onto the door. I lived in a villa area in the northeast of the city. Or maybe an apartment building. Whatever. In the shadows at the end of the corridor, her assistant Grigory is trembling, holding a heavy machine gun. He watches his captain, like a ghost, pouring oil right under the enemy's noses, and the incongruity makes him wonder if he has had too much industrial alcohol today. Pavel finishes her work, turns around, tilts her head slightly, and raises a finger in front of her helmet, making a should gesture. Then, she points downstairs, signaling a retreat. I should still be unmarried. I don't smoke cheap cigarettes, and I only drink alcohol in moderation. I go to bed at 11 every night, ensuring 8 hours of adequate sleep. Pavel checks the oil stains on the ground one last time. The black liquid glimmers with a nauseating rainbow sheen under the moonlight, extending into the darkness at the end of the corridor. She nods in satisfaction, then pulls out a box of matches from her tool bag at her waist. It was taken from an enemy, high quality, windproof, and burns steadily. Before bed, I usually drink a cup of hot milk and do 20 minutes of physical relaxation exercises that I go to bed without any fatigue or stress. Welcoming the next morning, and health check results also indicate I am very healthy. Sizzle, a cluster of orange flames suddenly ignites in the darkness. Pavel holds the burning match, not rushing to throw it away, but watching it burn as if appreciating a piece of art. The firelight reflects off the cold mech shell, and behind the helmet are a pair of eerily calm eyes. This is my attitude toward life, that I don't get caught up in victories and worries. I don't create enemies that keep me awake at night. I just want to live a peaceful life. She releases her fingers. The match draws a beautiful arc and lands in the puddle of thick oil at her feet. Whoosh! There is no huge explosion, only a sound that seems to come from the depths of hell. The blue flames explode wildly upon contact with the oil surface, racing along the trail of oil like a greedy fire serpent, moving at the fastest speed toward the depths of the corridor. In an instant, the originally cold corridor transforms into a steel furnace. Retreat. Pavel's voice comes through the mech's loudspeaker, carrying a mechanical indifference. She turns around, pushes her still-dazed assistant, and the two mechs rush toward the main door downstairs. This time, they no longer hide their footsteps. The heavy sound of steel footsteps causes the precariously hanging staircase to groan. But, almost at the moment they burst through the door, a heart-wrenching scream comes from the second floor. That sound doesn't seem like something a human could produce, more like some skinned beast struggling in its death throes. Fire. It's on fire. Water. Quickly bring water. No. Someone set the fire. Damn it. The stairs are burning. Cough, cough, cough. My eyes. Pavel stands in the snow in front of the apartment building, closing the heavy oak door behind her. Bang. The muffled sound of the door closing temporarily cuts off the screams inside. But that's not enough. Pavel pulls out a thick iron chain originally used for dragging artillery from the mounting point on her mech's back. She skillfully threads the chain through the ornate copper doorknob, rapping it once, twice, 3 times. But in this world, there are always some rude barbarians. People inside begin to pound on the door frantically. Bang, bang, bang. The force of the pounding carries a dying desperation that shakes the entire door. You bastards, there are people outside. Open the door. Please. I am the Viscount of Victoria. Let me out. I have money. Cough, 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 damn user beast. Pavel turns a deaf ear. Under Grigory's gaze, she tightens the chain, ties a knot, then picks up a broken steel pipe from the ground, and, utilizing the terrifying strength of the mech's hydraulic arm, twists it into a spiral, wedging it into the gap of the chain, completely sealing the door. Look at these people, robbers from the Victoria Empire. Rude, greedy, and utterly shameless. Now, they are the troubles that hinder my sleep, and they are my enemies. They must be dealt with so that I can sleep peacefully tonight. After finishing all this, Pavel steps back 2 steps, as if admiring a freshly completed oil painting. At this moment, the second-floor window has been shattered by the flames, thick black smoke mixed with sparks shooting into the sky, tearing a bloody wound in the darkest sky. Before dawn, damn it, it's users' trash. Setting fire and locking the door. You treacherous sons of bitches. Have the guts to fight face to face. Hiding outside. What kind of hero is that? It must be that bastard named Pavel. I know you. You despicable scoundrel. Those voices shift from help to malicious curses, eventually fading into weak screams, leaving only the crackling sound of flames consuming wood. Grigory stands aside, holding his precious machine gun, swallows hard, and his voice comes through the helmet with a hint of trembling. Boss, what were you mumbling just now? Pavel turns around, facing the building that has turned into a torch. The firelight casts a long, twisted shadow on her mech's back, resembling the black wings of a demon. Nothing, Grigory. I was just lamenting why someone is pure-hearted, peace-loving, and who would feel sorry for stepping on an ant like me, is always forced to do such things. Boom. Behind her, the roof of the apartment building collapses in the fierce flames. A massive shockwave mixed with sparks sweeps towards her, causing the rainproof cover on Pavel's mech to flap loudly. Against this hellish backdrop, Pavel lets out a gentle sigh. Chapter 2: The Heroes of the Punishment Camp. The faint light of dawn pierced through the sulphurous fog, illuminating the wasteland known as Calderberg. At the border between the User Union and the Victorian Empire, the Everfrost line lay like an ugly scar across the land. On one side were Users' densely clustered concrete bunkers and crude steam pipelines, while on the other stood the steel fortresses of Victoria, gleaming with the sheen of precision gears. And in between was Pavel's current home, or rather, his grave, the 404th Independent Mecha Punishment Camp. Here, every person was scum, a failure, or an unfortunate scapegoat. Equipment was scavenged, supplies were stolen, and even this Marauder 4 mecha was a patchwork of who knows how many hands, cobbled together in a haphazard manner. The situation was dire. Pavel maneuvered the mecha, trudging through the muddy trenches with each step a struggle. The Marauder 4, which had just achieved a remarkable feat, was now sputtering black smoke like an asthmatic. Although he inherited the name and number of the previous owner, Private Pavel Ivanovich Sokolov, number 404631. He had no idea what the original had done to deserve this fate. Had he stolen the political officer's vodka, or slept with the general's youngest son? His memories were a blank slate. But one thing was clear. Here, no one expected you to survive the next battle. Crack. The heavy hydraulic foot of the mecha crushed the frozen body lying in the trench, black ichor mixed with ice shards splattering onto the armor plate. As they approached the camp, sparse cheers erupted around them. It was a welcome ceremony for a group of desperados. Oh, Pavel is back. God, even from 3 kilometers away. I can smell the roast meat on those pigs. Well done, Pavel. You sneaky bastard. Ha ha. Several oil-stained veterans from the punishment camp, missing limbs, slapped the leg armor of Pavel's mecha with a loud thud. In their eyes, being sneaky, treacherous, and cruel was the highest form of praise. It meant you could keep everyone alive, even if your methods were as dirty as a rat in a sewer. Pavel didn't stop. He simply turned on the loudspeaker. His voice filtered with a distorted metallic quality, making it hard to discern the original tone. Too kind, gentlemen. I merely helped those Victorian gentlemen turn up the heat a bit. After all, today is the first day of Frostmoon, and we must keep warm. A raucous laughter erupted around him. Grigory followed behind, strutting like a victorious rooster, as if he had lit the fire himself. After bidding farewell to the raucous madman, Pavel piloted the mecha straight toward a row of dilapidated hangars in a corner of the camp. The so-called hangars were just a few sheds made of corrugated steel, drafty on all sides, with leaks in the roof. Here, there were no logistics maintenance technicians. Want to stay alive? Fix it yourself. Can't fix it? Then wait to become meat paste in an iron coffin on the next battlefield. Pavel maneuvered the mecha into his dimly lit compartment. This compartment had been reinforced by Pavel himself, even with some soundproofing. Throughout the journey, his mind had been highly tense. Not because he feared enemy fire, but because he worried about the mecha itself. Once off the battlefield, the adrenaline faded, and that deep-rooted fatigue washed over him like a tide. Clang. He maneuvered the mecha to pull down the heavy iron gate of the hangar and cautiously inserted 2 thick bolts from the inside. He even propped 2 discarded gearboxes against the door. Confirming there were no prying eyes around, Pavel finally let out a long sigh of relief. The hangar was dim and dark, illuminated only by the faint glow of the mecha's dashboard, which lit up the dust floating in the air. The system self-check completed. The boiler pressure dropped, and the spinal cord connection was ready to disconnect. It was once again the moment he dreaded yet had to face. In this grotesque world, controlling a steam mecha was not done with levers and steering wheels. That was too slow to adapt to the ever-changing battlefield. To pursue ultimate response speed, mad scientists developed a spinal cord direct connection operating system. Dozens of metal probes pierced through the driver's back, directly entering the spinal nerves, linking the human brain with the mecha steam core. Man was the mecha, and the mecha was man. Pavel maneuvered the mecha to the fixed frame in the center of the room. With a series of painfully grating metal sounds, the mecha slowly knelt on one knee. The roar of the boiler gradually diminished, leaving only the heat sink emitting faint crackling sounds. Disconnect. ZZZ. A noise of electric current passing through erupted. Then, excruciating pain exploded like lightning. It felt as if someone was forcefully pulling your spine out of your body, each nerve screaming in agony. Several hydraulic probes located at the back of the mecha's cockpit began to slowly retract. They pulled out from the gaps between Pavel's vertebrae, carrying thick biological gel and a bit of blood. Pavel gritted his teeth, enduring the pain without a sound. Sweat instantly soaked the bandages on his body. Vision switched from the panoramic monitor back to his naked eye, and hearing shifted from the loudspeaker back to his eardrum. That feeling of being in control of steel evaporated, replaced by the heaviness and weakness of the flesh. Finally, the last probe detached. Whoosh. The chest armor of the mecha slowly popped open with the sound of releasing air pressure. Scalding steam poured out from the cockpit, carrying a strong smell of blood and disinfectant. A frail figure tumbled out, crashing heavily onto the cold floor. Bang. It was a girl who looked no older than 16. She might even be younger. She had a head of silver short hair that appeared yellowed from long-term malnutrition. Her small face, smeared with oil and dirt, was pale to the point of being transparent, with delicate features twisted in pain. Her body was covered in scars of various sizes. Some old wounds that had scabbed over into dark red scars, and some new wounds still oozing blood. The skin on her back was particularly horrific, with tiny pinpricks densely scattered on both sides of her spine, left by the nerve probes. Each pinhole was surrounded by bruises and swelling, with some areas even suppurating. She lay on the ground, gasping for breath, sweat mingling with blood, spreading a patch on the floor. This was the current body of Pavel Ivanovich Sokolov. It was also the main reason he never dared to leave the mecha in front of others. Chapter 3. Only the living deserve to enjoy. Side effects. Pavel lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The pain in his back persisted. Those pinholes felt as if red-hot nails were driven into him, and each breath pulled at the nerves, bringing new agony. Sweat mingled with blood, spreading a large patch on the cold floor. He gritted his teeth, using his trembling arms to push himself up. His elbows slipped on the ground, coated in oil and grime. He tried twice before barely managing to sit up. Damn it! He cursed quietly, his voice hoarse and barely audible. His vision was blurry, and everything in the room wobbled. The light from the kerosene lamp flickered, casting distorted shadows on the wall. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to concentrate. His gaze swept across the hangar, landing on a medical supply box not far away. That was something she had scavenged from previous missions or tricked from her teammates. Inside were several rolls of bandages, a bottle of cheap disinfectant alcohol, a slightly rusted suture needle, and a medical agent specifically for the punitive camp. The medical agent for the punitive camp was a good thing. With just one injection, even a dying person could get up and move a bit. You don't care what the ingredients are, just whether it can make you move. As for the side effects, only the living deserve to enjoy side effects. Pavel gritted her teeth and crawled toward the medical supplies box with her hands and feet. With each movement, the wound on her back tore a little, seeping fresh blood. Her fingers left trails of blood on the ground. Finally, she reached the box. Thud. The lid was opened, and the contents scattered all over the floor. She grabbed a medical agent, which was a deep green liquid in a metal syringe, looking as thick as some kind of industrial lubricant. The syringe's needle was thick and long, looking like it was not meant for human use. Pavel did not hesitate. She tore off the loose bandage, revealing her thin thigh. Her skin was already covered with a dense array of needle marks, with some areas bruised. She aimed the needle at the outer side of her thigh, took a deep breath, and then thud. The needle pierced her skin, and the deep green liquid was injected into her muscle and blood vessels. Hiss! Pavel gasped. The moment that stuff was injected, it felt like a fire was burning in her veins. The burning sensation rapidly spread from the injection site, coursing throughout her body. Her body began to convulse. Her muscles spasmed uncontrollably, and her fingers curled into claws. Her teeth clacked together, nearly biting her tongue off. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. The convulsions finally stopped. Pavel slumped to the ground, gasping for air. Sweat soaked her clothes, and her hair stuck to her face. But the pain was gone. The puncture wound on her back no longer stung, and the tearing sensation of the wound had lessened. In its place was a strange numbness, as if her entire body were wrapped in a thin film. She moved her fingers. She could move. She pushed against the ground and slowly stood up. Her legs were a bit weak, but at least she was stable. She exhaled deeply and moved her shoulders. Her mobility had returned, although she still had injuries. At least they wouldn't affect what came next. Pavel looked down at her body. Her pale skin was smeared with blood and dirt, and the bandages hung loosely on her, with some areas already soaked through with blood. The wound on her back was still oozing blood, but the speed had slowed significantly. She grimaced. Although this mission ended in a great victory, they still encountered some trouble on the way back to the camp. It was a patrol from Victoria. Those thugs emerged from nowhere and nearly blocked their path. Luckily, she had plenty of experience escaping. No, it should be called tactical retreat experience. She commanded her teammates to scatter, using the ruins and shell holes as cover, successfully shaking off their pursuers. Although she took a few shots in the process, fortunately, they didn't penetrate her armor or hit any vital areas. They just reopened some old wounds. Nothing major. Pavel shook her head, pushing her messy hair back. Now, there was something more important than treating her wounds. She was hungry, very hungry. Her stomach was empty, and her intestines felt like they were tied in knots. When was the last time she ate? Yesterday morning? Or the day before? She couldn't remember. The rations in the punitive camp were terrible. Every day's supply was just one meal, a piece of hard black bread that could kill, and a bowl of soup so thin it could reflect a person's shadow. Sometimes, even that was missing. So every time she went on a mission, she would scavenge the enemy's supplies as much as possible. Although the rations of the Victoria Empire weren't great either, they were at least much better than Usher's black bread. If she was lucky, she could even get canned food. Meat cans, fish cans, bean cans, anything would do. If she got even luckier, she might find some alcohol. Pavel's eyes suddenly lit up. Right, today's spoils. She turned to look at the corner of the room. There were several boxes and packages scavenged from the Victoria outpost piled up there. Her teammates had already taken most of the valuable items: ammunition, weapons, medical supplies. The rest were what she had kept for herself. Pavel crawled over, using her hands and feet. Her legs were still a bit weak, but the effect of the medical agent was kicking in, and her strength was gradually returning. She even started humming a song. A military song she didn't know where she had learned, with a cheerful tune and vulgar lyrics. She sang off-key, but her mood was good. After all, today had been a great harvest. Pavel opened the first box. It was filled with various odds and ends, bullets, grenades, a few rolls of bandages, and a rusty bayonet. No food. She pushed the box aside and opened the second one. This box contained clothes, several Victoria military uniforms, and a pair of seemingly new military boots. Still no food. Pavel frowned. She opened the third box. This time, she finally had a harvest. Several cans. One was a meat can, with the emblem of the Victoria Empire printed on the label. The other was a bean can, some of which were already rusty, but should still be edible. And there was a bottle of alcohol. A glass bottle, half full, containing an amber liquid. Pavel's eyes brightened. She grabbed the bottle, pulled out the cork, and brought it to her nose to sniff. The strong smell of alcohol hit her, making her cough a couple of times. 99%. A rare find. She happily set the bottle aside and continued rummaging. The fourth box contained some documents and maps, which were useless. The fifth package held a few torn clothes and a pair of socks. Pavel threw everything onto the ground. Cans, clothes, bullets, bandages, maps. The room quickly became a mess. Just as she was about to open the last package, she suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. She squinted. At the bottom of the pile of junk, something was glowing. It wasn't the reflection of a kerosene lamp. It wasn't the reflection of metal. It was a gentle, faint light with a sense of mystery. Was it like a firefly? No, fireflies glow green. This one was golden. Pavel was stunned. She reached out to clear away the junk on top and pulled out the glowing object. It was a small box, about the size of a palm, square-shaped, looking like some kind of jewelry box. The material of the box was strange. It was neither wood nor metal, but a substance she had never seen before. The surface was smooth like glass, but it felt warm to the touch. The strangest thing was that the box itself was glowing. A faint golden light seeped from the seams of the box, making it particularly eye-catching in the dim room. Pavel stared at the box, blinking. What is this? She turned the box over and over, examining it. There was no lock, no inscription, no markings at all, just an ordinary box, except for the fact that it glowed. Wait, what do you mean except for the fact that it glowed? How could a box glow? Isn't the technology level in this world stuck in the steam age? Even the steam mechs were still powered by steam. Where did this glowing box come from? Pavel frowned. She carefully placed the box on the ground and took 2 steps back. Is this some kind of trap? Those bastards from Victory Nia can do anything. Maybe this is some new type of bomb that will explode as soon as it's opened. But if it really is a bomb, why make it look so exquisite? And why does it glow? Pavel stared at the box for a long time. Curiosity eventually overcame caution. Whatever, if I get blown up, it's still a good thing. She mumbled and walked back, crouching in front of the box. She reached out her hand. Her fingers touched the surface of the box. Warm, soft, and there was a strange sense of pulsation, as if something alive was inside the box. Pavel took a deep breath. Then, she opened the box. Chapter 4, Get Out. This is my body. Click. With a soft cracking sound, the seemingly seamless box popped open a crack. There was no warning, no slow. Holy light spilling out like in a fairy tale when a treasure chest opens. It was a light, a malicious, cold light that did not adhere to the laws of physics. It didn't seem to be glowing. It was more like darkness being forcibly torn apart, revealing some essence. Inside the box lay a raw stone, unpolished, its surface a nauseating dark red, while a viscous, mercury-like rainbow glow flowed within. Pavel's pupils contracted sharply. But before the optic nerve could send the danger signal to her brain, that light struck like a predatory snake, piercing into her eyeball along her line of sight. The sound caught in her throat, turning into a broken gasp. The world collapsed in that instant. It wasn't a visual darkness, but an overload of perception. If the pain when the spinal probe was pulled out felt like someone was extracting her marrow, then now it was as if 10,000 rusty hooks had simultaneously latched onto her cerebral cortex and were forcefully tearing in all directions. Boom. Pavel felt her head explode. This was not a metaphor. She truly felt her skull being lifted off, countless dirty, viscous substances with the taste of rust being forcibly pumped inside. Kill. Annihilate them all. Mom, it's so cold my legs. Where are my legs? For the Emperor. Cough cough, so much blood. Shoot. I surrender. Burn these usser bastards alive. Countless voices. Hundreds? Thousands. No, it was tens of thousands of dead people screaming, roaring, crying, begging for mercy in her head at the same time. Each voice accompanied by the clearest sensory experience before death. Pavel felt her throat being sliced open by a bayonet, scalding blood choking her windpipe. The next moment, she felt her lower body blown apart by a shell, intestines spilling out, cold wind rushing into her abdomen, followed by the burning sensation of lung corrosion from toxic gas, the explosive feeling of bones being crushed by tank treads, and the acrid smell of skin being carbonized by a flamethrower. Pavel finally let out a scream. It was a sound that didn't resemble human speech. A shrill howl like a wounded beast's last struggle before death. Her hands, which had been propped on the ground, suddenly spasmed, and her whole body jumped up like a live shrimp thrown into a hot oil pot, then fell heavily to the ground. Her small body rolled frantically on the floor. She clutched her head tightly with both hands, her nails digging deep into her scalp, drawing lines of blood, seemingly trying to excavate that non-existent foreign object from her brain. Shut up, shut up, shut up, fucking shut up. Pavel cursed hysterically, but that faint voice was instantly drowned out by the mental storm in her mind. So painful, so noisy. Her brain felt like it was about to boil. Consciousness began to blur, the boundaries of self-awareness being washed and eroded by countless fragments of foreign memories. She felt herself becoming that frozen new recruit, becoming that blown-apart veteran, becoming that Victoria officer crying for his mother. Who am I? I am Pavel. No, I am Hans. I am Ivan. I am fucking Pavel. Go die. All of you die. Warning. High-risk mental contamination detected. Attempting to initiate emergency protocol. Loading 1. A cold and mechanical voice abruptly emerged amidst the chaotic symphony of the dead. But Pavel couldn't hear it at all. Or rather, her current mental state was as frantic as a mad dog. Anything attempting to enter her conscious level, be it a spirit or something else, would be indiscriminately torn apart by her. Get out. This is my body. This is my brain. Pavel slammed her head against the floor. Thud. A muffled impact. Her forehead instantly split open, blood flowing down, blinding her eyes. The pain brought her a moment of clarity. This bit of physical pain, compared to the soul-rending agony in her mind, felt like a gentle caress. Notification. Host's mental state extremely unstable. Forced intervention failed. Attempting to restart emergency protocol. Reloading 1. Strong rejection response detected. Loading failed. Thud. 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 Like a madwoman, she repeatedly slammed her head against the hard concrete and metal floor. Only extreme pain could confirm her existence. Only blood could help her distinguish reality from illusion. Attempting to restart emergency protocol. Reloading 1. Strong rejection response detected. Loading failed for Pavel. Time seemed to lose its meaning. Maybe a minute passed. maybe a century. The voices in her head gradually became distant. The pain of dying still lingered, but it was no longer as vivid and maddening as before. But they were successfully suppressed, forced down to the deepest part of her consciousness by Pavel's tenacious, dark, and vicious survival instincts, like a cockroach. Huff, huff, huff. Pavel lay on the ground, her body still twitching occasionally from the aftershocks. She looked utterly disheveled. Her forehead was a bloody mess. Blood trickling down her nose and into her mouth, tasting of rust. The bandages all over her body had come undone again, the wounds torn apart from violent struggles. Fresh blood mixing with old oil and dirt, making her look like a ghoul crawling out of a trash heap. Her silver hair was matted to her scalp with cold sweat and blood, and her beautiful eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, her pupils dilated yet revealing a chilling ferocity. She stared at the box that had rolled a short distance away. That damned, glowing piece of junk that almost caused her brain to shut down. The gem had dimmed, turning into a worthless piece of rock. Ha! A short laugh squeezed out of Pavel's throat. Then, ha ha ha! The laughter grew louder and sharper. She was laughing like a complete lunatic. Her body trembled violently with the laughter, pulling at all her wounds, causing her to grimace in pain, but she just couldn't stop. It's so fucking stimulating. If I ever touch Victorinia's black technology again, I'll be a son of a bitch. Protocol activation failed. Suspended. Switched to silent observation mode. Chapter 5. The old hand of the black market. The manic laughter was like a sudden thunderstorm, coming quickly and leaving just as fast. When the last echo dissipated in the cold, empty hangar, a dead silence enveloped the place once more. Pavel lay on her back on the cold floor, her chest heaving violently, each breath sounding like a worn-out bellows, accompanied by a murky rasp from her throat. The bizarre box lay quietly beside her. Its heart-pounding red glow and flowing rainbow aura completely vanished, reverting to a dull, lifeless stone. It was as if what had just happened was merely a hallucination before her death. Coughing, Pavel struggled to turn over, trying to prop herself up. But as soon as her arm exerted force, a wave of dizzying weakness washed over her. It wasn't just pain, it was a feeling of being hollowed out. That brief contact moments ago had not only torn through her mental defenses, but seemed to have drained the last remnants of her physical strength. She felt like a lemon that had been squeezed dry, withered, sour, and worthless. Trembling, she reached out towards the overturned medical box. Her fingertips touched the cold metal bottom. Empty. The last dose of the punitive Camp's medical agent had already been used up, moments ago, to suppress the excruciating pain from her severed spinal cord. She had unhesitatingly injected herself, and now, as the drug's effects wore off, the deep, bone-deep phantom pain surged back, even more violently than before. It was her nervous system protesting, screaming. If she didn't acquire some supplies to soothe these agitated nerves, let alone going back to the battlefield, she might not even survive the moment of reconnecting to the mech. Damn it, Pavel cursed quietly, her gaze sweeping over the chaos around her. Besides that unknown broken box, her spoils from today lay scattered across the ground. The officer's sidearm from Victoria, a silver pocket watch, and those blood-stained medals. These items wouldn't save her life, but they could be exchanged for something that would. She took a deep breath and struggled to rise from the ground. The next step was the hardest. She lifted her head and looked at the silent, looming marauder form mech standing in the shadows. The open cockpit resembled a giant mouth waiting to devour its prey, and the sharp nerve probes inside glinted ominously in the dim light. To survive, she had to go to the black market. To go to the black market, she needed to put on this layer of iron skin. To wear this layer of iron skin, she had to let those needles pierce her spine again. It was a vicious cycle, a cycle filled with the stench of blood and oil. Damn this world. Pavel spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, grabbed the bundle of spoils from the ground, and staggered toward the mech. With a hiss, the hydraulic locks closed, and the heavy armor of the cockpit swallowed the petite girl once more. Immediately, a muffled groan escaped her throat. Dozens of probes pierced her skin, precisely inserting themselves into the gaps of her spine. Pain arrived as expected, but this time, Pavel didn't even have the strength to tremble. She skillfully bit down on the mouthpiece, letting cold sweat instantly soak through her suit, waiting for the moment when the nerve signals connected. Buzz. The boiler reignited. Steam rushing through the pipes. The panoramic monitors lit up, and her blurred vision suddenly became clear. That false sense of power surged through her body again, temporarily masking the physical wreckage. The hangar door swung open with a thunderous crash. The massive steam mech stepped heavily forward, breaking through the dawn's mist. The scenery behind the front lines was not fundamentally different from that at the front. Fields plowed by artillery, abandoned cottages requisitioned for war, all gray and lifeless. The only difference was that the bodies here had been cleared away, or rather, buried out of sight. Pavel piloted the mech, its mechanical feet leaving deep impressions in the muddy road. Her current state was terrible, her mind buzzing like hundreds of flies, a side effect of mental overload. But she had to stay alert. Ahead, a village enclosed by low walls was marked on the map as the 3rd Logistics Supply Station's annex. Beneath these grand official titles, the largest barn concealed the busiest and dirtiest black market in this war zone. Only there could she exchange these bloodied rags for capital to keep herself alive a few more days. The interior of the barn was far larger than it appeared from the outside. Originally intended for grain storage, the space had been repurposed into dozens of stalls, piled high with various goods, rusty weapon parts, moldy military rations, questionable medical supplies, and even a few mech carcasses stripped down to their frames. The air was thick with the mingled stench of machine oil, decaying grain, and low-quality tobacco. It felt less like a black market and more like a dumping ground for war debris. But that was precisely its purpose. War produces waste, and waste can be recycled, as long as you can pay the price. Pavel walked straight into the depths of the barn. At the very back, behind a makeshift table made of ammunition crates, sat a figure hunched over, engrossed in bookkeeping. "Welcome, guest," the person said without looking up, the pen scratching on paper. "What would you like? Medical supplies? Weapon components? Or something else? Fair prices, no deception." He had likely repeated this line hundreds of times, as instinctive as breathing. Pavel didn't respond. She simply maneuvered the mech forward another step, the heavy metal foot thudding on the wooden floor. The person finally looked up. "I said guest. What do you want?" The sentence was abruptly cut off. Pavel watched as the expression on the man's face transformed from professional smile to sheer horror in just a second. And a hint of pleasure blossomed in her heart. "What the hell? How are you still alive?" The man jumped up from his chair, almost dropping his pen. "Comrade Sergei," Pavel's voice echoed from the speaker, laced with an insufferable familiarity. "Long time no see. You look well." No. The man, identified as Sergei, waved his hands frantically, as if he had seen something unclean. "Stay away from me. I'm not your comrade. I still haven't settled that last debt with you." Pavel tilted the mech's head innocently. "What debt? Which one?" Sergei's voice rose an octave. "A week ago, you traded me a box of broken shells for a full 20 rounds of rifle ammo. Oh, that one. And 2 weeks ago, you said you would borrow me 2 cans of medical alcohol. And what happened? I genuinely intended to return it." "Bullshit. You never intended to return it. You just haven't found the right opportunity. And 2 months ago." All right, Comrade Sergei," Pavel interrupted his tirade. "Let bygones be bygones. Today, I came to do honest business. Look, I even brought goods." Sergei looked at her like she was a con artist. "You? Honest? Of course. The 404 people talking about honesty? That's hurtful." Pavel sighed. "We, the punitive camp, value our reputation." Sergei almost laughed out loud. But he quickly stopped when Pavel opened the storage compartment on the mech side and pulled out a bulging canvas bag, casually tossing it onto the table. The goods clinked and rattled, appearing substantial. "Count it." Sergei eyed Pavel suspiciously, then slowly untied the bag's knot. His expression changed. "This is a Victoria officer's sidearm?" He pulled out a finely crafted revolver, intricately engraved, with a grip made of high-quality peach wood. "And there are 7 of them?" 8, Pavel corrected. "There's one more at the bottom, a custom model for officers of major rank and above, engraved with the owner's family crest. I originally wanted to dig out that badge and sell it separately, but then I thought it would be worth more if kept intact." Sergei continued to rummage through, his expression growing more intense. 2 silver pocket watches. Are these real silver?" "Only the case is real silver. The movement is just ordinary stuff. But I guess you shouldn't care about that since they will all be melted down in the end." "What about the medals? The Iron Cross of the Victorian Empire? 3 pieces?" "4 pieces. Oh, and a Viscount seal, the kind with enamel edging." Sergei gasped. "Where the hell did you get this?" "I found it. Some were given to me by others, like this seal. That Viscount said he didn't want it anymore." Pavel said casually, "I just took it. It's a bit singed. But it should be fine." Sergei was silent for a few seconds. He looked at the spoils again, then at Pavel's expressionless mech mask, and finally accepted reality. "You crazy bastard." He shook his head. "It's insane. Thanks for the compliment." Sergei didn't respond, but started to count seriously. His movements were quick, fingers flying over the spoils, occasionally biting down on something or holding it up to the light. After a few minutes, he looked up, his expression complex. "These items are actually quite valuable. But why does he not want to make this deal?" After a while, he finally managed to say something. "These things of yours are not very clean, are they?" "Nonsense. Are you clean?" Pavel rolled his eyes and retorted. "The military supplies you sell are borrowed from the rear warehouses, and the spoils you acquired were stripped from the dead. Which part of this business is clean? Chapter 6. You take 7. I take 3. Sergei opened his mouth to retort, but realized he had no way to argue. Fine. You win. There's no problem with the medical supplies, bandages, alcohol, sutures, medical agents. I have them in stock. I can give them to you directly. What about the weapons? Sergei's expression became subtle. Weapons, huh? He rubbed his hands together. You see, brother, the front lines are tight recently, and the higher-ups are checking strictly. So the goods I have are not easy to move. Here we go. Pavel sneered inwardly. So, I have a small proposal. Sergei wore a merchant's typical smile. He lowered his voice and leaned closer to Pavel. I plan to offset the money for the weapons with information. Information? Valuable information. Sergei emphasized, very valuable. Pavel was silent for 2 seconds. Then he began to pack up the things on the table, intending to turn and leave. Hey, wait. Sergei became anxious. You need to let me finish. No need. Pavel's voice was cold. Comrade Sergei, I'm here to do business, not to hear stories. If you don't have something concrete, I'll go find someone else. Don't. Brother, I called you brother. This time the information is really significant. Let me finish. Pavel was skeptical, but he still stopped. Fine. Pavel's voice carried a hint of threat, but I only give you a moment. However, before you speak, I suggest you think carefully. If what you say next is a waste of my time, what will the consequences be? Sergei swallowed hard, but he was still ready to continue. He licked his lips and lowered his voice. Did you know the front lines recently captured a batch of experimental weapons from Victoria? Pavel's mech paused slightly. Experimental weapons? Exactly. Sergei's eyes lit up. I heard they are the latest research results from Victoria, with astonishing power. The higher-ups cherish them and specifically sent people to escort them to the rear for research. What does that have to do with me? Of course, it has to do with you. Sergei showed a meaningful smile because that batch of goods is stored in a warehouse not far from here. And I happen to know the person guarding that warehouse. Pavel began to understand what he was suggesting. Oh, you want me to go steal it? What steal? Sergei pondered his words. Borrow. Borrow. Exactly. Borrow a few, and we can split them. Sergei gestured. You take action, and I'll provide information and cover. Once done, you get one for free, and we split the rest 70-30. 70-30? Yes, you 3, I 7. So, Pavel's voice became drawn out. You want me, a cannon fodder from a penal battalion, to steal classified weapons guarded by the regular army, with me taking the risk and you getting 70% after it's done? Sergei's smile froze on his face. I said, Comrade Sergei. Pavel took a step forward, the heavy footsteps of the mech denting the wooden floor. Do you think I'm foolish or easy to bully? No, let me explain. Am I the kind of person who can be easily fooled by a few words? Of course not. But what if it fails? Have you thought about that? Pavel's voice was cold. Stealing military supplies is punishable by military law. And the penalty is execution on the spot. You are hiding safely in the rear while I'm risking my neck at the front, and if something happens, you'll just wipe your hands and say you don't know me. Comrade Sergei, what do you take me for? Sergei was choked into silence by these words. You should at least give me 7, right? Additionally, add this batch of medical supplies. Pavel, you're being a bit pushy. Pavel's mech stepped forward again. All right. I'll let you have it. Sergei let out a long breath. You're really hard to deal with. Pavel snorted, non-committal. In fact, he knew what Sergei was up to as soon as he opened his mouth. But he had no intention of refusing from the start. Because dying on the battlefield due to lack of guns and ammunition is not much different from being executed for stealing military supplies. Perhaps the latter is even quicker. If this so-called experimental weapon from Victoria is really as powerful as Sergei said, getting it would give him a chance to survive the next battle. He might even get this guy's batch of supplies and information for free. A sure win. So, Pavel's voice became businesslike again. What about the specific information? Don't rush. Sergei slowly pulled out a crumpled map from under the table and spread it on the table. I'll explain it to you bit by bit. First, look here. Hiss. Wait a minute. Pavel felt like he had sworn some kind of oath not long ago. Chapter 7. Since I'm here, I can't leave empty-handed. Sergei, that old dog, actually provided pretty accurate information this time. Pavel had to admit this in his heart. At this moment, he was standing in front of a giant box comparable to a small house. The lid had been lifted, and the remains of 3 mechanical locks were scattered at his feet. All the way in, he had avoided at least 3 groups of cross-patrolling heavy infantry, bypassed 2 steam pressure sensing mines disguised as ventilation ducts, and even passed through an abandoned underground drainage system, perfectly avoiding the 2 modified automatic recognition turrets at the main entrance seized from Victoria. The security level here is absurdly high. If it weren't for the extremely hidden blind spot marked on the structural diagram provided by Sergei, even Pavel would probably have been shot to pieces the moment he stepped into the warehouse. Such security indicates that this batch of goods is extremely important. It also means that tonight's trip was not in vain. However, what was inside this box was a weapon that Pavel did not expect. It was a sword. For humans, it was an unimaginable giant blade, with a handle as thick as an adult's calf. But for a steam mech nearly 3 meters tall, this was merely a standard-sized one-handed sword, even appearing somewhat light and elegant. It hung quietly inside the casing, firmly locked by an extremely complex restraint system made of brass and high-strength steel. This was not a simple hook, but a hydraulic clamping system that was still slowly operating. Dozens of copper pipes, the thickness of a wrist, connected the sword's hilt to nodes surrounding its blade, and the needle on the pressure gauge trembled slightly at the edge of the red line, as if the weapon itself were a beast that needed to be constantly suppressed. The blade presented a dark matte black iron hue, its surface not smooth as a mirror but covered with fine, raised thermal conduits resembling blood vessels. The blade section was not sharpened, but instead featured rows of finely serrated teeth that sent chills down one's spine, or some kind of high-frequency vibration generator. At the position of the crossguard, there was even an independent small high-pressure boiler, currently in a dormant state. But the heavy valve and thick exhaust port indicated that once activated, it would unleash terrifying kinetic energy. Yet, this was a sword. Damn it. Had the nobles of Victoria finally scalded their brains with steam? Pavel felt a sense of absurdity. In this era dominated by artillery on the battlefield, creating such a cold weapon was simply retro to the point of foolishness. I've been busy dodging patrols and squatting in the sewers for half the night. And this is what I get? He sighed and prepared to continue dismantling the complex brass pipes with a cutting knife that popped out from the mech's right arm. On the bright side, this thing looked heavy and sturdy. If practical use were disregarded, it should make a decent weapon for smashing someone's cockpit. Most importantly, now that he was here, he couldn't leave empty-handed. But just then, a muted yet extreme roar seemed to emanate from deep underground, followed by a violent tremor that shook the entire warehouse floor. Boom! The gas lamp overhead exploded instantly, shards of glass raining down like raindrops. The massive shockwave, though blocked by thick walls, still sent vibrations through the mech's feet straight into Pavel's spine. Shelling. Pavel's pupils dilated instantly. This tremor was not from some small-caliber mortar fired for harassment. It was the Queen-class field artillery of the Victorian Empire, and it landed extremely close. Before he could stabilize himself from this sudden shock, a piercing alarm ripped through the night sky. Woo-woo-woo, that was the distinctive air raid siren of the User United Army. Shrill and sharp, like a rooster being choked, screaming in its death throes. Attention all units. Attention all units. Engage the enemy across the board. Repeat. Engage the enemy across the board. The commander's hoarse roar came through the broadcast, interspersed with the sounds of dense gunfire and screams. Pavel stood frozen in place, the cutting knife hovering a few centimeters above the brass pipe. This was the third logistics supply station, if even this place was subjected to such artillery fire. A chill ran up his spine to his brain. This meant the front line had been breached. He was all too familiar with the Victorian tactical style. Once those lunatics used artillery for fire coverage, it was immediately followed by their pride, the cavalry charge. Those nobles, painted in bright colors, with family crests, and names that included Vaughn, would pilot elite mechs far superior to users' junk, slicing through defenses like butter and then rapidly penetrating deep into enemy lines. The infantry would quickly follow up, encircling and dividing the scattered user defenders, ultimately slaughtering them like pigs. In other words, he was not only about to find himself behind enemy lines, but was also about to collide head-on with the most elite mech knight regiment of Victoria. Pavel glanced at the black one-handed sword that was locked away. What to do? Should he continue? Pavel hesitated for just a second. To be precise, it was 0.8 of a second, because he knew very well that facing Victoria's royal knights with a useless gun meant 0 survival rate. But holding something that could smash through their turtle shells could raise that damn survival rate to 30%, maybe even 20. Huh. A distorted sigh of resignation came from the mech's loudspeaker. No matter which bastard ordered the shelling, I hope you wet the bed tonight. Pavel stopped being cautious. The thug's rough mechanical arm no longer attempted to unlock the complex clasp, but instead grabbed the core brass valve of the restraint system and, accompanied by the roar of an overloaded engine, violently pulled outward. Get out of here. With a sickening sound of metal tearing, the black one-handed sword was forcibly yanked from the complex restraint system. Broken copper pipes spouted scalding steam and hydraulic oil, splattering onto the thug's rusty armor. Just as Pavel pulled out the sword, boom, a shell accurately struck the warehouse roof. This time, there was no barrier, no cushioning. The ceiling collapsed instantly. Huge concrete blocks, accompanied by rebar, fell like meteors. The entire world trembled violently in the firelight, as if doomsday had arrived. Warning: high-risk mental contamination spreading rapidly. Current progress: 67. Warning: host vital signs abnormal. Forced intervention in progress. Initiating emergency protocol. Chapter 8. Blood rose, the steel torrent crushed the earth, and the roar of steam tore through the night sky. 12 Royal Victorian mechs advanced in a wedge formation. Unlike users' rusty junk, these war machines were pitch black, with joints adorned with brass accents, and their breastplates carved with their respective family crests of lions, griffins, roses, and crossed swords, gleaming with a cold metallic luster in the reflected gunfire. Their movements were synchronized, like a well-trained cavalry squad, every turn and acceleration executed flawlessly. This was the pride of the Victorian Empire, the clustered charge of the Mech Knight Regiment. At the forefront of this steel torrent, an exceptionally elongated mech was leading the charge at an astonishing speed. Its paint scheme was distinctly different from the others, not the solemn black, but a somewhat glaring bright red, resembling congealed blood or blooming roses. On its left shoulder plate, a delicate family crest flickered in the firelight. A black rose entwined with thorns, with 3 drops of blood on its petals, the emblem of the von Schwartz family. 200 meters ahead, enemy firing point. 11 o'clock direction. Inside the mech cockpit, a cool female voice rang out. Received, my lady. The aide's respectful response came through the communications channel. 3rd Squad. Execute a flanking maneuver. 4th Squad. Suppress from the front. The rest, follow my lead for an assault. The moment she issued the command, the bright red mech was already charging ahead. Inside the cockpit, a pair of ice blue eyes focused on the battlefield ahead. Eleanor von Schwartz, acting commander of the 7th Mech Knight Regiment of the Victorian Empire, awarded the title of Baron for military merit at just 19. Hailed as the genius pilot known as the Blood Rose. At this moment, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, forming a dangerous arc. What a wonderful night, she whispered softly, her voice tinged with a sense of near ecstasy. The user defense line ahead was collapsing. Those poor defenders were still basking in the joy of their daytime victories, completely unaware that Victorinia would launch such a large-scale counterattack after nightfall. When the first round of artillery fire fell, their command system was already in chaos. Now, the iron hooves of the Mecha Knight Brigade had officially trampled in. Your Excellency, enemy mechs detected ahead. 3 of them. They are trying to organize a defense. Only 3. Eleanor chuckled lightly. The user forces were getting more and more stingy. Her mech accelerated towards the 3 hastily arranged user mechs. The opposing defense was clearly a makeshift force. 2 were old guard V-types, their armor riddled with patches. And the 3rd barely counted as a mainstay model, but from its tilted stance, it seemed its leg joint system had probably malfunctioned. Stop them. For user. The communications channel erupted with the hysterical roar of their commander. The 3 user mechs raised their weapons, 2 heavy machine guns and a small caliber rapid-fire cannon, and opened fire on the charging Victoria Knights Brigade. A rain of bullets poured down. However, Eleanor didn't even slow down. Her mech tilted slightly, slipping through the gaps in the barrage at an incredible angle, while her right hand drew a weapon from behind her. It was a long lance, intricately engraved, with faint blue steam slowly emanating from its tip. The first one. The crimson mech shot forward like a flash of blood-red lightning, crashing directly into the enemy formation. The lance pierced through the chest armor of the 1st Guard V-type. High-pressure steam instantly bursting forth, vaporizing everything inside the cockpit. Eleanor did not pause. She rotated the lance, flinging the punctured mech's corpse towards the 2nd enemy mech. Boom. The 2 mechs collided and tumbled to the ground in a tangle. The mainstay model, with its leg issues, had not yet adjusted its cannon when Eleanor's mech had already closed in, the lance striking like a viper's tongue, accurately stabbing into its knee joint. Owaya! The pilot's screams echoed through the communications channel. The unsupported mech crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. From the start of the charge to the end of the battle, it took only 12 seconds. Boring. Eleanor stored the lance, her tone clearly laced with disappointment. Your Excellency, the 3rd Squad has completed the encirclement, and the 4th Squad is mopping up the remnants. The voice of her aide came through the communicator. The target village was now in sight. Good. Eleanor raised her mech's head, looking ahead. The village encircled by low walls, or rather, the core warehouse complex of the User Joint Forces 3rd Logistics Supply Station was ablaze. The artillery fire had already cleared the way for them. All units, listen up. Eleanor's voice turned cold. The target is the warehouse area. Intelligence indicates that the experimental weapons lost by our forces in previous battles are likely stored here. Find them. Destroy or bring them back, leaving no trace. Understood. 11 voices responded in unison. Also, Eleanor paused, her lips curling into that dangerous arc again. If you encounter resistance, do not hold back. 5 minutes later, the village had completely fallen. The buildings originally used for storing supplies had turned into a sea of fire. Thick smoke billowing into the sky. Sporadic gunfire continued. That was the Victoria infantry clearing out the remaining resistors. Eleanor's mech stood in the central square of the village, its foot crushing a completely destroyed user mech. It was the commander's ride for the garrison at this supply station, a barely decent Iron Guard type. But its chest armor had been torn open, exposing the cockpit, where the pilot was still emitting weak groans. Cough, cough, cough. A bloodied head poked out from the damaged cockpit, glaring at Eleanor's mech with eyes full of hatred. Victoria's dogs, cough, you invaders. Eleanor lowered her mech's head with interest, as if observing a struggling insect. Invaders? Her voice came through the loudspeaker, laced with elegant mockery. Commander, it was you who crossed the border first. We are merely reclaiming what belongs to us. Nonsense, cough, cough. This land has always belonged to user, you greedy robbers. The user commander struggled to climb out of the cockpit, but his legs were trapped by deformed metal, each movement drawing more blood. No need for a history lesson. Eleanor nonchalantly maneuvered her mech, slowly raising the lance. You should be proud of your courage, Commander. Organizing a decent resistance in the face of absolute disadvantage is already commendable among the user. She paused, a hint of cold pity in her voice. So, I will give you a dignified death. The tip of the lance slowly aimed at the bloodied head. Die, you dog of Victoria. The commander spat at the mech with his last bit of strength. Eleanor raised an eyebrow. How stubborn. She was about to deliver the final blow when, boom. A deafening explosion came from the right side. The entire square trembled. Eleanor's movements abruptly halted, and the head of her mech quickly turned towards the source of the sound. There, formerly a warehouse completely destroyed by artillery fire, the ruins of shattered wooden beams and twisted metal were now collapsing. The burning debris was being pushed open by some immense force from within. Wooden beams broke, metal flew, and through the thick smoke, a black silhouette slowly rose. It was a mech. Eleanor's pupils contracted slightly. The state of that mech was pitiful. Its left arm had completely vanished, its chest armor riddled with bullet holes and burn marks. The knee joint of its right leg emitted a piercing metallic screech, each movement accompanied by the sound of falling parts. Judging from its paint job and shape, it was a lowly user Marauder 4-type mech. Even 2 generations behind the Guard V-type, she had pierced through with a single shot at the beginning. Such a broken thing on the battlefield usually served 2 purposes, transporting supplies or acting as cannon fodder. But what truly caught Eleanor's attention was the insignia on the mech's shoulder. A circle hastily painted in red, with a crooked X in the middle. Punishment Battalion. Interesting. Eleanor whispered softly, a glint of intrigue flashing in her eyes. The Punishment Battalion, the most notorious unit in the user military. It consisted of criminals, rebels, and society's outcasts. They were forced to pilot the most dilapidated mechs, undertaking the most dangerous missions, redeeming themselves with blood and death. Those who survived the Punishment Battalion were either incredibly lucky or true monsters. And this one before her, creak. The swaying mech finally stood upright. The flames illuminated the armor on its head. The metal, illuminated by the fire, emitted a strange faint red glow, as if the mech itself had opened its eyes. Eleanor's brow furrowed slightly. Something was off. As a veteran who had fought on the battlefield for years, her instincts were screaming warnings. The stance of that mech was strange. Ordinary pilots would exhibit some habitual movements while operating mechs, shifts in center of gravity, slight adjustments in joint angles, subtle balance corrections. But the stance of this mech was completely different. Every joint was at an almost perfect angle, as if it were not being piloted by a person, but had stood up on its own. Your Excellency, do you need support? The aide's inquiry came through the communications channel. No need. Eleanor's voice was calm as water. A half-dead punishment camp wreck. Just one of me is enough. She maneuvered the mech forward, the tip of her lance aimed at the wobbling target. Hey, you inside. Her voice came through the loudspeaker, carrying a condescending arrogance. You are surrounded. Drop your weapon, open the cockpit, and maybe I can grant you a merciful death. Silence. The punishment camp mech showed no reaction, maintaining its eerie stance, the red light of the monitor flickering like some silent breath. Not going to respond. Eleanor's patience was wearing thin. Then don't blame me. Before her words were finished, the mech moved. But it wasn't he fleeing or surrendering. It slowly lowered its head, looking at its only remaining right hand. Then, its fingers closed around something. Eleanor's pupils suddenly contracted. It was a sword. To be precise, it was a sword that shouldn't be in a place like this. The blade was long, less than 2 meters. a deep black color flowing with faint red patterns on the surface, like a frozen river. The hilt was wrapped in intricate mechanical structures, perfectly fitting the arm of the mech, as if the sword was custom-made for this mech. But what shocked Eleanor the most was the emblem engraved on the blade. An emblem she was all too familiar with. The crest of the Royal Institute of Victoria. That's it. Her voice suddenly rose, losing its usual elegance. An experimental weapon. The new type of weapon that the Empire had spent countless resources developing and had lost in battle just days ago. How could it be here? How could it be in the hands of a punishment camp prisoner? No, according to intelligence, it should indeed be here. Damn it. Eleanor's mind raced. Countless possibilities flashing through her head. But she had no time to think, because the mech had already moved. Without any warning, without any preparatory motion. One moment, it was standing still, the next it was in front of Eleanor. Eleanor's body reacted faster than her consciousness. The lance was crossed, barely blocking that sharp sword strike. The deafening sound of metal clashing exploded in the square, and the shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust. Chapter 9. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. So close. Eleanor stared hard at the battered mech opposite her, cold sweat sliding down her spine. The sound of metal clashing was deafening. Her lance and the pitch-black long sword locked in a stalemate in midair, the entire mech's frame groaning under the immense pressure. What kind of monster is opposite her? She had no time to ponder this question, because the second strike was already coming down. Bang! The lance blocked again. But this time, Eleanor clearly felt the tremor from the conduction system. The opponent's power was heavier than the first strike. No, it wasn't heavier. It was more precise. The first strike was pure brute force, like a beast's pounce. But the second strike was different. Its angle, force, and timing were all meticulously calculated, precisely targeting the weakest point of the lance's defense. This change took less than a second. Eleanor gritted her teeth and pushed the joystick hard, trying to use the weight of the mech to shove the opponent away. But that battered thug mech strangely sidestepped, moving lightly, completely unlike a one-armed, crippled machine. Then the third strike came. This strike swept upward from below, tracing a bizarre arc, heading straight for the armpit of Eleanor's mech, one of the weakest points of the joint connection. Damn it. Eleanor was forced to retreat, barely dodging this fatal blow. But the pitch-black long sword still grazed the side armor of her mech, leaving a deep scratch. The red warning light lit up in the cockpit. Warning, left armor integrity decreased by 42. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. She was piloting the mech specifically designed for the Royal Knights of Victoria. A masterpiece crafted by the Empire's top artisans using the finest materials. And the opponent? A scrap from the punishment camp that was falling apart. How could this be? Eleanor retreated again, trying to create distance from her opponent. But the punishment camp mech gave her no chance to breathe. Its movements were incredibly fast. The damaged right leg should have severely affected its mobility, yet at this moment, it seemed to completely ignore the mechanical limits. Approaching again in a manner that defied the laws of physics. The sword light flashed. Eleanor crossed her lance to block, barely holding off the fourth strike. Then came the fifth strike. The sixth, the seventh. Each sword strike contained the power to tear through heavy armor. Each angle was infuriatingly tricky. Eleanor's pupils began to contract. She had always been a genius. Entering the Royal Knights Academy at 14, graduating first in her class at 16, single-handedly operating 3 main other mechs in the border battles at 17, and becoming the youngest acting commander of the 7th Knights at 19. She had seen countless excellent pilots and had personally defeated most of them. But she had never seen a fighting style like the one before her. It was too bizarre. The opponent's attacks bore no marks of humanity. No tactical considerations, no rhythm changes, no probing or feints. Just pure, primal, almost instinctual killing. It was as if the one sitting in the cockpit was not a human, but a beast locked in an iron cage. Crack. A piercing sound of metal breaking. Eleanor's lance was severed by the pitch-black long sword by a third. She had no time to be shocked, instinctively maneuvering the mech to evade. The blade grazed her shoulder armor, leaving a deep crack visible to the bone on the intricately carved family crest. So close to being split in half. Everyone, Eleanor finally let go of her arrogance, shouting into the communication channel, "Surround them." Now, meanwhile, Pavel's consciousness floated in an endless darkness. She could feel nothing of her body, no sense of her hands, no sense of her legs, not even a heartbeat. Only voices, countless voices. They surged from all directions, drowning her consciousness like a tide. Let me kill her," a hoarse male voice whispered in her ear. "My skills are better than yours. Let me control this body," another sharp female voice clamored. "It's been 3 years. I've waited 3 years for revenge. Get out of the way. Get out of the way." More voices joined in, tearing at each other, roaring, trying to seize control from this chaos. Pavel felt a wave of intense nausea. Not a physical nausea, but a deeper, soul-deep disgust. These things, these parasites in her mind, were trying to control her body, to use her hands to kill, to use her eyes to see the world, to use her will to complete their unfinished revenge. Don't struggle, child. An old voice drifted from the darkness, filled with a hypocritical kindness. Your body is too weak. Your will is too weak. Give control to us, and we will help you kill all those Victorians. Yes, give your body to us. Give it up. Give it up. Countless voices converged into a noisy tsunami, as if thousands of hands were trying to tear apart Pavel's last line of defense. But Pavel smiled. In that darkness, her consciousness condensed into a vague outline, the corners of her mouth curling into a cold arc. Her voice was very soft, almost drowned out by the noisy souls. Is this some kind of joke? Warning. Post-consciousness activity abnormal. Strong rejection reaction detected. External consciousness cluster attempting forced fusion. Post-consciousness is counterattacking. Warning. Consciousness conflict intensity exceeds expected values. Recalculating control distribution. Eleanor von Schwartz was caught in the most difficult battle of her life. 11 Victorian mechs approached from all directions, surrounding the battered punishment camp mech. But the mech showed no fear. Its movements became faster, more ferocious, and less human-like. The sword light was like a storm. The first Victorian mech attempted a flanking attack, but the pitch-black longsword swung out at an incredible angle, directly severing its head. Sparks flew, and broken metal fragments danced in the air. Philip! Someone screamed in terror over the communication channel. Its reaction was too fast, not something a human could do. Before the words were finished, the second mech fell as well. The long sword pierced through its chest armor, and the red patterns flowing on the blade suddenly lit up. A scream came from the cockpit, followed by an explosion of flames. Eleanor's expression changed completely. That sword. She finally realized the terrifying nature of that experimental weapon. It was not just a weapon. It was absorbing something. With each kill, the red patterns on the blade grew brighter, and the battered mech's movements became smoother and more powerful. It was as if the sword was using life as fuel, continuously enhancing the user's strength. Everyone fall back. Eleanor finally made a decision. Don't approach. Keep your distance. Suppress with ranged fire. Before her command was finished, the punishment camp mech suddenly stopped moving. Everyone held their breath. The square fell into dead silence. Only the burning buildings crackled. The battered mech stood quietly in the center of the battlefield, surrounded by the wreckage of 4 Victorian mechs. Its right hand still gripped the pitch-black longsword, the red patterns on the blade flowing like a living creature. On the monitor, the eerie red light flickered on and off. Then laughter erupted. From the mech's loudspeaker came a low, hoarse laughter. At first, it was a light chuckle, as if something amusing had been discovered. Then the laughter grew louder, more manic, more hysterical. Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed in the night sky, carrying a chilling madness. Eleanor felt her blood freeze. The laughter did not sound like it came from one person. It was more like countless people laughing maniacally at the same time. That voice came from the loudspeaker. Hoarse and distorted, like someone rubbing sandpaper against metal. Do you really think this can stop me? The mech slowly raised its head, and the red light on the monitor suddenly became blinding. So naive. So naive. So naive. Its voice grew louder and sharper, as if something was struggling to burst forth from within it. Then, the mech moved again, faster than before, more ferociously than before. The sword light tore through the night sky, and yet another Victorian mech was cleaved in two. No, don't come any closer. Terrified pleas came over the communication channel. But the punishment camp mech showed no reaction. It just continued to advance, continued to swing its sword, continued to kill. And inside its cockpit, Pavel was curled up in her seat, hands gripping the control sticks tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. Her eyes were wide open, reflecting the flames outside. She was laughing maniacally with tears streaming down her face. Shut up. Her voice trembled, yet she forced herself to control the mech. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. The voices in her mind were screaming, pleading, trying to escape. But she wouldn't let them escape. Since you want to take my body, then give me everything you know. Your combat skills, your combat experience, your memories, your souls, all of it. Chapter 10, the sword stops here. The cockpit was filled with the smell of blood. Blood was seeping from Pavel's mouth, nose, and even her eye sockets. Yet she was still laughing like a true madwoman. The once arrogant and domineering souls in her mind were now wailing. They were being torn apart, devoured, and fused by her one by one. The 37-year veteran, his close combat experience was drained by her. The former ace sniper, her reaction speed became a part of Pavel. The madman who held the line alone for 7 days during the border war, his indifference to pain was now sustaining her battered body. Everyone was screaming. Everyone was fleeing. But no one could escape. Because this was her mind. This was her territory. This was her battlefield. Warning. Host physiological indicators severely abnormal. Heart rate, 187 beats per minute. Blood pressure, critical value. Multiple capillaries ruptured. Nervous system load, 312. Recommendation, stop fighting immediately. This time Pavel truly heard the strange voice. But she still ignored all the warnings. She could feel her blood vessels bursting one by one, could feel her brain being pierced by countless needles at the same time. But this pain made her feel unprecedentedly awake. Unprecedentedly alive. Come on. She licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, revealing a sinister smile. This village had turned into a hellish battleground. The 6th reinforcement match from the 3rd Night Brigade had just arrived on the battlefield when they collided with a completely uncontrollable beast. Its movements were as smooth as mercury, as ferocious as a visitor from hell. Every sword carried the will to destroy everything. Every sword accurately struck the weakest gaps in the armor. This is impossible. The captain of the vanguard of the 3rd Night Brigade had just raised his shield when the pitch-black longsword pierced in from an incredible angle, penetrating his cockpit. The red patterns on the blade suddenly lit up, and the knight was turned into a fireball before he could even scream. The 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th. The mech wreckage fell one after another like harvested wheat. The punishment camp mech was already battered. Its left leg's joint had finally failed completely and could only drag a paralyzed iron leg forward. A huge tear was ripped open in its chest armor, exposing the internal cables like intestines. The right arm's transmission system also began to emit a deafening noise, with parts flying off with every swing of the sword. But it did not stop. It would not stop. It could not stop. Damn it, protect the commander. The last 2 mechs of the 3rd Night Brigade attempted to intercept, but were easily cleaved apart by that longsword. One mech had its arms severed, and another was split in half. Eleanor could only face this monster alone once more. Her lance was reduced to half, and her mech's armor was in tatters. But she still chose not to run. What the hell are you? Her voice trembled, filled with unwillingness. The punishment camp mech slowly turned towards her. The red light on the monitor locked onto her figure like the flames of hell. Then, it charged at her again, faster than ever before. Eleanor braced her lance to block, but the power of that sword exceeded her imagination. Crack! The lance broke. Not only the lance. The right arm of her mech was severed below the elbow along with the lance by that pitch-black long sword. Metal fragments flew, sparks flew everywhere. Eleanor retreated in terror, but the long sword was already raised again. This strike was aimed directly at her cockpit. It was over. She even closed her eyes. Then, a miracle happened. The long sword stopped less than half a meter from her cockpit. Eleanor suddenly opened her eyes and saw that the mech was holding its sword-swinging posture, as if it had been frozen by something, completely motionless. Warning. Host is nearing death. Estimated remaining survival time, 57 seconds. Detected decrease in host consciousness strength. Rejection response weakened. Emergency protocol activated. Forcibly taking over mech control rights. Takeover complete. Executing priority order. Retreat. Inside the cockpit, Pavel felt her consciousness being pulled by something. She wanted to struggle, wanted to resist, but her body was completely unresponsive. Her vision began to blur, and the sounds around her started to distort. No, it's not over yet. She used her last bit of strength to grasp the joystick. I can still kill. Executing mech command. Forced sedation. A wave of cold electricity spread from her spine throughout her body. Pavel's hand weakly slipped away. Everything went dark in front of her, and her consciousness finally plunged into boundless darkness. The last thing she saw was her battered mech suddenly turning under some control, crashing through the encirclement of the remaining Victoronia forces in an almost reckless manner. The sounds of metal clashing, explosions, and terrified screams faded away. Everything became blurry. Then, silence. Frontline Summary of the Continental War Volume 7, Chapter 3, The Night of Kalderberg. Year 403 of the Victoronia Empire, Frost Month, the 2nd day. The 7th Night Regiment of Victoronia, along with the vanguard of the 3rd Night Regiment, launched a lightning raid codenamed Spear of Dawn against the key border stronghold of User. Kalderberg. The operation was originally planned to breach the city defenses and take control of the fortress within 20 minutes, clearing the way for the main forces to advance. However, things did not go as planned. According to post-war survivor accounts, an unknown mech from the Punishment Corps intervened in the battle about 15 minutes after the operation began. The identity of the mech pilot remains a mystery. It is only known that they piloted a severely damaged Marauder-class light mech, wielding a black long sword. and single-handedly confronted the combined forces of the two Victorania Knight regiments at the User Joint Army's 3rd Logistics Supply Station. The battle lasted for 1 hour and 7 minutes. The vanguard of the 7th Knight Regiment was nearly annihilated, and acting commander Eleanor von Schwartz was seriously injured, managing to lead only 2 heavily wounded knights to retreat from the battlefield. None of the 6 mechs from the vanguard of the 3rd Knight Regiment survived. A total of 11 Victoranian Royal Knight mechs were destroyed or heavily damaged. The Empire's meticulously planned blitzkrieg rhythm was completely disrupted. The breakthrough operation, which was supposed to be completed in 20 minutes, was delayed to half an hour. This 10-minute delay became the turning point of the entire battle. The user reserves gained precious reaction time. Alarm bells rang across the entire border. Reinforcements surged toward Kalderberg from all directions. Victorania's tactical advantage vanished. The battle transformed from a lightning raid into a gruesome stalemate. In the following 3 days, the Kalderberg battlefield fell into a deadlock. Both sides invested over 20,000 troops in this tiny piece of land, with mech losses exceeding 300. In the end, Victorania had to pay 3 times the originally planned cost to barely capture it. After the war, the Victoranian military conducted a strict internal accountability for this operation. The 7th Knight Regiment was disbanded, and its remnants were merged into the 3rd Knight Regiment. Although acting commander Eleanor von Schwartz was spared punishment due to her outstanding achievements, she was stripped of her position and reassigned to the rear for recuperation. The mysterious Punishment Corps mech disappeared into the night after completing that incredible massacre. No one knew where it came from. No one knew where it went. The only certainty was that from that night on, the legend of the ghost of Kalderberg began to quietly spread among the 2 military factions. Imperial soldiers spoke of it in hushed tones, regarding it as an ominous omen on the battlefield. Meanwhile, soldiers of the User Union privately referred to it as the Breaker of Dawn, because it was that unknown mech that shattered Victorania's meticulously woven spear of dawn to pieces. Chapter 11. You'd better not make me regret it. The battle had completely spiraled out of control. Eleanor von Schwartz had never seen such a chaotic battlefield. Everywhere was fire. Everywhere was explosions. Everywhere were screams and wails. The originally orderly blitzkrieg tactics had collapsed into a boiling mess. The communication channels were filled with noisy static and fragmented distress signals. The northern line has fallen. The 4th Mech Division has cut off our supply line. The eastern line needs support. Repeat, the eastern line needs support. 3 infantry regiments are encircling us. This is the western line. Someone is firing at us. Is it friend or foe? Damn it, is it friend or foe? All units, be advised. The main forces have been forced to split up. Repeat, the main forces have been forced to split up. The tactical core of this operation was speed. Quick breakthroughs. Quick divisions. Quick annihilation. Capture Kalderberg within 20 minutes to clear the way for subsequent advances. But that damned Punishment Corps mech disrupted everything. Just a 10-minute delay. Just 10 minutes. But it was enough for the User Union's commanders to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Eleanor's mech was currently traversing the battlefield in a desperate manner. Her right arm was gone. The lance was gone. The armor was in tatters, and the power system barely maintained minimal power. The monitor was filled with warnings of overheating, oil leaks, structural damage, and depleted ammunition. She had forgotten how she escaped from that village. After that monster disappeared, she thought the worst was over. But she was wrong. The user mech forces were coming from all directions. The remnants of the 7th Knight Regiment were scattered. She watched helplessly as her teammates fell one by one. Heinrich's mech was besieged by 3 enemy machines, and the cockpit was breached. Jürgen's mech hit a landmine while covering her retreat, and his legs were blown off at the knees. And Andreas. She didn't even know when Andreas had disappeared. The communication channel was filled only with static. She could no longer contact anyone. Damn it. Eleanor gritted her teeth, maneuvering her nearly scrapped mech to evade another round of artillery fire. The shockwave from the explosion violently shook her seat, and the alarm sounded maddeningly loud. Warning, power core overheating, cooling system failure. Estimated remaining operational time, for minutes and 17 seconds, 4 minutes. She had only 4 minutes left. Eleanor quickly scanned her surroundings. There were wreckage and flames everywhere. In the distance, at least 3 user mechs were approaching, maybe more. She couldn't win. In her current state, she couldn't even take down one. Damn it. She made a decision. The chest armor of the mech suddenly popped open, and the cockpit door rose. Eleanor jumped out. A sharp pain shot through her right leg at the moment she landed. A piece of metal shrapnel had embedded itself in her thigh during a previous moment in battle. And she couldn't even remember when she had been injured. But she couldn't afford to think about that now. She turned to take one last look at the mech that had accompanied her for many years. For the Royal Knights of Victorania, the mech could be considered an extension of life. But now, She had to abandon the mech. "I'm sorry," she murmured. Then, without looking back, she plunged into the darkness. Traversing the battlefield on foot was far more difficult than she had imagined. Debris was everywhere, mechs, tanks, and things she couldn't identify. Metal fragments littered the ground, glinting with an eerie light in the fire's glow. Corpses were scattered all around. Some wore Victorian uniforms, some wore user uniforms, and others were so burned beyond recognition that it was impossible to tell which side they belonged to. They lay on the ground in various twisted postures, some staring blankly at the sky, while others curled up as if still praying. Aimless stragglers wandered about. They moved like soulless zombies, their eyes vacant as they passed by Eleanor, ignoring her completely. Some mumbled to themselves, but their voices were too soft for her to hear. User mechs occasionally passed by from a distance. Each time, Eleanor had to lie still among the corpses, holding her breath, waiting motionlessly for those steel giants to move on. She had only a knight's sword and a standard-issue pistol on her. In this mech-dominated battlefield, those things were practically toys. Her right leg was growing increasingly painful. With every step, it felt as if someone was jabbing her wound with a red-hot iron rod. Blood had soaked through her military boots, leaving a trail of intermittent marks on the ground. She didn't know how much longer she could walk. She didn't even know which direction she was heading. She lost track of time. Maybe an hour, maybe two. Eleanor could no longer feel the passage of time. She only knew she had to keep moving. To her side's position. To safety. Her legs suddenly gave way, and she fell into a pile of rubble. She tried to prop herself up, but her arms felt as if all strength had been drained from them, unable to muster any power. The wound in her right leg throbbed intensely, pain spreading throughout her lower body. Maybe just lying here for a while, she wearily closed her eyes. Maybe it would be enough. Just then, she heard a voice. Very faint, very weak, like some small animal whimpering before death. Eleanor's eyes snapped open, her hand already gripping the pistol at her waist. She scanned her surroundings warily. Then, she saw a figure in the rubble not far away. To be precise, it was a child. Eleanor crawled over with great difficulty, each movement pulling at her wound. But as she got closer to the figure, she couldn't help but gasp. It was a girl who looked to be no more than 15 or 16. She was curled up in the rubble, covered in blood, like a crushed insect. She was almost naked. Blood-stained bandages were wrapped around her, but rather than bandaging, they seemed to be haphazardly tangled on her, providing no real help in stopping the bleeding. Her pale, almost translucent skin was covered with bruises and ghastly wounds. There were at least 3 penetrating injuries, one in her shoulder, one in her abdomen, and one in her thigh. Her body trembled unnaturally, as if her spine had suffered some severe damage. Most striking were the dried bloodstains around her eyes, nostrils, and mouth, as if she had just endured some terrible internal bleeding. But she was still alive. Her chest was still weakly rising and falling. It was a breath that could stop at any moment, barely there. Eleanor's first reaction was caution. She carefully checked her surroundings and then examined the girl. No weapons. No suspicious items. Was she really just a child? No. Eleanor shook her head, forcing herself to calm down. Even so, this was not her responsibility. As a royal knight of Victorian, her mission was to return to her side's position. Carrying an injured burden would only slow her down and increase the risk of being discovered. Moreover, she glanced at the girl's tattered bandages. Those were not standard supplies of the Victorian army. This meant the girl was likely from the User Alliance, the enemy. Logic told her to leave. In fact, logic told her to finish her off. No survivors on the battlefield, that was basic knowledge. But Eleanor looked at that pale, blood-stained face. It was a face that had not yet fully lost its childishness. At an age when she should be in school, being spoiled at home, and playing with friends in the streets, yet somehow found herself in this hellish battlefield. She thought of her little sister. She remembered the girl who always followed her, calling out sister, sister. If it were her lying here, damn it. Eleanor muttered a curse under her breath. She didn't even know who she was cursing. Perhaps it was her own damn hesitation and weakness. She sighed. Then, she bent down and picked up the girl. Surprisingly light as a feather. Eleanor could even feel the protruding spine and ribs of the child. She was so thin, as if she hadn't eaten a proper meal in a long time. The girl's body was icy cold, with only a faint heartbeat proving she was still alive. You better not make me regret this, Eleanor said softly. Not sure if the girl could hear her. She took a deep breath, dragging her injured leg, and continued to move forward. The weight on her back made each step more difficult, and the wound in her right leg protested. But she had no intention of putting the girl down, just as she had no intention of giving up on herself. Chapter 12. Under the orange-red night sky, who approved the penal battalion to engage in combat? Those madmen turned the battlefield into a mess. It was you who approved it, Commander. Delete this part from the record. Communication record of the user Alliance 3rd Legion Command. Deleted. The sound of artillery fire never ceased. The distant sky was stained orange-red, as if someone had set an entire forest ablaze on the horizon. Explosions flashed in succession, tearing the night sky into countless fragments. Eleanor didn't know how long she had been walking. Maybe an hour. Maybe 2. All she knew was that her right leg was completely numb. The girl on her back felt as light as a feather, and the world around her had completely descended into madness. Eleanor could barely remember how many enemies she had killed. The first was an user soldier she encountered around a corner of the ruins. He clearly hadn't expected to run into an enemy here. Before he could raise his rifle, Eleanor's bullet had already pierced his throat. The second and third were on a shattered street. 2 isolated soldiers were rummaging for supplies. She could have gone around them, but they still blocked her way. 3 bullets. 2 corpses. The 4th, 5th, 6th, her pistol magazine was running low, until the last bullet was used on a sniper attempting to ambush her. Click. The sound of the firing pin hitting nothingness echoed sharply in the night. Damn it. After what felt like an eternity, Eleanor finally found a relatively safe place. It was the basement of a destroyed building. It might have once been a wine cellar or a storage room. The entrance was obscured by a partially collapsed wall. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice it at all. A perfect hiding spot. Eleanor used her last bit of strength to drag herself and the girl on her back into the dark space. Then, she leaned against the wall and slowly slid down to sit. The basement was very dark. Only a faint glow from the entrance dyed everything a dark red. The air was filled with the smell of mold and dust, but at least there was no smell of blood. At least there was no smell of gunpowder. At least it was quiet. Eleanor gasped for breath, feeling like her lungs were about to burst. She looked down to see that her right leg's pants were completely soaked with blood, and a piece of metal was still embedded inside. She could feel it moving in the wound with every breath. She needed to take care of this wound. But first, she turned to look at the girl lying on the ground. In the dim light, the child looked more like a corpse. Pale skin, dried blood, barely perceptible breaths. Is she still alive? Eleanor reached out and placed her fingers on the girl's carotid artery. There is a pulse. Weak, but still beating. So she's not dead yet. She murmured, unsure if she was saying it to the girl or to herself. Then let us keep her alive. Eleanor pulled everything from the first aid kit at her waist. A tourniquet, bandages, disinfectant cotton, tweezers, a small bottle of alcohol, and a few syringes. A standard battlefield first aid kit. Not much, but it should be enough. She first treated her own leg. Using the tweezers, she grasped the piece of metal, took a deep breath, and then yanked it out sharply. Ugh! She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to swallow a scream. Blood gushed out, but less than she had expected. She quickly tightened the tourniquet around her thigh, pressed the disinfectant cotton against the wound, and finally wrapped it with bandages. Rough, but effective. At least she wouldn't die from excessive blood loss. Then, she turned to the girl. She first untied the messy bandages. Then, her movement stopped. Oh God! Eleanor whispered in astonishment. That was the first time she truly felt shocked tonight. The girl's body was like a living map of scars. New wounds piled on old wounds. Old wounds piled on even older ones. Some wounds had healed into grotesque scars, some were still oozing blood, and some had begun to become inflamed and pus-filled. Her skin was covered in various colored marks, dark purple bruises, dark red scabs, pink granulation tissue, and white old scars. Like a rag that had been patched up and torn apart repeatedly. There were penetrating wounds on her shoulder, penetrating wounds in her abdomen, penetrating wounds on her thigh. These were from today, the most serious ones. But besides that, there were obvious fracture marks on her ribs, at least 3 places, and they had healed poorly, with the bones misaligned. Her back was covered in irregular bruises, as if she had been whipped by something repeatedly. Her legs had countless tiny pinpricks, densely packed, like some kind of morbid pattern. Eleanor had seen war. She had seen all kinds of wounds, but she had never seen a body like this. What had this child gone through? Eleanor forced herself to calm down. Now was not the time to ask these questions. She needed to save this child first. Then, they could talk later. She began to treat those wounds. First was the penetrating wound on the shoulder. The bullet went in from the front and came out from the back, without hitting major blood vessels, but the muscle tissue was severely damaged. She carefully cleaned the fragments and dirt from the wound with tweezers, then applied disinfectant alcohol, and finally tightly bandaged it. Then there was the abdominal wound. This one was more troublesome. The trajectory was slanted downwards, possibly injuring the internal organs. Eleanor was not a doctor. She didn't know how to deal with internal injuries. She could only clean the wound as much as possible and then press a bandage over it, praying that the child's luck was good enough. Finally, there was the wound on the thigh, another penetrating wound. Fortunately, it hadn't hit the femoral artery, Otherwise, this child would have died long ago. The entire treatment process took nearly an hour. When Eleanor finally tied the last bandage, her hands were shaking, not from fatigue, but because she had discovered more things during the bandaging process. Those old wounds. The treatment methods for those old wounds were simply terrible. Some wounds had obviously been stitched without any disinfection, leading to severe infections. Some fractures had healed on their own without any realignment, causing the bones to grow completely crooked. Some burn wounds had been wrapped in dirty cloth without any treatment, leaving terrible scars. Eleanor had no idea how this child had survived until now. According to the physical condition of a normal person, any one of these wounds could be fatal. But this child not only survived, but could still what? Eleanor's movements suddenly stopped. Her gaze fell on the girl's back. More specifically, on the girl's spine. There was a row of neat scars there. They were not caused by combat, nor by torture. They were the marks of mech connection ports. Eleanor felt her blood run cold. She certainly recognized these marks. As a mech knight, she was very familiar with these things. The mech's neural connection system needs to directly interface with the pilot's nervous system. And the most effective connection point is the spine. That's where all the nerves converge, and it is also the easiest place to access. However, directly inserting connection probes into the spine is extremely dangerous. It can cause excruciating pain and may even lead to permanent nerve damage. Therefore, all legitimate mech pilots need to undergo spinal mechanization. Special interfaces are implanted in the spine to make the connection process safe, painless, and efficient. This is common knowledge. This is a hard and fast rule. Whether in Victoronia or user, all mech forces follow this rule. No one would let an unmodified pilot operate a mech. That would be murder. But this girl's spine showed no signs of mechanization. Those probes had been directly and brutally inserted into her spine. Then they had been forcibly pulled out. No anesthesia, no cushioning, no protective measures. Again and again, again and again. Just the thought of that pain made Eleanor's scalp tingle. She had undergone neural connection training at the Royal Knight Academy, and even with complete mechanization, the sensation during the first connection had almost made her bite her tongue off. What had this child experienced? Eleanor shook her head, forcing herself not to think about it any longer. The most important thing now was to survive. Wait until the chaos of the battlefield calmed down a bit. Then she could try to contact her own forces or find a safe retreat route. As for this child, she hadn't figured out how to handle it yet. Chapter 13, it would have been better to die back then. Pavel woke up from the darkness. No, rather than waking up, it was more like being dragged from one nightmare into another nightmare. A deafening explosion jolted her awake. She felt like her head was stuffed with cotton, and it buzzed as if someone had hit it with a hammer. Every inch of her skin ached, that familiar, shadowy pain. But she had grown accustomed to this feeling, so accustomed that she could almost ignore it. She groggily turned over. Every muscle screamed in protest. But she paid no heed. She tried to prop herself up, but her arms felt soft and boneless. Her head swayed slightly, and the world before her was a blur of darkness. Where was she? What had happened? Where was her mech? The battle? Memories surged back like scattered fragments. A warehouse. The knightly order. The battle. That knight in ornate armor. And then, pain. Endless pain. She remembered blood. So much blood. She remembered screams. Countless screams. Then, had she died? No. She could still feel pain. Dead people shouldn't feel pain. So she was still alive. Pavel's eyes finally began to adjust to the darkness. She saw a stone-walled space. A basement? She saw a faint light coming from the entrance. Firelight. Or moonlight. She noticed the military coat draped over her. She didn't remember having such a coat. Then, she saw that person. A woman, leaning against the wall, propped up by a sword, dressed in tattered military uniform. Bandages wrapped around her legs, seeping dark red blood. There was a symbol on her clothing. A double-headed eagle with wings spread. Golden, still shining in the dim light. The emblem of the Victorian Empire. Pavel's brain stalled for a second. Then, a thought rose in her mind. Damn it, this isn't the end. It would have been better to die back then. A deafening explosion erupted nearby, shaking the entire basement violently. Eleanor quickly tightened her grip on her sword, vigilantly looking toward the entrance. But no one charged in. Just another round of shelling. She breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to lean back against the wall, when she heard a rustling sound. Eleanor turned her head and saw the girl moving. Dazed, she rolled over, struggling to get up from the ground like an injured little animal. Her movements were stiff and slow, every joint silently protesting. The girl shook her head, her silver hair covered in dust and dried blood. Then, she raised her head. Those eyes were pale, tired, carrying an indescribable sharpness that collided with Eleanor's gaze. Eleanor saw the girl's gaze slide from her face to the badge on her chest. It was the emblem of the Victorian Empire's Royal Knights. A golden double-headed eagle on a black background with golden edges. The girl's pupils suddenly constricted. Her body froze. Eleanor could clearly see the change in her expression. First confusion, then realization, followed by terror, and finally, a kind of resigned despair. That expression made Eleanor inexplicably uncomfortable. It was a kind of I knew it would turn out like this expression. A kind of expression that had grown accustomed to being toyed with by fate. The girl didn't scream, didn't struggle, didn't even try to run away. She just sat there quietly, looking at Eleanor with a calm, numbed gaze. As if waiting for a verdict. Eleanor opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But before she could speak, the girl spoke first. It was a hoarse, weak voice. So, what do you plan to do with me? No fear. No pleading. Just a strange, weary calmness. As if she was already prepared to face any outcome. Eleanor blinked. She had thought the girl would cry, scream, or try to escape. After all, she was just a 15 or 16-year-old child. But this girl's reaction was nothing like that of a child. Or just kill me. The girl lay back down, her voice flat. But if possible, could you make it quick? I'm already tired enough today. Eleanor stared at her for a long time. Then she smiled. What are you laughing at? The girl frowned. A hint of wariness flashing in her eyes. Nothing. Eleanor shook her head, sheathing her sword. Just felt you were different from what I imagined. She leaned back against the wall, continuing to assess the girl before her. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it while you were unconscious. The girl blinked, as if digesting the meaning of this statement. Then what do you want? Good question. Eleanor chuckled self-deprecatingly. To be honest, I don't know myself. Chapter 14. How Pavel stared at the Victorian knight for a long time. Her mind was still a bit slow to process. Not because of the pain. She had long since grown accustomed to pain. But because the situation before her was simply too absurd. She had been saved by an enemy. A knight of the Victorian Empire. Saved her. A person from the user punishment camp. Was this reasonable? It was very unreasonable. It was completely unreasonable. Countless possibilities flashed through Pavel's mind. A trap? A pre-interrogation softening? Or some kind of twisted pleasure? She secretly scrutinized the other person. Tattered military uniform. Blood-soaked bandages. Exhausted eyes. The posture leaning against the wall seemed relaxed, but was ready to draw the sword at any moment. No, it didn't seem like someone setting a trap. It looked more like someone as downcast as her. What is going on outside? Pavel spoke up. No matter the situation, it was best to clarify the circumstances first. Eleanor raised an eyebrow. You're quite calm. I've always been calm. Pavel said expressionlessly, please answer my question. A heavily injured, unarmed captive talking to an armed enemy in a commanding tone. The scene looked ridiculous from any angle. But Eleanor was not angry. She simply chuckled lightly again. Outside. She gestured toward the entrance with her chin. Hell. Another explosion sounded, and a layer of dust fell from the basement walls. The battlefield had turned into complete chaos. Eleanor continued, her voice tinged with sarcasm. It was supposed to be a perfect blitzkrieg, breaking through in 20 minutes, occupying in 30, clean and efficient. She paused. A hint of nostalgia in her tone. But it turned into this mess. Pavel listened quietly. She vaguely remembered the charge of the knights, the overwhelming artillery, and the screams that surged into her mind. Her hand unconsciously tightened around the military coat beneath her. Now both sides were fighting for this ruin. Eleanor continued. My troops have been scattered, the communicator is destroyed, and my leg. She glanced down at her bandaged right leg, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. It's not functioning well. Pavel's gaze fell on that leg. The bandages were already soaked with blood, and from the color at the edges. It looked like a wound from a few hours ago. A metal fragment injury. She had seen too many of these injuries. Not fatal, but very troublesome. Especially when not properly treated. So you need to cross the entire combat zone to get back to your position. Pavel stated. Yes. Eleanor nodded in acknowledgement. One person, with an injured leg, crossing at least 3 kilometers of battlefield. She leaned back against the wall, a glimmer of fatigue flashing in her eyes. Sounds interesting, doesn't it? Pavel didn't respond. 3 kilometers. Combat zone. The other party was a knight. Her combat ability unquestionable. But the leg injury would severely affect her mobility and endurance. And herself. Pavel looked down at her own body. She was obviously covered with the military coat belonging to the other party. Under the coat, she was only wearing some bandages, which had clearly been rewrapped. She tried to move her fingers. They could move. She tried to bend her knees. They could bend. It hurt like hell, but she could move. But now she was all alone, heavily injured and unarmed, lying in front of the enemy. Her mech and her weapons were nowhere to be found. If the other party wanted to kill her, she wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. If they wanted to take her back as a prisoner. Pavel thought of the prisoner camp. She had heard a bit about the prisoner camp in Victorinia. The rumors there could make one feel that life in a penal camp wasn't so bad. Maybe I can help you. Pavel suddenly spoke up. Eleanor was taken aback. What? Help you cross the battlefield? Pavel's voice remained calm. I'm very familiar with this area. I know where the patrols are, where the minefields are, and where to hide. This was the truth. She had already mapped out the terrain around the 3rd Logistics Supply Station before executing her theft operation. Although the combat had surely changed many things, the basic terrain would not change. Eleanor squinted. What do you mean? A deal? Pavel stared directly into her eyes. I help you cross the battlefield. You don't kill me. And you don't send me to the prisoner camp. Silence. Eleanor stared at her, a complex light flickering in her ice-blue eyes. Do you know who I am? A mech knight of the Victorian Empire, Pavel answered without hesitation. From your badge, you should not be just an ordinary knight, but most likely a noble lord. A noble lord who follows honor would probably not betray their oath, even to an enemy. If she could get her to agree to her proposal, she could survive. She paused. From the injuries on you, it looks like you survived a mech battle and retreated when abandoning your mech to survive the first wave of charges. You must not be an unknown figure. Eleanor was slightly surprised. The child's observation and analytical skills were completely unlike her age. Your eyesight is quite sharp, Eleanor said lightly. Since you figured it out, you should also know that someone of my status wouldn't make deals with the enemy. But you saved me, Pavel pointed out. If you wanted to follow the rules, you should have finished me off while I was unconscious. Or simply ignored me and let me die in the ruins. She tilted her head, her tone carrying a hint of something unexplainable. But you didn't. You saved me. You even helped me with my wounds. You covered me with your coat. She paused. You were already making exceptions. Eleanor clicked her tongue. Pavel was right. She had indeed made an exception. From the moment she decided to carry this girl, she had already violated the principles of being an imperial knight. The scene fell into silence for a moment. The two stared at each other for a long time, both pondering the other's thoughts. So you are from the penal camp? Eleanor finally spoke, her voice carrying a hint of hesitation that she herself was unaware of. I saw those on you. Only that place could possibly cause such terrible scars on this child. Pavel's expression twitched slightly, indeed. The 404th Independent Mech Penal Camp, Eleanor said slowly. That cannon fodder unit made up of criminals and death row inmates. Your intelligence is very accurate, Pavel sighed. But I prefer to call it an alternative correctional institution full of enterprising spirit. Eleanor was momentarily taken aback by this statement. She wasn't sure if it was sarcasm or if this child truly had a twisted sense of humor. Or perhaps this child's mind was no longer particularly normal. What crime did you commit? Does it matter? Pavel retorted. Well, it doesn't matter, Eleanor admitted. Yes, it doesn't matter. What matters is that this girl, at an age when she should be studying in school and being spoiled at home, bears scars that even veterans might not be able to endure. What matters is her tone when she speaks, that calmness bordering on coldness that doesn't sound like a child, but more like a soldier accustomed to life and death. What matters is, if I agree to your deal, Eleanor slowly began, once we reach our position, what do you plan to do? Pavel blinked. That's a good question. One I've thought about for a long time. Once we get there, you let me go. Just let you leave, that simple? Eleanor asked. Then you go back to the penal camp? Pavel was also momentarily taken aback, but continued. That depends on the situation. What situation? Whether I've been declared dead, Pavel explained. If a soldier is missing in action for a certain period during combat, they are declared dead. Because the penal camp doesn't need compensation. The rations of the dead can be distributed to the living, and the numbers of the dead can be reassigned to the next unfortunate soul. Very efficient. But what if a dead person comes back alive? Eleanor asked. Pavel looked at her, a strange light flashing in her eyes. It was both ironic and resigned. Then there are two possibilities. She raised one finger. First, desertion and faking death. She raised a second finger. Second, being captured by the enemy, and then turned. She lowered her hand. In either case, the outcome is the same. Execution? Execution, Pavel nodded in confirmation. If lucky, by firing squad. If unlucky. There are many creative individuals and artists. Eleanor was left speechless. She found it even more absurd. This child was discussing her potential execution in a tone as calm as if talking about dinner. There was no fear, no anger, not even any complaints. Just a numb acceptance. So your plan is to help me cross the battlefield, and then I go confirm whether I'm already dead, Pavel interjected. If not, I go back. If I am dead, then I'll think of another way. What way? We'll talk about it then. Pavel stretched her body. I'm the type who is good at adapting. Eleanor looked at her, unsure of what to say. This deal sounded absurd. A Victorian royal knight collaborating with a prisoner from the usual penal camp to cross the battlefield. If either side were discovered, neither would have a good outcome. She would be seen as a traitor and sent to a military court. The other party would be counted as nothing. They had no good outcome to begin with. But Eleanor looked down at her legs. The wounds under the bandages were still aching faintly. She could feel the damage and muscle tearing caused by the metal fragments. Perhaps even a slight fracture. She could walk, but she couldn't run, let alone march for long periods. And outside was a hellish battlefield. Both sides were fighting in the ruins, and shells could fall anywhere at any time. Could someone cross that hell? It wasn't impossible. But having someone to lead was better than having no one. All right, Eleanor finally spoke. I agree to your deal. You lead, I'll protect you. When we get close to our position, I'll let you go. She said each word deliberately, but if you try any tricks, you will kill me. Pavel nodded. I know. Good. Eleanor also nodded. So when do we set off? Pavel listened closely to the sounds outside. The gunfire was still continuing, but the intervals were getting longer. The most intense phase of the night battle should have passed. When the shelling stops, she said, it should be soon. What's your name? Eleanor suddenly asked. Pavel was momentarily taken aback. This was a question she hadn't expected. Pavel, she said. My name is Pavel Ivanovich Sokolov. Eleanor nodded. I am Eleanor von Schwartz. Von Schwartz? Pavel raised an eyebrow. You really are a noble? Yes. There was a hint of complexity in Eleanor's tone. But now I am just a knight who has lost a battle. Pavel didn't press further. So, Miss Schwartz. Pavel leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Before we set off, I suggest we all take a rest. The road ahead will not be easy. Chapter 15. Death Certificate 404631 Pavel Ivanovich Sokolov status. Kia, confirmed. Remarks. Mecha wreckage recovered. No body found in the cockpit. Presumed vaporized or crushed by artillery fire. Pavel stared at the report in front of him, his brow twitching. Damn it, I'm not dead yet. She squatted in the ruins of a half-collapsed communication station, clutching a crumpled, blood-stained piece of paper. She had picked it up 10 minutes ago from beside a communication soldier's corpse. That poor bastard was probably hit by a stray bullet while retreating. Clutching his briefcase full of various damage reports and personnel status updates until the end, Pavel flipped through it, intending to check the battle situation, only to see her name at a glance. Presumed vaporized or crushed by artillery fire. Pavel read that line again. Vaporized. Crushed. As if she were a bar of soap tossed into a furnace. She couldn't help but look down at herself. Hands still intact. Feet still there. Although her whole body ached as if it had been run over by a truck, she was indeed still a complete, flesh-and-blood human being. I'm still breathing, damn it. She muttered quietly. But the words on the paper wouldn't lie. At least not to the penal battalion. Pavel Ivanovich Sokolov, number 404631, was gloriously sacrificed in battle on some year, some month, some day. The wreckage of the mecha has been recovered, which meant her little machine had been dragged back for parts. No body found in the cockpit meant no one bothered to look for her. Presumed vaporized meant they didn't even bother with a body bag. Clean and neat. Extremely efficient. Very in line with the penal battalion's usual style. Pavel stared at that piece of paper for a long time. Her expression was twisted. An indescribable feeling surged within her. It was not anger. Anger was too extravagant. She had long learned not to waste energy on such emotions. It was not sadness either. Sadness required something worth mourning. And she had nothing worth missing in the penal battalion. What was it? Pavel thought for a moment. Perhaps it was a faint sense of collapse. Everything she had built up in that hell, her number, her position, the subtle cooperative relations with those people, and the survival rules she had painstakingly figured out, all reset to zero. All because of a thin casualty report. What would happen if she went back now? Report, officer. I'm not dead. That report is wrong. And then she would be treated as a deserter or a traitor, or both. Then she would be dragged to the center of the camp and executed in front of everyone. If she was unlucky, she might even be subjected to some creative torture. Pavel suddenly felt like laughing a bit. She was dead. Pavel Ivanovich Sokolov was dead. Died cleanly, not even leaving behind a full corpse. Not bad. The dead have no worries. The dead don't have to carry out missions, don't have to worry about where the next meal is coming from, don't have to worry about being awakened in the middle of the night by a rifle butt. The dead can quietly lie in some corner, no longer having to worry about any damn thing. The only problem was that this dead person was still breathing, still felt rib pain, still squatting in a broken communication station, holding her own obituary. Pavel folded the paper twice and stuffed it into her pocket. For some reason, she wanted to keep it. Maybe as a memento. Maybe someday in the future, she could take it out and tell it as a joke. Hey, look, this is my death certificate. Officially certified. No deception. She stood up and stretched her stiff neck. Since there was no way back to use her, there was only one road left. Follow that Victoria Knight. At least until she could find a new way out. It seemed she could only be a ghost for now. Pavel crawled out through the gap in the ruins. The sky outside was a strange dark red, reflecting the glow of buildings still burning in the distance. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, charred remains, and some familiar stench of decay, the smell of the battlefield. She quickly retraced her steps along the path she had come. Her footsteps were light, barely making a sound. Although Pavel had hardly ever left the mecha, she found herself seemingly at home on this battlefield. Eleanor was still waiting in her original position. That Victoria knight was half leaning against a broken wall, holding a rifle picked up from a corpse, vigilantly watching her surroundings. When she saw Pavel return, her gaze relaxed a little, but just a bit. "How is it?" Eleanor asked in a low voice. Pavel did not answer immediately. She squatted down in front of Eleanor, pulled out the folded paper from her pocket, and handed it over. Eleanor took the paper, unfolded it, and glanced at it. Her expression did not change much. Only her eyebrows raised slightly. "Presumed vaporized or crushed by artillery fire," she read aloud. "Died quite tragically. You Usarians have quite an imaginative paperwork." "Right." Pavel's tone was also flat. "I also find it quite literary." Eleanor handed the paper back to her. "So you really are dead. Dead as a doornail." Pavel refolded the paper and stuffed it back into her pocket. "Officially certified, stamped, and effective." Silence lasted for a while. Distant gunfire echoed sporadically, like some ominous background music. "So what do you plan to do now?" Eleanor asked. Pavel looked at her. Those eyes held little excess emotion. "I probably can't go back," she said. Her voice calm, as if stating a fact unrelated to herself. "I might as well go with you." Eleanor raised an eyebrow. "This is a bit different from what we agreed upon earlier." "It is indeed different," Pavel admitted. "The previous plan was to escort you close to the front line, and then I would return to confirm the situation. Now the situation has been confirmed. I'm a dead person. Dead people have nowhere to return." She paused. "So the plan has changed." "Changed to what?" "Changed to me escorting you back. And then," Pavel thought for a moment, "then we'll see." "See what?" Eleanor repeated. "What kind of plan is that?" "A very flexible plan." Pavel replied without changing her expression. "I told you, I'm very good at improvising." Eleanor stared at her for a long while. A complex gleam flashed in those icy blue eyes, as if examining her, or something indescribable. "Do you know what this means?" She finally spoke, her voice very low. "Following me to the Victoria front line. Do you understand what that represents?" "It means I have completely betrayed user." Pavel answered without hesitation. "It means I have changed from a fallen penal battalion prisoner to a defecting penal battalion prisoner. It means that if any Usarian recognizes me in the future, I will die worse than what is written on this report." She tilted her head. "Is there anything I missed?" Eleanor was speechless. She looked at the girl in front of her, this child who had just discovered that her country had declared her dead, discussing her betrayal in a tone that was almost numb. No hesitation, no struggle, not even the slightest moral burden. It was as if she were discussing not betrayal and life or death, but simply which path to take today. "Don't you, Eleanor, find it problematic to deliberate over your words? Betraying your own camp?" Pavel blinked. She seemed to be genuinely contemplating this question. "My country threw me into a re-education camp for reasons unknown," she said, her tone lacking anger, only a strange calmness. "My country sent me to drive a dilapidated mech that could fall apart at any moment to serve as cannon fodder, and declared me vaporized just hours after I went missing, without even bothering to look for a body." She paused. "I'm not sure what there is about such a country that is worth not betraying." Eleanor opened her mouth, but found herself speechless. "Moreover," Pavel continued, "I shouldn't be considered a patriot. I came to the battlefield because I ended up in a re-education camp, not because I wanted to defend my homeland. I fight because I would die if I didn't, not for any noble ideal." She shrugged. "So, the word betrayal doesn't mean much to me." "You are a very strange person," Eleanor said. "I know," Pavel replied. "Others have said the same." "Well then," she sighed, "since you've made your decision, I have nothing more to say." Pavel asked directly, "So when do we leave?" Eleanor stood up, her movements somewhat stiff, clearly still troubled by her injured leg. "Now," she said, "while it's still dark, let's go as far as we can." Pavel stood up as well. "Which direction?" she asked. Eleanor pointed to the northwest. "The main forces of Victorinia are over there, as I mentioned before, about 3 kilometers away." She frowned, "But straight-line distance doesn't matter. We have to go around at least 3 combat zones." "I know." Pavel picked up a rifle from beside a corpse, checking the magazine, which still had 7 rounds left. "Better than nothing. Follow me, step where I step. I remember roughly the layout of the mines in this area." Eleanor was somewhat surprised. "How do you know this?" "I laid them." Chapter 16. The funeral in the gaps between gunfire. The world was as quiet as a giant grave that had just been filled in. Considering the layers of buried things deep in the mire beneath their feet, this metaphor might not just be rhetorical, but rather the most blunt realism. The air was thick with a suffocating mix of scents, the smell of damp earth, the acrid residue of sulfur, the sweet stench of decaying organic matter, and the iron-like taste of blood. Pavel crouched behind a crumbling concrete wall, which was riddled with bullet holes, resembling a piece of cheese eaten away by worms. She peered through an uneven crack at the terrain ahead. The moonlight was pale, spilling onto the earth without warmth. The once golden wheat fields were long gone, replaced by a charred, heaving mire. Craters nested within craters, like the earth's rotting sores, reflected the shattered moon in the pooled water. The corpses were not scattered randomly but piled together like abandoned straw after harvest. Some had turned to charred remnants, while others were still clad in tattered uniforms, looking particularly grotesque in the current silence. From here to the next cover is about 40 meters, she whispered, with 2 patrol routes crossing in between. But it should be changeover time now. That bunch of idiots from user always changes shifts on the hour, like clockwork. Oh right, and there's a mine. 3 meters to the left, a bouncing Betty I buried 2 weeks ago. It should still be inactive. You remember the locations of the mines you buried 2 weeks ago? Eleanor's voice held a hint of disbelief. Of course, Pavel replied without looking back. I remember every mine I personally buried, the location, model. Sensitivity of the fuse. These things are meant to save lives. She paused, her tone becoming somewhat whimsical, and when I laid them, I would talk to them, like telling them to lie still and explode only when the bad guys come. Eleanor was silent for a moment. Pavel could feel the strange look from behind her. You're crazy, Eleanor finally offered a fair assessment. Thanks for the compliment. Pavel poked her head out from behind the wall, confirmed there were no moving lights in the distance, then turned back and gestured. Follow me, step where I step. The two moved through the ruins like ghosts. Pavel led the way, her steps unbelievably light, each precisely placed. She sidestepped a rock that looked ordinary, hopped over a shallow ditch, and squeezed between 2 crumbling walls. In this way, she avoided 3 mines, tripwires, pressure fuses, and sound alarms. Eleanor followed behind, her right leg's injury making her movements somewhat stiff. But years of training allowed her to precisely replicate every step of the person in front. She noticed Pavel's breathing was steady, her movements fluid, even a little lively. You seem to be in a good mood, she whispered. Pavel stopped at the edge of a crater, turned back to look at her. In the moonlight, that pale little face even bore a hint of a smile. Because I'm dead. What? I mean, the officially certified kind. Pavel squatted down, examining the soil at the crater's edge. Kia, confirmed, presumed vaporized. Clean and tidy, all done. She stood up, brushing the dirt off her hands. You know, when you're cannon fodder, the first thought when you open your eyes every day is whether you'll die today. And the last thought when you close your eyes is whether you can live tomorrow. Failing a mission could get you killed, succeeding might also get you killed. Being cut off from supplies will kill you, getting supplies could be poison. If they don't like you, you might die. If they like you too much and want to make you a scapegoat, you'll die too. She jumped into the crater, landing almost silently. But now it's different. I'm already dead. What is there to be afraid of? Pavel looked up, giving Eleanor a sincere smile from the edge of the pit. This is the lightest day I've had since coming back to life. Eleanor was silent for a moment, then jumped into the crater as well. Her landing wasn't as light as Pavel's. A sharp pain shot through her right leg, but she restrained herself from making a sound. You really are a strange person, she said. This time, I prefer the word unique. No, just strange. Eleanor leaned against the wall of the crater, moving her right leg a bit. Ordinary people would be angry, desperate, or collapse when abandoned by their country. Yet here you are, happy, as if you won the lottery. Because I never belonged there in the first place. Pavel leaned against the opposite wall of the crater, her voice soft. I never belonged. As she said this, her gaze became somewhat distant, as if looking at a faraway place. Eleanor frowned. She wanted to ask, but suddenly footsteps were heard in the distance. Both tensed up. The footsteps grew closer, accompanied by the sounds of metal clashing. It was User S infantry patrol. Pavel made a shushing gesture to Eleanor, then shrank into the deepest shadow of the crater. Eleanor also tried to lower her body. The crater was small, and when the two squeezed together, their shoulders almost touched. Pavel could feel the body heat next to her was significantly higher than hers. She caught a whiff of gunpowder, blood, and a hint of some faint fragrance. Maintaining such a scent on the battlefield was truly something only the nobility of Victorinia could manage. The footsteps were now just a breath away. Damn it. Moving to a place like this. Shut up. Be careful of the Victoria Scouts. What the hell? Their main force is advancing ahead. Who would be crouching in a shell hole like this? The sound gradually faded away. Pavel counted to 30 seconds, and after confirming that the patrol had moved far away, she breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. She turned her head and found Eleanor looking at her with a complicated expression. What's wrong? Your heartbeat, Eleanor said. Hasn't he changed at all? Pavel blinked. What is strange about that? Under normal circumstances, a person's heartbeat would accelerate. Breathing would become erratic. Even well-trained soldiers would have slight stress reactions. But you, Eleanor's ice blue eyes glimmered with scrutiny. You're as calm as if you were taking a stroll in the afternoon. She tried to push herself up against the wall of the shell hole, but her right leg suddenly went weak, nearly causing her to fall. A hand timely supported her arm. Pavel didn't know when she had stood up, but she was now looking at her. If there's a chance in the future, I should introduce you to the daily life in the penal battalion. That way you wouldn't be so surprised. Did your wound reopen? Eleanor looked down at her right leg. And sure enough, blood was seeping through the bandage again. It's nothing, she said. I can still walk. That's good. Pavel let go of her hand, but didn't he immediately climb up. Instead, she sat back down. But we'd better wait a bit. That patrol will circle around up ahead and come back from another direction in 5 minutes. If we go out now, we'll run right into them. Eleanor paused for a moment, then sat back down as well. You even know their patrol route. Of course, Pavel replied as if it were obvious. I designed this line. At least that's what her chaotic memories told her. Eleanor felt she had heard too many outrageous things tonight, to the point of becoming somewhat numb. So, she took a deep breath and decided to change the subject. What do you plan to do? I mean, after we reach our side's position. Pavel didn't answer immediately. She looked up at the small piece of night sky visible above the shell hole. I haven't figured it out yet, she said. First, get away from this battlefield. Then find a safe place and live a peaceful life. As a deserter from user? I'm deceased, Pavel corrected, officially certified as deceased. Deserters are living people. I'm a dead one. She turned her head to meet Eleanor's gaze. The dead can go anywhere and become anyone. Isn't that romantic? Moonlight poured down from the hole, illuminating her pale face. Silver short hair, bright eyes, and that hint of a relaxed smile at the corner of her mouth. In that moment, Eleanor suddenly felt that the person in front of her didn't resemble a soldier crawling through the battlefield at all, but rather like a traveler from a distant land, merely passing through this sea of corpses and blood. You're really strange, she said again. You've said that twice now, because you really are strange. Pavel laughed softly, her voice low, but she was genuinely laughing. Miss Schwartz, she said, may I ask, do you have a betrothal? Eleanor nearly choked on her own saliva. Why do you ask that? Oh, nothing, Pavel said lightly. I just thought that hiding shoulder to shoulder with a noble lady from an enemy country in a shell hole, with the sounds of war above us and surrounded by corpses, and you just happened to be pressing down on my hand, should count as a date, right? And quite an exciting one at that. Eleanor looked down and saw that indeed, the hem of her military uniform was pressing down on Pavel's left hand. She immediately moved aside, her ears a bit flushed. What is going through your mind? Thinking about whether we would meet in another way if we weren't soldiers. Pavel withdrew her hand, flexing her fingers like at a ball. You in a red dress, me in, probably also a red one. And then we dance a waltz together instead of hiding from bullets in a shell hole. You can still dance the waltz? Probably not, Pavel admitted candidly. But one should have the attitude to learn. Eleanor couldn't help but laugh. You're the most unsoldier-like soldier I've ever seen. Because I'm not a soldier. Pavel said, I'm just a good person who happened to be stuffed into a military uniform. She added, now I'm a dead good person. Footsteps were heard in the distance. The patrol was returning. The two fell silent again, waiting for the footsteps to fade away. This time, Pavel noticed that Eleanor's breathing had steadied a lot, and her muscles were no longer as tense as before. It seemed that the joke she just told was very effective. After the footsteps disappeared, Pavel stood up first. We can go now. She extended her hand to Eleanor. The next stretch will be more dangerous. There's a combat zone to cross. I need you to cover me. Eleanor took that hand. She noticed that the hand was small, with distinct joints, and very delicate. Not like a veteran's hand, but more like a girl's hand. Eleanor. Just call me Eleanor, she said. Always Miss Schwartz. Miss Schwartz, it sounds like you're calling my mother. Pavel was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Then you can call me Pavel, she said, her little paw, but only close people can call me that. Are we close? Hiding from the patrol together in a shell hole. Isn't that close enough? As Pavel said this, she pulled Eleanor up and out of the shell hole. By the standards of the penal battalion, we could swear brotherhood. Eleanor was pulled to the edge of the shell hole, just about to say something. But Pavel suddenly made a shushing gesture. Her expression instantly sharpened, staring towards a distant direction. Is there a problem? Eleanor whispered. A fire, Pavel said, not artillery. It's a campfire. Someone is making a fire in the ruins. She squinted and observed for a moment. It's user-s scattered soldiers. Probably 5 to 7 of them. Should be regular troops that got dispersed, not from the penal battalion. How can you tell? The penal battalion wouldn't be stupid enough to make a fire on the battlefield, Pavel said. That is something only someone tired of living would do. She turned to look at Eleanor, her gaze inquiring. It would take an extra half hour to go around, and we'd have to cross a minefield. rushing straight in, 7 of them. Us too, and you're injured. Eleanor calmly analyzed. It's not impossible to fight, but it would be very troublesome. My thought is to go around too, Pavel nodded. But your leg? I said it's nothing. Pavel looked at her, a hint of appreciation flashing in her eyes. You're quite the strong noble lady. This isn't about being strong, Eleanor said. It's a necessary condition for survival. Pavel grinned. Then we're quite similar. She turned and walked in another direction, her steps still light. Keep up, she said over her shoulder. I'll take you on a route with better scenery. Is there even scenery on the battlefield? Of course, Pavel's voice came from ahead, laced with dark humor, like that pile of burning mech wreckage over there. How beautiful. Like fireworks. Eleanor looked up, and indeed, in the distance, a blaze was raging. It was a user mech, the model was unclear. But judging by the size of the wreckage, it should be a main model. Unfortunately, this fireworks display isn't for celebration, it's for a funeral. Chapter 17 Schwartz and the dead Eleanor von Schwartz learned a lot that night. For example, how to step over a corpse without making a sound. The trick is to step on the chest rather than the abdomen, because gas in the abdominal cavity can make noise. For example, how to determine whether a pile of ruins is safe. Look for mice. If there are mice moving in the ruins, it means there are no ambushes. If even the mice dare not approach, then take a detour. For example, how to find a safe path in the gaps of a combat zone. It's not about finding a safe road, but about finding a road that both sides are too lazy to care about. Pavel explained it this way. People are inherently lazy, especially after a day of fighting. Patrols will automatically avoid the hardest to navigate areas, and commanders will abandon the areas with the least strategic value. Together, these places make up our route. When she said this, her tone was like she was sharing an everyday life skill, such as how to pick fruit or avoid congested streets. But Eleanor knew that these skills were paid for with blood, either her blood or someone else's. The first combat zone was a factory ruin that had been plowed by artillery. The remnants of the factory consisted only of a few twisted steel beams and a half-destroyed chimney, with gears, pipes, and parts that belonged to either machines or humans scattered across the ground. Soldiers from Victoria and User had engaged in intense urban combat here, and now both sides had withdrawn, leaving behind a ground littered with shell casings and still warm bloodstains. Pavel stopped in front of a broken wall, crouched down, and dipped her finger into a bit of liquid on the ground. It's still warm, she said. The fight ended less than 20 minutes ago. Eleanor frowned. No problem, Pavel interrupted her, standing up. The victors have left, and the losers are dead. The most dangerous things here now are the unexploded ordnance. But as long as you don't kick them, they usually won't bother you. After saying this, she walked deeper into the ruins. Eleanor followed behind, her right leg aching faintly, but it was still bearable. She noticed that Pavel's way of walking was strange, not in a straight line, but in a seemingly casual yet precise curve, each step perfectly avoiding certain areas. At first, Eleanor thought it was to avoid landmines. But soon she realized that Pavel was avoiding corpses. Not all corpses, just certain ones. Why avoid those? She whispered. Pavel didn't look back. Those ones were killed by artillery, their innards shattered but their skin intact. Stepping on them would feel like stepping on a water balloon. Eleanor felt a surge in her stomach. How can you tell? The posture, Pavel said. People killed by artillery tend to maintain a very relaxed posture, as if they are asleep. But if you look into their eyes, you'll see their eyeballs have already burst enough. Pavel turned her head, seeing Eleanor's pale face. Seemingly surprised. Sorry, she said, her tone carrying a hint of genuine confusion. I thought you were a knight. You should be used to this. Being used to it is one thing. Eleanor took a deep breath, suppressing her nausea. Hearing someone describe it in this tone is another. Pavel tilted her head, still not quite understanding, but she shrugged. All right, I'll be careful. The second combat zone was a dried-up riverbed. The river channel was about 10 meters wide, with 3-meter-high banks on either side. Due to the low terrain, it had become a natural target for both sides' artillery, with the riverbed filled with craters of various sizes, some of which still held dark red liquid. Pavel crouched at the edge of the bank for a full 5 minutes, observing the situation across the riverbed. Is there a problem? Eleanor leaned in closer to her. There are people behind the bank on the opposite side. Pavel's voice was almost inaudible, at least 3. Maybe more. Enemies. Our side. Pavel's tone was strange. It's user S. Eleanor understood what she meant. For Pavel, our side had become a complex concept. Those soldiers were both her former comrades, and the people she now had to avoid. Can we go around? Yes, but we'll need to walk 200 meters downstream. There's a section of the bank that has collapsed. We can get through the ruins. Pavel paused. But your leg. I've said it many times, it's fine. Pavel glanced at her. A complex look flashed in her eyes. You know, she said softly, Your "it's fine" reminds me of someone. Who? Me. Pavel didn't say more, turning to move downstream. Eleanor followed, her mind pondering the meaning of that statement. 200 meters doesn't sound far, but in this terrain, each step is excruciating. Her right leg was already badly swollen, the bandage soaked through with blood twice, and each bend brought sharp pain. But she gritted her teeth and didn't let herself fall behind. The von Schwartz family wouldn't go down because of such a minor injury. The third combat zone was the most difficult to traverse. It was a graveyard of mechs. Eleanor counted, at least 15 mech wrecks were scattered across this area, both from Victoria and User. Some had only one leg left, some were blown in half, and some looked as if they had been ripped apart from the inside, with armor plates curling outward like petals. The air was thick with the smell of machine oil, rust, and burnt metal. Pavel stopped at the edge of the ruins, her expression becoming serious for the first time. What's wrong? There shouldn't be this many wrecks here. Pavel's brow furrowed tightly. According to my memory of the frontline distribution, this area should be within Victoria's fire coverage. User couldn't possibly have pushed their mech units this far. The front line has changed. Changed too much. Pavel's gaze swept over the wrecks, and the way these mechs were destroyed was very strange. Eleanor followed her gaze, and then her pupils suddenly constricted. The scars on those mechs were not caused by artillery, not by steam guns, and not even by ordinary melee weapons. They were cutting marks. Clean, neat, almost perfect cutting marks, as if a huge razor had sliced through butter. Eleanor had seen this kind of mark before, not long ago. Her mech's right arm had been severed in this manner. She instinctively looked at Pavel, but the latter's expression showed no change. But Pavel just frowned, as if she was solving a math problem. It seems you guys fought harder than I imagined, she said. Was there anything special that happened during that night battle? Yes. What happened? A monster. Pavel turned her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity in the dim light. A monster? A user mech, Eleanor said slowly. Painted in the colors of the punishment battalion, the lowest model. It single-handedly held off our entire nightly order, killing 11 knights, with a weapon we developed ourselves, a prototype. Pavel's expression didn't change. Sounds impressive. It was impressive. Eleanor's voice became low, and also very terrifying. The movements of that mech didn't seem to be controlled by a human. It was more like some kind of released demon. With every person it killed, it became stronger. By the end, its speed and power had exceeded the theoretical limits of a mech. She paused, looking at the side of Pavel's face. Its pilot. Some say it's a man, others say it's a woman. But everyone agrees on one point. When laughter came from that mech's cockpit, it sounded like something crawling out of hell. And then, Pavel asked, what happened to that mech? It escaped, before our reinforcements arrived. Eleanor's tone was somewhat complex. Is that so? Pavel turned back, continuing to observe the mech graveyard ahead. That's quite a pity. Let us go, Pavel said. It will take at least an hour to go around this area, but the good news is that there shouldn't be anything alive inside anymore. As dawn began to break, they finally saw Victoria's defensive line. It was a defensive structure composed of trenches, barbed wire, and steam gun emplacements, revealing its steel contours in the dawn light. The imperial double-headed eagle flag fluttered in the morning breeze, and the silhouettes of the guards moved atop the gun emplacements. Eleanor felt a surge of complex emotions rise within her. She was finally back. That's enough. Pavel's voice interrupted her thoughts. They stood at the edge of a ruin, a few hundred meters away from the first trench of Victoria. Pavel leaned against a broken wall, her silver short hair shimmering faintly in the morning light. A hint of fatigue on her pale face. This was the first time she showed signs of weariness that night. From here, you should be able to recognize the way yourself, Pavel said, walking directly past, letting the sentry see her military insignia. They shouldn't shoot. Eleanor nodded. What about you? Me? Pavel chuckled. I plan to find a place to hide and wait until dark to leave. Dead people don't usually appear in broad daylight. It might scare people. Thank you, Eleanor said. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to cross those combat zones. This is a trade, Pavel shrugged. You kept your promise, didn't kill me? And didn't send me to the POW camp? That wasn't Eleanor wanted to say it wasn't a promise but a choice. But the words stuck in her throat. Goodbye, Miss Schwartz. Pavel waved at her. Or should I call you Eleanor? I hope your leg heals quickly and doesn't leave any aftereffects. The military doctor in Victoria should be better than ours. After all, they won't use that green poison. You take care too. Eleanor turned and walked toward Victoria's defensive line. Her steps felt heavy, not just because of her injured leg, but due to some indescribable emotion. That night had been too long. Too much had happened. Too much for her to digest. She had taken a few steps when she suddenly stopped. Little Pav. If you want to find a safe place. Eleanor didn't turn back. In the south of Victoria, there is a small town called Elwyn. It's far from the front lines, no garrison, very quiet. There's a tavern called the Red Moon, and the owner is an old servant of my family. He owes me a favor. What do you mean? I mean nothing. Eleanor's voice was soft. I'm just saying some useless nonsense. Nonsense that dead people want to hear. A light laugh came from behind. Got it, Sister Eleanor. Pavel's voice held a hint of warmth. Thanks. Eleanor didn't say anything more and continued to walk forward. The morning light grew brighter, and her shadow stretched long behind her. Then, she heard a sound. The sound of metal grinding. The sound of steam hissing. And the clattering of mechanical joints moving. Eleanor turned sharply. In the dawn light, a huge shadow rose from the ruins behind Pavel. It was a main battle mech from User, the Iron Guard 3 model, its paint chipped, armor riddled with bullet holes and scorch marks, but the steam boiler was roaring. And the searchlights were coming on. Its weapons, a massive steam war hammer and a heavy machine gun, were aimed in Pavel's direction. The mech had clearly spotted them. Or more accurately, it had spotted Pavel, a figure not in uniform, small in stature, appearing alone on the battlefield. The beam of the searchlight swept across the ruins, finally locking onto the silver-haired girl. Pavel stood still, not moving. The dawn light rose behind her, gilding her form, but also making the shadow of the mech loom larger. The sound of the mech reloading was clearly audible. Eleanor's heart sank suddenly. Chapter 18. Pavel von Schwartz. Eleanor's body reacted faster than her brain. The moment the heavy machine gun of the Iron Guard 3 began to rotate and warm up, she had already dashed out. The wound on her right leg protested violently. But she didn't care. Pavel stood still, not moving. Not because she couldn't move, but because she had no intention of moving at all. Eleanor saw the expression on her face. It wasn't fear, it wasn't panic, nor was it numbness. It was calm. A calm that was almost resigned, accepting fate. The damn calm. As if she had anticipated this moment long ago, and now it had finally arrived. You. Eleanor's curse was drowned out by the sound of the machine gun firing. As she lunged toward Pavel, bullets sparked off the ruins behind them. Debris flew, and dust swirled. The two rolled into a shell crater together. Eleanor shielded Pavel with her body, feeling something graze her shoulder. Whether it was debris or stray bullets, she couldn't tell. Nor did she care. Are you out of your mind? The bullets temporarily ceased. Eleanor got up, grabbing Pavel by the collar and yanking her off the ground. Why didn't you run? Why did you stand there waiting to die? Do you really want to die? Pavel blinked, looking confused. Why are you back? Of course. Why? That question momentarily stunned Eleanor. Yeah, why? She was almost to safety. Just a few more meters, and she would be within the fire coverage of her own lines. The user mech wouldn't dare to pursue. If she just kept moving forward, she could survive. But she had come back. To save an enemy? A captive? A guide? Or because you're an idiot? Eleanor gritted her teeth and said, and I don't want to owe a favor to an idiot. A slight smile curled at the corner of Pavel's mouth. Honestly, that reason is pretty lame. Shut up. The footsteps of the mech grew closer. The ground shook. Each step felt like a giant knocking at the door. Eleanor released Pavel's collar and raised the rifle she had picked up from a corpse from her waist. 7 bullets. Against a main battle mech. This was probably the worst combat configuration of her military career. Got a plan? Pavel also drew her gun. Her voice returning to that infuriating calm. Does telling you not to stand there waiting to die count as a plan? That's an order, not a plan. Then let us consider it an order. Pavel chuckled softly. At your service, Sister Eleanor. The Iron Guard 3 was User S main battle mech. 2 levels higher than the Marauder for that Pavel had once piloted. Its armor thickness could withstand ordinary rifle fire. And its steam power system allowed it to move at incredible speeds. Its weapons included a steam hammer and a heavy machine gun. The former could easily penetrate buildings, and the latter could turn an infantry squad into a sieve in 3 seconds. 2 injured people, 2 rifles, and 14 bullets. Against such a mech. If it were the old Eleanor, she would have thought this was suicide. But after that night, she began to believe that the concept of rationality held no meaning around Pavel. Its weak points are at the joints. Pavel's voice came from beside her. The knees, elbows, and neck joints, the places where the armor is thinnest. I know. The cockpit is located on the left side of the chest, but it's protected by 20 centimeters of composite armor. A rifle won't penetrate. I know that too. Then what else don't you know? I don't know why you're still talking nonsense. Pavel grinned. Because I'm waiting for it to get to that position. She pointed to a ruin about 20 meters away outside the crater. There's an anti-mech mine buried underneath. I didn't bury it. But it has enough power to blow off a mech's leg. Eleanor looked at that ruin, then at the approaching mech. How did you know there were landmines there? Well, Pavel didn't finish speaking. The mech's searchlight swept over again, and she immediately fell silent, pressing against the wall of the shell crater with Eleanor. The beam of light passed over their heads without stopping. The mech continued to move forward, each step causing tremors. 15 meters. 12 meters. 10 meters. It won't step on them, Eleanor whispered. The route is wrong. Then you. Pavel suddenly jumped out of the crater. What are you doing? Eleanor's words hadn't finished before Pavel was already running towards the mech. Not fleeing. Charging. A girl of less than 16, wielding a worn-out rifle. Charged at a 3-meter-tall steel behemoth. This was probably the craziest thing Eleanor had ever seen. But Pavel's movements were surprisingly fluid. She didn't run in a straight line, but moved in a strange, zigzag pattern, every change of direction perfectly dodging the machine gun fire. Bullets exploded into dust columns behind her, but they never hit. That was not an evasion possible for an ordinary person. Is this premonition? Pavel seemed to know exactly where every bullet would land, then avoided them a step ahead. Eleanor recalled that night. The mech from the retribution camp. Its movements were similarly unhuman, more like some kind of existence that transcended reason. But she didn't have time to think further. Pavel's intention was clear, to attract the mech's attention and lead it to the position of the landmines. What Eleanor needed to do was ensure that Pavel wouldn't get turned into a pincushion before achieving that goal. She raised her rifle and aimed at the mech's head, where the sensors were located. Fire. The bullet hit the target. Although it didn't cause substantial damage, it was enough to interfere with the driver's vision. The mech's movement stalled for a moment. That was the moment. Pavel seized the opportunity, changed direction, and ran towards the ruins where the landmines were buried. The mech turned to pursue. 8 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Boom. The explosion illuminated the entire dawn. The shockwave sent Pavel flying, and she rolled several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. But her objective was achieved. The mine detonated beneath the mech's left leg, blowing that steel limb to pieces. The unbalanced mech fell with a crash, smashing onto the ruins and kicking up a cloud of dust. Little Pavel. Eleanor rushed out of the crater, running toward the direction where Pavel had fallen. Pavel lay on the ground, covered in blood, but still moving. She struggled to get up, but found her right arm was too weak. The earlier explosion had injured her shoulder. Don't move. Eleanor ran to her side. Wanting to help her up? I'll take you. Be careful. Pavel's voice was faint, but Eleanor heard it. She looked back. Though the mech had lost a leg, it hadn't completely lost its combat capability. Its upper body was still operational, and its right arm raised the steam hammer. And that hammer was coming down toward Eleanor. She didn't have time to dodge. Her right leg had already reached its limit during the previous run, and she couldn't make any effective evasive moves now. She watched the hammer fall, countless thoughts flashing through her mind. Then, something collided with her. It was Pavel. She didn't know where the strength came from. But she used her injured body to push Eleanor away, simultaneously aiming her rifle at the connection between the mech's cockpit and neck armor. That was the weakest point in the mech's defense, and also the hardest to hit. Before being struck by the hammer, Pavel pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet passed through the gap and shot into the cockpit. At the same time, the hammer struck Pavel's body. It didn't hit head-on, but grazed her from the side. But even so, that force was enough to send a frail girl flying. Pavel's body arced through the air and then landed among the ruins several meters away. No movement. Eleanor struggled to get up, wanting to rush over. But the mech was still moving. Its right arm raised the hammer, preparing for a second attack. Groans came from the cockpit. Pavel's shot had clearly not killed the driver, but had only caused serious injury. But it wasn't enough. Not enough to make it stop. Eleanor picked up Pavel's dropped rifle. She checked the magazine. 1 bullet left. Only 1. She took a deep breath, raised the gun. The gap that Pavel had shot through was now a larger hole due to the bullet's penetration. No longer a gap, but a hole. Eleanor von Schwartz had never been good at rifle shooting. Her specialty was close combat in mechs, charging with a lance. But at the Royal Knight Academy, her shooting scores had never been below 99. Never. She aimed at that hole. Fire. The bullet passed through the damaged armor and shot into the cockpit. This time, the groans inside completely stopped. The mech's arm fell, the hammer crashed to the ground, raising the last cloud of dust. Then, everything went quiet. Eleanor stumbled toward Pavel. She fell twice. Her right leg was completely unresponsive, but she still got up and continued forward. Pavel lay among the ruins, motionless. Her silver short hair fell across her face, her pale skin covered in blood and dirt. Her right arm was bent at an unnatural angle, dislocated, or worse. There was a large bruise on her left ribcage, where she had been grazed by the hammer. Eleanor crouched down, trembling as she reached for Pavel's breath. There was some. Very weak, but there was some. Little Pavel? Pavel. No response. Eleanor held her in her arms, feeling that body once again light beyond belief. Too light. Light enough to hurt. You idiot. Eleanor's voice trembled. Who told you to rush out and save me again? Our deal is over. You don't owe me anything. You. She couldn't finish because she remembered Pavel's words. What is there to be afraid of when you're dead? She really wasn't afraid of death. Not pretending, but truly, completely not caring about her own life or death. This realization sent a chilling sensation deep into Eleanor's bones. Shouts came from a distance. It's Lord Schwartz. Lord Schwartz. It was the soldiers from the Victoria position. The earlier explosion and gunfire had finally alerted them. Eleanor looked up and saw a group of soldiers running toward them. Leading was a young lieutenant. She recognized him as a member of the 3rd Night Brigade. Lord Schwartz. Are you okay? We heard. The lieutenant ran closer and then stopped. He saw the girl in Eleanor's arms. My lord, who is this? Eleanor thought for a second. In that second, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. She could say this was a prisoner from Uzel, captured during the battle. She could say this was an inconsequential person, a civilian who happened to be on the battlefield, whether to save or not didn't matter. She could say many things, each making her situation simpler. She paused, her voice growing firm. This is my sister. The lieutenant was stunned. Sister? But, Lord Schwartz. Your sister is not, adopted daughter. Eleanor lifted her head, staring directly at the lieutenant with her ice-blue eyes. The adopted daughter of the Schwartz family. Her name is. She looked down at the pale face in her arms. Silver short hair, delicate features, frail body. Her name is Pavel von Schwartz. Lieutenant Zhang opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But Eleanor's gaze made him swallow all his questions. That was the gaze of the eldest daughter of the von Schwartz family. Undeniable, irrefutable. Yes, ma'am. The lieutenant stood at attention and saluted. What do you need us to do? Call for a medic. The best medic, immediately. Yes. The lieutenant turned and ran towards the position. Eleanor lowered her head, looking at the unconscious girl in her arms. Did you hear that? She whispered. From now on, you are part of the Schwartz family. The dead can go anywhere. Become anyone. You said it yourself. The morning light grew brighter. The flag of the Empire fluttered in the distance. And Eleanor von Schwartz, holding a dead girl, walked towards her camp. Chapter 19. Welcome to Victory Nia. Miss Pavel. She was dreaming again. The dream was filled with fire, screams, and thousands of distorted faces. They surged from the darkness, eager to burrow into her body. Someone whispered in her ear. Someone roared in her mind. Someone touched her spine with icy fingers. Let me out. Let me live. Give us the body. Pavel wanted to scream, but she couldn't make a sound. She wanted to run, but her legs felt like they were nailed to the ground. The voices grew louder, closer, until they merged into a deafening torrent that completely engulfed her. Then, she suddenly opened her eyes. What greeted her was a swaying ceiling. It was wooden, painted a deep brown, with a delicate brass pattern along the edges. The ceiling was swaying. No, it wasn't the ceiling that was swaying. It was her. Or rather, it was whatever was carrying her that was swaying. A rhythmic clanging sound echoed in her ears. Clank, clank, clank. Metal against metal, accompanied by some deep rumbling. A train. She was on a train. It took her brain 3 whole seconds to process this information. Then, the first thought emerged. I'm not dead? This realization left her feeling dazed. Not disappointed, nor relieved. Just purely confused. She remembered the mech, remembered the steam hammer, remembered the moment she crashed into Eleanor. According to the laws of physics, a human body weighing less than 40 kilograms should have turned into a puddle of mush if hit by a mech's hammer. But she was still alive. And she was lying on a train. Not particularly scientific. Pavel tried to move. The good news was that all her limbs were still there. The bad news was that she was not sure if they could function properly. She struggled to sit up, and the movement sent a sharp protest through her ribs. The pain was both familiar and new, as if someone had lit a fire in her chest cavity and then doused it with ice water. But she still sat up. Pain was an old friend, just a greeting. Once sitting up, she finally had the chance to assess her condition. She was lying on a bed, not a field cot, not a stretcher, but a real bed, covered with white sheets. The mattress was soft, the pillow fluffy, and the blanket clean. It had been a long time since she had seen all 3 of these things at once. Her body was wrapped in bandages, from her neck to her ankles. Almost every inch of her skin was covered in white cloth strips. She looked like a packaged zongzi, a mummy, or some kind of fragile item requiring special transport. But the bandaging was done very professionally. The tightness was just right, the positioning precise, and the angles of the splints fixing her fractures were just so. It was clearly the work of a trained military medic, not the makeshift method of ripping clothes to make do with what was available in a penal camp. Pavel looked down at herself. Her silver short hair was messy, but someone had washed it for her. The long accumulated grease and blood were gone. She was wearing a white hospital gown, the fabric soft, with fine stitches. This kind of fabric could be exchanged for 3 cans of meat on the black market in User. She sniffed herself. There was no smell of decay, no stench of pus, and even a faint herbal fragrance lingered. Someone had cleaned her wounds. Someone had changed her dressings. Someone had taken her from the battlefield, placed her on a train, and cared for her with the best medical resources. Was Victorina so kind to prisoners? Or was she already dead? And this was some strange afterlife? Pavel scanned the compartment for more information. It was a private room. The space was small but exquisitely decorated. The walls were covered in deep red velvet wallpaper, heavy velvet curtains hung at the windows, and there was a small table and 2 soft chairs in the corner. On the table sat a teapot and 2 teacups, along with a plate of something that looked like cookies. Not a prison transport. Prison transports don't have velvet wallpaper and snacks. So what was her status? A VIP? Impossible. She was just cannon fodder from a penal camp in User. What qualifications did she have to be a VIP? A hostage? That didn't fit either. Hostages didn't need such good medical conditions. Or was it? Just as she was lost in thought, the door to the compartment was opened from the outside. You're awake. A familiar voice. Pavel looked up. Eleanor von Schwartz stood in the doorway, a hint of relief in her ice-blue eyes. She had changed into a fitted dark blue military uniform, no longer wearing the tattered military garb from the battlefield. The epaulets were embroidered with gold thread, and she wore some kind of insignia on her chest, looking clean and neat, like a character stepped out of a military magazine. But she was leaning on a cane. Her right leg was heavily bandaged, and she clearly limped when she walked. Your leg. Pavel's voice was hoarse. Her throat felt like it had been sanded. Better than your ribs. Eleanor entered the compartment, closed the door, and then sat down in the chair beside the bed. The doctor said you have at least 3 broken ribs, a dislocated right shoulder, a fractured left wrist, and a mild concussion. How did you survive this time? Pavel thought for a moment. Maybe I'm lighter? Less wind resistance, so the impact was relatively smaller when I was thrown. Eleanor looked at her, her expression complex. You were thrown over 10 meters by the mech's hammer and landed on a pile of rubble, and you say it was because of less wind resistance? What else? Pavel shrugged, then immediately regretted it, as a sharp pain shot through her right shoulder. Good luck? Tough luck? Maybe I accumulated some virtue in my last life? People who accumulated virtue in their last life don't end up in penal camps. Fair point. Pavel leaned back against the pillow, closed her eyes, and felt the train swaying. After a moment, she opened her eyes and looked at Eleanor. So, her voice was puzzled. What's my status now? A prisoner? A hostage? Or some kind of dangerous item that needs special handling? Eleanor didn't immediately answer. She stood up, leaning on her cane, and walked to the window. The curtains were drawn tightly, with only a sliver of light seeping through the gap, casting a thin golden line on the floor. Do you remember what happened before you lost consciousness? Pavel frowned, trying to recall. I remember the mech. I remember the landmine. I remember pushing you away. And then, she paused. You were unconscious for 3 days. Eleanor's voice was soft. The military doctor said it was a miracle you woke up. 3 days. Pavel processed this information. 3 days was enough time for many things to happen. Enough to end a battle, enough to stabilize the front lines. Enough for certain people to make certain decisions. What about the pilot of that mech? Dead. Eleanor's tone was very flat. Your shot hit the cockpit and severely injured him. I fired another shot, sending him on his way. Thank you on my behalf. You saved me first. Pavel smiled slightly, but said nothing. Silence spread in the compartment. The train continued to move forward, making a rhythmic clattering sound. Finally, Eleanor spoke again. Pavel Ivanovich Sokolov. She pronounced the name with a strange tone. That person is already dead. Pavel blinked. I know. I read the casualty report myself. No, I'm not talking about that. Eleanor turned to face Pavel. Sunlight filtered through the curtain behind her, giving her outline a golden edge, but her expression was hidden in shadow, making it unclear. Pavel Ivanovich Sokolov, private of the 404th Independent Mech Punishment Battalion of the User United Army, number 404631. This person officially died 3 days ago. She paused. But Pavel von Schwartz was officially born 3 days ago. Pavel was taken aback. What? You said it yourself. Eleanor's voice softened a bit. The dead can go anywhere and become anyone. I know what you mean. Eleanor interrupted her, but I choose to take it literally. She walked back to the bed with her cane, took out a document from her pocket, and placed it in front of Pavel. Pavel looked down. It was an official document, stamped with the double-headed eagle emblem of the Victoria Empire. It was filled with complex legal terms and noble titles. But the core content was simple: adoption certificate. Adopter, Eleanor von Schwartz, acting commander of the 7th Mech Knight Regiment. Adoptee, Pavel, female, age 16, stateless refugee. Adoption date, year 403 of the Victoria Empire, frost month, 5th day. Pavel stared at the document. Her brain momentarily stalled again. Are you crazy? That was the only reaction she could think of. Maybe. Eleanor sat back down, her expression eerily calm. But this is the simplest solution. The simplest. Pavel took a deep breath. You're a noble lord of the Empire, the commander of the Knight Regiment. I'm cannon fodder from the User Punishment Battalion. A criminal who doesn't even know what crime I committed, and I also have. She paused. A lot of things that can't be explained. Like those scars on your spine? Like that. Eleanor looked at her, with an emotion in her ice blue eyes that Pavel couldn't understand. I won't ask you how you survived. I won't ask you why you didn't undergo spinal modification, and I won't ask you. She hinted. Pavel opened her mouth, about to speak, when Eleanor interrupted her. But I know one thing. Eleanor stared into Pavel's eyes. You saved me. In front of that mech. You could have hidden in the crater and let me die. But you rushed out. That was because. Because what? Pavel opened her mouth and then closed it again. She didn't know how to answer. Because the deal wasn't over? No, the deal ended the moment they reached the Victoria line. Because I didn't want to owe a favor? No. She had never been someone who cared about such things. Because. She recalled that moment. The sound of the machine gun spinning up, the light from the searchlight sweeping over, and the fact that she stood there, not avoiding it. What was she thinking at that time? She wasn't thinking at all. Or rather, she didn't want to think anymore. After that night, she had been very tired. Not physically tired, but a deeper kind of exhaustion. The screams of souls never truly disappeared. They were just suppressed deep in her consciousness, like a group of beasts trapped in a cage. She had to stay alert at all times, maintaining a delicate balance to ensure she wouldn't be overwhelmed. It was exhausting. When that mech appeared, her first reaction was not fear, but relief. If I died like this, it wouldn't be so bad. At least I wouldn't have to have those nightmares anymore. But Eleanor came back. A person who could have continued forward and left safely came back. To save her. An enemy, a captive. A stranger she had known for less than 2 days on the battlefield. It was absurd. And too warm. I don't know. In the end, Pavel spoke the truth. I really don't know why I saved you. Maybe it was impulse, maybe it was instinct, maybe my brain is broken. She looked up at Eleanor. But your reason for coming back to save me must be even more foolish. Eleanor paused for a moment, and then laughed. Not the noble, graceful smile, but a genuine, heartfelt laugh. Yes, she admitted, my reason is indeed foolish. Because you are an idiot. Pavel blinked. You're calling me names again. Humph, that's the reason for saving you. Eleanor stood up and walked to the window. You are the strangest person I've ever met. The way you speak, the way you view the world, the way you treat life and death is all abnormal. But that's precisely why. She reached out and grabbed the edge of the curtain. I want to see what you look like when you're normal. Then, she suddenly pulled back the curtain. Sunlight poured in. Pavel instinctively squinted. She hadn't seen such bright light in a long time. The sky over the punishment battalion was always gray. The sky over the battlefield was always obscured by smoke. And she had almost forgotten that sunlight could be this color. Golden, warm, like melted honey. Then, she saw the view outside the window. It was a mountain range. Majestic. Continuous, seemingly endless mountains. The peaks soared into the clouds, their tops covered in pristine white snow, sparkling with dazzling silver light in the sun. Midway up the mountains were vast stretches of coniferous forests, their deep green canopies like a soft velvet blanket covering the mountainside. Further down were open meadows. The lush green grass sprinkled with colorful wildflowers, as if someone had spilled a palette of colors. At the foot of the mountains was a river. The water was clear as crystal, shimmering with a blue sheen in the sunlight. By the riverbank were a few small wooden houses, wisps of smoke rising from their chimneys, and people hanging clothes out to dry in the yard in front of the houses. In the distance was a plain. Golden wheat fields swayed in the wind, like a shimmering sea. Between the wheat fields were winding paths, scattered farms, and leisurely grazing cattle and sheep. There were no craters here, no corpses, no charred ruins and wafting smoke. There was blue sky, white clouds, sunlight, green plants, and living animals. There was peace. Pavel looked at all of this, momentarily speechless. She remembered many things. The mud and stench of the punishment battalion, the blood and despair of the battlefield, the dead and the living. She remembered saying she just wanted to live a peaceful life. Is this the peaceful life? Is this what she had been searching for all along? This is the Alps. Eleanor's voice came from beside her. The backbone of Victoria, the highest mountains in the empire. We are crossing the central corridor. And in a few hours we will reach the capital, Victoriana. Pavel didn't turn her head. Her gaze remained on the view outside the window. It's beautiful, she said softly. Yes, much prettier than the frozen line. Of course, the frozen line is hell, and this is paradise. Pavel finally turned her head to look at Eleanor. Sunlight streamed in from the window, illuminating that youthful face. Eleanor's ice blue eyes appeared particularly bright in the light, with a hint of a faint smile at the corners of her mouth. Pavel. No, she should now be called Pavila. looked at her, gazing out at the mountains, watching the sunlight streaming into the carriage. Then, she smiled too. So, am I your sister now? Adopted sister. Is there a difference? Legally, yes. But in reality? Eleanor shrugged. Call me whatever you like. Pavel thought for a moment. Should I call you sister then? If you want to. Eleanor's sister? You've called me that before. Have I? Pavel made an innocent expression. I don't remember. Maybe it's a side effect of the concussion. Eleanor looked at her with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. It seems your concussion only affected specific memories. Yes, only those that are unfavorable to me. Did you learn to be a brat in the reformatory? No. I've known how to do that since I was little. Pavel turned her head again to look out the window. The train was crossing a bridge, beneath which flowed a turquoise river. The sunlight danced on the water's surface, refracting countless tiny points of light, as if someone had sprinkled diamonds into the river. She took a deep breath. The air was fragrant with grass and trees, the scent of earth, and the taste of sunlight. It was a smell she hadn't experienced in a long, long time. Eleanor. Pavel did not turn her head, her gaze still fixed on the scenery outside. Thank you. This time, her voice held no teasing, no joking, only sincerity. Eleanor leaned on her cane and walked to Pavel's side, looking out the window. Welcome to Victory, Nia. Miss Pavel von Schwartz. Chapter 20. A New Life. The dome of the Victorian Central Station soared 60 meters high, constructed from thousands of glass and steel frames. Sunlight filtered through the steam, casting a golden halo over the entire hall. Pavel sat in a wheelchair, looking up at the sky made of gears, rivets, and glass. Momentarily entranced. A few minutes ago, she had tried to stand up and walk out of the carriage. My legs aren't broken, she had said. Then her head had received a tap. You've broken 3 ribs, your right shoulder has been dislocated for less than a week, lost 400 milliliters of blood. And you have a mild concussion. Eleanor's voice came from above, carrying an undeniable authority. The fact that you can wake up is already a miracle. That you can eat by yourself is a blessing, and you still want to walk? Pavel opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Sit down. So she sat down. Now, she was wearing a loose gray uniform, which was said to have been borrowed from the military doctor, large enough to fit 2 of her. Eleanor pushed her through the bustling crowd. The Victorian Central Station was one of the most magnificent buildings Pavel had ever seen. No, it should be said it was the most magnificent building she had seen in her life. 12 railway tracks extended side by side, each with a steam locomotive parked. A gigantic clock hung in the center of the dome, its hands driven by precise gears, every tick accompanied by a crisp mechanical sound. On either side of the platform were cast iron railings and brass handrails, polished to a shine, reflecting the figures of passing pedestrians. Uniformed porters pushed carts filled with luggage through the throngs, ladies walked gracefully with lace parasols, and gentlemen tipped their tall hats in greeting. Steam pipes crisscrossed beneath their feet, occasionally releasing a puff of white mist, as if the entire station were breathing. Pavel blinked. The last time she had seen so many living people gathered together was. No, better not think about it. What's wrong? Eleanor's voice came from behind. Are you stunned? No. Pavel withdrew her gaze. I was just thinking. The floor here is really clean. It lacks the element of surprise. No more occasional landmines, blood, and the mix of flesh and... Ouch. Eleanor withdrew her hand that had tapped Pavel's head. Can you speak normally? I am speaking normally. The wheelchair continued forward, passing through the ticket gate and arriving at the station's main entrance. Then Pavel saw the outside world. Her breath momentarily caught. Victoria, the heart of the Victorian Empire. The city of steel and roses, the most prosperous city on the continent, bar none. The wide avenue stretched into the distance, wide enough for 8 carriages to pass side by side. On either side of the road were buildings of varying heights, Gothic spires perfectly blended with steampunk pipes, each one like a work of art stepping out from fairy tales and mechanical blueprints. A giant steam bus huffed its way past, painted deep red and adorned with brass decorations, its chimney on the roof puffing out streams of white steam. The streetlights were not electric, but gas lamps, each supported by intricately designed cast iron brackets, their shades carved with elaborate patterns. Pedestrians were dressed elegantly. Men wore sharp suits and coats, while women donned layers of skirts, cinched at the waist with delicate corsets. Almost everyone wore some kind of hat, top hats, bowler hats, and lady soft hats, as if not wearing a hat when going out was some kind of unforgivable sin. In the distance, a massive clock tower stood in the center of the city, the clock face at least 20 meters in diameter, its hands driven by steam, with each tick accompanied by a faint rumble. The air was filled with the sense of coal smoke, perfume, and fresh bread. Pavel took a deep breath. It wasn't the smell of blood. It wasn't the smell of gunpowder. It wasn't the sickly stench of rotting corpses fermenting in the sunlight. It was just the smell of a city. A living city. Little Pav? Eleanor's voice pulled her back to reality. Pavel realized her hands had unknowingly tightened around the armrests of the wheelchair. I'm fine. She relaxed her hands. It's just that I haven't seen such a scene in a long, long time. In her memory, whether in this life or the previous one, the concept of a city had become incredibly distant. In her past life, she must have seen cities more prosperous than this. But those memories had become blurred, like looking through frosted glass, leaving only fragmented pieces. In this life, all she remembered was mud, trenches, burning mechas, and countless dead bodies. So now, when she saw this bright and beautiful city before her, her heart gave rise to a strange sense of alienation. It felt unreal. Little Pav. Eleanor's voice sounded again, this time with a hint of concern. I'm really fine. Pavel forced a smile. I was just thinking, there are really a lot of people here. This is the capital. Of course there are many people. That's not what I mean. Pavel looked at the bustling crowd on the street. I mean there are really a lot of people here. Living people. People who can walk, talk, laugh, frown, and worry about little things. Not corpses. Not fragments torn apart by shells. Not shadows screaming in flames. Just ordinary people. Eleanor said nothing more, just gently squeezed her shoulder. Just then, the sound of a steam whistle rang out. Pavel turned to see a black steam car slowly approaching. The car was low and sleek, its paint shining like a mirror, and the radiator grille at the front was made of brass. Engraved with a crest, a black rose entwined in thorns, with 3 drops of blood on its petals. The von Schwartz family crest. The car stopped in front of them, and a middle-aged man in a black tailcoat stepped down from the driver's seat, bowing respectfully. Miss Eleanor. His voice was steady and respectful. Welcome home. Hans. Eleanor nodded. Thank you for your hard work. It is my honor to serve. A man named Hans straightened up, his gaze falling on Pavel. A trace of subtle inquiry flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by professional calm. This is my sister. Eleanor's voice was flat, but unquestionable. Pavel von Schwartz. Hans's expression showed no change, only bowing again. Miss Pavel, welcome to the Schwartz family. Pavel blinked. The Schwartz family. She was now part of the Schwartz family. A foster daughter of a great Victorian noble house. 3 days ago, she was still cannon fodder in the user penal camp. The twists of fate are truly marvelous. Thank you. She offered a proper smile, an expression she had practiced in front of the mirror for a long time before getting out of the car. I look forward to your guidance. Hans stepped forward to assist, lifting the wheelchair into the back seat of the car. The space inside was much more spacious than Pavel had imagined. The seats were soft velvet, and the air was filled with a faint scent of leather and sandalwood. Eleanor sat down beside her, and the car slowly started. The scenery outside began to flow. Pavel leaned back in her chair, watching the Victorian streets rush by. The shop windows displayed exquisite goods, silk, jewelry, mechanical clocks, leather goods. In the outdoor seating of cafes, gentlemen and ladies leisurely enjoyed afternoon tea. Newsboys waved newspapers at the street corner, shouting something loudly. Everything seemed so normal, so peaceful, so like another world. Great victory. The Empire has successfully captured the user fortress of Kalderberg, seizing enemy mechs. Pavel's ears caught the newsboy's shout. She paused. A great victory? She recalled the hell of that night. Was it really a great victory? She turned to look at the pedestrians outside the window. Their faces bore relaxed smiles, walking leisurely. As if the biggest worry in life was whether the weather was suitable for going out today or what to have for dinner. Pavel tugged at the corner of her mouth, but still couldn't manage to express anything. She just continued to look outside. The car drove over a bridge, below which was a wide canal, with cargo ships and pleasure boats coming and going. Then, the road began to widen, and the buildings on either side became more impressive. The ordinary commercial street transformed into a wealthy district filled with mansions. Each building had its own courtyard and walls, with iron gates engraved with their respective family crests. The fountains in the gardens spouted crystalline water, and neatly trimmed shrubs were arranged in geometric patterns. Then, the car turned onto a tree-lined avenue. Tall oak trees flanked the road, their branches intertwining overhead to form a green canopy. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. At the end of the avenue stood a huge iron gate. Pavel was already very familiar with the crest on the gate, a black rose entwined with thorns. With 3 drops of blood on its petals, the iron gate slowly opened, and the car drove in. Pavel saw a place she didn't know how to describe. A manor? A mansion? A castle? The 3-story main building was made of gray-white stone, with windows embedded with colored glass, reflecting stunning light in the sun. The porch was supported by 6 Corinthian columns, with intricate carvings of water lily leaves on the capitals. Symmetrical wings extended from both sides of the main building, each window like a silent eye. The front yard was a perfectly trimmed lawn, with a white marble fountain in the center topped by a statue of a woman holding a rose. Pavira counted the distance from the gate to the main building's porch. She estimated it was at least 200 meters. 200 meters, she thought. We've arrived. Eleanor's voice pulled her back to reality. This is my residence. Pavira opened her mouth. Is this one of the residences you mentioned before? Yes. How many do you have? 3. But I rarely go to the other 2. They were family gifts. Eleanor paused. This one I bought myself. Using my salary and military honors. I live here with my sister. Pavira fell silent for a moment. Is your salary paid by the ton? Eleanor laughed at her. The kind of laughter that was light, but softened her whole demeanor. Not that exaggerated, she said. The car stopped in front of the porch. Hans got out and respectfully opened the car door for them. Pavira was pushed down from the car in her wheelchair, looking up at the building before her again. The sun warmed her. The air was filled with the scent of flowers, the smell of fresh grass, and a faint hint of tea, probably drifting out from the mansion. I'm thinking about something. She suddenly spoke up. What? I'm thinking. Pavira's gaze fell on the white marble fountain. Am I dead? Am I dreaming right now? Eleanor pushed the wheelchair toward the porch, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. You're not dead. How do you know? Because if you were dead, you wouldn't still be sitting in a wheelchair in a dream, being pushed by me. Eleanor said, and if this were a dream, I wouldn't have to take care of a mouthy patient. Pavira thought for a moment and found it made sense. That's good. She leaned back in the wheelchair. I thought heaven had really agreed to let me in. This isn't heaven. It's certainly isn't for you. Pavira looked at the manor before her, but for me, it feels too much like it. So much so that it made her a little uneasy. In her experience, things that were too good often meant traps. But at this moment, the sun was warm, the air fresh, and there was someone willing to shield her from mechs nearby. Perhaps believing in something beautiful once in a while isn't such a bad thing? The wheelchair was pushed up the steps of the porch. The heavy oak door slowly opened before her. Pavira von Schwartz, formerly Pavel Ivanovich Sokolov, number 404631. Thus, she entered her new life. Chapter 21. How scary can a group of nobles be? System reboot complete. A cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Pavira's mind. Sleep mode released. Current status check ongoing. Host physiological status, recovering. Mental pollution index, 52, decreased by 7. Main personality stability, 71, increased by 8. Environmental threat assessment, extremely low. Recommendation, maintain current recovery status. Avoid intense activity. Pavira rolled her eyes inwardly. Oh, woke up again. She already knew that this strange thing resided in her head. During that night of hell, she vaguely remembered hearing a voice besides the soul's. Then, the night after she woke up on the train, when she had a nightmare and woke up, that voice appeared clearly in her consciousness again. At that time, it said, host stress state detected, initiate sedation protocol. Pavira's first reaction was, I'm crazy. The second reaction was, wait, I've been crazy for a long time, this isn't surprising. The third reaction was, damn it, this is probably that damn gem's fault. She had once tried to communicate with this system. For example, she would ask it in her mind who it was, where it came from, what it wanted to do, and even tried various ways to tease it, asking what the weather was like today, what to have for dinner, and how many centimeters Eleanor's leg circumference was. The system's responses were all silence, like a stone that only sends information one way. Pavira eventually concluded, this thing was either an emotionless monitoring program or was deliberately acting aloof. Either way, she couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. Anyway, aside from occasionally popping up with some nonsensical data reports, it seemed to have no malice. In fact, during the battle that night in Kalderberg, it forcibly took over her body and pulled her back from the brink of death. Although Pavira wasn't sure whether she should thank it or resent it for not letting her die a quick death, a gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. But now, Miss Pavira, please raise your arm. Pavira snapped back to reality and found herself standing in front of a huge dressing mirror. The person in the mirror, who was that? A girl in a light blue gown was staring at her in confusion. The gown's design was outrageously complex, layers of sheer tulle skirts, delicate lace trim, a corset adorned with pearls and crystals, and silk ribbons cascading from her shoulders. The girl's expression was like that of a fish pressed against a cutting board. Miss Pavira? The maid called out again. Only then did Pavira realize that the unfortunate soul was her. She mechanically raised her arm, allowing 3 maids to busy themselves around her. One adjusted her skirt, another tidied her sleeves, and the third was placing various sparkling hair ornaments on her head. Pavira's gaze drifted over the maids' heads and landed on someone sitting on the sofa. Eleanor von Schwartz was dressed in a sharply tailored dark blue military uniform, crossing her legs, holding a cup of tea, and wearing a faint, barely there smile. Her ice blue eyes were filled with 2 words, watching the show. Pavira used every ounce of self-control to refrain from rushing over and slamming the teacup into her face. Eleanor, her voice squeezed out between clenched teeth. Why aren't you wearing this? Because I am a soldier. Eleanor elegantly took a sip of tea. Soldiers can wear military uniforms to formal occasions. It's a privilege granted by imperial law. Moreover, Eleanor's smile deepened. Seeing you wear this is much more interesting than if I wore it myself. Pavira took a deep breath. Calm down. Calm down. She saved your life. You can't hit her. At least not in front of these maids. Speaking of which, Eleanor seemed completely oblivious to Pavira's murderous intent. One of the main reasons I joined the military was to avoid wearing these cumbersome and impractical gowns. Did you know? Noble girls start learning how to wear these things at the age of 12. How to maintain an elegant posture. How to walk gracefully in 3 layers of skirts. How to breathe normally in a corset. I can't breathe normally right now. Pavira pointed at her chest. This thing is so tight that I'm a bit out of breath. You'll get used to it. I don't want to get used to it. Too bad you don't have a choice. Eleanor set down her teacup. Today's banquet is the opening ceremony of the Victorian social season, and all noble families will attend. As the newly acknowledged adopted daughter of the Schwartz family, you must make an appearance. Pavira's expression turned resentful. Can I pretend to be sick? No. How about pretending to be dead? Definitely not. Then can I know? Eleanor interrupted her firmly. Whatever you want to say, the answer is no. Pavira shut her mouth. She fixed Eleanor with an accusatory glare, which conveyed a multitude of messages. You're not human. I'll remember this, and once I'm healed, you'll be sorry. Eleanor received the message. Then she smiled and took another sip of tea. All right, Miss Pavira. The headmaid stepped back, satisfied as she examined her handiwork. You can look in the mirror now. Pavira turned around to face the enormous dressing mirror. Then she froze. Standing in the mirror was a girl. The light blue gown seemed tailor-made for her, making her porcelain-like skin appear even whiter. After a few days of rest, her complexion was no longer as pale as when she had just come from the battlefield. Instead, it carried a hint of healthy pink. Her silver short hair had been carefully styled, slicked down with hair oil, with a few strands falling onto her forehead, accentuating her delicate features. In her features, Pavira examined her face for the first time. In the penal camp, she had never had the chance to look in a mirror. Even when she occasionally caught a glimpse of her reflection in a puddle, it was just a blurry, dirty, gender-ambiguous face. But now, she had large eyes, with a light grayish-blue hue, resembling the icy surface of a lake on a winter morning. The outer corners of her eyes were slightly upturned. But because her eyes were so large, they instead appeared innocent without losing their sharpness. Her nose was small and straight, her lips neither thick nor thin, the color pale like diluted rose petals. Her chin was rounded, and her cheeks were slightly sunken due to long-term malnutrition, which made her cheekbones and jawline more defined, adding a touch of pitiable fragility. The entire face looked. Pavira searched for adjectives for a long time. Obedient. Yes, obedient. It was the kind of appearance that seemed like it wouldn't cause trouble, making people want to pat her on the head, coupled with her slender figure. Her shoulders appeared slightly too narrow and her wrists delicate, as if they could snap if bent. If she didn't speak, she truly looked like a harmless little girl. Pavira stared at herself in the mirror for quite some time. Then she turned to Eleanor. You say this is me? This is you. This is not me. Pavira pointed at the mirror. That person looks like someone who needs protection. You are someone who needs protection. But I'm the type who can send a royal knight mech to the scrap heap. As soon as the words left her mouth, Pavira regretted it. She saw Eleanor's expression change slightly. I mean, if I had a mech. She tried to salvage the situation. Of course, I don't. I'm just an ordinary, weak, harmless, little Pav. Eleanor interrupted her. You know. Eleanor stood up and walked in front of her. You look much better in the gown than I imagined. Pavira blinked. Thank you. Your figure is nice. Eleanor's gaze slid from her shoulders to her waist. Though you're a bit thin, the proportions are very harmonious. Once you get your health back, you should look even prettier. Pavira didn't know what to say. No one had ever commented on her like that. In the penal camp, the most common remarks she heard were treacherous, despicable, ruthless, and those were compliments. The word pretty had never been in her vocabulary. Moreover, Eleanor's lips curled up again into that smile that made Pavira want to hit her. That pitiful expression of yours really makes people want to bully you. Pavira's fists clenched. Say that again. I said. Eleanor leaned in a bit closer. You look like a stray cat dressed up as a noble young lady. Clearly resisting, yet too scared to rebel, only able to glare at its owner with that pitiful gaze. I'm not a cat. Your eyes are like a cat's. I can scratch people. Cats can scratch people too. Pavira took a deep breath. Fine. Very good. She remembered. Once her ribs healed completely, she would definitely make Eleanor understand what it meant when a cat was cornered and could bite back. Ladies, Hans's voice timely called from outside the door. The carriage is ready. Eleanor stepped back, resuming her dignified and elegant noble demeanor. Let us go? She walked towards the door. It was time to let the entire Victorian social circle see the new member of the Schwartz family. Pavira stood in place, looking down at the layers of skirts on her body. She tried to take a step. The skirts rustled, as if some small animal was crawling inside. She took another step, almost tripping over her own hem. Need help? Eleanor turned back at the door. No. Pavira gritted her teeth. I can adapt. She had once fought in a mech for 3 days and nights straight. She had once faced a main battle mech with 14 bullets. She once crawled 2 kilometers on a battlefield filled with toxic gas. Just a dress. It couldn't stop her. Pavila lifted her skirt and carefully walked towards the door. After 3 steps, she almost fell again. Eleanor sighed, walked back, and supported her arm. Can't you let someone help you walk? I'm used to walking by myself, Pavila mumbled. No one will help you on the battlefield. This isn't a battlefield. I know. So let me help you. Eleanor's voice softened. You're my sister. And it's a sister's duty to help her sister walk. Pavila looked up at her. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on Eleanor's face, giving her outline a faint golden hue. Her expression was serious. She wasn't joking or mocking her. She simply wanted to help. Pavila paused for a moment. Fine. In the end, she compromised, but only for today. Only for today. Eleanor nodded. The two walked side by side out of the room and down the corridor. Pavila's steps were still a bit unsteady, but with Eleanor's support, at least she didn't have to worry about falling. By the way, she suddenly remembered. Who will be at today's banquet? All the prominent nobles of Victoriana, Eleanor said. Dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, barons, and their ladies and children. Sounds boring. It is indeed boring. Then why are you still going? Because it would be more troublesome not to attend. Eleanor's tone carried a hint of helplessness. That's how noble socializing works. If you don't show up, people will gossip. They'll say you're arrogant, rude, and that you have issues behind your back, rather than let them talk behind your back. It's better to confront them face to face. Pavila pondered. So you brought me to show them what the new adopted daughter of the Schwartz family looks like? Also to let them know, Eleanor's gaze sharpened slightly, that you are a member of the Schwartz family. Anyone who dares to touch you is opposing the entire Schwartz family. Pavila was silent for a moment. Thank you, she said softly. No need to thank me. Eleanor squeezed her hand. Family members don't need to say thank you. The two walked down the stairs, through the spacious foyer, and arrived at the porch. A black carriage was already waiting there, with the von Schwartz family crest engraved on its body. The coachman respectfully opened the door and lowered the footstep. Pavila took a deep breath and, with Eleanor's support, stepped onto the carriage. The interior was lined with deep red velvet, and the seats were soft and comfortable. Pavila carefully sat down, afraid of wrinkling her dress. Eleanor sat down opposite her and tapped the carriage wall. The carriage slowly started moving. Pavila leaned back against the seat, watching the scenery pass by outside the window. The streets of Victoriana were still bustling, pedestrians were still leisurely, and the sunlight was still warm. But inside her heart, there was a vague tension she couldn't quite articulate. This was her first time appearing in public as Pavila von Schwartz. Would she be able to play this role well? Detected slight increase in host's heart rate. The system's voice echoed in her mind. Recommendation: take deep breaths to stabilize emotions. Pavila rolled her eyes inwardly. Thanks, but I don't need your advice. Host feedback recorded. When did this thing become so talkative? The carriage continued on, heading towards the city center of Victoriana. Pavila didn't know what awaited her, but no matter what it was, she would handle it. After all, compared to the blades and guns on the battlefield, how terrifying could a group of nobles in fancy dresses be? She had confidence, right? Chapter 22. No, it really doesn't work. No, it really doesn't work. Pavila stood stiffly in place, her face bearing the polite smile she had practiced countless times, but inside, she was screaming wildly. She couldn't handle this at all. The banquet was held at the Duke of Greenwood's residence, a massive structure 3 times larger than the Schwartz family mansion, with a foyer large enough to accommodate 2 mechs. Crystal chandeliers hung from the dome, each one as big as half Pavila's body. The candlelight refracted through countless facets, illuminating the entire hall like daylight. A band played some classical music she couldn't understand in the corner, and servers weaved through the crowd with silver trays filled with exquisite pastries and champagne. There were people everywhere. People in luxurious dresses. People wearing family crests. People speaking social pleasantries she could barely understand. Before coming, Pavila had made ample psychological preparations. She was a mud-stained girl from the front lines of war, with only hastily taught etiquette knowledge. Her accent wasn't standard enough. Her demeanor wasn't graceful enough. And she was clueless about the rules of noble socializing. She thought she would be questioned. Someone would ask her where she came from. Someone would scrutinize her every move with a critical eye. Someone would whisper behind her back about how the Schwartz family adopted such an unknown wild girl. She was prepared to deal with all of this. In the punishment camp, she learned how to survive in hostility. On the battlefield, she learned how to remain calm amidst the gunfire. What were a few cold jabs? She had seen much worse malice than that. But she was wrong. She was very wrong. Oh my, is this the new adopted little sister of the Schwartz family? An elderly lady with gray hair, introduced by Eleanor as the widow of some earl, looked at her with an almost kind gaze, extending her ring-covered hand to gently pinch her cheek. What a lovely child. Pavila's smile froze on her face. Lovely? Me? Look at those eyes, just like a little kitten, the old lady continued, her tone full of admiration. Eleanor, where did you find such a beautiful child? Picked up on the battlefield, Eleanor replied with a smile. Her tone so casual it sounded like she was talking about finding a stray cat by the roadside. In a sense, this was indeed a fact. Oh, poor child. The old lady's gaze grew even more affectionate. War is truly terrible. But it's all right, now you have a family. She pinched Pavila's cheek again. Pavila maintained her smile. Enduring it. She just wanted to move that hand away, but she couldn't. Then they ran into a viscount, a baroness, and an aunt of some lord. Each one showed Pavila an extraordinary enthusiasm. What a well-behaved child. With that face, she'll definitely be a beauty when she grows up. Eleanor, you must take good care of her. Pavila's face was almost frozen in a smile. How is it? Eleanor asked in a low voice, with a hint of schadenfreude. How do you feel? I feel like my cheeks are going to be pinched off. Pavila replied in a similarly low voice. Why do they all want to pinch my face? Because you look very pinchable. And Eleanor's lips curled up slightly. I never received this treatment when I was young. Pavila expressed disbelief with her eyes. Really? Eleanor shrugged. I looked quite fierce since I was little. No one dared to pinch my face. Well, this Pavila believes. Eleanor's icy blue eyes indeed didn't seem like they belonged to someone who could be casually pinched. So now you're laughing at me? I'm admiring your adaptability, Eleanor corrected. You're doing great. I feel like a puppet. A very cute puppet. Pavila decided that when they got home, she would find a way to take revenge on her. But before she had a chance to come up with a specific plan for revenge, a new crisis had already arrived. Eleanor. A clear voice rang out from the crowd. Pavila turned to see several young girls in splendid dresses approaching them. The leader was a blonde girl, around 16 or 17 years old, wearing a pale yellow gown. Her smile revealing two small fangs. Long time no see. I heard you were injured. Are you feeling better now? I'm mostly fine now, Eleanor nodded slightly. Victoria? You look very lively today. Of course. The girl named Victoria puffed out her chest proudly. I've been waiting for this banquet for a long time. Hey. Her gaze fell on Pavila, and her eyes immediately brightened. Is this your newly adopted sister? Yes. Pavila von Schwartz, Eleanor introduced. Pavila, this is Victoria von Hohenheim, daughter of the Marquis of Hohenheim. Hello, Pavila performed a standard noble greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh my goodness, she's so cute, Victoria exclaimed, then impulsively grabbed Pavila's hand. How old are you? You look so small. Those eyes are so beautiful. Is your hair naturally this color? Where are you from? What do you like to eat? You. Pavila was bombarded by this rapid-fire questioning, feeling dizzy. Victoria, you're scaring her, another voice interjected. Pavila turned to see a dark-haired girl looking at Victoria with a helpless expression. This girl, around 15 or 16, wore a light purple dress. Her demeanor surprisingly calm for her age. Cecilia is right, another voice chimed in. You do this every time you see something cute. The speaker was a red-haired girl, about the same age as Cecilia, dressed in a dark green gown, a playful smile on her lips. I don't do this every time, Victoria retorted, but still held on to Pavila tightly. And she really is cute. Pavila, Eleanor continued with the introductions. This is Cecilia von Lindbergh, the second daughter of the Count of Lindbergh. That one is Charlotte von Rosenthal, daughter of the Viscount of Rosenthal. Cecilia nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over Pavila, as if assessing something. Welcome to Victorian, Miss Pavila. I hope you can adapt to life here. Thank you, Pavila replied, trying to break free from Victoria's grip, but failed. Don't be nervous, Charlotte said with a smile. Victoria is just like this. She can't resist cute things. You should be glad she didn't just pick you up. I wouldn't, okay? I might, Victoria admitted honestly. But I held back. Pavila didn't know what to say. This was completely different from what she had imagined. She had prepared for questioning, for malice, for cold mockery. But she was not at all prepared for this. By the way, Eleanor, Charlotte suddenly said, can we borrow your sister for a bit? Of course, Eleanor answered without hesitation. Wait, Pavila was about to say something when Victoria dragged her off in another direction. Come on, let me introduce you to others. Pavila looked back, silently pleading for help from Eleanor. Eleanor stood in place, holding a glass of champagne, and smiled slightly. Then she turned and walked towards another group of people. Probably her own circle of friends. Pavel felt abandoned. Just like that, she was pulled through the crowd by the three noble girls to the other side of the hall. There, more young girls were gathered, ranging from 13 to 17 years old, all dressed in splendid gowns, like a flock of colorful butterflies. Everyone look, Victoria announced loudly. This is the new little sister adopted by the Schwartz family. All eyes turned to Pavel. She felt like an item on display. No. It felt more like prey being eyed by a group of hungry carnivores. So cute. Those eyes. Her hair is silver. She looks so small. How old is she? The girls chattered excitedly, each trying to speak over the others, giving Pavel no chance to respond. Let me touch her hair. Her skin is so fair. That face. I want to pinch it. Pavel stood frozen. Her brain raced, trying to find a way to deal with this situation based on past experiences. What to do when encountering an enemy's siege on the battlefield. Break through. Find a weak point and concentrate forces to break through. What to do when captured by the enemy. Look for opportunities, wait for the right moment, and pretend to comply if necessary. What to do when surrounded by a group of noble girls treating her like a cute mascot. She had no experience for this. Even if she added the experiences of those old men, it still didn't cover this situation. Oh right, Victoria suddenly said. I heard you were rescued from the battlefield by Eleanor. How's the situation over there? Did you see the mech knights in battle? Aye, the mech knights are so cool. Another girl interjected. My cousin is in the 3rd Night Brigade. He told me so many stories when he came back. I want to see mechs too. Another girl said. But my mom won't let me go to the front lines. Duh, the front lines are so dangerous. What would you go there for? But the topic rapidly switched from mechs to knights, from knights to gossip about some noble boy, from gossip to the latest styles of skirts. From skirts to a new cake released by a dessert shop. Pavel couldn't find a chance to interject. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak. She simply didn't know what to say. Her knowledge of mechs was limited to how to operate them to kill and how to repair them to keep killing. Her understanding of knights was limited to them being enemies, and that killing them could yield spoils. Her knowledge of skirts was limited to how difficult they were to walk in. Her understanding of desserts was limited to how black bread sometimes walks on its own. Not a single one of these topics was something she could contribute to. Worse still, the girls seemed completely indifferent to her silence. They chatted among themselves, occasionally reaching out to touch her hair, pinch her cheeks, or adjust her dress. Pavel felt less like a person and more like a doll. A doll treated as a toy by a group of little girls. By the way, Pavel, Cecilia suddenly spoke, her tone still calm and steady. What are you interested in? Finally, someone asked her. Pavel was about to answer, but realized she didn't know what to say. What was she interested in? Weapons? Tactics? How to inflict maximum casualties with minimal resources? These topics were clearly inappropriate for this occasion. She hesitated. I'm interested in many things. Like what? Cecilia pressed. Pavel's gaze involuntarily drifted to the other side of the hall. That side was where the male nobles were gathered, discussing something. She vaguely heard a few words. Frontline situation. Arms expansion, mech production, new steam engines. She was quite interested in those. What are you looking at? Charlotte followed her gaze, then laughed. Oh. Are you interested in the boys? What? No, but don't you have someone you like? Victoria immediately perked up. Who is it? Who is it? Tell us. I don't be shy. Another girl chimed in. We're all friends here. Pavel took a deep breath. Calm down. Stay calm. This is just a group of harmless little girls. They mean no harm. They are just too enthusiastic. Too enthusiastic. So enthusiastic that it makes her want to flee. She looks again in the direction where Eleanor is. Eleanor is talking to a few peers, holding a champagne glass, her demeanor elegant and composed. She seems to sense Pavel's gaze and turns her head. Their eyes meet in the air. Pavel desperately signals with her eyes. Help me. Help me. Please rescue me. I really can't handle this. Eleanor understands her silent plea. Then, she smiles slightly, raises her champagne glass, and toasts in Pavel's direction from afar. Then she turns back and continues chatting with her friends. Pavel feels somewhat desperate. Pavel? Victoria waves her hand in front of her. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Pavel retracts her gaze and puts on a proper smile again. I'm just a bit tired. Oh dear, are we too loud? Victoria says apologetically. I'm sorry. You just came back from the battlefield. You must not have fully recovered. It's fine. Pavel shakes her head. Then you should take a break. Victoria interrupts her. Come, sit here. She pushes Pavel onto a sofa. Cecilia, go get her some water. Charlotte, help fan her. You all back off. Give her some space. Pavel sits on the sofa, watching these little girls bustling around her, and a strange feeling wells up inside her. They really care about her. Although their way is a bit too enthusiastic. But they do care about her. This leaves Pavel somewhat at a loss. On the battlefield, no one cares about you. You are alone. You must rely on yourself to survive. But now, Drink some water. Cecilia hands her a glass of water, her gaze carrying a hint of an emotion Pavira cannot understand. If you really feel unwell, we can send someone to call Eleanor. Pavira takes the glass and takes a small sip. Thank you. She says, I'm fine really. That's good. Cecilia sits down beside her. I know this kind of occasion might make you a bit uncomfortable. After all, you just arrived. Everything here is very unfamiliar to you. Pavira looks at her. Cecilia's gaze is calm, unlike others filled with curiosity and enthusiasm. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Cecilia says, I'm not as lively as Victoria, but I can answer your questions. Pavira opens her mouth. Why are you helping me? Cecilia smiles slightly. Because I was like that when I was young, she says, surrounded by a group of enthusiastic people, completely unsure how to respond. Pavira blinks. So, Cecilia continues, I can understand how you feel. Just then, Victoria leans over again. What are you talking about? Count me in. Victoria, Cecilia sighs, can you be quiet for a moment? No. Victoria answers defiantly, then plops down on the other side of Pavira. Pavira, what do you think of this party? Boring? Hungry? Want something to eat? Pavira begins to doubt when this party will end. She secretly glances over to the other side of the hall. The male nobles are still discussing the situation on the front lines, occasionally emitting low laughter. She really wants to go listen to what they are saying. But she knows that as a young noble lady, she cannot do that. She can only sit here, surrounded by a group of enthusiastic peers, maintaining that proper smile. Pavira von Schwartz. Once Pavel Ivanovich Sokolov. At this moment, she is treated as a mascot by a group of noble young ladies. How ironic life is. Chapter 23. Alone Pavira finally found an opportunity to escape. When Victoria and a few other girls were arguing over some gossip about a noble young man, she quietly stood up from the sofa and signaled to Cecilia with her eyes. Cecilia nodded slightly, saying nothing. Pavira gratefully glanced at her, then slipped towards the edge of the hall when no one was paying attention. She passed through a half-open side door and entered a relatively secluded corridor. Behind her, she vaguely heard Victoria's voice. Huh? Where's Pavira? She must have gone to get some fresh air. This was Cecilia's voice. It's definitely you guys who scared her off. Victoria complained. I told you all that you were too loud. Clearly, you're the one with the most problems. No, I'm not. Pavira quickened her pace, turning the corner of the corridor before the voices completely disappeared. She leaned against the wall and let out a long breath. Finally quiet. The corridor is empty. Only the gas wall lamps emit a soft glow. In the distance, the music from the banquet hall can be faintly heard, but it has become blurred and distant, like it comes from another world. Pavira walks slowly down the corridor, allowing her nerves to gradually relax. She is not ungrateful for the enthusiasm of those girls. They mean no harm. They are even intentionally considering her feelings. Cecilia actively helps her out of awkward situations. Charlotte occasionally redirects the conversation. And even that chatterbox Victoria will hand her some snacks after asking a series of questions. But she just can't handle it. Too much kindness. Too much attention. Too many smiles and greetings. Pavira finds that she actually somewhat misses that simplicity. Although that simplicity often came with bloodshed and death. She shakes her head, pushing this dangerous thought out of her mind. She can't think like that. She is no longer Pavel Ivanovich Sokolov. She is Pavira von Schwartz. A girl who needs to learn to smile, learn etiquette, and learn how to survive in the enthusiasm of noble young ladies. At the end of the corridor, there is a floor-to-ceiling window. Pavira walks over and looks outside. The moon hangs high in the night sky, large and round, casting a cold glow. The night view of Vitorian appears particularly tranquil under the moonlight. The distant clock tower stands in the center of the city, its massive clock face reflecting the moonlight like a silent eye. Pavira quietly watches all of this. Is this what peace looks like? She hasn't fully adapted yet. Perhaps she never will. But at least, bang. A loud noise suddenly comes from afar. Pavira's body moves before her brain processes it. She instantly crouches down, her back pressed against the wall, one hand already reaching for her waist where there is nothing but the intricate skirt and decorative belt. Her heart races. Adrenaline surges through her blood. Her brain rapidly analyzes the direction of the sound, the distance, and the possible source of threat. Then she realizes it was not a gunshot. Just a door somewhere being blown shut by the wind. Or something falling to the ground in the kitchen. Pavira freezes in place, maintaining that half-crouched position, feeling her heart still pounding wildly in her chest. Breathe. Deep breath. She slowly stands up, leans against the wall, and closes her eyes. That was close. Thankfully, no one saw. Pavira shakes her head with a wry smile. Battlefield after effects. She knows she has this issue. It started on the train. Every time someone walked into her room, she would unconsciously tense up. Every time she heard a sharp sound, she instinctively looked for cover. Eleanor has a bit of it too, but not as severely as Pavira. She deliberately made her footsteps heavier while walking, allowing Pavel to hear her approach in advance. This silent consideration gave Pavel an indescribable warmth, guilt, or something else. She didn't know. All she knew was that she owed Eleanor more and more. Pavel looked out at the moon again, letting her heartbeat gradually return to normal. It was almost time to go back. Being away for too long would cause worry. Moreover, she still had to face Eleanor's mother and Eleanor's sister, her nominal family now. Pavel took a deep breath. Compared to those noble ladies, this was the real challenge. She turned around, ready to walk back down the corridor. Then she stopped. At the end of the corridor, in the shadows where the light did not reach, stood a person. Pavel's pupils suddenly constricted. She didn't know when that person had appeared there. A second ago? A minute ago? Or had they been there since she stepped into the corridor? She had no awareness of it. No footsteps. No breathing. No presence at all. It was as if the voice of the warning system suddenly exploded in her mind, more urgent and sharper than ever. High-sequence transgressor consciousness wave detected. Threat level, critical. Recommendation, immediate evacuation. Immediate evacuation. Immediate evacuation. Pavel's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Even during the battle on the night of Calder Castle, facing the siege of 11 Royal Knight mechas, the system's warnings had been nothing but cold, data-driven reports. But now, it was almost screaming. Just as she was still processing this information, the scene before her suddenly changed. That person, the one standing at the end of the corridor, appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye. Not walked over, not ran over, but was just there, as if they had always been standing in front of Pavel, only she hadn't seen them before. Pavel froze in place, her mind a blank. It was a woman. She looked to be in her 30s, maybe younger, maybe older. Her face had an indescribable vagueness, as if shrouded in mist, making it impossible to accurately judge her age. She wore a plain gray long dress, devoid of any decoration, completely out of place with the luxurious atmosphere of the mansion. But what unsettled Pavel the most were her eyes. They were a light gray, even lighter than Pavel's, almost transparent. Moreover, her gaze did not seem to be looking at Pavel. It was as if she was looking through Pavel, through her skin, through her flesh, through her bones, all the way to something deeper. The woman bent down, getting close to Pavel's face, so close that Pavel could feel her breath, faint and almost devoid of warmth. Interesting. The woman spoke. Her voice was also vague, as if coming from a distant place, or directly resonating in Pavel's mind. A drop of water contains an ocean. Pavel couldn't understand, but she forced herself to calm down. Stay composed. She couldn't show any signs of weakness here. This lady, Pavel struggled to keep her voice steady. May I ask who you are? The fool does not know they are a fool. The woman did not answer her question, continuing to speak to herself. So the fool can walk the farthest road. But you, she tilted her head, as if observing an interesting specimen. You are a self-aware fool. This is rare. Very, very rare. Pavel couldn't understand what she was saying at all, but she instinctively felt that this woman knew something. Knew things she shouldn't know. I'm sorry. Pavel tried to say, I don't quite understand what you mean. To understand would not be to be a fool. The woman interrupted her. Not understanding is the right thing. Not understanding allows you to continue walking. Her gaze moved from Pavel's eyes to her chest, then to her back, as if she could see through her clothes to the scars left by the spinal probes on her back. So many voices, the woman murmured, so many voices. All inside you, all shouting, all crying, all. She paused, all sinking. Pavel's heart sank sharply. She knew. This woman knew of the existence of those souls. Knew that she had once consumed the memories and consciousness of so many dead. Who are you? Pavel's voice involuntarily sharpened a bit. What do you want? The woman did not answer. She straightened up, her light gray eyes still fixed on Pavel, but her gaze became more focused. It was as if she was making a decision. Warning. Abnormal consciousness wave detected. Fight or flee. Please make a choice immediately. Pavel's body tensed. She had no weapons. She was wearing this damn dress, unable to run fast. Her body had not fully recovered. Her ribs still ached. But if this woman were to attack her, she wouldn't sit idly by. Even if it cost her life, she had to find out. The woman suddenly spoke. Her tone flat, as if stating a fact. Find what? Pavel gritted her teeth and asked. Find what I am looking for. The woman said, you are very suitable. Very suitable, but not enough. Not mature enough yet. Still need. Her hand lifted. Pavel's pupils suddenly constricted. She knew she couldn't win. The system's warning had made it very clear. This was a critical individual, a high-sequence transgressor. She didn't even know what that meant. But her intuition told her that this woman could crush her like an ant. Yet she was still ready to fight. It was instinct. An instinct honed on the battlefield. Etched in her bones. If she was to die, let it be in battle. If she was to fall, let it be towards the enemy. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Clang. The door at the end of the corridor was pushed open. Bright light poured in from the door, illuminating the corridor. Little Pav? It was Eleanor's voice. Pavel turned sharply, seeing Eleanor standing at the doorway, holding a glass of champagne, with a hint of concern on her face. What are you doing here alone? I've been looking for you for a while. Her words trailed off, because she noticed that Pavel's complexion was off. What's wrong? Eleanor frowned and quickly walked over. What happened? Pavel turned back. The corridor was empty. That woman had vanished, as if she had never appeared at all. No footsteps, no breath, no traces. Pavel stood there in a daze, staring at the empty shadows. Pavel? Eleanor walked up to her, reaching out to touch her shoulder. Your complexion is terrible. What's wrong? It's nothing. Pavel heard herself say. Maybe I'm just a bit tired. Tired? Eleanor looked at her suspiciously. You look like you've seen a ghost. Pavel couldn't muster a smile. Seen a ghost? She really didn't know if that counted as a ghost. It's really nothing. She shook her head, trying hard to restore her expression to normal. It's just that this corridor is a bit dark. I'm not used to it. Eleanor clearly didn't believe this explanation, but she didn't press further. Let us go, she said. Mother and Aaron have arrived. They are asking where you are. Pavel nodded. She followed Eleanor toward the door, but as she crossed the threshold, she couldn't help but look back. The corridor was still empty. Only the wall sconces emitted a faint glow, casting long shadows on the floor. Chapter 24. Family. Pavel followed Eleanor through the corridor, re-entering the bustle of the banquet hall. Her heartbeat had not yet fully calmed down. That woman who appeared from the shadows and vanished in the blink of an eye. Who was she? The system's warning still echoed in her mind. High-sequence transgressor, a term she had never heard before. Little Pav? Eleanor's voice pulled her back from her thoughts. Are you really okay? Eleanor turned to look at her, a hint of concern in her eyes. You've been distracted since earlier. I'm fine. Pavel forced a smile. I just need to be on my toes when I see my mother later. Eleanor said. She doesn't like distracted people. Pavel nodded. Right. And then there's this, Countess Schwartz. Eleanor's mother. Her nominal adoptive mother? Or some other title. Pavel wasn't sure what the rules were for noble adoptions, but she knew that the upcoming meeting might be more challenging than dealing with a group of noble ladies. After all, does she know my background? Pavel asked in a low voice. She knows part of it. Eleanor replied just as quietly. I told her you were an orphan from the battlefield, your parents gone. That I found you during the retreat. That wasn't entirely a lie. I tried to tell the truth. Eleanor shrugged, just omitted some details. Like the detail about being a soldier from the enemy's punishment camp. Like the detail about possibly having killed many Victorians. She believed it. Mother is a smart woman. Eleanor said. She won't ask too many questions she shouldn't. That sounded less like belief and more like a choice not to pursue the matter. Pavel sighed. Fine. Come what may. If she could handle herself on the battlefield, how hard could it be to deal with an elderly noble woman? Well, maybe it really could be hard. But at least she could try. The two of them navigated through the crowd and reached the other side of the banquet hall. There was a relatively quiet corner, with a few sofas arranged to create a small sitting area. Pavel spotted the woman immediately. She sat in the center of the sofa, her posture dignified like a statue. She was in her 40s, but looked well-preserved, with almost no wrinkles on her face. Her dark brown hair was styled in a complex updo, adorned with pearls and silver accessories. A deep purple gown, exquisitely tailored, accentuated her tall figure. But what impressed Pavel the most were her eyes. Those ice blue eyes. Sharp as if they could see through everything. No, sharper than Eleanor's eyes. Eleanor's gaze was like a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and glaring. This woman's gaze was like a sword hidden in its sheath. You know it's sharp, but you can't see where the blade is. Mother. Eleanor led Pavel forward, slightly bowing in greeting. I've brought Pavel. Countess Schwartz's gaze shifted from Eleanor to Pavel. That gaze held no emotion. Neither cold nor warm. Neither unfriendly nor hostile. Just scrutinizing. Like inspecting an item for sale. Or a horse. Pavel felt as if she were being examined from head to toe. Her hair, her eyes, her figure, her posture, her dress, her stance. Then, that gaze lingered on her eyes. It stayed for a full 3 seconds. Pavel did not look away. She calmly met that ice blue gaze, wearing the composed smile she had practiced countless times. After 3 seconds, the Countess spoke. Come here. Her voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. Pavel stepped forward 2 paces. Then a hand reached out, gently pinching her chin. Pavel's body instinctively tensed up, but she forced herself to relax. The Countess turned her face side to side, as if inspecting a piece of porcelain for flaws. Small frame, she said, her voice revealing no emotion, malnourished, but with good potential. Why did that sound like an assessment of livestock? What about your teeth? The Countess continued, open your mouth. Pavel hesitated for a moment. Did she really have to open her mouth? Mother. Eleanor's voice came from the side, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Little Pav is my sister. Not a horse you've just bought. I just want to confirm her health. The Countess released Pavira's chin, her tone still flat. A child picked up from the battlefield. Who knows what illnesses she carries? The military doctor has already examined her, Eleanor said. She's very healthy. The military doctor. The Countess snorted. That bunch of butchers who only know how to saw off legs? Pavira silently stood there, feeling as if she were being treated like air. No, worse than air. At least air wouldn't be pinched by the chin for inspection. Sit down. The Countess pointed to the sofa opposite her. Let me have a good look at you. Pavira complied and sat down. Eleanor sat beside her, seemingly trying to show support through body language. Your name is Pavira? The Countess asked. Yes, ma'am. Call me Mother. The Countess corrected. You are now a member of the Schwartz family. Though just an adopted daughter, you are still family. Pavira was taken aback. She hadn't expected such directness. Mother. Saying those words felt strange. How long had it been since she had called someone that? In her previous life? Or even earlier? Eleanor said you are an orphan from the battlefield. The Countess continued, your parents are dead? Yes, Mother. How did they die? Pavira fell silent. She didn't even know how Pavel's parents had died. In fact, she knew almost nothing about this body's past. I don't remember well. She opted for a safe answer. I was very young then. Don't remember? The Countess raised an eyebrow. Still unwilling to speak? Pavira lifted her head and met those ice-blue eyes directly. I do remember, she said. Some things are more painful when remembered too clearly. The Countess's gaze subtly shifted. Not softened, but perhaps recognized in a certain sense. At least you are honest, she said. I don't like children who lie. Pavira didn't respond. Every word she had just said was a lie, but at least it was an honest lie. Your accent is quite strange, the Countess said again. It's neither the accent from the south of the Empire nor the north. It sounds like, she paused, her gaze sharpening, like it comes from the east. Pavira's heartbeat skipped a beat. The east. The direction of user. Aye, Mother. Eleanor interjected timely. Little Pav has spent a long time on the battlefield, interacting with all kinds of people. It's normal for her accent to be mixed. The Countess glanced at Eleanor. You are quite protective. She is my sister, Eleanor said. Of course, I have to protect her. The mother and daughter exchanged glances for a few seconds. It seemed there was some unspoken confrontation in the air. Then, the Countess withdrew her gaze. Fine, she said. No matter where you come from, since Eleanor has acknowledged you, you are a member of the Schwartz family. Her gaze fell back on Pavira, this time with a bit more seriousness. But I want you to understand one thing. The Schwartz family does not raise useless people. The Countess's voice was steady, but each word was like a nail driven into Pavira's ears. Eleanor entered the Royal Knight Academy at 14, graduated first at 16, and became the pride of the Knight Order at 17. Although Eileen was still in the academy, she was also at the top of her class. She paused for a moment. What about you? What skills do you have? Pavira fell silent. Her skills? Killing, arson, breaching, infiltration, assassination. Did those count as skills? My mother. Little Pa just arrived. Eleanor helped her out again, giving her some time. Time. The Marchioness sneered. I gave your sister 17 years. And she still refuses to graduate from the academy. I don't have that much time to give to every child. There was a hidden meaning in her words. Pavira keenly sensed that there seemed to be some conflict between the Marchioness and her younger daughter. Speaking of Irene, Eleanor seemed to want to change the topic. Where is she? Over there. The Marchioness nodded towards a direction in the banquet hall with her friends. I sent someone to call her. As soon as she finished speaking, Pavira heard a voice coming from the crowd. Sister. The voice was crisp and bright, filled with some unreserved enthusiasm. Pavira turned her head and saw a figure quickly making its way through the crowd towards them. It was a girl, about 16 or 17 years old, roughly the same age as Pavira. She had long, dark hair like Eleanor's, but it was warmer in color with a slight reddish-brown sheen under the lights. A pair of... Pavira froze. Those eyes. Not ice blue. They were amber. The golden-brown pupils sparkled in the light, like two gems illuminated by sunlight. Completely unlike Eleanor and the Marchioness' cold demeanor. Instead, they radiated a warm, bright feeling. Sister. The girl ran over, her dress swaying behind her. Why did you take so long to find me? I've been waiting forever. Irene. Eleanor stood up, a slight smile on her lips, maintaining her poise. This is a banquet. Who cares? The girl, Irene, threw her arms around Eleanor. I haven't seen you in so long. I heard you were injured. Is it serious? Are you better now? It's just a minor injury. Eleanor patted her sister's back, her tone much softer than before. I'm fine now. You're lying. Irene released her and looked Eleanor up and down. Your right leg is still shaking a bit when you walk. Do you think I can't tell? Eleanor's expression stiffened for a moment. When did your observation skills get so good? I'm also a student of the Royal Knight Academy. Irene puffed out her chest proudly. Observation is a basic skill. Pavira silently watched this scene from the side. This is Eleanor's sister. A completely different type from Eleanor. If Eleanor is a sharp sword, then Irene is like a blazing flame. Bright, passionate, and unreserved. By the way, Irene seemed to suddenly remember something, her gaze turning to Pavira. You're the sister that sister just adopted? Before Pavira could respond, Irene had already walked in front of her, bending down to examine her. Wow, you're so small. Irene exclaimed, how old are you? You look like you're 13 or 14. I'm not too sure. Pavira answered honestly, maybe 15 or 16. You don't even know how old you are? The records were lost. Pavira shrugged. Many things get lost on the battlefield. Irene's expression changed. I'm sorry. Her tone softened. I shouldn't have asked. It's okay. Then let me ask another question. Irene's eyes lit up again. Do you like mechas? Pavira was taken aback. Mechas? Yes. Mechas. Irene said excitedly. I'm learning mecha piloting at the academy. Although I haven't officially been on the battlefield yet, I've passed all the simulation tests. My instructor says I have great talent. Maybe I can become a royal knight like sister in the future. Irene. The Marchionist's voice came from the side. Cold as the winter wind, don't always mention the battlefield. You are a lady of the Schwartz family, not a crude soldier. Irene's expression instantly fell. But sister is also a soldier. Your sister is a knight, the Marchionist corrected. That's different. Pavira saw Irene's lips move, as if she wanted to argue, but ultimately did not speak. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Eleanor seemed to want to say something, but the Marchionist raised her hand to stop her. I'm tired. The Marchionist stood up. You sisters chat. I'll go greet Duchess Greenwood. She glanced at Pavira one last time. Pavira, welcome to the Schwartz family. Then she turned and left, her figure quickly disappearing into the crowd. Pavira watched her back, feeling a sigh of relief. The first hurdle was barely passed, right? Although she couldn't tell what the Marchionist's attitude towards her was. Don't worry. Eleanor sat down next to her. Mother is like that. Cold to everyone. Does she not like me? She doesn't really like anyone. Eleanor shrugged, including me and Irene. Sister. Irene exclaimed in dissatisfaction. How can you say that about mother? I'm just stating facts. You. All right. Eleanor pulled Irene to sit on the sofa. Stop arguing. It's rare for us to gather. Let us talk about something happy. Irene pouted but fell silent. Her gaze fell on Pavira again, this time with a kind of curiosity and scrutiny. Pavira, right? Yes. Were you really picked up from the battlefield? Irene. Eleanor frowned. I was just asking. Irene said with grievance. It's not something shameful. There are many orphans on the battlefield. It's not embarrassing. Pavira looked at the girl who was about the same age as her. There was no malice in her eyes, only pure curiosity. Yes. Pavira said, your sister picked me up from the ruins. Ruins? Irene's eyes brightened. What ruins? Was it the kind that was bombed? Or the kind that was crushed by mechas? Bombed. Have you seen the mechas fighting on the battlefield? I have. Really? Irene leaned in excitedly. What was it like? Was it shocking? When the mecha swarm's steam engines start, does the whole ground shake? When the knights charge together? Is it as handsome as it's written in books? Irene. Eleanor's voice carried a hint of warning. Little Pa just came back from the battlefield. Don't ask about these things. Irene's words halted. She looked at Eleanor, then at Pavira, as if realizing something. I'm sorry. She lowered her head. I spoke out of turn again. Pavira shook her head. It's okay. She actually didn't mind these questions much, compared to the Marchionist's impassive scrutiny. Irene's straightforward curiosity made her feel easier to deal with. So, Irene cautiously asked, would you be willing to chat with me later? About the battlefield? I don't mean to pry into your privacy. It's just that I've always longed for the battlefield, but mother and sister won't let me go. Mother says girls should stay in the rear, waiting to marry a good family. Her tone became dejected. But I want to be a knight. A knight like sister. Pavira looked at her. This girl is different from those noble ladies who only know how to discuss skirts and desserts. She has dreams. Although that dream seemed a bit naive and laughable to Pavira. What grandeur is there on the battlefield? Just blood and flesh, corpses everywhere, mecha wreckage. And the smell of gunpowder that can never be washed away. But Pavira didn't say these things. She just nodded gently. Sure, she said. If there's a chance in the future. Irene's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Really? That's great. Irene was as happy as a child who received candy. Then you have to call me Irene from now on. Don't call me miss or anything like that. We are sisters. Sisters. Pavira silently savored that word. She has a sister now. One is Eleanor, who picked her up from the ruins and gave her a new identity. The other is Erin, who is full of nightly dreams and talks like a rapid-fire gun. It feels strange, but not bad. Good. She said, Erin. Erin smiled even more happily. Then she grabbed Pavila's hand and began to talk endlessly about the Royal Knight Academy, about training, instructors, exams, and simulated battles. Pavila was pulled along to listen to stories about campus life for nearly half an hour. Eleanor sipped champagne nearby, occasionally interjecting with a word or two, her face wearing a gentle smile. Pavila noticed that Eleanor looked at Aaron differently than she did at others. More softly, more warmly, like she was looking at a precious treasure that needed protection. Is this the feeling of family? By the time the banquet ended, it was already late at night. Pavila said goodbye to the young noble friends she had made today, and Victoria couldn't help but pick Pavila up and twirl her around. Finally looking reluctantly at Pavila as she followed Eleanor and Aaron out of the Duke of Greenwood's residence. In the Victorian night sky, the moon hung high. The Marchioness left in another carriage first, and Pavila sat in the carriage with the two sisters from the Schwartz family. The carriage moved slowly through the night, the wheels making soft sounds as they rolled over the cobblestone road. Aaron leaned against the window and had already begun to doze off. Eleanor looked at her, sighed softly, and took off her cloak to cover her. That's just how she is, Eleanor said softly. Once she gets excited, she can't stop, and then when she's tired, she just falls asleep. She has so much energy, Pavila said. Too much energy, Eleanor said with a wry smile. Sometimes I really worry about her. Worry about what? Eleanor sighed. She really wants to go to the battlefield, she said, but she doesn't know what the battlefield is like. She thinks it's a romantic story about knights, brave knights charging into battle, defeating evil enemies, and then triumphantly returning. Her gaze became somewhat distant. She doesn't know how many people die there. She doesn't know how many of those brave charges never return. She paused. Pavila looked at her quietly. You don't want her to go. Of course I don't want her to, Eleanor said, but I also know I can't stop her, and neither can Mother. Why? Eleanor turned to look at Pavila, a somewhat helpless smile pulling at her lips. Because she is my sister, she said. She is just as stubborn as I am. Chapter 25. We are Pavila's best friends. The sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting warm spots on the floor. Pavila opened her eyes. The ceiling was white, adorned with exquisite plaster carvings of entwined vines and blooming roses. It was not the mottled iron sheets of the hangar, nor the gloomy sky of the craters, nor the perpetually damp gray cement of the punishment camp dormitory. She blinked, letting herself adapt to this reality. This was her third week at the Schwartz residence. Or was it the second week? The recent days had been so peaceful, so calm that it left her with an unreal sense of daze. Outside the window, the sound of birds chirping came in. It wasn't the hoarse cawing of crows that peck at corpses on the battlefield, but rather the song of some small bird whose name she couldn't recall, its voice crisp and melodious, like singing. The air was filled with the scent of flowers, roses, and a faint aroma of freshly baked bread wafted in from the end of the corridor. The kitchen was preparing breakfast. Pavila lay in bed, staring at the ceiling for a while. This is a peaceful morning. No cannon fire, no alarms. No one rushing in to tell her that the enemy was coming and that she needed to get into her mech. Just sunlight, birdsong, the smell of flowers, and the scent of bread. Morning status report. Host personality stability, 74, up 3. Remarks. It is recommended that the host continue to maintain the current pace of life. A regular routine helps restore mental state. Pavila rolled her eyes inwardly. Regular routine. As if she were a pet that needed to be fed on time. However, she had to admit that the system had a point. Life in the past few days had indeed made her feel much better. The screams of souls had become more distant, no longer buzzing in her mind all the time. Nightmares still occurred, but the frequency had decreased, and she no longer woke up drenched in cold sweat. Pavila closed her eyes, recalling what had happened over the past few days. The day after the banquet, the Schwartz residence was inundated with various visit requests and invitations. The name Pavila von Schwartz had become the hottest topic in the Victorian social circle. The mysterious adopted daughter brought back from the battlefield by the blood rose, Eleanor von Schwartz. No one knew her origins, no one knew her past. This mystery alone was enough to excite the bored nobles. Various tentative invitations flooded in. Tea parties, luncheons, garden parties, concerts. Just looking at the stacks of gilded invitations gave Pavila a headache. But none of these invitations reached her hands. The Marchioness had blocked all the invitations, citing that the child needed quiet time to adapt. Not only that, the Marchioness personally attended several important tea parties. Pavila didn't know what the Marchioness said at those tea parties, but the effect was immediate. Those overly enthusiastic inquiries quickly disappeared. In their place was an unspoken understanding. Pavila von Schwartz is the acknowledged daughter of the Schwartz family, and any intrusive probing would be seen as disrespect to the Schwartz family. The Marchioness, Pavila still couldn't fully understand that woman. Her attitude toward Pavila remained cold and scrutinizing. never exchanging a word of small talk when they met. Yet she had provided Pavel with an umbrella of protection through her actions, making those prying eyes dare not overstep. Was this protection, or merely maintaining family honor? Pavel couldn't figure it out, and simply didn't want to think about it anymore. After all, the outcome was good. She could now quietly stay in the residence without having to deal with those social occasions that gave her a headache. She could sleep until she naturally woke up, eat carefully prepared food, sunbathe in the garden, occasionally chat with Eleanor, listening to her complain about the boredom of her recovery period. Occasionally being pulled by Aaron to hear her talk endlessly about academy life. The girl seemed to have endless energy and topics. Pavel sat up, stretched, and felt that her injuries had mostly healed. Her ribs no longer hurt, not the kind of pain she endured without crying out, but genuinely no pain. The fracture in her wrist had also healed. She had tried doing a few push-ups yesterday with no problems at all. The recovery speed was a bit abnormal. The military doctor had said she needed at least 2 months of rest, but now it had only been a little over a week. And she already felt she could go to the battlefield. Pavel threw off the covers, her feet touching the soft carpet. The sunlight outside the window spilled over her. Warm and gentle. She couldn't help but sigh. What a beautiful day. Then her door was pushed open forcefully. Pavel, a golden figure rushed in, bringing an unstoppable momentum. Pavel's body instinctively reacted. She jumped away from the bed, pressed her back against the wall, raised her hands, and assumed a defensive posture. Then she saw who it was. Victoria von Hohenheim, the blonde, blue-eyed Marquis's daughter, who smiled to reveal 2 little tiger teeth. She was wearing a goose-yellow casual dress. Her hair not styled elaborately like at the party, but simply tied back into a ponytail with a satin ribbon, looking as if she had just run over from somewhere. Behind her, a maid from the Schwartz family was frantically chasing after her. Miss Hohenheim, please wait. Miss Pavel might still be asleep. Victoria interrupted without looking back. I saw the curtains move. Further back, Cecilia von Lindbergh was walking over leisurely. She was dressed in light purple casual wear, her black hair neatly draped over her shoulders. After seeing Pavel, she nodded slightly, as a greeting. Sorry, Cecilia said, her tone not betraying much remorse. I didn't stop her. Pavel slowly lowered her hands. Coming out of a defensive posture, she looked down at herself, still in her pajamas, hair a mess, and possibly with pillow marks on her face. Then she glanced at the excited Victoria. What are you doing here? To see you. Victoria said assertively. You've disappeared for a whole week. You didn't reply to the letters I sent. I thought the Countess Schwartz had locked you in the dungeon. First of all, there is no dungeon here. Pavel said as she adjusted her dress. And secondly, I received your letters. Victoria's eyes lit up. Then why didn't you reply? Because you sent 8 letters a day. Pavel said expressionlessly. I couldn't keep up. 8 isn't too many. Victoria said disgruntled. 1 in the morning asking if you were awake. 1 in the morning asking what you were doing. 1 at noon asking what you were eating. In the afternoon. That's why I didn't reply, Pavel interrupted. Cecilia walked into the room, soothing the maid outside and shutting the door. I also think 8 is too many, she said calmly. But Victoria insists it's normal concern between friends. Yes, that's normal concern. Victoria insisted. Pavel gave up the argument. She silently walked to the vanity, picked up a comb, and started to tidy her hair. How did you get in? Through the front door, Cecilia said. Your butler said the Countess and Miss Eleanor had gone out and wanted us to come back another day. Then Victoria said she was your best friend and wouldn't leave without seeing you. We've only known each other for a week, Pavel pointed out. Like old friends. Victoria said nonchalantly. Pavel looked at Cecilia. Cecilia shrugged. I was just here to make sure she wouldn't do anything too outrageous. Thank you. You're welcome. Victoria had already started looking around Pavel's room. Wow, your room is so big. Bigger than mine. This bed is so soft. What is this curtain made of? So high-end. Victoria, Cecilia's voice came from the side. Don't touch other people's things. I'm just looking. Pavel put down the comb and took a deep breath. She felt her blood pressure rising. Suddenly, she missed those days without friends. At least it was quiet. Did you have breakfast? She asked. Victoria's eyes brightened instantly. No. We came here on an empty stomach. I heard the Schwartz family's chef makes especially delicious desserts. I didn't invite you to stay for breakfast. Victoria's expression froze. Huh. I was asking if you had eaten, Pavel said expressionlessly. This is out of concern, not an invitation. Cecilia cleared her throat lightly, the corners of her mouth twitching as if she was suppressing laughter. Victoria's eyes widened, a look of betrayal on her face. Pavel, you can't treat your best friend this way. We've only known each other for a week. Like old friends. Pavel sighed. She knew she couldn't argue with this chatterbox. All right, stay for breakfast. Victoria's expression instantly changed from betrayal to ecstatic joy. Great. I knew you were a good person. Her standards for evaluation were too low, Pavel thought silently, as she walked towards the wardrobe to change clothes. You all go out, she said. I'll talk to you after I'm dressed. I can help you, go out. Victoria was pulled out of the room by Cecilia, the moment the door closed. Pavel leaned against the wardrobe, letting out a long sigh. 15 minutes later, Pavel and her two unexpected guests sat in the Schwartz family's breakfast room. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm spots on the white tablecloth. The table was filled with various foods, freshly baked croissants, golden fried bacon and eggs, thinly sliced ham, jams of various colors, a steaming pot of black tea, and several small, exquisite desserts. Victoria had already started to feast. This jam is so delicious. What flavor is it? Raspberry, Pavel said. I want more. Cecilia was elegantly cutting her bacon with a knife and fork, her movements textbook perfect. Sorry for the sudden visit, she said. I should have sent a notice beforehand, but Victoria insisted that surprises are more fun. I understand, Pavel said, somewhat. She actually didn't quite understand. In her perception, suddenly barging into someone's home usually meant an attack or a search. But maybe this was just the friendship among noble girls? Cecilia, do you want to try this? Victoria held up a piece of bread smeared with jam. It's super delicious. No, thank you. Just take a bite. I'll get it myself. Pavel silently sipped her black tea, watching the interaction between the two. Victoria was as enthusiastic as a fireball, while Cecilia was calm like a still pond. But they were clearly very good friends. By the way, Victoria suddenly put down her bread and looked at Pavel. What have you been doing these days? Resting. Just resting? Isn't it boring? Pavel thought for a moment. Not boring. She truly wasn't bored. Being able to lie quietly without worrying about enemy attacks. Without worrying about tomorrow's tasks. Without worrying about possibly dying at any moment was like heaven to her. But she knew Victoria wouldn't be satisfied with that answer. Sure enough, Victoria showed an incredulous expression. You're really strange, she said. A girl your age doesn't want to go shopping? Doesn't want to see an opera? Doesn't want to attend tea parties? No. Why not? Because it's tiring. Cecilia put down her knife and fork, wiping her mouth with a napkin. Victoria. Pavel just returned from the battlefield, she said gently. She might need some time to adjust. Victoria's expression changed. I'm sorry, I forgot. It's okay. Pavel said. She didn't actually mind being asked about these things. She just really didn't want to explain why she had no interest in activities that normal girls liked. Then, Victoria leaned in a little closer, lowering her voice. Can you tell me about the battlefield? Pavel raised an eyebrow. Are you interested in this? Of course. Victoria's eyes sparkled. My family used to rise through military merit. But now very few people serve in the military. I've always been curious about what the battlefield is like, but my mother won't let me ask. She says those aren't things a lady should care about. Things a lady should care about. Pavel thought of the bloody scenes in the reformatory. Those indeed weren't things a lady should care about. The battlefield, she weighed her words, is not romantic. It's just a place where people desperately try to survive. Victoria's expression became serious. Then how did you survive? Pavel fell silent. She recalled the landmines she had laid, the enemies she had killed, and all the means she had used to survive. By luck, she finally said, and a bit. What bit? A bit of ruthlessness. Victoria's eyes widened. Cecilia didn't speak, but her gaze became more focused. Pavel picked up her teacup, using the action of drinking tea to cover her mistake of delving too deeply into the topic. It's not something to be proud of, she said, so I don't want to talk about it much. I understand. Victoria nodded, her expression unexpectedly mature. Apologizing for asking an inappropriate question, she was more understanding than she appeared. Pavel silently revised her assessment of Victoria in her mind. However, Victoria's mood quickly bounced back. Since you're no longer on the battlefield, you should enjoy a peaceful life. I am enjoying it. Hiding at home, eating, and sleeping isn't enjoying life. Victoria slammed the table. That's called escaping. Pavel was taken aback. This girl could be quite sharp at times. True enjoyment. Victoria stood up, hands on her hips. Striking a pose of I'm going to save you is going out to have fun. Shopping. Doing interesting things with friends. Like what? Like, Victoria's eyes lit up. Let's go shopping today. No. Why? Tired. You, Pavel said. Cecilia coughed lightly. Victoria, Pavel might still need to recuperate. Forcing her to go out isn't good. She looks like she's almost better. This Cecilia looked at Pavel. Pavel, how's your injury healing? Pavel opened her mouth, ready to say it's not fully healed to avoid the shopping invitation. Hello? A voice came from the entrance of the dining room. The three turned their heads simultaneously. Aileen stood at the door, dressed in a red casual dress, her face bright with a smile. My sister asked me to see what you were doing, she said, walking into the dining room, not expecting there were already guests. Her gaze swept over Victoria and Cecilia. Miss Hornheim and Miss Lindbergh, are you Pavila's friends? Yes. Victoria answered enthusiastically. We are Pavila's best friends. We just met a week ago. Pavila added expressionlessly. Like old friends. Aileen laughed. It seems Pavila is quite popular. She walked to Pavila's side, as if casually saying, by the way, I just heard you talking about your injury being healed. Pavila had a bad feeling. I didn't say my injury. So great. Aileen clapped her hands. Since you're healed, we can do a lot of things. I always wanted to take you to see the fun places in Victorian, but my sister said we had to wait until your injury was healed. Now you're finally better. Wait, I didn't say. I want to go too. Victoria raised her hand. I can take you to the best candy shop, and the best tailor shop, and I can be the tour guide. Cecilia said calmly. I'm quite familiar with the layout of Victorian. Pavila's mouth opened, but no sound came out. She looked at the three eager girls in front of her and felt like she had fallen into some kind of trap. She clearly hadn't said anything. Why did things turn out like this? Then it's settled. Aileen cheerfully announced. This afternoon, we're going out together. Wait, no objections. Pavila closed her mouth. She recalled an ancient battlefield rule. When surrounded by superior forces, don't waste energy resisting futilely. Conserve your strength. Wait for the next opportunity to escape. She sighed and picked up her teacup again. This is what a peaceful life is like. Chapter 26. Inescapable fate. Pavila stood in front of the Schwartz family's door, looking at the lineup before her, feeling that today she was truly inescapable. Aileen stood at the front, looking eager to try. Victoria stood beside her, and the two had already started enthusiastically discussing today's itinerary. Cecilia stood a bit further back, holding a Victorian street map and silently planning the route. And Pavila just wanted to go back to bed. All right. Aileen clapped her hands. Let's go. Wait. A voice came from behind. Pavila turned her head and saw Eleanor stepping down from the carriage. She was dressed in a deep blue casual outfit, much more relaxed than military attire, but still carried that upright demeanor. She was also holding a paper bag that seemed to contain something. Sister, Aileen exclaimed in delight, you're back. Just finished my business. Eleanor walked over, her gaze sweeping over everyone. Where are you all going? Taking Pavila out shopping. Victoria answered quickly. She has been hiding at home for a week. We need to drag her out into the sunlight. Eleanor looked at Pavila. Pavila sent her a silent SOS with her eyes. Eleanor smiled slightly. Sounds good, she said. I'll go too. Pavila's SOS fell on deaf ears. Great. Aileen cheered. My sister is coming too. That makes it even more lively. Pavila silently sighed. I knew I couldn't count on her. By the way, Cecilia suddenly spoke up. Charlotte said she can't come today. All right. Victoria's expression became somewhat complicated. Her family has had some issues recently. What issues? Aileen asked curiously. Victoria hesitated, lowering her voice to say, the Rosenthal family's border trade routes have recently been attacked in succession, suffering significant losses. Charlotte's father is in a bind and has restricted Charlotte from going out. Attacks? Eleanor frowned. Who did it? I don't know. Victoria shook her head. I heard even the Imperial military is investigating. And her voice dropped even lower. It said they lost a batch of special samples meant for the Royal Research Institute. Special samples? Pavila's ears perked up. Royal Research Institute. Special samples. Border trade routes. These terms combined brought back some unpleasant memories for her. Like the sword engraved with the Royal Research Institute's emblem. Like the dark red gem that almost drove her to insanity. The commercial street in Victorian was more prosperous than Pavila had imagined. On both sides of the wide cobblestone road, various shops lined up in order. The window displays of clothing stores showcased exquisite dresses and hats, with silk and lace shimmering softly under the light. The glass counters of jewelry stores were filled with various gems and precious metal products, reflecting a colorful brilliance in the sunlight. The sweet scent wafting from candy stores made it hard to resist going in for a look. There were also bookstores, flower shops, and all sorts of strange little trinkets. People came and went on the streets. Elegantly dressed noble ladies strolled leisurely, linking arms with gentlemen. Uniformed attendants followed behind their masters, holding shopping bags of all sizes. Steam-powered public buses slowly passed by, the chimneys on the roofs puffing out white steam. The gas street lamps were lit even during the day, with intricate rose patterns carved on the cast-iron brackets. This is Victorian, the city of steel and roses. Pavila, come look at this. Victoria's voice came from ahead. Pavila looked up and found the three girls had already walked quite far ahead. Victoria was standing at the entrance of a candy shop, excitedly waving at her. Aileen stood beside her, her face equally filled with anticipation. Cecilia was standing a bit further away, her gaze fixed on the window of a nearby bookstore. Pavila quickened her pace to catch up. Eleanor walked beside her, at a leisurely pace. For the next 2 hours, Pavira experienced what it meant to be a noble lady on a shopping spree. It was a very physically demanding activity. First was the candy store. Victoria spent a full half-hour inside, tasting almost every kind of candy before buying a large bag. Eileen also bought quite a bit and stuffed several pieces into Pavira's mouth, not giving her a chance to refuse. Pavira had to admit that the candies were indeed delicious. Sweet but not cloying, melting in the mouth, with all sorts of strange flavors like rose, mint, and even one that was said to taste like steam engine oil. Then came the clothing store. Victoria and Eileen flitted between various dresses and accessories as if they had discovered a new continent. They even forcibly pushed Pavira into the fitting room, making her try on several dresses. This one won't do. The color is too dark. This one won't do either. The style is too old-fashioned. This one is nice. Pavira, turn around so I can see. Pavira stiffly turned around. She felt like a dressed-up doll. Cecilia stood nearby with a sympathetic smile. You'll get used to it, she whispered. The first time Victoria dragged me shopping, I tried on 17 outfits. Pavira decided she had to find an opportunity to escape today. Eleanor stood at the entrance of the store the whole time, leisurely sipping coffee bought from a nearby cafe. Enjoying the spectacle. Aren't you coming in to help? Pavira shot her a look of accusation during a change of clothes. Help with what? Eleanor raised an eyebrow. I think they're doing a pretty good job. Pavira cursed Eleanor in her heart with some very dirty words. In the end, Victoria bought Pavira 3 dresses. Pavira tried to refuse, but Victoria looked at her with a how can you refuse a friend's kindness expression, leaving her speechless. Cecilia then gave her a book. Victorian City Guide. This is quite practical, Cecilia said. It has maps of all Victorian neighborhoods, along with introductions to various shops. Pavira sincerely thanked her. At least this gift would be useful. Eileen gifted her a deep red silk headband embroidered with tiny rose flowers. Red suits you well, Eileen said with a smile. And this is the Schwartz family color. Pavira tucked the headband away, feeling a vague emotion in her heart. Is this what it feels like to have friends? Being surrounded by a group while shopping, being stuffed with various gifts, being forced to try on all sorts of strange clothes. It was exhausting, but not unpleasant. The sun began to set, and the flow of people on the street gradually thinned. The 5 of them walked out of a cafe. Having just rested inside for a while, Victoria was still chattering away about something, with Eileen chiming in, and Cecilia occasionally adding a comment. Pavira and Eleanor walked behind, maintaining a comfortable distance. How is it going? Eleanor asked, getting used to it. Pavira glanced at her. You mean being dragged around shopping by 3 chatterboxes? I mean. Eleanor's lips curled slightly, a peaceful life. Pavira thought for a moment. It's too noisy, she said, too bright. Too many people. There are corners everywhere to hide. But no one cares. She paused. But it's not bad. Oh, at least the candy is delicious. Eleanor chuckled lightly. Pavira looked at the backs of the 3 girls ahead. Victoria was animatedly describing something with exaggerated gestures, drawing the attention of passers-by. Eileen was laughing so hard, she was nearly doubled over. Even Cecilia wore a slight smile. The sunlight bathed them, casting a golden halo around their figures. Suddenly, Pavira felt that this kind of life didn't seem so bad after all. No smoke of war. No bloodshed. Just candy, dresses, laughter, and sunshine. Perhaps she really could. Bang! A loud explosion erupted from behind. Chapter 27. Anger time seemed to freeze. The moment Pavira turned her head, the entire world seemed to be paused. She saw flames. Orange-red flames erupted from the end of the street they had just passed. Like a death flower blooming in an instant. The flames licked the air, dyeing everything around it in hellish colors. She saw debris, glass bricks, and wood splinters were pushed outward by the shockwave, spreading in a bizarre slow motion. A palm-sized shard of glass flew past the edge of her vision. Sunlight refracting off its broken surface in a rainbow of colors, like a distorted jewel. She saw the shockwave. The air itself was compressed into a visible ripple, expanding outward at a speed she was all too familiar with. Where the ripple passed, gas lamps on the roadside shook violently, and the awnings of street stalls were torn to shreds. She saw people. A middle-aged woman in an apron stood by the street, still holding a cup of coffee she had just bought. The moment the shockwave reached her, the coffee cup flew from her hand, the brown liquid forming a graceful arc in the air. Her expression remained one of confusion. She hadn't even realized what was happening yet. She saw smoke. Thick, gray-black smoke rose from the explosion's center, like a giant beast with a gaping maw. Pavira's pupils constricted suddenly. Nitroglycerin-based explosives. About 2 kilograms equivalent. Timed detonation device. Not remotely triggered. The explosion point was inside a building, on the first floor or in the basement. The shockwave dispersion pattern indicated this was a single-point explosion, not a chain detonation. This information surged into her mind instinctively. No need to think. No need to analyze. It was as natural as breathing. This was man-made. Time finally resumed its flow. Sounds finally reached her ears. The roar of the explosion, the sharp sound of shattering glass. The screams of the crowd. All the sounds surged into her senses at once, almost tearing her eardrums apart. The street was in chaos. Pedestrians scattered in all directions. Screams rising and falling. Some fell to the ground, trampled by those behind. Some huddled in corners, shaking all over. Others stood there in a daze. Disbelief written all over their faces. Pavira's body reacted faster than her mind. Her hand was already reaching for her waist. In the dark layers of her skirt, 2 daggers lay quietly. The cold metal touch sent her heart racing back to a steady pace. Wait. She stopped. No, this isn't right. She looked down at her hand. That hand was tightly gripping the hilt of a dagger, the knuckles turning white from the force. This wasn't the feeling she was familiar with. On the battlefield, her heartbeat would slow. On the battlefield, her breathing would become steady. On the battlefield, her mind would enter a state of calm detachment. But now her heart was racing. Her breath was quickening. Her mind was not calm. It was filled with anger. A hot, seething anger that surged from deep within her chest, almost burning her to ashes. Why? Oh, that's right. 3 seconds ago, she had been watching Victoria's exaggerated gestures, Eileen's radiant smile, and the curve of Cecilia's lips. The sunlight bathed them, as if casting a golden halo around them. Just moments ago, she had thought this life didn't seem so bad. And then, bang. Just that one sound. Everything shattered. The sweet scent of the candy store was replaced by the acrid smell of smoke. The sunlight was obscured by dust. Laughter turned into screams. These people, these damn people, brought war here. Little Pav. Eleanor's voice came from behind, but Pavila did not turn around. With a flick of her wrist, she threw a dagger backward. Eleanor instinctively caught the hilt, which landed perfectly in her palm, the angle precise as if calculated beforehand. Take care of them. Pavila's voice was calm. Calm enough that it did not reflect her current state of mind. Pavila. But Pavila had already dashed out. Her figure shot through the chaotic crowd like an arrow, rushing toward the center of the explosion. She moved quickly, quick enough that she didn't seem like a recently recovered patient. Quick enough that she didn't appear to be a fragile noblewoman. Eleanor wanted to chase after her, but suddenly a wave of fleeing people surged in front of her. By the time she pushed through the crowd, Pavila's figure had vanished into the smoke. Damn it! Eleanor gritted her teeth. She glanced back. Victoria stood dazed in place. The color drained from her face. Eileen held Victoria's hand tightly, her eyes wide, filled with fear and confusion. Cecilia was the calmest among the three, but her hand trembled slightly. Eleanor took a deep breath. Follow me. Her voice regained its usual calm and authority, the voice of a knight commander. We need to find a safe place. In the basement, 5 people were nervously packing equipment. Damn, it exploded early. A man with a beard cursed under his breath. I told you that fuse was unreliable. Shut up, Gertz. The leading woman coldly interrupted him. The explosion was only 3 minutes early. It doesn't affect the plan. The gendarmerie is busy evacuating the crowd. No one will notice us here. Her name was Marion Heinrich, 35 years old, a former engineer from the Imperial Armory. A year ago, her brother died on the front lines in a meaningless battle to seize a worthless hill. Since then, she had become a member of the Children of Dawn. Is the second team in position? She asked. In position, another young man replied, still fiddling with a metal box. And the third team at the Imperial Parliament building, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Just in time for the meeting. Those war profiteers, Gertz gritted his teeth, let them taste the bomb. Remember our goal. Marion interrupted him. It's not to kill, it's to warn. Let them know this war must end. She glanced at her watch. Let's evacuate. Jorgen is on lookout outside. We'll use the back door. Before she could finish, a loud bang came from above. It wasn't an explosion. It was a crash. Something or someone was approaching at high speed. What? Gertz's words were cut short as hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Then, the basement's iron door was smashed open. Not pushed open. Smashed open. The entire door, along with its frame, was sent flying, crashing against the opposite wall with a deafening noise. And coming through the door was Jorgen, their lookout, a former sergeant of the Imperial Army, a veteran trained in formal combat, at that moment. He crashed into the wall like a rag doll, sliding to the ground, motionless. Jorgen, Gertz exclaimed, instinctively reaching for his handgun. But his movement froze halfway. Because he saw the figure at the door. Smoke and dust poured into the basement from the ruins, like a gray tide. And within that smoke, a figure was slowly approaching. It was a girl dressed in a noblewoman's gown. Her dress was covered in dust. Her silver short hair was disheveled, a few strands sticking to her cheek. She was slender and small, looking fragile. But her eyes, Gert saw those eyes. They were a light gray, like a frozen lake on a winter morning. But at that moment, those eyes shimmered with a strange light. A scarlet light. Like burning coals. Like congealed blood. Like the fires of hell. The smoke swirled behind her, lifted by some invisible force, forming a twisted shape. Like wings. Gray-black wings made of smoke and shadow. She held a dagger in her right hand, blade facing backward, tip pointing down. That was the grip of an assassin. That was the grip of an executioner. She stood at the door, backlit, surrounded by smoke and shadow. Like a demon crawling out of hell. "Hello," she spoke. Her voice was soft, gentle, even carrying a hint of a smile. But that smile, sweat instantly soaked Gertz's back. That was not a smile a human should have. Warning: host personality stability is rapidly declining. Warning: return trajectory has deviated. Analyzing deviation direction analysis complete. Current frequency, tower's path destroyer current sequence. Recommendation: immediate emotional isolation. Avoid further contact with stimulus source. Chapter 28. I'm very angry right now. I was just out shopping. Pavel said as she slowly walked forward. The weather is nice today. The sun is warm, and the candy is sweet. My friends were discussing skirts and hairbands. For the first time, I thought maybe a peaceful life wouldn't be so bad. Her footsteps were light, barely making a sound. But each step felt like it was stepping on Gertz's heart. Then she stopped, tilting her head slightly. Those scarlet eyes fixed directly on Marion. Boom. She said that onomatopoeia in an almost joyful tone. The glass of the candy store shattered. Someone screamed. Someone was bleeding. My friends turned pale with fear. She took another step forward. So I'm very angry now. When she said the word angry, her voice remained soft and gentle. But Gertz felt it. That was not anger. That was an abyss. Warning: host personality stability continues to decline. 6462, abnormal emotional fluctuations detected. Tower's path erosion intensified. Recommendation: immediate withdrawal from combat environment. Pavel heard the cold voice in her mind. But she chose to ignore it. Because at that moment, all her attention was focused on the 5 people in front of her. 5 targets. Her brain was automatically analyzing. As natural as breathing. As if she had been born to do this. The leading woman. In her 30s, well-proportioned, standing stable, center of gravity, slightly leaning forward. Her right hand was reaching toward her waist where a weapon should be. Her gaze was calm, not panicked. An experienced one. The bearded giant. Muscular and burly. But his movements were somewhat stiff. His right hand had already grasped the grip of his handgun, but his finger had not yet pulled the trigger. A soldier by background. But retired for some time. Average reaction speed. A young man. In his early 20s, tall and thin. Still fiddling with a metal box that should be some kind of detonating device. Nervous, his fingers trembled slightly. The weakest one. And another. Pavel's gaze swept the room. In the corner, a short woman crouched behind a pile of equipment. She held a revolver, the muzzle aimed at Pavel's direction. She thought she was hiding well. But Pavel noticed the angle of her shadow was off the moment she entered. 5 targets. 4 of them had combat capability. 3 of them were preparing to act. Pavel's lips curled up slightly. This feeling was very familiar. It was like returning to the battlefield. No, simpler than the battlefield. Because these people are too weak. Fire. Marion screamed as she drew her pistol. Her movements were swift. The shooting training she had received at the armory allowed her to draw her gun faster than most. It took her less than a second to go from drawing to aiming. This speed was enough to gain the upper hand in any street conflict. But the target of her gun was already empty. Just as she finished speaking, a silver blur darted past the edge of her vision. Then came a sharp pain. Her pistol flew out of her hand, along with half of her sleeve and a deep wound that exposed bone. Ah! Marion screamed as she stumbled back against the wall behind her. At the same time, Gertz also moved. He was the most experienced fighter among the group. Having served 12 years in the Imperial Army, participated in 3 border conflicts, and killed more people than most soldiers would see in a lifetime. His reaction time was quick. As Marion fired, he had already raised his own pistol and pulled the trigger at the silver blur. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets. Close range. Fan-shaped coverage. This was a tactic he had used countless times on the battlefield, not seeking precision, but coverage. At this distance, no one could evade the crossfire of 3 bullets. But all of his bullets hit the wall. That girl. That noble lady who looked frail. She moved between the bullets in a way that completely defied physics. Not dodging. Moving through. As if she could foresee the trajectory of each bullet. Impossible. Gertz's eyes widened. Then he saw those eyes. Crimson eyes. Right in front of him. So close. Your shooting is good, the girl said softly, as if praising a student. Unfortunately, a cold glint flashed by. Gertz looked down and saw a deep wound on his right wrist. The tendon was severed. His fingers involuntarily loosened, and the pistol fell to the ground. Too slow. The girl's voice continued. But her figure was no longer in the original position. Pavila's consciousness was split in two at this moment. One half was in combat, calm, efficient, precise, analyzing the enemy's movements, predicting their attack trajectories, finding the shortest path, the least consumption, the cleanest solution. The other half was battling that rage. It was an emotion that surged from deep within her heart, boiling hot, almost consuming her. It was shouting. It was roaring. It wanted her to tear these people apart. Not to knock them down, not to subdue them, but to shred them, to destroy them, to erase them completely and utterly from this world. Kill them. That voice echoed in her mind. Not the voice of the system. It was her own voice. Or rather, a voice of someone she did not recognize. They destroyed everything. They did not deserve to live. Kill them. Pavila gritted her teeth. No, that's not right. An injured person has a greater impact on the enemy than a dead one. It is the right choice to spare their lives for now. At least ask for information first. Kill them immediately. The voice grew louder. Pavila felt her consciousness tremble. The rage was like a caged beast, madly crashing against its cage. Warning host personality stability. 59 in the corner, the short woman finally fired. She had been waiting for the opportunity. Waiting for the moment the girl showed a flaw. She was the best shooter among the group, a former Imperial sniper with 17 confirmed kills on the battlefield. Her timing was perfect. The girl had just dealt with Gertz, and her body was at the end of a movement, inertia preventing her from changing direction immediately. This was the only chance. Bang. One shot. Hit the target. No, not at all. Her bullet only struck a remnant of a skirt. Just as she finished speaking, a sharp pain shot through her wrist. She looked down and saw her pistol was gone. Her right hand was also gone. No, not gone. Just immobilized. The girl had appeared in front of her at some point, one foot pressing down on her wrist with enough force to make the bones creak. You hid well, the girl said, looking down at her with a gentle tone. But the angle of the shadow you were hiding in was off. I saw you when I walked in. The short woman opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But the next second, crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking. Her consciousness fell into darkness. The entire battle lasted less than 10 seconds. Pavila stood in the middle of the basement, surrounded by 4 incapacitated individuals. The tall Gertz held his severed wrist. Curled up in a corner, his face pale. The leader, Marion, leaned against the wall, her right arm bleeding profusely. The short woman in the corner had lost all reaction. Her life or death unknown. The doorman, named Jorgen, still lay on the ground, his groans growing weaker. Only 2 people were missing. Pavila furrowed her brow. The young man. And who else? She recalled. When she dealt with Gertz, the young man had run out the back door with a metal box. And when she dealt with the short woman, another person, one she hadn't noticed before, also ran away. 2 people. In the direction of the back door. Pavila looked down at the 4 people lying on the ground. They had lost their combat ability. They would no longer pose a threat. They could be left to the arriving gendarmerie. But those 2 people, the young man with the metal box, that was the detonator. If he got away, go after them. That voice rang out in her mind once more. Kill them. Leave no prey behind. Go after them. Go after them. Go after them. This time, Pavila did not rebut. Because this time, she found herself with no reason to argue. The young man had the detonator. If he escaped, he might detonate other bombs. More people would die. More. No, it wasn't like that. She knew it wasn't the real reason. The real reason was that she wanted to go after them. She wanted to catch them. She wanted. Pavila's steps had already taken her out the back door. In the alley, 2 figures were frantically fleeing ahead. Pavila watched their backs. The corners of her mouth slowly lifted. Then she chased after them. Warning host personality stability is rapidly declining. 555248. Tower's path erosion has entered a dangerous threshold current sequence. Host behavior pattern deviates from normal parameter suggestion. Forcibly initiate sedation protocol rejected by host's will. Chapter 29. The Hunt. Dusk. The setting sun painted the skyline of Victorian in a canvas of intertwined orange-red and deep purple. If you looked down from a height at this city of steel and roses, you would see a strange sight. On the main road of the commercial street, the crowd was scattering in panic. The smoke from the explosion had not yet fully dissipated, like a gray-black mushroom cloud hanging at the end of the street. The gendarmes and police were trying to maintain order, their whistles and shouts drowned out by screams. Steam buses halted in the middle of the road, and passengers were scrambling to jump off. A runaway carriage surged onto the sidewalk, overturning a fruit stall on the roadside, sending apples and oranges rolling all over the ground. A gas lamp was knocked askew in the chaos, with flames licking at the cast-iron lamp post, producing a hissing sound. This was the surface. Beneath the surface. In the narrow alleys, in the shadows obscured by the splendor of the main road, another chase was unfolding. An old drainage ditch extended from the basement of the commercial street, leading to a shanty town. At the end of the shantytown was an abandoned laundromat, behind which lay a dead-end alley filled with garbage. Beyond its low walls was a narrower lane. Two figures were sprinting through this alley, a man and a woman. The woman was running in front, small in stature, agile in movement, like a startled wildcat. The man was trailing behind, clutching a metal box, stumbling and gasping heavily. Behind them, about several dozen meters away, a silver shadow was approaching at an astonishing speed. It was a girl dressed in noblewoman's attire. Her skirt billowed as she ran, like a flower blooming in the wind. Her silver short hair was tinged with a faint golden red by the setting sun. Her speed was not human. She vaulted over the low wall without any pause. She passed through the garbage heaps without making a sound. She was like a cheetah, leisurely pursuing her prey, unhurried, because she knew the prey could not escape. At that moment, Elena was regretting deeply. She was running desperately, continuously unleashing her ability, making us unimportant, letting her gaze slip past us, making her feel that chasing us was a waste of time. But it was futile. That feeling of being watched never disappeared. Not only did it not vanish, but it grew stronger. She was 23 this year, with a modest reputation in certain circles of Victorian society, the foggy person. This reputation stemmed from her special ability. She could make others ignore certain things. Not invisibility, not disappearance, just making people feel unimportant. Like when you pass by a beggar at the street corner, your gaze automatically glides past them. Like when you hear the barking of a dog next door, your brain automatically filters it out. She could create this sense of unimportance, making people overlook a person, making people overlook a matter, making people overlook a door that should have been locked. Where did this ability come from? She didn't know. About 5 years ago, on a certain night, she had a strange dream. In the dream, there was a giant moon, and the moonlight poured down like water, drowning her body. She felt herself dissolving, dissipating, becoming part of the moonlight. Then she woke up. After waking up, she discovered she could do things she couldn't do before, like making others' gazes slide past her, like seeing some blurry things on a full moon night. Other people's emotions, their fears, the deepest secrets they hid would turn into a faint mist, lingering around people. She didn't know what this was. She only knew it was useful. In the underground world of Victorian society, someone who could make people overlook certain matters was always in demand. She took on various commissions, helping smugglers make customs officials overlook their goods, helping adulterous noblewomen make their servants overlook their whereabouts, helping, never mind, it's not important. What mattered was that she had never taken on a commission related to that kind of person. There were many rumors circulating about that kind of person. It was said that some people were born different from others. It was said that some could see the future in their dreams. It was said that some could ignite candles with their gaze. It was said that some could hear the whispers of the dead. There were many, it is said. Elena always thought that most of those rumors were nonsense. Aside from herself, she had never seen a truly different person. She thought she was just an exception. A lucky or unlucky exception. Until today. The moment that girl appeared, Elena knew something was wrong. Her instincts were screaming. That feeling was like being in a dark forest and suddenly realizing something was watching you. Like being in a late-night alley and suddenly smelling blood. Like seeing a huge shadow underwater on a calm lake. Danger. Mortal danger. That's what her ability was telling her. That girl, the one who looked fragile, dressed in noble attire, was a monster. Elena didn't know how to describe that feeling. She just knew. Just like she knew her ability would strengthen on a full moon night. Just like she knew some people hid unspeakable secrets in their hearts. This was an intuition that transcended reason. And this intuition was frantically telling her now, run, run, run fast. If you don't run, you're done for. Damn it. You worthless piece of trash. As she ran, Klaus's curses came from behind. Elena almost choked on her own spit. What? I said you're worthless. Klaus shouted as he ran, clutching the metal box. I paid 100 shillings for you. And this is what you give me. You. Elena trembled with anger. 100 shillings. 100 shillings. She had almost been torn to pieces by that monster for this 100 shillings. And now this idiot dared to blame her for not putting in effort? Do you have any idea what that was just now? She shouted in a low voice. I don't care what it is. It's a monster. Elena interrupted him. Didn't you see how she took down those people? That is not something a human can do. Now, we're going to the police station. What? Klaus nearly tripped. Are you crazy? To the police station. Elena shouted again. Turn left up ahead. It's 200 meters to the 7th precinct. You want us to walk into a trap? You idiot. Elena yelled. Getting caught and jailed is better than being turned into meat paste by that monster. Klaus was stunned. He turned back for a glance. In the glow of the setting sun, that figure was approaching at an astonishing speed. 15 meters. 12 meters. 10 meters. Damn it. Klaus also burst forth with an unprecedented speed, instantly surpassing Elena and charging toward the street ahead. The 7th Police Precinct was right in front of them. It was a 3-story stone building, with the Imperial Police badge hanging at the entrance and 2 gas lamps casting a dim yellow light in the dusk. Several police officers were on duty at the entrance, and when they saw the 2 running toward them, they all showed wary expressions. "Help!" Elena shouted with her last ounce of strength. "Someone is trying to kill." Before she could finish her sentence, a subtle sound of wind came from behind. It was the sound of something slicing through the air. Something was flying toward her at high speed, heading straight for her back. Elena's pupils suddenly contracted. There was no time to dodge. She knew there was no time left. Is this the end? Killed by a mysterious monster at the police station's door? Really? She closed her eyes, waiting for the fatal blow. Clang. The sound of metal clashing. The pain didn't come. Elena opened her eyes wide. She saw a military knife. Its black blade, sharp edge, was now horizontally positioned behind her, with a silver dagger embedded in the ground. The wielder was a woman. She wore a dark blue Imperial military uniform, with golden insignias on her epaulets that Elena couldn't understand. Her hair was dark brown, reflecting a faint red glow in the sunset. Her eyes, Elena only saw a pair of eyes. Those were a pair of dark green eyes, deep as an ancient well. At that moment, the eyes held a hint of interest as they looked towards the direction behind them. Elena followed her gaze. In the sunset, a figure stood there. Silver short hair, a dirty dress, and a pair of crimson eyes. The girl stood 10 steps away, motionless like a statue. The sunset burned behind her, outlining her silhouette in stark black, like a demon emerging from hell. Oh, behind her, the woman who saved her spoke softly. Her voice was deep and leisurely, tinged with surprise. Interesting. Elena didn't know who this woman was, but at this moment, she only knew one thing. She was temporarily alive. Chapter 30. By what right? Pavel looked at the woman in front of her, frowning. Her dagger had been deflected. This made her very displeased. It should have been a fatal blow. The trajectory was precise, the force just right, aimed directly at the target's back. If it hit, that person would lose consciousness in a second and die within 3 seconds. Clean, neat, without leaving a trace. But this woman had interfered. Pavel's gaze fell on the other's shoulder insignia. Golden patterns, intricate designs, with a 6-pointed star in the center. A major general, 3 ranks higher than Eleanor. Pavel's brows tightened even further. Stop. A rational voice echoed in her mind. The other party is not an enemy. The target you were hunting has lost the ability to resist. There is no need to continue. Stop. Yes, she should stop. The man holding the metal box had collapsed on the steps of the police station, being pinned down by several officers. Another person was also kneeling on the ground, trembling, without the strength to escape. The objective had been achieved. There was no reason to continue fighting. Pavel took a deep breath. Okay, calm down. Turn around and leave. Go back to find Eleanor. Let her take her home. Take a shower. Sleep. Tomorrow is another day. She took a small step back, preparing to turn around. Little girl. The officer woman spoke up. Her voice carried a hint of amusement. Your eyes are quite interesting. Pavel did not respond. She just looked at the other, waiting for her to continue. However, before the woman could finish her sentence, her form had already moved. Fast. Extremely fast. Like a flash of lightning. Pavel's pupils suddenly contracted. The other's military knife was already in front of her, the blade slicing horizontally, aimed at her right shoulder. Not a vital point, but meant to subdue her. Pavel's body instinctively reacted, leaning back. The military knife grazed her shoulder, cutting a shallow wound. Blood seeped out. Pain followed. Then, in Pavel's mind, a certain string snapped. Warning. Detected severe emotional fluctuations. Master personality stability is sharply declining. 413528. Warning. Rational suppression mechanism is collapsing. Tower's path erosion has breached critical threshold. Warning. She is attacking me. That thought was like a spark falling into a parched grassland. She is attacking me. I clearly intended to stop. I clearly intended to leave. By what right? Flames erupted. The rational voice in Pavel's mind was drowned out. Those thoughts about calmness, restraint, and unnecessary actions were instantly turned to ashes. In their place surged a boiling, seething anger, nearly tearing her chest apart. By what right does she attack me? By what right does she look at me with that condescending gaze? By what right does she think she can subdue me? What does she take me for? An object to be manipulated at will? By what right? In Pavel's eyes, the faint grayish-blue hue that had just begun to return was being devoured by crimson. Not a gradient. A covering. An erosion. A complete, absolute, and unreserved occupation. The little bit of rationality and control she had just struggled to regain collapsed entirely in that moment. Like a dam being swept away by floodwaters. Like an iron door being smashed open by a beast. The beast imprisoned within her finally broke free of its chains. The officer woman's gaze shifted slightly, because she saw Pavira's eyes. A second ago, they were eyes filled with anger but still retaining some rationality. Now, they were pure, burning crimson eyes filled with a desire for destruction. There was no rationality, no fear, no hesitation, only murderous intent. Pure, unmasked, overwhelming murderous intent. That's right, the officer woman said softly, tightening her grip on the military knife. Let it all out. Her words were not finished. Pavira had already moved. Her current movements were entirely different from before. Previously, she had been like an elegant, swift, lethal cheetah. Now, she was like a wolf. A hungry, crazed wolf. Unafraid of death. She made no attempt to dodge the military knife. She charged straight at it. The officer woman's knife swung down, aimed at Pavira's calf, intending to cripple the girl's ability to move. But Pavira's response was completely beyond her expectations. Pavira jumped, not backward, but forward. She launched herself like a cannonball towards the officer woman, completely ignoring the knife that could sever her legs. The officer woman had to abort her attack and sidestep. But Pavira's left hand had already grasped her collar. The next second, bang. Pavira's forehead slammed hard into her nose. A headbutt. This was one of the most brutal, crude, and effective moves in street fighting. The officer woman's body leaned back, blood splattering from her nose. But her reaction was extremely quick. The knife was reversed and thrust upward, aiming for Pavira's abdomen. If that strike hit, Pavira's intestines would be pulled out. Pavira did not dodge. She used her left arm to block the blow. The blade cut into flesh, severing muscle fibers, nearly reaching the bone. Yet it was forcibly halted. Blood gushed out. But Pavira's right fist was already crashing towards the officer woman's temple. The officer woman had to release the knife to block the punch. Bang! The fist collided with her forearm, the force sending the officer woman sliding back half a step. The two finally separated. Pavira's left arm was bleeding, the wound deep enough to see bone. The officer woman's nose was still bleeding, her arms slightly numb. She looked at the bloodied girl in front of her, her expression finally becoming serious. She said softly, "Your fighting style is completely unlike what an imperial noble should learn." Pavira did not respond. She pulled the knife from her left arm. Then, she charged again. Chapter 31. Sorry to worry you, the subsequent battle could only be described as madness. Pavira's attacks were completely unstructured, lacking rhythm or any technique. She kept attacking, with the military knife, with her fists, with her knees, with her teeth, with everything that could inflict harm. The officer woman picked up the dagger Pavira had dropped earlier and faced the military knife with it. Her skill far surpassed Pavira's. Every block was perfectly timed, every counterattack was precise. But Pavira didn't care. Hit. It didn't matter. Stabbed. It didn't matter. Bleeding. It didn't matter. She was like an unyielding killing machine, charging at her opponent time and time again, exchanging blood and pain for every opportunity to attack. The officer woman's clothing had been torn in 3 places. A blood mark had been scraped onto her left arm by a saber. There was a shallow wound on her right cheek, scratched by Pavira's nails. Enough. The officer woman finally lowered her face. Her figure surged, moving faster than before by more than 3 times. The dagger transformed into a silver flash, aiming straight for the spot on Pavira's right neck. Just 3 inches of penetration would be enough to kill her. Pavira charged forward. The saber thrust out simultaneously, targeting the officer woman's heart. Mutual destruction. This madwoman wanted to die together. The officer woman's pupils suddenly constricted. She could hit Pavira, but Pavira would also hit her. In Pavira's current frenzied state, she absolutely wouldn't hold back at the last moment. And the officer woman didn't want to kill this little girl. She only intended to subdue her and help her get rid of her corrupted state. It had been like that from the beginning. Damn it. At the last moment, the officer woman twisted her wrist. The trajectory of the dagger shifted. The tip that was supposed to pierce Pavira's right neck barely grazed her shoulder, leaving only a shallow blood mark. But Pavira's saber did not deviate. Thud. The sound of the blade piercing flesh. The saber buried itself in the officer woman's left shoulder. About 2 inches deep. Blood gushed out. Time seemed to freeze. Pavira gripped the hilt of the saber, the blade still embedded in the opponent's shoulder. The officer woman looked down at her wound, then raised her head to look at Pavira. A hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. "Good swordsmanship," she said. Then, her left hand suddenly grabbed Pavira's wrist, the one holding the saber. The force was astonishing. Pavira's wrist bones creaked. But the officer woman's knee slammed hard into Pavira's abdomen. Bang! Pavira's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily 3 steps away. She struggled to get up, but the sharp pain in her abdomen froze her movements for a moment. The officer woman pulled out the saber from her shoulder and casually tossed it on the ground. Blood flowed from the wound, staining half of her military uniform red. Yet, she still wore that playful smile. Little girl. She walked toward Pavira, her steps unhurried. You're strong. Stronger than most people I've seen. She stopped in front of Pavira, looking down at her. How do you feel now? Do you still want to fight? The crimson flame ignited in Pavira's eyes once more. She hadn't lost yet. She wouldn't give up. She wouldn't, little Pav. A voice tore through the dusk. Pavira's body suddenly stiffened. That voice, she recognized it. She turned her head. In the sunset, a figure was rushing toward them. Dark long hair flew in the wind. Ice blue eyes were filled with anxiety and concern. It was Eleanor, her sister, Pavira. Eleanor rushed forward. And upon seeing the wound on Pavira's left arm and the blood all over her, her face turned pale. You're hurt. How could you? Her gaze swept across the battlefield. Seeing the blood on the ground, Pavira's soiled dress, and the officer woman whose shoulder was still bleeding. Then she froze. General Margaret? Eleanor's voice was filled with obvious surprise. Oh, it's little Ellie. The woman named Margaret covered her left shoulder wound with her right hand, yet her tone remained relaxed. Long time no see. What are you doing here? Your shoulder, routine inspection. Margaret shrugged her right shoulder, not expecting to encounter something interesting. Her gaze fell on Pavira, her eyes carrying an indescribable expression. Is this your sister? Yes. Eleanor instinctively stepped in front of Pavira, her voice tense. She is my sister, Pavira von Schwartz, the adopted daughter of the Schwartz family. Margaret nodded. I've heard of her. She paused, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. But I hadn't heard she was this capable. She glanced at her still bleeding shoulder and chuckled softly. It's been a long time since anyone could hurt me. Eleanor's body tensed even more. General, relax, little Ellie. Margaret waved her right hand, interrupting Eleanor's words. I have no intention of pursuing this. She was chasing those two terrorists, right? She pointed at Klaus and Elena, who were pinned to the ground by the police. I was just helping her vent some excess emotions. Though the methods were a bit intense, she looked at her wound again. This time her smile deepened. A lot intense. But I still quite like this little one. Eleanor's shoulders relaxed slightly, but her hand still tightly gripped Pavira's wrist, the uninjured wrist. Pavira. Eleanor turned around, looking at her sister. Her voice was soft, but Pavira could hear the tremor within it. Are you okay? Pavira looked into Eleanor's eyes. Ice blue, like the winter sky. At this moment, those eyes were filled with concern. Not questioning, not blaming, just concern. Pure, unreserved concern. Pavira's chest felt as if something had struck it. The anger that had been burning inside her suddenly extinguished. Not suppressed, not forcefully subdued, but extinguished on its own, like a breeze passing by. The flame of the candle dimmed. In Pavira's eyes, that crimson glow was slowly fading. A light, grayish-blue color reemerged, like the frozen surface of a lake in winter. Pavira finally spoke. Her voice was a bit hoarse, like someone just waking from a nightmare. I'm fine. She looked down at the wound on her left arm. Blood was still flowing, but only now did she truly feel the pain. The numbness from anger was fading, replaced by a burning pain. Just a small injury. Eleanor stared at her for several seconds. Then, she suddenly reached out and pulled Pavira into her embrace tightly. You idiot. Eleanor's voice came muffled from above Pavira's head. Pavira froze in place. She didn't know how to respond to this kind of hug. This warmth, this feeling of being enveloped was very unfamiliar. But Pavira slowly raised her right hand, gently wrapping it around Eleanor's waist. I'm sorry, she said softly. I worried you. Chapter 32. You know nothing about yourself. Outside the infirmary of the 7th Police District, Pavira sat on a hard wooden chair, her left arm wrapped in pristine white bandages. The bandages were tightly wound, professional and neat. The Empire's medical standards were indeed much better than users. Sitting to her right was General Margaret. The general's left shoulder was also bandaged, the left half of her military uniform cut open, revealing a wound covered by gauze. A 2-inch deep stab wound would probably put an ordinary person out for a month. But the expression on this general's face at the moment was as if she had been bitten by a mosquito, light and carefree. Pavira wanted to say something witty to ease the strange atmosphere, but her mind was still a muddled mess. She looked down at her hands. The right hand was clean, while the left hand still had dried blood between her fingers. She couldn't tell if it was her own or Margaret's. I lost control earlier. This realization felt like a cold stone, heavy and pressing down on her chest. Not almost lost control. It's not about barely maintaining sanity. It's about being completely, utterly, and unreservedly out of control. That wave of anger came too fast and too fiercely, like a flood that broke its dam, instantly drowning all her ability to think. She remembered charging at Margaret, remembered headbutting, punching, biting, and clawing like a mad dog. No, even worse than a mad dog. A mad dog at least has a survival instinct. Just now, She was completely playing for mutual destruction. On the battlefield, losing control equals death. No matter how desperate the situation, no matter how painful the injury, you must remain calm. Because only those who are calm can make the right judgments. And only the right judgments can keep you alive. But just now, she completely abandoned that principle. Just because that woman hurt her a little. Just because of a bit of blood and pain. It's so ridiculous. And so terrifying. What if the enemy discovers this weakness of mine? What if the next time I lose control, it's not Eleanor standing next to me, but Aaron or Victoria? What if I hurt them while I'm out of control? Pavira's fingertips felt slightly cold. People were coming and going in the corridor. Victorian police in dark blue uniforms rushed about, their faces filled with fatigue and anxiety. Someone was shouting loudly. Someone was answering a steam phone. Someone was carrying a stretcher past them. The person on the stretcher was covered in blood, and it was impossible to tell whether they were dead or alive. The door to the infirmary was constantly being pushed open and closed, with new injured persons being sent in each time. The air was filled with a mix of disinfectant and the smell of blood. Pavira heard someone discussing. The West District has exploded too, near Central Square. What on earth is happening today? At least 5 explosions. Her brows furrowed slightly. 5 explosions. Not 1. 5. This was no simple terrorist attack. What am I thinking? Pavira turned her head to look at the major. The last rays of the setting sun streamed in through the window at the end of the corridor, casting a faint red glow on Margaret's deep brown hair. Her dark green eyes appeared especially profound in that light, as if hiding countless secrets. Nothing, Pavira said, lowering her head. Lying. Margaret raised an eyebrow. Your expression clearly shows you are seriously contemplating some serious issues. Let me guess. Margaret leaned back in her chair, crossed her legs, and spoke lazily. You're thinking about why you lost control just now? Pavira didn't answer, but her silence spoke volumes. That burst of anger came quite suddenly, didn't it? Margaret continued. Clearly you had decided to stop. Clearly you had decided to leave, but my knife. She pointed at the shallow scar on Pavira's shoulder, made you completely lose your reason. Pavira pressed her lips into a straight line. Do you know why? Pavira looked at her without speaking. Margaret smiled. That smile carried a strange meaning, neither mocking nor contemptuous, more like a complex emotion of an elder looking at a junior. Let me rephrase the question, she said. Do you know what you are? What do you mean? A destroyer. Margaret slowly articulated these 3 words. The path of the tower. It should still be above the sequence. Pavira's pupils slightly constricted. Those terms, words the system had mentioned in her mind. The path of the tower erodes and breaks through the critical threshold. Current frequency, destroyer of the path of the tower. Sequence. She had never known what those words meant. She only knew that every time those warnings appeared, she would become unlike herself. Who is your teacher? Margaret asked. Who guided you onto this path? Pavira was silent for a few seconds. No teacher, she said. Margaret's eyebrows raised even higher. None, Pavira repeated. I don't even know what you're talking about. What path of the tower, what destroyer, what sequence? I don't understand at all. She was speaking the truth. The system had never explained anything to her. It only unilaterally sent warnings, reports, and suggestions, like a broken radio that only outputs but does not receive feedback. Margaret stared at her for quite a while. Those dark green eyes seemed to be trying to see through her soul. You're not lying, Margaret finally spoke. Her tone carrying a hint of surprise. You really don't know. I said I don't know. 22 return? Don't know. Crossers? Pavira's eyelid twitched. Crossers. That word. She remembered that night. In the secluded corridor of the Duke of Greenwood's mansion, the system had issued a sharp warning. High sequence crosser. Threat level. Critical. That mysterious woman in gray. I don't know. Pavira still shook her head. I've only heard that term. Margaret looked at her deeply. Interesting. She leaned back against the chair, letting out a meaningful sigh. A destroyer of the path of the tower, walking alone to the sequence without any guidance. Her tone was as if she was stating an incredible fact, and completely unaware of her own situation. Pavira didn't speak. She truly didn't know her situation. All she knew was that there was a strange system in her head, a group of souls that had been devoured within her body, and a soul-eating sword whose whereabouts she didn't know. Oh, and an immature evaluation from a mysterious woman who could teleport. That was all. Logically, this should be impossible. The path of return cannot be traversed by just feeling your way through, Margaret continued. Without a guide, without a contract, without rituals. Theoretically, you should have been backfired long ago. Pavira blinked. Backfire? One of the characteristics of the path of the tower, Margaret said. The power of the destroyer comes from anger and the desire for destruction. The angrier you are, the stronger you become, but if not controlled, you will eventually be consumed by your own power. Sounds terrible. It is indeed terrible, Margaret nodded. Most who walk the path of the tower, if they do not have a qualified guide, usually do not survive the sequence. Thanks, that makes it worse. But you were different. Margaret looked at her, her gaze carrying a sense of evaluation. Your control is stronger than most destroyers I've seen. Although you did indeed lose control just now. The fact that you were able to maintain some form of combat even in that state, even if it was a mad form, says enough. She paused. And you didn't kill anyone. Pavira was taken aback. I didn't kill anyone. Those 4 terrorists. Oh, you indeed didn't kill them. To be precise, you didn't have time to kill them. In a situation where we had a huge advantage, prioritizing capturing the enemy. Then using those captives to interrogate for intelligence or as bait to lure more enemies into a trap, even if they were rescued by the enemy. A severely injured person is a much bigger burden to the enemy than a dead one. Did your sister teach you this? Margaret asked Eleanor. No, Pavira shook her head. It's my own habit. Chapter 33. The deal. Margaret stared at her for a few seconds, then withdrew her gaze, pulling out a silver cigarette case from her pocket. Smoke? She opened the cigarette case and offered it to Pavira. Inside were neatly arranged slender cigarettes, the paper a light golden color, stamped with the emblem of some noble family. Pavira glanced at it and shook her head. I don't smoke. Very good. Margaret took out a cigarette, pinching it between her fingers. A noble lady of your age really shouldn't smoke. She pulled out a lighter from another pocket and lit the cigarette. Pale blue smoke curled up from her lips. Then, exhaling a puff of smoke, she looked at Pavira and said, You must have many questions for me, right? Pavira indeed had many questions. What is the path of the 22? What is a ferryman? What is the sequence? What exactly is the path of the tower? There were too many questions, so many that she didn't know which one to start with. However, before she could speak, Margaret said, I can't tell you that here. Pavira's brow furrowed. Why? Because this is the 7th police station. Margaret pointed to the busy police officers around them, all of whom were ordinary people. Her tone was flat. But Pavira sensed the implication. Ordinary people, not ferrymen, not those walking the path of the sequence. They did not belong to that secret world of which she knew nothing. Some things are not for everyone to know, Margaret said. If you want to know the answers, come find me at the Royal Knights Academy. Pavira blinked. Royal Knights Academy? Yes. Margaret exhaled a smoke ring. It's just about time for the new school year. She turned to look at Pavira. The afterglow of the setting sun danced in her dark green eyes, like a burning flame. I can give you a spot for admission directly. Pavira didn't respond immediately. The Royal Knights Academy. Eleanor entered at 14 and graduated first at 16. The place where Aaron is currently studying. The highest institution in the Victornia Empire for training elite mecha pilots. If she gets in there, she could pilot a mecha, not the shabby stitched-together monstrosities from the reformatory, but real, high-quality Imperial mechas. She could also learn about those secrets she knew nothing about. The path of the 22. Ferryman. Sequence. The mysteries that had troubled her for a long time finally had a chance to be unraveled. But why? Pavira asked. Why what? Why help me? Pavira looked at Margaret. I almost stabbed you just now. Margaret chuckled softly. Almost, she repeated, but you did stab me. She pointed to the wound on her left shoulder. This wound is the first time I've been injured in battle in nearly 5 years. Her tone carried a strange sense of nostalgia. A destroyer of the sequence. In a completely uncontrolled state, pierced my shoulder with an ordinary military knife. She looked at Pavira, her gaze filled with admiration, amusement, and a hint of indescribable emotion. Do you know what that means? Pavira shook her head. It means your potential is greater than most people I've seen, Margaret said. If someone guides you, if you can control your power. She paused. You will become very strong. Strong enough to change some things. Pavira didn't speak. She wasn't sure if that counted as an answer. After all, your potential is great sounded more like a reason for recruitment than for help. Of course, if you think this reason is too fake or too vague. Margaret seemed to see through her thoughts, the corners of her mouth curving upward slightly. I have a more practical reason. She exhaled some smoke and pointed to the busy police officers in the corridor. Today, there have been at least 5 explosions in Victorian. A terrorist organization launched an attack in the heart of the imperial capital. And you? She looked at Pavira. A person chased into their stronghold, beat their people to a pulp, and almost killed someone at the police station's door who might be their accomplice. Pavira's brow twitched slightly. That person was indeed their accomplice. She said she has a special ability that makes others overlook certain things. Margaret raised an eyebrow. The path of the moon? Pavira didn't know what that meant. But she nodded anyway. Call it whatever you want. In any case, her ability was useless to me. Useless to you, Margaret repeated, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. But useful to ordinary people. She drew a circle in the air, enclosing the surrounding police officers. If you hadn't chased her, she would have disappeared into the crowd with that man holding the detonator. Tomorrow, the Imperial Parliament building would turn into a pile of ruins. Pavira's eyes narrowed slightly. You know their plan? I just interrogated that man, Margaret said. He was very cooperative. Her tone was flat, but Pavira could imagine what very cooperative entailed. A terrorist who had just been chased by a terrifying girl. Standing before a general who could easily defeat that terrifying girl, there was indeed no reason for him not to cooperate. So, Margaret continued. You actually saved a lot of people today. You prevented a greater disaster. But the question is, she flicked the ash off her cigarette. How did you know where that basement was? How did you catch up to those two in such a short time? The abilities you displayed in battle, those reaction speeds far beyond ordinary people, combat skills, and predictions of trajectories. She looked at Pavira, her gaze sharp. All of these need an explanation. Pavira fell silent. She understood what Margaret meant. She had been too conspicuous today, on a busy commercial street, in front of countless spectators. She showcased combat abilities that were completely uncharacteristic of a noble lady. What would those people think? What would they say? Who is Pavira von Schwartz? Where did she come from? Why does she have such abilities? If this matter got out, Margaret said, the Imperial Security Bureau would take an interest in you. Pavira's brow furrowed. The Imperial Security Bureau. She didn't know what that institution was. But just hearing the name made it clear that it was not something to be trifled with. They will investigate your past, Margaret continued. Investigate how you came to the Schwartz family. Investigate where your extraordinary abilities come from. She paused, her gaze meaningful. The Schwartz family can protect you, but they can't protect you forever. Eleanor's connections are significant, but not enough to shield you from the Imperial Security Bureau. Pavira's lips pressed into a straight line. So, Margaret exhaled her last puff of smoke, extinguishing the cigarette, but on the armrest of the chair. This is a deal. She looked at Pavira, her gaze calm. You enroll, and I help you clean up today's aftermath. Students of the Royal Knights Academy have a certain degree of immunity. The Security Bureau cannot investigate students of the Academy at will, especially. She pointed to herself. Students under my name. Pavira looked at her. Under your name? I have a special teaching program at the Academy, Margaret said. Details are inconvenient to disclose, but you can understand it, as I will be your mentor. Mentor. Guide. Pavira recalled Margaret's earlier words. Who guided you on this path? Without a guide, without a contract, without a ritual, theoretically, you should have been backfired long ago. If someone guides you, if you can control your power, you will become very strong. So this was the real purpose. Margaret saw her potential and wanted to take her as a student. Helping her clean up after today and giving her an admission spot were just additional conditions. It seemed like a normal transaction. The corners of Pavira's mouth twitched slightly. I need to think about it. Margaret didn't seem surprised by this answer. Of course. She nodded. There's still more than half a month until school starts. You have enough time to consider. She stood up from the chair, moved her injured left shoulder a bit, and frowned slightly. She could ask Eleanor for her opinion, or perhaps the Marchioness Schwartz. She turned around and walked towards the end of the corridor. They should be able to give her some references. Pavira watched her back and suddenly spoke up. General. Thank you, Pavira said. No need to thank me. Marguerite waved her hand. This will be noted in your tuition. Her figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, leaving Pavira alone sitting on the hard wooden chair. The surroundings were still noisy. The police were still running around. The door of the infirmary kept being pushed open and closed. Pavira leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. The noise in the corridor gradually became distant, as if separated by a thick layer of glass. The footsteps of the police, the groans of the injured, the clattering of metal instruments from the infirmary, all sounds were actively blocked out of her consciousness. Should she accept it? She pondered. Marguerite's proposal was indeed tempting. The enrollment quota, the exemption, the guide. These were all things she urgently needed now, especially the last one. What if it wasn't Marguerite standing in front of her at the end, but Eleanor, or Eileen, or Victoria, or Cecilia? She couldn't even imagine that scenario. It couldn't go on like this. She had to learn to control her powers, control the mysterious system, control the restless souls that still stirred deep in her mind. Control the power brought by the so-called return path, not only to become stronger, to survive in this world, but also to prevent those she began to care about from getting hurt. Those she cared about. Pavira repeated this phrase in her heart, a hint of a bitter smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. When did she start to have people she cared about? In the reformatory. She only cared about whether she could survive until tomorrow. On the battlefield, she only cared about whether the enemy would kill her. But now, she had friends. She had family. Eleanor, Eileen, Victoria, and Cecilia. Even that cold Marchioness, who was as icy as a block of ice, was protecting her in her own way. These people. She didn't want to lose them. Pavira opened her eyes again. Since that's the case, she had already made her decision. 5 minutes later, when Eleanor returned from taking notes, what she saw was this scene. Her sister leaning back in the chair, her left arm wrapped in bandages, her dress stained with blood. Yet her face wore a strange, contemplative expression. Little Pav? Pavira looked at her. Sister Eleanor. Her voice was a bit hoarse, but her tone had returned to its usual calmness. I have something to ask you. Chapter 34. Setting off again. Victorian Central Station. The 60-meter-high glass and steel dome sparkled in the morning light. 12 tracks extended side by side into the distance, and a precision gear clock ticked in the center of the dome. Pavira stood on the platform, looking at this familiar scene. A month ago, she had also started from here. At that time, she lay in a wheelchair, her body wrapped in bandages, being pushed by Eleanor through this magnificent building. Back then, she had just returned from the battlefield with her life, still carrying injuries and a brand new name she was not quite accustomed to. Now, she stood in the same spot, dressed in a proper deep red outfit, her silver hair neatly tied back with a headband that Eileen had given her. The wound on her left arm had scabbed over and healed, leaving only a faint scar. From the outside, she looked completely like a Victorian noble lady. Pavira silently marveled in her heart. The station looked exactly the same as a month ago. No, not entirely the same. Her gaze swept around the platform. There were twice as many station guards in deep blue uniforms compared to last time. There was a patrol post every 50 meters, armed with steam rifles, their expressions serious. In the shadows of the dome, there were a few sniper positions that she could barely make out with the naked eye. The terrorist attack 2 weeks ago had indeed left its mark. 5 explosions, dozens dead, hundreds injured. The Imperial Security Bureau had intervened in the investigation. Core members of the Sons of Dawn were arrested, and the attack plan on the Imperial Parliament building at 9 in the morning was foiled. The newspapers called it a huge victory for the Empire's security forces. Pavira remained non-committal about this. All she knew was that since that day, there were many more patrolling gendarmes on the streets of Victorian, and people in cafes instinctively lowered their voices when they spoke, while those once carefree noble girls. Pavira. A soft weight suddenly hung onto her. Pavira's body reflexively tensed for a moment, her right hand instinctively reaching for her waist. Then she remembered. She hadn't brought her dagger today. Victoria. Pavira's voice was like a still pond. Could you not pounce on me every time we meet? No. The blonde girl with blue eyes unhesitatingly refused, wrapping her arms tightly around Pavira's neck like a large, spoiled golden retriever. I haven't seen you for 2 whole weeks. 2 weeks. Do you know how worried I've been? I wrote you 53 letters. Pavira said helplessly. I received them, every single one. Then why did you only reply to 3? At least I replied. Victoria glared at her angrily, her small tiger teeth peeking out. Pavira sighed. She found herself completely at a loss with this girl. During the explosion 2 weeks ago, Victoria had been less than 10 meters behind her. The shockwave had knocked her to the ground, and shards of glass had cut her arms. That night, Victoria's father, Marquis Hohenheim, personally came to the Schwartz family's residence to express his gratitude to Eleanor and Pavira. It was said that if Eleanor hadn't pulled the 3 girls into a shop's porch in time, their injuries would have been much worse. All right, Victoria. Don't choke Pavira to death. A calm voice came from the side. Cecilia, dressed in a light purple outfit, with her black hair neatly draped over her shoulders, still exuded a poise that belied her age. She was holding a small leather suitcase in her right hand and a thick book in her left, the cover appearing to be some kind of academic work. How can she get on the train like this? I can take her on the train with me, Victoria said defiantly. Pavira decided to give up struggling. After all, struggling was futile. Cecilia, are you also going to the Royal Knight Academy? Pavira changed the subject. Cecilia shook her head. St. Sophia Academy, she said. It's in the eastern district of Eisenberg, halfway across the city from the Royal Knight Academy. St. Sophia Academy? The best girls' academy in the Empire. Victoria finally got off Pavira, her tone carrying a hint of pride. Cecilia was the top of her class last year. Cecilia lowered her eyes slightly, seemingly indifferent to the praise. It's just that my grades are okay. Humble. Victoria accused. You clearly got full marks in every subject. Pavira watched the interaction between the two, a slight movement at the corners of her mouth. She still wasn't quite accustomed to this relaxed atmosphere. 2 weeks ago, they had almost died in that explosion. But now, they stood on the sunny platform as if nothing had happened, bickering over trivial matters. Is this what peace looks like? Or is this what normal people are like? Pavira was not quite sure. Every night, she still dreamed of the sounds of explosions, screams, and the scent of blood. Sometimes it's the explosion on the commercial street. Sometimes it's the night of Calder Fortress. Sometimes it's the earlier, more blurred memories of the days and nights in the punishment camp, the pain of the mech probe piercing her spine, the souls consumed by her screaming in the dark. She would wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in cold sweat, her heart pounding like a drum. Then she would lie on the soft bed, listening to the nightingale's song outside the window, slowly calming herself down. This is not a battlefield. This is Victorian. She is safe. But is she really safe? She is not so sure. Pavira? Cecilia's voice pulls her back from her thoughts. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Pavira shakes her head. Just thinking about what the Royal Knight Academy will be like. Very big. Another voice comes from behind. Pavira turns her head. Erin is jogging towards her. Her dark hair flying in the morning breeze, excitement sparkling in her amber eyes. She is wearing a simple riding outfit, which is clearly more suitable for action compared to those elaborate dresses. The Royal Knight Academy is huge. It has 3 training grounds, 2 mech hangars, a library that's 3 stories tall, and a simulated combat room, theoretical classrooms, and dormitory areas. Once she starts talking, she can't stop, forgetting to breathe, until she is out of breath. Oh, and there is a huge central square where the opening ceremony is held every year. In the center of the square is a statue, the statue of the Empire's first Knight Commander. Legend has it that if you touch the sword of the statue, you will pass the exam. Erin. A calm voice interrupts her flood of words. Remember to breathe. Eleanor walks up from behind, still wearing her signature military uniform. A hint of helplessness in her ice blue eyes. Erin sticks out her tongue and obediently closes her mouth. But her eyes are still sparkling, like a puppy that has found a new toy. Pavira watches this scene, suddenly understanding why Eleanor is worried about Erin. This girl is full of romantic fantasies about the battlefield. She only sees the glory and grandeur of the mech knights, unaware of how much blood and bodies those honors are built upon. Just like her 2 weeks ago, still eagerly asking Pavira what the battlefield was like. And now? Pavira does not know if Erin has changed her mind after that explosion. But at least on the surface, she is still that fiery, curious girl about everything. Perhaps this is the privilege of youth, to maintain hope for the future even after experiencing fear. Is everyone here? Eleanor's gaze sweeps over the group, and finally lands on Pavira. Pavira nods. Then let's get on the train. Eleanor turns and walks ahead. The train departs in 10 minutes. Everyone follows her to the private carriage at the end of the platform. Pavira walks at the back of the line, watching the chattering figures ahead, feeling a strange sensation rise in her heart. Victoria is discussing with Erin which snack shops in Eisenberg are good. Cecilia occasionally chimes in, her tone calm, but her content precise. She is clearly familiar with that city. Eleanor walks in front, occasionally looking back to ensure everyone is keeping up. This scene looks like a group of ordinary girls happily going to school. Pavira can't help but smile. This world is really strange. A month ago, she was setting fire to the officers of Victoria on the battlefield of Uzel. Now, she is wearing a dress of Victoria's nobility, going to the Knight Academy of Victoria with the noble girls of Victoria. If Grigori knew, he would surely laugh his head off, provided he is still alive. Pavira's mood darkens for a moment. She does not know Grigori's whereabouts. After the night of Calder Fortress, she has not received any news about the 404th punishment camp. Perhaps he survived, perhaps he did not. In that hellish battlefield, living is a miracle, dying is the norm. The train slowly starts moving, leaving the Victoria Central Station. The scenery outside the window begins to flow, the bustling streets, towering buildings, and skyline composed of steam pipes gradually left behind. Pavira leans against the soft seat and closes her eyes. Forget it, let the past be the past. She is now Pavira von Schwartz. She has a new name, a new identity, a new life, and also little Pav. Erin's voice rings in her ears. Pavira turns her head to look at the lively girl. Erin's eyes are sparkling, as if filled with stars. We'll be classmates from now on, she says, her tone full of expectation. Even though you're a freshman and I'm in second year, we can have meals together, train together, and... Erin. Eleanor's voice rings out again, with a hint of warning. Breathe. Erin sticks out her tongue again and closes her mouth. But her smile can't help but rise, like a puppy that has finally found a playmate. Pavira looks at her and pauses for a few seconds. Then, the corners of her mouth slightly curl up into a faint but genuine arc. Okay, she says. Let's have meals together. Let's train together. Erin's eyes shine even brighter. Victoria nearby lets out an exaggerated gasp. Oh my, Pavira smiled. Quick, look, Pavira is smiling. Pavira's expression instantly returns to normal. I didn't smile. You clearly smiled. Illusion. I saw it clearly. Victoria stamps her foot in anger. Cecilia is suppressing a laugh beside her. Erin has already burst into laughter, and Eleanor's lips also curve slightly upward. Chapter 35 So-called family. The train speeds along the edge of the Alps, and the scenery outside the window gradually changes from plains to rolling hills. Pavira leans against the soft velvet seat, listening to the rhythmic sound of the wheels rolling over the tracks. The compartment is very large, so large it's a bit excessive. Deep red velvet curtains, oak panels with brass decorations, a crystal chandelier, and a round table large enough for 8 people to sit around. The table is set with exquisite tea sets, a 3-tiered snack stand, fresh fruits, and a bottle of red wine of unknown vintage. Pavira, do you want to try this? Victoria suddenly holds out a small cake drizzled with chocolate sauce in front of her. This is a specialty of Eisenberg, called moonlight truffle, and you can only eat the freshest on the train. Thank you. Pavira takes the cake and takes a bite. Sweet. Very sweet. So sweet that she suspects the sugar content might violate some public health regulations. Is it good? Very sweet. Then it's good. Victoria nods in satisfaction and starts searching for her next target on the snack stand. Pavira watches her busy figure, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. Victoria's enthusiasm for sweets is probably similar to Erin's enthusiasm for mechs. It's that kind of irresistible, pure joy. She sighs, puts down the half-eaten cake, and stands up. I want to get some fresh air. I'll accompany you. Eleanor also stands up, putting down her teacup. Sister, Erin is about to speak. You stay here. Eleanor's tone is firm. Take care of Victoria and Cecilia. But, Erin. Okay. Erin pouts, but obediently sits back down. Pavira watches this scene, her lips twitching slightly. Eleanor's protectiveness towards Erin sometimes feels like treating a little puppy that might run away at any moment. However, speaking of which, Eleanor's protectiveness doesn't seem to differ much. The two walked out of the private room and along the corridor. This carriage is a special one for nobles, with a thick carpet in the corridor. Landscape paintings hanging on the walls, and brass wall lamps every few meters. Occasionally, uniformed attendants passed by, and upon seeing Eleanor's military uniform, they would respectfully bow. Pavila noticed that Eleanor was wearing a casual military uniform today. There were no medals, no epaulets, just a simple deep blue cut and silver buttons. Compared to the splendid formal military attire, this outfit was clearly more suitable for daily activities. What are you thinking? Thinking about why you also came? Pavila directly voiced her question. The Royal Knight Academy is a place for students. You shouldn't need to accompany me to check in, right? Because I have a lot of free time right now. A lot of free time? The 7th Knight Regiment has been disbanded. Eleanor's voice revealed little emotion. The remnants were merged into the 3rd Knight Regiment, but I wasn't reassigned. Pavila stopped in her tracks. She turned her head to look at the profile of Eleanor. Disbanded? The Knight of Calder Fortress. Eleanor's lips curled slightly, but there was no warmth in that smile. 12 mechs went into battle, only 3 returned. As the acting commander, I bear an undeniable responsibility for this outcome. Pavila fell silent. She certainly knew what had happened on the night of Calder Fortress. Because the monster that caused all of this was herself. The military offered me 2 choices. Eleanor continued. First, accept an investigation by a military court and take responsibility for the deaths of those knights. Second, voluntarily apply for an indefinite leave of absence, waiting for reassignment. You chose the second one. I chose the second one. Eleanor nodded. After all, I still want to continue piloting mechs. If convicted by the military court, I would never be able to touch a lance again in my life. Pavila lowered her head, looking at the intricate patterns on the corridor carpet. She didn't know what to say. Those deceased knights were killed by her. The survivors who lost their companions were harmed by her. And the one bearing all the consequences was Eleanor. But even if given another chance, she might still have to do so. Don't show that kind of expression. Eleanor's voice suddenly became lighthearted. I'm not complaining. To be honest, having a long break is also good. Occasionally stepping away from the front lines is beneficial for both mental and physical health. Are you comforting me? I'm stating facts. Eleanor shrugged. Moreover, it's a good opportunity to see how you're doing at the academy. In case you cause any trouble, I can handle it in time. Pavila raised her head and looked directly into Eleanor's eyes. You don't trust me. This is not a question, but a statement. Yes. Eleanor did not deny it. I still remember 2 weeks ago when I found you. You were covered in blood, your eyes were red, like what? Like someone I know? So, Eleanor's tone returned to its usual indifference. Until you learn to control yourself, I don't intend to let you leave my sight too far. You're not afraid I might hurt you? Afraid. Eleanor's answer was surprisingly honest. I saw how you were that day. If you really lost control, I'm not sure I could stop you. Then why? Because you are my sister now. Eleanor interrupted her. No matter who you were before or what you did. From the moment you became Pavila von Schwartz, you are my family. And protecting family is my responsibility. Pavila opened her mouth, but found herself unable to speak. Let's go. Eleanor gently patted her shoulder. I'll show you the other parts of this train. This is just a small part. The truly interesting scenery is behind. They passed through 3 noble carriages. Each one was luxuriously decorated, mostly inhabited by noble families or business tycoons dressed in fine clothes. Some were playing cards, some were having tea, and some were gazing out the window at the scenery. Occasionally, someone recognized Eleanor and would stand to salute or nod in greeting. Eleanor responded to each one, her demeanor elegant, as if she were born to stand in such occasions. Then, they arrived at the connection. The passage between two carriages suddenly became simple. The carpet disappeared, revealing a rough metal floor. The landscape paintings on the walls turned into notices. The air was filled with the smell of coal smoke and machine oil. Ahead was the ordinary carriage. Eleanor's voice was somewhat muffled in the wind. If you don't want to go, we can go back. Pavel did not hesitate. She wanted to see. She wanted to see what the true face of this empire looked like. Chapter 36. Two worlds. The ordinary carriage and the noble carriage are two worlds. The seats were made of hardwood, packed closely together. Each seat was occupied by laborers, farmers, small traders, and women with children. Their clothes were plain or even worn, with traces of life etched on their faces. The luggage racks were piled high with various packages, boxes, baskets, and even a few live chickens tied by their legs. The air was filled with the smell of sweat, food, and cheap tobacco. The noisy chatter, the cries of children, and the rumbling sound of wheels rolling over the tracks mixed together, forming a peculiar clamor. Pavel walked down the aisle, and curious or wary glances were cast towards her by those around. She was currently wearing a deep red casual dress, her silver hair neatly tied back, looking like a noble lady who didn't belong here from any angle. Who is that person? Looks like someone from a wealthy family. How did they end up here? Whispers arose behind her. Pavel ignored them. She was observing the faces of those people. A middle-aged man in tattered work clothes, his hands covered in calluses and scars, as if he had worked in a factory his whole life. A young woman holding a baby, deep dark circles under her eyes, yet softly humming a lullaby. A group of young people in matching gray uniforms. Pavel's footsteps paused. The uniforms of those young people were not factory uniforms. Gray coats with a badge embroidered on the left chest of crossed swords and gears, above which was a knight's helmet, the emblem of the Royal Knight Academy. Students from the academy. Eleanor whispered in her ear, not all students of the Knight Academy are nobles. Each year, a certain number of spots are allocated to commoners, and as long as they pass the assessment, they can enroll. Tuition is covered by the Empire, and after graduation, they are required to serve for at least 10 years in return. Pavel looked at the group of students. About 5 or 6 people, their ages seemed similar to hers. They were sitting together, some reading, some quietly discussing something, and others staring blankly out the window. Their clothes were much tidier than the ordinary passengers around them. But compared to the silks and satins in the noble carriages, they appeared almost shabby. A subtle feeling of being stuck in between. Just then, one of the students noticed Pavel and Eleanor. Look, a noble. A voice came from that direction, not too loud, but just enough for Pavel to hear. Pavel turned to look. The speaker was a girl, probably around 16 or 17, with messy chestnut-colored short hair tied back, her blue eyes showing a hint of vigilance and disdain. Natasha, don't be like that. A nearby boy with glasses tugged at her sleeve and whispered. What if they are someone important? What does it matter if they are important? The girl named Natasha raised her chin. This is a public carriage, not her backyard. She can come, and I can look. What's the problem? Pavel exchanged a glance with her. The girl's gaze was unwavering, staring directly at her, as if scrutinizing, yet also challenging. Interesting, Pavel thought. This was the first time she had encountered a peer in Victorinia who had no intention of flattering her. Let's go. Eleanor gently nudged her elbow, signaling her to move forward. Pavel didn't budge. She looked at the girl named Natasha and suddenly spoke up. Are you a student of the Royal Knight Academy? The entire carriage fell silent for a moment. The group of students raised their heads, looking at Pavel with various expressions. Natasha squinted. So what if I am? Freshman or senior? Freshman. There was a hint of wariness in Natasha's tone. Why do you ask? Because I'm also a freshman. A slight smile curved Pavel's lips. We should meet after school starts. Natasha was momentarily taken aback. Then her expression became even more complicated. Surprise, suspicion, and a trace of barely concealed hostility. You? A freshman at the Royal Knight Academy? She looked Pavel up and down, taking in her dress and headband, as well as her obedient and gentle appearance. What makes you worthy? Because your father is rich? Natasha, a boy with glasses turned pale. Are you crazy? It's fine. Pavel interrupted him. Her question is reasonable. Natasha furrowed her brows. Clearly, she hadn't expected Pavel to respond this way. I don't know what makes me worthy either. Pavel said, maybe it's luck or something else. But since we'll be at the same academy, I think. She paused, tilted her head, and revealed a seemingly harmless smile. At least we should remember each other as faces, right? Natasha was silent for a few seconds. Then she snorted coldly. Remembered, she said, her tone stiff. The silver-haired noble in a red dress. Pavel, she corrected, Pavel von Schwartz. Schwartz? Another student gasped. That Schwartz family? Natasha's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly returned to her indifferent demeanor. Got it, she said, the young lady of the Schwartz family. Pavel nodded and turned to leave. Eleanor followed behind her, not speaking until they exited the carriage. You seem very interested in that girl. Really? Your eyes tell me so. Eleanor's tone carried a hint of amusement. That kind of look you usually only have when you encounter someone interesting. Pavira thought for a moment. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Depends on the situation, Eleanor chuckled lightly. Natasha Petrovna, she said, I heard someone call her that. If I remember correctly. There was a girl among the civilian freshmen this year who ranked first in the assessments, and her name seems to be that. Pavira turned back to glance in the direction of the carriage. Natasha Petrovna, the top-ranking civilian freshman. And Userlin. Interesting, she murmured. They continued walking forward, passing through two more regular carriages. Pavira looked out at the scenery rushing by, listening to the various sounds around her. An old man was telling a story to his grandson about a knight defeating an evil dragon. Two workers were discussing how harsh the new foreman at the factory was. A girl was soothing her younger brother, saying that they would see their father once they reached Eisenberg. Eleanor, what do these people? Pavira's gaze swept over the passengers in the carriage. Know what war is like? Eleanor was silent for a moment. Most don't. Her voice was soft. For them, war is just news in the papers, gossip in taverns. They know there are battles happening on the front lines, but it's a distant, abstract thing. Only when the conscription notice arrives at home, when bad news comes from the front, does war become something real. Pavira nodded. She understood that feeling. During her time in the detention camp, she had thought about whether those who were well-fed and clothed in the rear knew they were dying for them. But now, standing here and looking at the faces of these ordinary people, she found she had little anger. They were not the ones deciding the war. They were just ordinary people caught up in the tide of the times, struggling to live, trying to survive. Just like she had done in the detention camp. Let us go? Pavira turned around. Let us go back. Have you seen enough? Almost. They returned the same way, passing through the connection and back to the noble carriage. The carpet reappeared beneath their feet, and the smell of coal smoke in the air was replaced by the scent of perfume and tea. Pavira glanced back at the door to the connection. The door closed, separating the two worlds. But the railway was the same, carrying everyone, heading in the same direction. In the distance, the rolling mountains began to appear on the horizon. Eisenberg was approaching. Chapter 37 Pavira, you must remember to write to me. The central station in Eisenberg was smaller than Victorian's, but just as grand. The dome was made of deep blue glass and black iron framework, with sunlight streaming through the stained glass, casting colorful shadows. The platform was bustling with people, students in various uniforms hurriedly dragging their suitcases. And the air was filled with the unique smell of steam locomotives mixed with a kind of youthful restlessness. Pavira stepped off the platform, taking in the lively scene before her. There were more students than she had expected. Her gaze scanned the young faces, some excited, some nervous, some pretending to be mature, and others openly looking around. Pavira. A soft weight hung around her neck once more. This time, Pavira was prepared and didn't tense up. Victoria, she said with some helplessness, we just got off the same carriage 5 minutes ago, but we're about to part. The golden-haired girl's voice was exaggeratedly sorrowful as she tightly wrapped her arms around Pavira's neck, as if afraid she would suddenly disappear. St. Sophia Academy is in the east of the city, and the Royal Knight Academy is in the west, separated by half the city. It will be a long time before we can meet again. Eisenberg isn't as big as Victorian, Pavira pointed out, but it's still far. Pavira looked at Cecilia, hoping for some assistance. Cecilia stood to the side, her black hair neatly draped over her shoulders, her light purple casual dress appearing particularly elegant in the morning light. A slight smile played at the corners of her mouth, giving an encouraging expression. Miss Victoria, a respectful voice came from nearby. Pavira turned to see a middle-aged man in a deep blue uniform standing not far away, followed by two similarly uniformed servants. The Hornheim family's carriage is waiting outside. Victoria pouted but finally released Pavira. All right. She stepped back, her eyes sparkling with reluctance. Pavira, you must remember to write to me. Not It's okay. Victoria, I promise I'll write to you every day. I'll try. Pavira, once a week. At least 3 letters. 2 letters. Victoria glared at her, her small tiger teeth peeking out. But in the end, she compromised. Fine, 2 letters. But each one must be 3 pages long. Pavira sighed and nodded slightly. Victoria's expression instantly brightened, as if she had received some magnificent promise. Then it settled. She turned and ran towards the waiting servants, her pale yellow skirt drawing a bright arc in the air. After running a few steps, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and waved her hand. Right, Pavira. What? If anyone bullies you at the academy, you must tell me. I'll have my dad deal with them. Pavira was taken aback for a moment. Then, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Okay. Victoria nodded in satisfaction and finally turned to leave. Cecilia walked up to Pavira, watching Victoria's figure disappear into the crowd. She really likes you. I know. You like her too. Pavira did not respond. Cecilia smiled gently, her calm eyes revealing a hint of understanding. Although the Royal Knight Academy and St. Sophia Academy are separated by half a city, there are social events every month. She said, we can see each other again then. Social events? Balls, tea parties, academic exchanges, and the like. Cecilia spoke casually, a tradition of noble schools. Pavira frowned. Balls, tea parties, academic exchanges. Why did she have an ominous feeling? Miss Lindbergh. Another respectful voice sounded. It was a servant from the Lindbergh family. Cecilia nodded to him and then stepped forward. She handed Pavira a neatly folded note. This is the address of Street Sophia Academy and my dormitory number. If you encounter any trouble, you can also write to me. Although I may not be able to help much, at least I can listen to you. Pavira took the note and carefully tucked it into the pocket of her skirt. Thank you. Take care, she said, briefly but sincerely. You too. Cecilia nodded slightly and then turned to walk toward the waiting servant. Her steps were steady and graceful. The light purple hem of her dress gently swaying in the wind, like a quietly blooming violet. We should go too. The Schwartz family's carriage is waiting at the west gate. Pavira withdrew her gaze and turned to the girl who was as excited as a puppy. Erin's amber eyes sparkled with anticipation, her dark long hair gently swaying in the morning breeze. Pavira nodded and followed the two toward the carriage station at the west gate. The steam car traveled smoothly on the streets of Eisenberg. The streets were straight, lined with neat sidewalk trees and uniformly styled row buildings. Even the spacing of the trees seemed measured with a ruler. Occasionally, mounted gendarmes patrolled by, the sound of hooves echoing on the street. This was Pavira's first time seeing such an orderly city. Eisenberg is a military stronghold of the Empire. Eleanor noticed her curiosity. 1/3 of the Empire's standing army is stationed here, along with the Royal Knight Academy, the Imperial Officer School, and the logistics headquarters. The entire city is planned around military needs. So that's why it's so orderly? You could say that. Eleanor's lips curled slightly. Vitorian is the heart of the Empire. Eisenberg is the fist of the Empire. The heart can be romantic, but the fist must be precise. Pavira nodded thoughtfully. Erin sat opposite her, excitedly gazing out the window. We're almost there. Look over there. That tower is the Academy's clock tower. Pavira looked in the direction she pointed. Indeed, there was a towering clock tower in the distance, its spire piercing the clouds, shimmering with metallic luster under the sunlight. Eleanor. Pavira retracted her gaze and turned to the woman sitting beside her. What is the Academy really like? Eleanor raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The 3 training grounds, 2 mech hangars, the 3-story library that Erin mentioned, and the passing exam by just touching a statue. It sounds like something from a recruitment brochure. Erin's face instantly flushed. I didn't embellish. Those are all true. Really? Really? Eleanor chuckled softly, leaning back in her seat, a hint of nostalgia in her icy blue eyes. The Royal Knight Academy. Chapter 38. Damn it. The facilities Erin mentioned are indeed real. The 3 training grounds are used for basic fitness, mech simulation, and combat drills. 1 mech hangar stores teaching mechs, and the other stores students' private mechs. The library does have 3 floors, with a collection that ranks 3rd in the Empire, second only to the Royal Library and the military archives. Eleanor's voice slowed down, as if reminiscing about something distant. But these are just the surface. Students at the Royal Knight Academy are divided into 2 categories, noble offspring and special recruits from commoners. Noble offspring make up the majority. They come here to gain prestige, build connections, or simply because of family tradition. Special recruits from commoners are in the minority. They enter the academy through rigorous assessments, their tuition paid by the Empire, and they must serve at least 10 years after graduation. The 2 groups are not very harmonious. Eleanor's tone became somewhat subtle. Noble offspring feel that special recruits from commoners are just muddy-legged people here to snatch resources, while special recruits feel that noble offspring are worthless leeches relying on family backgrounds. Both sides look down on each other, and conflicts are the norm. Pavira recalled the girl she met on the train. Natasha Petrovna. Short brown red hair, blue eyes, and an unmistakable hostility in her gaze. Both sides dislike each other but have to study, train, and compete within the same academy. Thus, there are various open and covert rivalries. Pavira added. Exactly. Eleanor nodded. There are many student clubs in the academy. On the surface, they are interest groups, but in reality, they are strongholds of various factions. Noble students have their own clubs, and commoner students have theirs. Conflicts often arise between the 2, sometimes verbally, sometimes, she paused, physically. Erin chimed in quietly, but it's all within the rules. The academy has a dedicated dueling arena. If two students have conflicts, they can apply for a formal duel. They can use either mechs or swords, supervised by instructors, so there won't be any fatalities. Most of the time, there won't. Eleanor corrected. Aaron's voice trailed off. What else? There's also. Eleanor's expression became somewhat subtle. The Academy has some special teaching projects. Pavira recalled General Margaret's words. Are you referring to General Margaret's project? Not just hers. Eleanor said. There are several special projects in the Academy, overseen by different high-ranking officers or nobles. Students in these projects do not participate in regular courses. They have their own training plans and assessment standards. The outside world knows very little about these projects. Only that students who can enter them are either exceptionally talented or, she paused, have certain special abilities. Pavira's eyes narrowed slightly. For example, the root of the 22. For example, the path of the tower. General Margaret's project is one of them, Eleanor said, but I don't know the specifics. I only know that her students. Her voice became somewhat somber. Very few can graduate. The carriage fell silent. Aaron looked somewhat nervous, worry flashing in her amber eyes. Overall, Eleanor's tone returned to its usual calmness. The Royal Knight Academy is a complex place. It has the best resources as well as the fiercest competition. There are the most outstanding talents, as well as the dirtiest means. But overall, it is still a safe place. The Academy has its own rules and its own bottom line. As long as you do not cross those bottom lines, you will not face life-threatening dangers. The open and covert rivalries between the students are, after all, just. Her voice slowed down. Young peoples, then she stopped. Pavira followed her gaze and looked out the window. The steam car was slowing down. In front of them stood the gate of the Royal Knight Academy. Or rather, what used to be the gate. According to Aaron's earlier description, the main gate of the Royal Knight Academy should have been a magnificent Gothic archway, flanked by imposing statues. The archway was still there, but it had become crooked. The statue on the left was reduced to half, with everything above the waist completely missing, and faint wisps of smoke rising from the broken edge. The statue on the right was intact, but for some reason, it had been painted pink. The ground was littered with rubble, shells, and some. Pavira looked closely. Was that underwear? Why was there underwear on the ground? She lifted her head to look at Eleanor. Eleanor's expression had frozen. Her ice blue eyes were filled with disbelief. Pavira tilted her head. What did you just say? Eleanor didn't respond. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately, nothing came out. Just then, a sharp whistling sound came from inside the academy. Pavira turned her head back towards the gate. Wow, are there still shells? Boom. A shell landed precisely in the center of the gate. The shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust, and the already crooked archway finally could not withstand it and collapsed with a crash. The pink statue on the right also swayed dangerously in the shockwave. Then, crack. The head of the statue fell off, rolling a few times on the ground before finally stopping next to the wheel of a steam car. Pavira looked down at the pink stone head. It had two little mustaches and a pair of glasses drawn on it. The first commander of the Empire's Knight Order. If he were aware from beyond the grave. Who knows if he would jump out of his coffin in anger. The carriage was silent. Eleanor's face could hardly be described as just difficult to look at. It was a kind of. Pavira thought for a moment and found an appropriate word. Despair. Yes, it was despair. Just like the expression of the enemy soldiers she saw when she blew up their supply wagon on the battlefield. That, Aaron cautiously spoke up. Her voice was somewhat weak, and her amber eyes flickered with guilt. Sister, Pavira, I can explain. Eleanor slowly turned her head to look at her sister. That gaze made Aaron instinctively shrink back. Speak. Eleanor's voice was frighteningly calm. Why has the main gate of the Royal Knight Academy turned into this? Aaron swallowed hard. This is actually a tradition of the Academy. Tradition? Yes, a tradition that has appeared in recent years. Aaron's voice gradually regained some strength. A week before the start of each school year, the two largest student organizations in the Academy conduct a live-fire exercise. Live-fire exercise? Pavira repeated. Yes. Aaron nodded and began to explain. The two largest student organizations in the Academy are the Iron Cross and the Dawn Brigade. The Iron Cross is mainly composed of noble students, while the Dawn Brigade is primarily made up of commoner students. These two organizations have a bad relationship. So every year before the start of the school year, the Academy designates an area for the two organizations to hold a friendly match. Officially, it's a friendly match. But in reality, her voice trailed off. It's about settling scores. Pavira looked at the chaotic battlefield outside the window and then at Aaron. She said nothing. Just blinked. Aaron's face turned bright red. It's not usually like this. Really. It only happens this week before the start of school. And there are rules. Live ammunition is not allowed. No permanent disability is allowed. Non-combatants cannot be attacked. That shell, She looked at the smoking shell hole outside. It should be a training shell, with only 1/10 the power of real ammunition. Eleanor raised an eyebrow. 1/10 of the power can blow up the gate like this? Aaron fell silent. Maybe it's because the gate was already in disrepair? Boom. Another explosion occurred, and this time it seemed closer to them. Eleanor took a deep breath, the veins on her forehead twitching. She suddenly pushed open the carriage door, her military boots crunching on the rubble with a crisp sound. These damn fools. She coldly spat out a few words and strode toward the ruins. Chapter 39. I just wanted to help my sister. Igor Petrov felt very lucky today. As the captain of the Dawn Brigade's assault squad, this was his 3rd year participating in the opening exercise. They had lost badly in the previous 2 years. But this year, everything was going smoothly. This was because his squad had added a few new faces, all of whom were civilian special recruits who had passed strict assessments to enter the academy. Each one was a tough character who had truly struggled on the edge of the battlefield or in the slums. Unlike those noble young masters who had been overly protected by their families, these people knew what survival meant. Captain, we have spotted an enemy patrol 50 meters ahead. A team member reported quietly. Igor nodded. Go around. Our target is the enemy command post and artillery positions. Don't create unnecessary trouble. Understood. The squad began to maneuver around. Igor walked in the middle of the group, alertly observing his surroundings. He was user. This was no secret in the Empire. Igor Petrov, 20 years old, from the western border of the User Union. 5 years ago, his village was leveled during an anti-bandit operation, and he and his sister were the only survivors. Later, he smuggled his sister into the Empire, earning enough registration fees by fighting in underground boxing matches in the slums to participate in the Royal Knight Academy's special recruitment test. He ranked 3rd that year. The top 2 were Imperial citizens. But Igor didn't care about the ranking. He only cared about one thing, becoming stronger. Strong enough that no one could harm him or his sister again. As for the hatred between the Empire and User, that was a matter for those sitting in high positions. He was just a person who wanted to survive. Captain, a team member suddenly called out in a low voice. At 10 o'clock, there are 2 people. Igor immediately turned in that direction. Through the smoke from the shelling, 2 figures were approaching. The one in front was a woman. She wore a black sleeveless fitted top that clung tightly to her long, powerful figure, with arms that displayed a smooth yet dangerous strength. Her dark long hair was casually tied back, with a few strands blown by the wind, falling around her collarbone. There was no extravagant decoration, no military insignia. Looking like a noble lady who had wandered onto the battlefield. Half a step behind that woman was a girl dressed in a deep red dress. She was very short, smaller than most noble ladies he had seen. Her figure was so slender that it seemed like a gust of wind could knock her down. Her silver short hair shone softly in the sunlight, loosely tied with a deep red hairband, with a few strands falling by her ears. Her skin was pale to the point of translucence, like porcelain that had not seen sunlight for a long time, making one worry that it would shatter with a touch. Her features were delicate, with a small, straight nose, slightly upturned eyes, and lips the color of diluted rose petals, all combining to create a strange sense of cuteness. A cuteness that made one want to ruffle her hair. But the most striking feature was her eyes. Light gray with a hint of blue, like the surface of a frozen lake on a winter morning. At this moment, those eyes were observing everything on the battlefield with a curious expression. No fear, no disgust, just curiosity, like a visitor at a zoo watching monkeys fight. Who were those 2? The team members began to discuss. They don't look like students from the academy or instructors. Are they lost outsiders? Igor remained silent. His eyes were fixed on the woman in black. Something felt off. The woman's steps were precise, as if measured with a ruler. Igor had spent 3 years in the black boxing ring of the slums. He had seen all kinds of people and had been beaten by all kinds of people. He had learned one thing. By observing a person's steps, he could roughly judge their strength. The steps of the woman before him were flawless, every movement exact. The placement of her feet, the height of her legs, the swing of her arms, all perfectly executed. That was not the gait of an ordinary person. It was an instinct honed through countless real battles. Just as Igor was about to give an order, he heard a teammate shout beside him. Who cares who she is? Knock her out first. Wait, it was too late. The impulsive teammate had already raised his training rifle and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The barrage of training rounds covered the positions of the 2 people. Smoke and dust rose, obscuring everything. Did they hit her? They should have. There was a hint of relief in the voices of the teammates. But Igor frowned. Something was not right. As the smoke gradually cleared, the woman in black was gone. Only the silver-haired girl remained standing in place. She stood straight, her expression eerily calm, as if the barrage had never happened. No, she shifted aside by 1 step. Just 1 step. She had perfectly avoided all the training rounds. That kind of precise judgment made Igor's pupils constrict suddenly. Then, he felt a gust of wind. No, it wasn't wind. It was something that rushed past him. Bang. A teammate beside him fell. Bang, bang, bang. More and more people were going down. Igor instinctively raised his rifle and fired at that thing. But he hit nothing. That thing was too fast. Fast as a ghost. In less than 5 seconds, his entire team was down, except for him. Igor stood frozen, his hand trembling slightly on the rifle. A hand landed on his shoulder from behind. He turned around sharply. Ice blue eyes were just inches away. The woman stood less than half a meter behind him. The distance was so close, he could almost feel the warmth of her breath. And he had no idea when she had gotten so close. Igor swallowed hard. That, Usher woman. Her voice was calm and indifferent. Your reaction speed is quick. 0.3 of a second faster than the others. Igor didn't know whether to say thank you or what. But it wasn't enough. After saying this, the woman's hand sliced down. Igor's body instinctively reacted. He sidestepped to avoid it, while raising his rifle to block. This move had helped him dodge countless ambushes in the black boxing ring. But that hand suddenly changed direction in midair. Igor let out a muffled grunt, feeling as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, and he flew backward. He hit the ground and rolled twice before stopping. The intense pain nearly made him faint, but he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay awake. Raising his head, he saw the woman standing not far away. Her expression indifferent. Not faint yet. There was a hint of surprise in her tone. Yes, Igor wanted to stand up. But the sharp pain in his abdomen made his legs weak. Who are you? He managed to ask. The woman did not answer. But another voice came from beside him. She is my sister. Igor turned his head. The silver-haired girl had somehow come to his side. She crouched down to meet his gaze. Up close. Her features appeared even more exquisite than from a distance, like a porcelain doll that noble ladies would display in their living rooms. But those light, grayish-blue eyes. Igor saw something familiar in those eyes. It was the same thing that existed in his own eyes. Something seen only by those who had witnessed bloodshed. Your footwork is very special, the girl said. It's not the standard combat technique of the Imperial Army. Igor was taken aback. It's Usher's. I know, the girl nodded. I've seen it. This statement puzzled Igor. When had a Victorian noble lady seen Usher's folk combat techniques? But he had no chance to ask further, as a new explosion sound came from afar. The girl stood up and turned towards the direction of the sound. It seems it's not over yet, she said. Then she looked at the woman. Sister, do you need help? The woman's brow furrowed slightly, her ice blue eyes filled with impatience. Help. She spat out a single word. The girl blinked. All right. She turned to Igor. Her tone still calm. You should lie down and rest. We'll go deal with the rest. After saying this, she followed the footsteps of the woman, moving towards the direction of the explosions. Igor lay on the ground, watching the two figures gradually disappear into the smoke and dust. The silver-haired girl's walking posture was strange. Despite wearing a complicated dress, her steps were as light as if she were walking on clouds. Each placement of her feet was perfectly executed, automatically avoiding rubble, shell casings, and the bodies lying on the ground. That was not the gait of an ordinary noble lady. That was, an absurd thought flashed through Igor's mind. It was the kind of step that someone who had walked countless times on the battlefield would have. Sister, aren't you going to ask them why they're fighting this war? I know why. Just like Aaron said, the conflict between the nobles and the commoners has a long history. This exercise is just a channel for venting. If they aren't allowed to fight, they will fight privately. That is more dangerous. Oh, I see. So you're not angry that they're fighting. You're angry that they blew up the gate. I took my graduation photo under that gate. I see. Then let us continue, sister. There are still many people waiting to be knocked out. You seem very happy. No, I just genuinely want to help my sister. Absolutely no selfish motives. Chapter 40. Since you insist. Pavira felt that her luck wasn't great today. First of all, she got separated from Eleanor. It wasn't her fault. Amidst a smooth situation, a large group of students, about 100 of them, suddenly rushed out from behind the ruins. Some shouting long live the Iron Cross, others shouting victory for the commoners, and then the two sides clashed like two groups of randy roosters. Eleanor was slowed down by several students clinging to her legs, crying out for help. Meanwhile, Pavira was swept into the desolate ruins like a leaf caught in a flood. By the time she finally managed to extricate herself from the chaos, she had no idea which corner she had been pushed into. Pavira stood amidst the ruins, surveying her surroundings. This looked like some training ground of the academy, but artillery fire had turned most of the buildings into rubble. Only a 3-story stone building was still barely standing, its walls covered in cracks, all the windows shattered, and half the roof collapsed. Distant gunfire and shouting could be heard. The exercise was still ongoing. Pavira sighed. She should go find Eleanor. But she was completely unfamiliar with this area, and students were running everywhere, making it harder than climbing to the sky to find someone. It would be better to find a high place to observe first. Pavel looked up, her gaze fixed on a rickety 3-story stone building. That was the only high point nearby, although the walls were covered with grotesque cracks resembling blood vessels. And half of the roof had collapsed. It looked like a sneeze could bring it down. It should still be possible to go up. She squeezed sideways into the narrow entrance and began to climb the staircase littered with rubble. First floor, second floor, third floor. The stairs ended here. But there was a small door leading to the roof beside her. The door had been blown askew, revealing a gap just wide enough to squeeze through. Pavel pushed through. The roof, or what was left of it, trembled slightly beneath her feet. She carefully stepped on relatively stable spots and slowly walked toward the edge of the roof. From here, she could see most of the academy's terrain. The main buildings were to the north, billowing black smoke after being shelled. To the east was an open training ground where several armored vehicles were engaged in a skirmish. To the west, Pavel squinted. A large group of students had gathered in a square, forming a circle. Something seemed to be in the center of the circle. A duel arena? She recalled what Eleanor had said in the car. The academy had a designated duel arena where students could apply for formal duels to resolve conflicts. It seemed that was it. How lively it was, everything competing for dominance. Pavel withdrew her gaze, preparing to search for Eleanor in another direction when, crack, the roof collapsed. Not the entire roof, just the small section beneath her feet. But that was enough. A sense of weightlessness suddenly seized her heart. Her vision spun, and rubble and dust poured down like a waterfall. Pavel felt as if someone had kicked her from behind. Her body instinctively reacted in the moment of falling, adjusting her posture, protecting her head, searching for a landing. Boom. Dust and smoke erupted. Pavel landed on the ground in a relatively graceful position. One knee on the ground. One hand braced against the floor, the other instinctively reaching for her waist. The surrounding noise suddenly quieted down. Pavel lifted her head, dusting off her silver hair. She found herself at the center of a storm. This was a large circular clearing. Students in uniforms surrounded the clearing, at least 100 of them. They all looked at her with expressions of shock. And less than 3 meters in front of her, 2 people stood frozen in the act of wielding their weapons. One was a tall young man in an elegant dark blue uniform, holding a single-handed sword. His short golden hair was meticulously styled, and his brows bore a natural arrogance. The blade still trembled slightly, clearly having just been about to strike. The other was a slender young woman with short hair, dressed in plain gray training clothes, holding 2 short daggers. Her stance was lower than the man's, as if she were ready to pounce at any moment. Her eyes were sharp, her lips tightly pressed, radiating a fierce determination. The 2 turned toward Pavel almost simultaneously. Who is she? Where did she come from? The 2 voices overlapped, filled with the same astonishment and wariness. Pavel slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from her dress. So this is also a duel, huh? I interrupted. She spoke calmly. The 2 remained silent for about 3 seconds. The man with the sword furrowed his brow first. This is a formal duel arena. No one is allowed to enter during a duel. You should know the rules. His tone was laced with evident arrogance, but his wording was relatively restrained. The woman with the daggers, however, was less polite. Rules? She fell from the sky, and you're talking about rules with her? Her tone was sharp, her gaze scanning Pavel back and forth. Pavel assessed the 2 of them. Young, probably around 18 or 19. Their stance, the way they held their weapons, the movement of their eyes while speaking, honestly, they were quite good. Much stronger than average. On the front lines, they might survive the first month. I really did fall by accident. Pavel pointed to the hole above her. There was an irregular large hole above her, with rubble still falling down. Through the hole, the clear sky was visible. This building was likely originally the Academy's comprehensive training hall, divided into several floors. Each floor had thick stone flooring and load-bearing walls, making the structure quite solid. However, in the center of the building, there was a shaft that penetrated 3 floors up to the ceiling. The original design of the shaft was for lighting and ventilation, allowing a direct view from the first floor to the ceiling of the 3rd floor. After the bombardment, the ceiling was blown out, and Pavel had just fallen through that hole, straight down into the center of the duel arena on the 1st floor. The 2 looked up for a moment, their expressions becoming even more complex. You fell from 3 stories high like that? The man's voice held a hint of disbelief. Pavel nodded. Sorry to interrupt you, I'll leave right now. She truly just wanted to find Eleanor. But the woman with the daggers suddenly squinted, her gaze landing on the headband in Pavel's hair. Wait, the deep red headband and silver hair, her expression changed. That one from the Schwartz family? Pavel was taken aback. She hadn't expected her reputation to spread so quickly. You know me? I don't know you, the woman said coldly, but I've heard of you. I didn't expect the Schwartz family to send you here to be gilded so soon. Her tone dripped with evident sarcasm. Pavel did not respond. She noticed the expressions of the surrounding students were also changing. Some revealed hostility, likely aligned with the woman with the daggers. Others showed anticipation, as if waiting to see a good show. The man with the sword did not join in the mockery. He merely frowned, sizing up Pavel, the adopted daughter of the Schwartz family, said to be an orphan brought back from the front lines by Senior Eleanor. He paused. However, it is interesting that you can fall from 3 stories without a scratch. The woman snorted coldly. Interesting? I think it was intentional. Who knows if she was sent by the Iron Cross to stir up trouble? The man raised an eyebrow. Stir up trouble? I think she looks more like one of your Dawn Brigade people. After all, an orphan on the battlefield is still a peasant at heart. You. The woman's expression darkened, her grip tightening on the daggers. Pavel sighed. Is this what Eleanor meant by noble children and commoners not getting along? It seemed it wasn't just a matter of dislike. They were utterly incompatible. But were these two really dueling? It looked more like they were flirting with each other. You too. Pavel tried to make her voice sound kinder. I really was just passing by, no intention to offend. I can leave right now. Shut up. The woman interrupted her. You think you can just come and go as you please? She stepped forward fiercely, exuding killing intent. What do you think this is? A noble's backyard? Exactly. Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The man adjusted his stance as well, blocking Pavel's escape route on the other side. As an intruder, you need to pay a price to cleanse the stain you've brought upon the honor of the duel. Pavel watched as the two gradually closed in. The two, who had been at odds, had strangely reached some kind of tacit understanding. Clean up the trash first? The woman tilted her head, provocatively looking at the man. Agreed. The man nodded coldly. After we deal with this uninvited guest, we can continue. Pavel felt a bit of a headache. Is this what they call youthful exuberance? Just a moment ago, they seemed ready to kill each other. And now they had united against an outsider in an instant. She looked at the weapons raised simultaneously by the two and the excited expressions of the students around. Eager for a spectacle. You're going to team up against me? Don't think too highly of yourself, the woman said coldly. The man nodded. Our duel hasn't determined a victor yet. Once I've dealt with you, we'll continue. Pavel fell silent. Then she looked at the two with a complex expression, like an adult watching two unruly children insist on banging their heads against a wall. Fine, she said. Since you insist. Chapter 41. The silver-haired tyrant. This kid is doomed. This was the thought of most of the onlookers. A boy in the front row adjusted his glasses and held a notebook filled with data in his hands. He was a second-year data analyst. Although he didn't go to the battlefield, he was very professional in assessing combat power. The man in the arena was Julian von Weber, a rising star of the Iron Cross Society. Arrogant as he was, his swordsmanship was superb, capable of 3 strikes per second. The woman, Kaya the Wildcat from the Dawn Brigade, was a civilian, but her 2 daggers seemed to grow from her hands, sharp and vicious, specifically targeting lower body strikes and joints. Both were top performers in their respective societies, and after 10 minutes of fighting, neither had gained the upper hand. And now, these 2 bloodthirsty individuals were teaming up against someone who looked like a lost Little Red Riding Hood. The silver-haired girl hadn't even drawn a weapon. She just stood there, her skirt still dusted with debris from her earlier fall, her hands naturally hanging at her sides, looking relaxed as if she were strolling in her backyard. Has the Schwartz family's adopted daughter been scared silly? A classmate whispered nearby. The boy with glasses said nothing. He squinted, staring into the girl's light gray eyes. Something was off. She was too calm, facing 2 armed assailants. There wasn't a trace of tension in her gaze, not even the instinctive muscle tension that comes with danger. She looked at them like she was watching 2 children playing with sticks. Look, it's starting, someone shouted, or perhaps it was some sort of tacit understanding between the two. Julian moved first. His long sword drew a silver arc, aiming for the girl's right shoulder. Although this strike wasn't fatal, it was enough to incapacitate someone. Following closely, Kaya, like a gray shadow, glided close to the ground, her 2 daggers striking towards the girl's knees like the fangs of a venomous snake. The 2 attacks were perfectly coordinated. Even a third-year senior would be flustered and forced to retreat under such a combined assault. The boy with glasses held his breath. However, the girl merely took a small step to the side. Just a small step, yet it felt as if she had stepped on some invisible node. Julian's long sword nearly missed her nose. At the moment the sword pierced the air, the girl's left hand casually swatted at Julian's wrist as if shooing away a fly. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Julian's sword momentum was instantly interrupted, and he staggered forward due to inertia. Meanwhile, the girl lightly lifted her right foot, not to kick, but to accurately stomp down on Kaya's wrist that had just extended. Crack! The movement was so light and effortless that even her skirt didn't lift too high. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The two's combined assault, like a delicate glass bottle, was instantly shattered by the girl's casual swat and stomp. Your coordination is too rigid. The girl's voice rang out in the arena, her tone gentle and filled with an infuriating patience. The sword path is too straight, and your intentions are too obvious. As for you, she looked down at Kaya, who was trying to retract her wrist. Sliding close to the ground is a good idea, but your center of gravity is too low. Once you get pinned down, you won't be able to change direction. Kaya's face turned red. She exerted force, attempting to stab the girl's calf with her left dagger. But the girl merely tilted her ankle slightly and gently ground Kaya's hand with her heel. Oh, don't move around. I'm trying to reason with you. Her tone was like that of someone soothing a disobedient kitten. At this point, Julian had regained his balance, his shame and anger causing him to lose his rationality. He roared, gripping his sword with both hands, and swung down with a powerful chop. Shut up. This strike created a gust of wind, clearly serious. The crowd gasped. The boy with glasses drew a long line with his pen on paper. It was over. Julian had likely lost his mind. Although the sword was blunt, it was still genuine metal. If that strike connected, the girl's head would be split open. But in the next second, everyone's jaws dropped. The girl didn't dodge. She simply raised her right hand, extending her index and middle fingers, and gently pinched the trajectory of the descending sword. Clang. The training sword, forged from high-quality steel, was caught between her fingers. The blade was less than 5 centimeters from her forehead. Julian's face turned red, veins bulging on his arms as he desperately tried to push the sword down or pull it back. But the sword felt as if it were cast in her fingers. Not moving an inch. Not bad strength, but your point of application is wrong. The girl maintained her lecturing tone, even tilting her head slightly, as if observing an interesting toy. You should be using your shoulders for power, not your waist and abdomen. While this looks fierce, it lacks follow-through. With a gentle shake of her wrist, a strange vibration traveled down the sword. Julian felt a numbness in his hands, unable to grip the sword any longer, and it flew from his grasp. The girl caught the hilt smoothly and performed a beautiful flourish with the sword. This is how you use a sword. She reversed her grip, lightly tapping the spine of the sword against Julian's knee pit. Julian felt his legs give way and fell to his knees with a thud. And you? The girl looked down at Kaya, who was still struggling. She released her foot from Kaya's wrist, but the instant Kaya tried to spring up, the sword tip was already pressed against her throat. Daggers are weapons for assassins, meant for a single deadly strike. Were all those flashy moves just a dance? The arena fell silent. From start to finish, no more than 20 seconds had passed. The two elite figures from the academies were completely subdued, one kneeling and the other sprawled. The pen in the boy's hand snapped with a loud pop as he unconsciously pressed down too hard. In that moment, as a recorder who prided himself on data and reason, his mind went blank. All calculations regarding force, speed, and angles collapsed in that instant. In their place was an almost religious shiver. He looked at the girl. At that moment, the afternoon sun just happened to pierce through the giant hole in the roof, forming a murky yet dazzling beam of light, shining straight down on the center of the duel arena. Dust danced wildly in the light, like countless golden particles on a pilgrimage. The girl stood at the center of that light and dust. Her deep red dress was strikingly vivid against the slightly dim ruins in the background. Her silver hair glowed in the backlight, the strands floating lightly as if gravity had ceased to exist before her. She did not look at the two once mighty elites on the ground, nor at the sword in her hand. She simply raised her head slightly, gazing at the beam of sunlight cascading down from above. There was no joy of victory, no derision towards the weak, not even any emotional fluctuations belonging to humanity. There was only an absolute indifference, looking down from a height. Like a young tyrant standing before her throne, she gazed down at the noisy, foolish subjects fighting over trivial reasons at the foot of the steps. In that moment, the ruins were no longer ruins. The broken walls transformed into her palace, the scattered stones became her red carpet, and the two fallen strongmen were merely offerings of kneeling before the queen. The girl casually plunged her long sword into the ground beside her. She gently patted the dust off her skirt, her movements slow and composed. Then, she lifted the sides of her skirt with both hands, stepped back half a pace with her right foot, slightly bent her knee, and straightened her back. In the ravaged battlefield, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes filled with fear and awe, she performed a perfectly impeccable curtsy. Well then, I'll take my leave. Her voice was soft, as if the person who had just pressed a sword blade against someone's throat was not her. The girl turned around, her black round-toed shoes stepping on the gravel, producing rhythmic creaking sounds. 1 step, 2 steps. She walked toward the exit. It was originally crowded with students watching the scene, including nobles with iron crosses and commoners from the Dawn Brigade. They had just been shoving and cursing at each other, eager to tear each other apart. But now, no one spoke. Not even anyone dared to breathe loudly. As the girl approached, that invisible, suffocating aura surged like a tide. The bespectacled boy saw that those usually arrogant senior students turned pale and stepped back. The unruly special recruits instinctively lowered their heads, avoiding her gaze. Fear is instinctual. And in the face of absolute power, retreat is also instinctual. There was no need for words to drive them away, no need for forceful intimidation. The crowd parted a path for her, like Moses parting the sea. Chapter 42. It's just good luck. The sunset flowed like melted red gold along the neatly aligned rooftops of Eisenberg, staining the half-destroyed archway of the Royal Knight Academy's main gate blood red. This year's opening exercise ended earlier and more brutally than any previous year. Of course, that was in regard to the pride of both sides involved. In previous years, at this time, the Iron Cross and the Dawn Brigade should still be setting up traps for each other in some dark corners or fiercely battling it out in simulated urban warfare until late at night when the instructors intervened to stop them. But today, the fighting abruptly ceased before the sun had even set. Not because both sides shook hands and made peace, but because they were physically forced to calm down by a third-party force. At this moment, the central square, originally a sacred place for holding the opening ceremony, now resembled a temporary triage area for a large battlefield hospital. However, the injured lying on the ground were not missing arms or legs. Most were clutching their stomachs, rubbing their wrists, or simply wearing a dazed expression of existential doubt. Did my sister and little Pa really do this? Erin stood on the steps at the edge of the square, her amber eyes wide open, mouth slightly agape, holding a half-eaten piece of chocolate in her hand. In her line of sight, to the left was a group of dejected Iron Cross Society members. Those noble youths, who usually held their heads high, were now disheveled, some even supporting each other. To the right were the commoner special recruits from the Dawn Brigade. Those fierce individuals, akin to wild wolves, now resembled stray dogs with broken spines, silent and subdued. And in between the two groups was a strange vacuum zone. To be precise, your sister was responsible for the outer sweep, while Pavel was responsible for the decapitation in the core area. A lazy voice came from behind Erin. Margaret had appeared there at some point, still wearing her deep blue military uniform, draped with a black windproof coat on her shoulders. Although her left shoulder was injured, it did not affect her interest in watching the spectacle. General, Erin instinctively stood at attention, almost crushing the chocolate in her hand. Margaret waved her hand, signaling her to relax, but her gaze was fixed on the administrative building at the end of the square. There, Eleanor was scowling, holding a metal pipe that had been dismantled from somewhere, directing a few students who had not yet been knocked out to clear the rubble at the gate like an angry overseer. Her military boots crunched on the gravel, making a sound that grated on the nerves, and with each step, the surrounding students flinched. Not far from Eleanor, by the fountain, Pavel sat quietly. Her deep red velvet dress was dusted with some dirt, but this only enhanced her aura, making her appear more like a thorny rose blooming amidst the ruins. She held a handkerchief, leisurely wiping her fingers, her movements elegant as if she had just attended an afternoon tea, rather than having dismantled the command systems of two societies with her bare hands. My sister has always been strong, I know. Erin swallowed, turning her gaze to Pavel. But why does little Pa look like a monster? Margaret voiced this thought for her, a playful smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Your family, the Schwartzes, really does produce monsters. Little Erin, it seems your days at the academy are going to get even more. Just then, a sharp whistle broke the low pressure in the square. The instructors and teachers finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Leading them was a middle-aged man with exaggerated handlebar mustaches, Colonel Bergman, the director of education. He surveyed the chaos and the half-blown-off school gate, his facial muscles twitching violently. This is outrageous. Lawless. This is the Royal Knight Academy, not a gladiatorial arena. Colonel Bergman roared, spitting as he shouted in the sunset. Who did this? Who led this group of new students? Where are the heads of the Iron Cross? Where is the captain of the Dawn Brigade? Get out here. A dead silence ensued. No one stepped forward. Not to mention the completely unconscious society heads. Julian was still in the infirmary with an ice pack on his knee, which was swollen like a steamed bun. Igor, the assault captain of the Dawn Brigade, was awake but lying on a stretcher pretending to be dead, clearly not wanting to get into trouble at this moment. No one is admitting it, huh? Colonel Bergman's beard trembled with anger. All right, fine. Everyone loses points. This year's credits will all be counted as mine. A cold voice interrupted Bergman's tirade. Eleanor tossed away the metal pipe in her hand, which clanged loudly as it hit the ground. She brushed the dust off her hands. Stepping out from the shadows, her icy blue eyes sweeping over the students sprawled on the ground. These fools, if I had arrived a bit later, They would probably have blown up the administrative building too. As a former student council president and a concerned bystander for this exercise, I assisted in maintaining order. Colonel Bergman paused, and upon recognizing Eleanor, the anger that was about to erupt got stuck in his throat. Eleanor? His expression changed dramatically, going from anger to astonishment. And finally to a mixed smile of headache and helplessness. Why are you back? No, not that. Why did you involve yourself in the new students' exercise? To send my sister to school. Eleanor pointed at Pavla by the fountain, and to teach these rookies what a real battlefield is. All eyes instantly turned to Pavla. The girl, who had been quietly sitting, seemed to sense the attention. She stopped wiping her hands, slowly raised her head. Her light gray-blue eyes appeared particularly transparent in the sunset. She did not stand up, merely tilted her head slightly, waving at Colonel Bergman with a flawless, noble smile. Hello, instructor. My name is Pavel von Schwartz. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I apologize for the trouble. Colonel Bergman only felt a chill run down his back. Before coming here, he had specifically inquired about the events happening today. This girl, who smiled like a doll, had recently single-handedly taken down the two club's aces. The adopted daughter of the Schwartzes? Bergman wiped the sweat from his forehead and chuckled awkwardly. Good, very good. It seemed this year our academy had welcomed a very promising new student. Not just promising. Margaret also approached, her high heels tapping a crisp rhythm on the cobblestone path. Mr. Bergman, this child's enrollment is going directly into my special project. I've already had someone take care of the paperwork. Bergman's expression changed. General, your project is, she won't die, Margaret interrupted him, her gaze sweeping over Pavila, her eyes flashing with a certain depth, or rather, instead of worrying about her. You might as well worry about the other students. As night fell, the streetlights in the square lit up one by one. The steam-powered lamps emitted a faint hissing sound, and the dim yellow glow spilled over everyone's faces. Pavila stood up, adjusting her skirt. Irene finally couldn't help but rush over, grabbing Pavila's arm, excitedly babbling, "Little Pav, I heard all about it. How did you do it? Can you teach me to hold the sword with just 2 fingers? And also," Pavila's body stiffened for a moment when she was hugged. It was an instinctive defensive reaction, like a wildcat suddenly touched. But upon feeling Irene's warm body, that tension melted away like ice meeting spring wind. She lowered her head, looking into Irene's bright, sparkling eyes. There was no fear, no wariness in those amber eyes. Only pure excitement and admiration. The standard smile at the corner of Pavila's mouth finally gained a touch of genuine warmth, like flowing water beneath a frozen lake. Just lucky. That's all, she said softly, her voice softening a bit, and they were too slow. Irene wanted to say something more, but at that moment, the clock tower of the Royal Knight Academy chimed. Once, twice, 3 times, the dull bell echoed in the night sky, as if it came from a distant place. Yet also seemed to be right beside them. It passed through the chaos in the square, through the glow of the streetlights, through each person's heart, ultimately dissipating among the neatly lined rooftops of Eisenberg. 6 times. The bell stopped. With the help of their friends and classmates, the crowd in the square gradually dispersed, leaving only scattered footsteps and whispers. Pavila stood under the light, Irene still holding onto her arm, their shadows stretching long on the ground, eventually blending into the night. This chaotic opening ceremony was finally over, and Pavila von Schwartz's academy life, amidst this ruin and legend, in the echo of the bell and the warmth of Irene's embrace, officially began to unfold. Chapter 43. Really beautiful. The girls' dormitory at the Royal Knight Academy is called Silver Moon Pavilion, said to be personally named by a certain empress of the empire. This empress probably never imagined that one day, a deserter from an enemy nation would live here. Pavila dragged her suitcase down the corridor. The corridor was spacious, with pale beige walls, and elegantly designed steam wall lamps hung every few steps. The floor was made of dark oak, creaking slightly underfoot. The air was filled with a scent that mixed beeswax and lavender, clearly meant to repel insects and eliminate odors. Much better than the living conditions on the battlefield. Pavila rated this place a 7 in her mind. Are you a new student? A timid voice came from behind. Pavila turned around to see 3 girls in academy uniforms standing at a nearby door, curiously peering at her. Yes. Pavila showed a standard obedient smile. I'm Pavila von Schwartz. Nice to meet you. She could now perform this set of lines without blushing or skipping a beat. Even she admired her adaptability. Schwartz? One brown-haired girl's eyes lit up, the sister of that blood rose. Pavila nodded. The 3 girls immediately exchanged a look of wow, that's impressive, and then turned back to Pavila. So cute, another red-haired girl whispered, her voice loud enough for Pavila to hear, like a doll. Pavila felt she should be somewhat used to this by now. Where's your room? Do you need help? The brown-haired girl asked enthusiastically. No, Thank you, Pavel politely declined. My room should be just ahead. She continued dragging her luggage forward, feeling 3 pairs of eyes following her. Other girls came and went in the corridor, some in uniforms, some in casual clothes. When they saw Pavel, their reactions were mostly similar. First curious glances, then surprise, and finally a kind of scrutinizing gaze mixed with goodwill. Who is that silver-haired girl? I don't know, must be a new student. So small, looks like she's 13 or 14. No way. To get into the Royal Knight Academy, you have to be at least 15. But she really does look so cute. What if I want to pinch her cheeks? Pavel pretended not to hear the whispers, silently memorizing the appearance of the last person who said they wanted to pinch her cheeks. She would find an opportunity to get back at them later. Not joking. Definitely not. Probably not. She looked down at the room card in her hand. 307. 307, 307 found it. Pavel stopped in front of a deep brown wooden door. A brass plate hung on it, engraved with the number 307. To accommodate civilian students and help them adapt to the harsh conditions on the battlefield. The academy required all students to live in dormitories provided by the academy during their time at school, and they were not allowed to bring servants. Pavel guessed these regulations were probably to prevent certain noble young masters and ladies from moving their entire estates in. The dormitory was a double room. This meant she would have a roommate. Eleanor had told her that roommate assignments were random, at least in theory. In practice, nobles tended to be grouped with nobles, and civilians with civilians. But occasionally, surprises happened, such as when a noble offended the staff responsible for assignments, or a civilian had a special letter. Pavel didn't know what kind of roommate she would get. To be honest, she didn't care much. As long as the other person didn't snore, rummage through her things, or suddenly scream in the middle of the night, she could accept it. She took a deep breath and opened the door. The room was larger than she had imagined. 2 single beds were positioned against the walls on either side, separated by a small coffee table. Next to each bed was a nightstand and a wardrobe. A desk was placed by the window, with a steam lamp on top. The window was double opening, currently wide open, with the evening breeze stirring the off-white curtains. Compared to some guest rooms in noble estates, this place did seem simple. But for Pavel, it was luxuriously extravagant. There was a bed, a desk, not a layer of moldy straw on an iron frame, but a real bed with a mattress, pillows, and blankets. And a window. And Pavel's thoughts came to a halt. A half-naked person. Beside the bed on the left, a girl stood with her back to the door. She had just come out of the bathroom, as evidenced by her damp hair and the droplets still clinging to her skin. She was only wrapped in a white bath towel at her waist, exposing her bare back and shoulders, and she was drying her hair with another towel. Brownish-red short hair. The smooth lines of the back muscles. Pavel's gaze involuntarily slid down an inch. The waist-to-hip ratio is quite nice. Pavel gave a thumbs up. Oh, you're here? Great. The girl spoke without turning her head, her voice unexpectedly friendly, even with a hint of enthusiasm, as if welcoming a long-awaited friend. My name is Natasha Petrovna. You can call me Natasha or Nada, or whatever you like. I'm not picky about that. Just put your luggage over there. The one to the right of the wardrobe is empty. I've checked it for you. There's no bugs or mold, so feel free to use it. As she spoke, she continued to dry her hair with a towel, her movements casual and natural. The bathroom is over there, and hot water is provided without limit. The academy is quite generous in this regard. However, the water pressure sometimes suddenly drops, supposedly because the steam pipes are aging. So if it suddenly gets cold while you're washing, don't panic. Just wait for about 10 seconds. By the way, the academy only provides 1 set of soap and towels. If you didn't bring a spare, I have some extras here that you can borrow for now. In any case, we're roommates from now on. So if you need any help, just let me know. I may not have many skills, but I'm strong. If you need help moving things, I've got you covered. What is your name? Pavel stood at the door, silently listening to this long monologue. She blinked. This girl's speaking speed is quite fast. Almost on par with Aaron. Hello. She politely responded. My name is Pavel von Schwartz. Natasha's hair-drying motion stopped. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Pavel could almost see the process of the other girl's body stiffening, starting from her shoulders, running down her spine, until even her toes were tensed. Natasha slowly turned her head. Her blue eyes widened in disbelief. Water droplets fell from her hair tips, making faint sounds as they hit the floor. The two looked at each other. One was a silver-haired girl in a deep red dress, dragging a suitcase, looking like a lost little princess. The other was a brown-haired girl, only wrapped in a towel, wet all over, with clearly defined muscles. Silence. A long silence. Then, Pavel raised her hand and waved at her. Nice figure. She sincerely commented. Very beautiful, really. Natasha's face turned bright red. That blush was not just shyness. It was a complex mix of shock, anger, and embarrassment burning under her skin. You. She suddenly grabbed a pillow from the bed and threw it at Pavira. Pavira sidestepped, and the pillow brushed past her ear, hitting the door behind her with a muffled thud. You've got some strength, Pavira commented. Get out. This is my room too. Then turn around. Okay. Pavira very cooperatively turned around, facing the door. Behind her came a flurry of rustling sounds and muffled cries, probably Natasha hurriedly getting dressed. Pavira stared at the wood grain on the door and sighed. The girl on the train who had been hostile towards her, with an attitude of not being afraid of anything, could also have this kind of reaction. Chapter 44. Why help me? All right. Natasha's muffled voice came from behind, carrying a hint of gritted teeth. Pavira turned around. Natasha had already put on a faded gray training suit, exactly like the one she wore on the train. The collar was a bit crooked, and the buttons were all messed up, clearly put on in a hurry. Her face still bore a blush, with wet hair sticking messily to her cheeks, looking like a drenched, frizzy cat. You put it on wrong. Pavira pointed at her collar. Natasha looked down, and her face reddened even more. It's all your fault. She angrily tugged at her clothes, trying to adjust them, but her hasty movements only made it worse. You barged in without knocking. I did knock, Pavira said calmly, 3 times. You probably didn't hear it. That was a lie. She hadn't knocked, but Natasha clearly couldn't verify that. Aye. Natasha wanted to argue but couldn't find evidence, so she could only continue to struggle with her collar angrily. Pavira dragged her suitcase into the room and closed the door. She walked straight to the bed on the right, placed the suitcase beside it, and then took a small mirror out of the drawer of the bedside table. This was one of the standard items provided by the academy for each student. She walked back to Natasha. Don't move. Before Natasha could react, Pavira reached out and grabbed her collar. Natasha's body instantly stiffened, her blue eyes widening even more, as if she might explode at any moment. But Pavira was just focused on helping her adjust the collar, her movements gentle and precise. When her fingers brushed against Natasha's neck, she could feel the tension in her. Relax, Pavira said softly. I won't bite you. You're too close to me. Natasha awkwardly turned her face away, her voice dropping. Can you do it yourself? Silence was the answer. Pavira continued her work, adjusting the collar while observing Natasha's expression. This girl had sharp features, her blue eyes clear and direct, with thick eyebrows, a straight nose, and slightly full lips. It wasn't a delicate beauty, but rather a resilient kind of beauty, like wild grass in the wilderness. Her neck had a smooth line, broad shoulders, and distinct collarbones. Wet hair stuck to her cheeks, with a few strands still dripping water. A healthy body, Pavira evaluated in her mind. This is the kind of physique that someone who has undergone long-term physical training with adequate nutrition and has not experienced extreme hunger or abuse would have. She had calluses on her hands, right at the base of her thumb and on her knuckles. That was a mark left from long-term gripping of weapons, probably from rubbing against a stick or a blunt object, boxing, or some other kind of training. All right. Pavira released her hand and took a step back, handing the small mirror to Natasha. Natasha took the mirror and looked at it. Her collar was indeed neat now. Her expression was somewhat complicated, wanting to say thank you, but feeling too embarrassed to do so, she finally mumbled a thanks. You're welcome. Pavira walked back to her side of the bed and began to unpack her suitcase. The room fell silent. Only the rustling of the curtains moving in the wind and the soft sounds of Pavira organizing her clothes could be heard. Natasha stood in place, watching Pavira's back, her expression shifting. She had already mentally prepared herself. As the top student among the civilian scholarship recipients, she would most likely be assigned a noble roommate, who would probably look down on her with disdain, either deliberately picking fights or simply ignoring her existence. She was ready to fight back, to prove that she was no worse than any noble. But now, this girl named Pavira was completely unpredictable. Not only did she not look down on her, but she also actively helped her adjust her collar. And also, what did she mean by saying she had a nice figure? Natasha's face began to heat up again. That, she finally couldn't help but speak up. Why? Why what? Pavira asked without turning her head. Why are you helping me? Because you're my roommate. Pavira said as if it were obvious. And also, I don't like seeing others wear their uniforms all messy. I have a bit of a compulsive disorder. Oh. Natasha didn't know what to say. She walked over to her bed and sat down, picking up a towel to continue drying her hair, but her movements were clearly distracted. She hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question that had been on her mind. On the train, you said your name was Pavila von Schwartz. Is that blood rose Eleanor von Schwartz your sister? Your biological sister? Adopted sister. Pavila turned to look at Natasha. I was adopted. Natasha was taken aback for a moment and then nodded. That explains it. This girl didn't have the slightest hint of the arrogance typical of old nobility. She seemed more like something else dressed in noble attire. So where did you grow up? Natasha asked cautiously. Various places. Pavel replied dismissively, east, west. Running around everywhere. My adoption paperwork was only recently completed. Oh, that answer was almost no answer at all. Natasha tried to discern something from those light, gray-blue eyes. But those eyes were excessively clear, like the frozen surface of a lake on a winter morning, reflecting everything but revealing nothing. She didn't dare to press further. After all, she also had many secrets she couldn't share. Pavel stood up and stretched. Well, the preliminary roommate relationship has been established. Next, do you want to tell me if the hot water switch in the bathroom is on the left or right? And which floor is the cafeteria on? The left. Natasha stood up as well. The cafeteria is on the first floor, but it should be closed at this hour. There is a small shop downstairs in the dormitory where you can buy some bread and hot cocoa. Then let us go. Pavel walked toward the door. Turning back to look at Natasha, will you treat me to a late-night snack? Why should I treat you? Because you are my roommate. And you almost knocked me over just now, and I even helped you fix your collar. Pavel said matter-of-factly, that is called compensation. Your logic doesn't hold at all. But you will treat me. Pavel blinked. Because you are a nice person, right? Natasha froze for a moment. She stared at Pavel's face, which looked genuinely smiling, yet had a hint of mischief, and finally sighed. Just this once. Yay. By the way, Natasha. Your hair is still dripping wet. Natasha raised her hand to touch the back of her head. It was indeed still damp. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you liked this messy aesthetic. Pavel said without looking back, it's very wild. You. A voice behind her came from Natasha, angry and embarrassed, along with the sound of hurried footsteps as she rushed back to the room to grab a towel. Pavel stood in the hallway, her face returning to an expressionless state. She even felt a bit like sighing. It's only the first night at the academy, and I already have to start pretending. Natasha Petrovna, the top student of the Commoner Special Admission, and user, and a member of the Fire of Freedom. Chapter 45. Surprisingly conscientious, the morning sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows in the corridor, casting a light golden hue on the marble floor. Pavel and Natasha walked side by side along the corridor leading from Silver Moon Pavilion to the teaching area. Outside the window was a scene bustling with activity. With dozens of workers busy at the ruins, steam cranes emitting low rumbles as they hoisted new stones into place. The archway that had been blown to half was completely dismantled, replaced by a massive scaffold. It was said that the new school gate would be even more impressive than the original. After all, the sponsor was the wealthy Iron Cross Society. To be precise, it was the Iron Cross Society that was forced to fund it. At the emergency meeting, Julian von Weber, representing them with a knee swollen like a bun, gritted his teeth and signed the check. The Dawn Travel side was supposed to cover half the cost. But the noble students of the Iron Cross held on to their usual pride. Let those poor commoners pay? Wouldn't that mean acknowledging that we are equal to them? Thus, the repair costs became entirely funded by the Iron Cross. Pavel found this kind of pride interesting. Using money to maintain face. Using face to prove nobility. Using nobility to continue spending money. A never-ending cycle. No wonder the Empire's economy was so prosperous. Natasha walked beside her, her steps more restrained than they had been on the train yesterday. She wore the standard female academy uniform, a deep blue short blazer, a white shirt underneath, and a knee-length pleated skirt in the same color, with black knee-high socks on her calves. The design of the uniform was clearly tailored for noble young ladies, exquisitely cut, elegantly lined, with silver academy badges embroidered on the cuffs and collar. On Natasha, it looked like a wildcat forced into a dress. Her shoulders were always tense, and her strides were too big, causing the skirt to sway back and forth. She clearly wasn't used to wearing such cumbersome clothes. And several times she tried to put her hands in her pockets, only to find that the uniform skirt didn't have any practical pocket design. Pavel noticed her stealing glances at her. Not a hostile kind of stare, but a mix of curiosity and confusion. Is there something wrong? Pavel turned her head, showing a harmless smile. Natasha's gaze immediately darted away, as if she had been scalded. No. Her answer was short and stiff. But Pavel knew what she was looking at. The female academy uniform of the Royal Knights Academy looked entirely different on Pavel than it did on Natasha. The deep blue jacket made her silver hair shine even brighter, like threads of moonlight. The white shirt's collar was tied with a deep red ribbon, which was a headband given to her by Aaron, and Pavel had turned it into a neck accessory. The length of the pleated skirt fell just 2 inches above her knees, revealing a section of her calves wrapped in black knee-high socks, slender enough to make one worry they might snap in the wind. Her petite frame made her look like an illustration from some noble girl-esque picture book in this uniform. Well-behaved, delicate, harmless. You've been staring at me. Pavel spoke again, with a hint of teasing. Are you admiring my beauty? Natasha's steps hesitated for a moment. Can you speak normally? This is speaking normally. Pavel blinked. Do you prefer I spoke in a commanding tone? Stand straight. Look ahead. No sneaking glances at me. Natasha took a deep breath. She found it hard to get angry at this small silver-haired girl. It wasn't that she didn't want to be angry. But every time the girl finished saying something infuriating, she would look at her with an innocent, almost naive gaze. As if she truly didn't understand what she had just said was inappropriate. It felt strange. Like getting mad at a cat that knows what it's doing but pretends to be clueless, while that cat just tilts its head at you. Eyes full of what are you saying, human? I was just wondering, Natasha finally couldn't hold back. How on earth did you get selected for the general's project? Because I'm strong. Pavel replied as if it were obvious. Natasha almost choked on her own saliva. She stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Pavel. Her gaze swept from top to bottom over Pavel. A petite figure, delicate wrists, a well-behaved smile. This child looked like a gust of wind could blow her down. Strong? Natasha repeated the word, as if she had heard some ridiculous joke. Just you? She huffed angrily, stepping forward again, her boots making dull thuds on the floor. Don't joke around. Although you are the adopted daughter of the Schwartz family, in special projects, family background 1T save your life. I've heard that the mortality rate in General Margaret's project is very high. She paused, her tone softening slightly, carrying a kind of awkward concern. If you're just doing it for the sake of gilding or for fun, it's best to withdraw early. That plays ISNTA game. Pavel kept pace with her, a cryptic smile still lingering on her face. Are you worried about me? Who else worried about you? Natasha immediately retorted, her voice involuntarily rising a few octaves. I just don't want to have to change roommates before school even starts. That would be a hassle. And if you die over there, people will say it's because I, your commoner roommate, didn't take care of the noble lady. The logic was impeccable. Pavel nodded in agreement. As for the so-called danger, to her, it probably felt less threatening than when Natasha almost dropped something on her last night. I'm serious. Natasha, seeing her nonchalant expression, grew anxious. You don't know how many lunatics are in this academy. I heard that yesterday a rising star from the Iron Cross was beaten into submission, even had his sword taken away, and that was Julian von Weber. If he ended up like that, what about you? Julian? Pavel interrupted her, tilting her head slightly, a hint of genuine confusion in her light gray eyes. Who is that? Natasha stumbled slightly, nearly tripping over her own feet. She looked at Pavel in disbelief. Julian, the standout new recruit from the Iron Cross Society. The one with the striking golden hair. It was such a big deal yesterday, weren't you there? How could you not know who he is? Oh, Pavel recalled thoughtfully. I think I met 2 people yesterday, one of whom had golden hair. But I really don't know his name. I might have seen him. Pavel shrugged. Not paying much attention. I don't really study men's hair colors. Then you're hopeless, Natasha said, utterly speechless, giving her a look of utter resignation. The two walked through the corridor and entered the main building of the teaching area. The hall was still filled with a faint smell of gunpowder, remnants of the previous day's chaos. A crowd gathered in front of the bulletin board, checking the class assignment and schedule. Make way. Natasha planned to use her height and a bit of force to push through the crowd. She turned back to grab Pavel, but found it unnecessary. The originally crowded people parted automatically as Pavel approached. Those students, whether noble or commoner, displayed a strange tacit understanding upon seeing her silver hair and deep red collar. Whispers surged around them like a tide. Isn't she from the Schwartz family? Oh my, she looks really young. Was that really her yesterday? Shoo, keep it down. Do you want her to snap your neck? I heard she's the sister of the Blood Rose. She truly is from a monster family. Although Natasha couldn't hear the specific content clearly, the feeling of being the center of attention made her uncomfortable. Moreover, why did these normally arrogant people look at Pavel as if they were facing a ferocious beast? She glanced at them in confusion, then at Pavel, who looked innocent, as if she were strolling through a garden. Did these guys take the wrong medicine today? Don't they usually walk around like they own the place? Maybe they're reflecting, Pavel casually remarked, feeling a pang of conscience as she looked at the pile of ruins, since the school gate hadn't been repaired yet. Conscience? Natasha scoffed. Do nobles have that? She furrowed her brow and finally found the special project list at the top of the bulletin board. The list was short, with only a few names. The first one was written in gold foil, Pavel von Schwartz. And in the supervisor's column, it boldly stated, Major General Marguerite von Oppenheimer. Well, that is something, Natasha muttered, turning to look at Pavel. You're actually on the list. And you're first. Maybe it's because my name has more strokes? Pavel replied dismissively. Stop making excuses, Natasha rolled her eyes. But since you're really in, here's my advice. Don't think just because you're from the Schwartz family you can slack off under that general's supervision. Marguerite is a lunatic. Oh. Pavira raised an eyebrow. Do you know her? Natasha's eyes flickered for a moment, as if recalling some unpleasant memory, but she quickly masked it. I don't know her. Just heard about her. Everyone says so. She awkwardly changed the subject. Where's my name? Found it. In the list for the ordinary mecha piloting program. Natasha Petrova's name was at the top of the special admissions for commoners. Looks like we won TB in the same class. Natasha glanced at the schedule. I'm going to the third training ground on the west side. Where are you? The classroom for the special project is on the second basement level. Looks like I'll be heading down to the basement like a mouse. Pavira didn't show any displeasure. Instead, she seemed full of anticipation for what was to come. So see you later. Remember to treat me to a late-night snack tonight. Don't try to back out. Got it. You're so naggy. Natasha waved her hand, slinging her backpack over her shoulder and turning to walk down the west corridor. After a few steps, she stopped, turned back, and looked at Pavira with a somewhat complex expression. Hey, be careful. Natasha turned her face away, her voice a bit vague. Don't die. After saying that, she didn't wait for Pavira to respond and quickly left, as if fleeing. Pavira watched her slightly flustered figure, her expression turning complex. This wildcat surprisingly had a bit of conscience. She stroked her chin, wondering if she had been too harsh. But that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. She withdrew her gaze and turned to the staircase leading down. The light was dim there, with only a few flickering gas lamps casting a yellow glow, as if it were an entrance to another world. The surrounding students were intentionally or unintentionally avoiding that direction, as if some indescribable fear lurked there. Since it was a special project, it shouldn't be a boring theory class, right? Chapter 46. The underground classroom and the gathered peers. The staircase was long. As Pavira descended, she counted the steps. 32, 33, 34. The light from the gas lamps grew sparse, until she could barely rely on the fluorescent mineral embedded in the walls for illumination. That cold blue-green light made the entire corridor resemble the digestive tract of some deep-sea creature. The air also changed. The air on the ground carried the dryness of a sunny day and the scent of fallen leaves, while here it was damp, chilly, and had an indescribable smell that was reminiscent of rust and something else. 57, 58, 59. Pavira's footsteps finally landed on solid ground. Before her was a corridor much narrower than the teaching area above, with bare rock walls reinforced only at the seams by steam pipes and copper rivets. At the end of the corridor stood a door. An iron door. A heavy iron door with complex locks, its surface etched with patterns Pavira couldn't comprehend. Those patterns glowed faintly red under the light of the fluorescent minerals, like some ancient warning. The door was ajar. Pavira pushed it open. It was a classroom. If this place could be called a classroom, it was much larger than she had imagined. The room resembled a repurposed underground cave, with a ceiling about 10 meters high made of rough rock, and a gigantic steam chandelier hanging in the center, its brass frame entwined with dozens of conduits, emitting a low hum. The floor, however, had been carefully treated, paved with dark gray stone tiles, the gaps filled with some black substance that reflected faint light. There were no desks, only a semicircular arrangement of high-backed chairs made of black iron and leather, looking more like torture devices than furniture. 3 people were already seated in the chairs. Pavira stood at the door, taking about 3 seconds to scan the entire room. 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. Each person looked quite distinctive. Closest to the door was a man. It might be a stretch to call him a man, as his face looked overly youthful. Probably around 17 or 18, but his eyes carried a gloominess that belied his age. He had a messy mop of black hair, as if it hadn't been combed for several days, with the ends curling out in all directions. His skin was pale to the point of being sickly, and there was a thin scar on his lip, extending from the left corner down to his chin. He wore the male academy uniform, but wore it rather loosely, with his jacket open and the top 2 buttons of his shirt undone, exposing a bit of collarbone and the edge of some tattoo. At that moment, he was carving something with a small knife. Peering closer, Pavira saw it was a piece of wood. He was focused on his work, wood shavings falling to the ground and piling up in a small heap. Another one. He didn't look up, his voice hoarse, like sandpaper scraping wood. This time it was a girl. He finally lifted his eyelids, revealing a pair of deep gray eyes. Those eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing Pavira. Oh. He emitted an ambiguous monosyllable and continued carving the wood, truly small in stature. Pavira decided to temporarily ignore this obviously socially awkward guy. The second person sat in the center of the half-circle. She was a woman, or rather, a girl. But Pavira always felt it was a bit strange to describe her as a girl. She looked to be about Pavira's age, probably around 15 or 16. But her demeanor was like a glass of aged wine, calm, reserved, carrying a certain weight that came with the passage of time. She had incredibly long platinum hair, nearly reaching the ground, coiling around her chair like a sleeping snake. Her skin was also white, almost transparent, revealing the delicate blue veins beneath her temples. She wore the standard female academy uniform, but draped a loose gray cloak over it, the hood pulled down to cover half her face, revealing only her petite nose and pale lips. She wasn't looking at Pavira. She was looking at her own hand. To be precise, she was watching a cluster of light on her palm. It was a faint silvery glow, like solidified moonlight, slowly swirling in her palm. Pavira's pupils slightly constricted. She recognized this light. No, she had never seen this light before, but something in her mind stirred slightly upon seeing it. Danger. That was an instinctual judgment. Yet, Pavira's expression remained unchanged as she took a few steps forward and chose a chair farthest from the white-haired girl. The third person sat at the far right end of the half-circle. This was a man, without a doubt a man. He was tall, and even sitting down, it was evident that his legs were excessively long, nearly reaching the opposite side. His build was lean, with broad shoulders, and he wore the academy uniform as if it were battle gear. His hair was deep red, resembling dried blood, cut very short, almost shaved to the scalp. Pavira took a careful look at his face and noticed burn scars. Not small patches of burns, but large scars extending from the right corner of his forehead down to his neck. The skin was twisted and shriveled, displaying a terrifying texture of dark red and pale white intertwined. But he clearly didn't care about these. He didn't even try to cover them with his hair or anything else. He simply tilted his head, assessing Pavira with his only intact left eye. That eye was golden, like burning embers. Schwartz's family? His voice was surprisingly calm, even carrying a hint of curiosity. I've heard of you. You caused quite a stir at the dueling grounds yesterday. He grinned, revealing a smile that looked somewhat sinister due to the scars, but Pavira could tell it was sincere. A friendly smile. My name is Frederick von Ashford. He raised his hand casually. You can call me Fred. That's what everyone calls me. Pavira settled into her chair and adjusted her posture. The design of these chairs was clearly not for comfort. The back was too straight, and the armrests were too high, making it feel as if an invisible hand was pressing down on her shoulders. Pavira von Schwartz. She introduced herself politely, her voice clear and flat. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Oh, noble etiquette. The black-haired man carving would let out a scoff, still not looking up. No need for that here. Reinhardt. Don't scare the newcomer. Frederick interjected with a hint of exasperation. It's her first day. Can't you act a little normal? I am normal. The man called Reinhardt finally raised his head, staring at Pavira with those gloomy gray eyes for a few seconds before lowering it again to continue carving wood. You're the ones who are not normal. Pavira raised an eyebrow slightly, but she chose not to comment for now. Who is that? She turned her gaze toward the white-haired girl, silently asking Frederick. Alicia. Frederick's voice lowered slightly. Alicia Frostmoon. She doesn't speak much. Don't mind her. Frostmoon. Pavira mentally noted this surname, finding no relevant memories attached to it. Not a noble from the Empire, but still a surname. The style wasn't T from Uzel either. Alicia remained unresponsive, as if she hadn't heard their conversation at all. The cluster of silver light in her palm began to change shape, morphing from a sphere into a flower, then from a flower into a butterfly, eventually dissipating into a wisp of smoke. There are quite a few less people here. Pavira looked around. Just the four of us? Oh, not just us. Frederick leaned back in his chair, a hint of amusement flickering in his golden eyes. The students under Instructor Marguerite are not just us. It's just that the others are out on missions. Missions? Various kinds of missions. Frederick waved his hand casually. Some in the north, some in the east, and a few seem to have been sent to investigate something. Quite busy, really. You'll have the chance to meet them later. He paused, revealing a somewhat playful smile. Speaking of which, we actually get along pretty well as a group. Really? Pavira's gaze swept over Reinhardt and Alicia. One had hardly lifted his head, and the other seemed to live in her own world. This is called getting along well. Frederick clearly understood her look, smiling as he explained. Don't be deceived by appearances. Reinhardt here is just a bit mouthy, but when it comes to a real fight, he is more reliable than anyone. Alicia, well, she is a bit special, but as long as you don't provoke her, she is actually very gentle. Gentle? Pavira looked again at the seemingly isolated white-haired girl. For instance, last time some clueless guy spoke rudely to her. Frederick's tone became lighthearted, as if recounting an amusing story. Alicia just looked at him and made that guy have 3 weeks of nightmares. Isn't that pretty gentle? Pavira felt that her understanding of the word gentle might need an update. Hey, Reinhardt suddenly spoke, his voice still hoarse. Don't scare off the newcomer. I'm not. Frederick innocently raised his hands. I'm just building her confidence. Then you're failing miserably. You're too nosy, knife boy. Who are you calling knife boy, burned face? The two began to bicker back and forth, their tone sharp, but Pavira could sense there was no real malice behind it. It felt more like daily banter between friends. She relaxed a little, though it seemed each of these individuals was not to be underestimated. But at least they don't seem like the type to stab you in the back. By the way, Frederick suddenly remembered something and turned to Pavira. What are you? Pavira blinked. What? Frederick was taken aback, seemingly not expecting this answer. I mean, what is your return path? He looked at her with a "you're kidding, right?" kind of gaze. Which path are you taking? I don't know. Pavira's response was straightforward, with no hint of concealment. General Margaret said, I am a ruiner. But to be honest, I have no idea what that means. She shrugged, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. I only recently heard terms like return path, ferryman, and sequence. I have no idea what they specifically are, how they work, or what the rules are. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Reinhardt's knife hovered in midair. This was the first time he completely stopped his actions. Frederick's expression shifted from surprise to confusion, and then to a complex emotion that was hard to articulate. Wait. He straightened up, his golden eyes fixed on Pavira. You mean to say that you've become a ruiner and survived until now without knowing any of this? I guess that's it. Pavira nodded, her attitude almost innocent. I only know that there was a time when I lost control and wanted to destroy something. Then General Margaret told me that if I didn't learn to control it, I would eventually be consumed by my own power. She paused and tilted her head. So I came here. Frederick and Reinhardt exchanged a glance. That gaze contained too much information for Pavira to fully understand, but she could sense shock, disbelief, and a hint of subtle awe. You're wild? Reinhardt finally spoke. His voice a bit deeper than before. No guide, no contract, no ritual, just relying on instinct to get here. If wild means that, then yes. Pavira shrugged. No wonder the general personally brought you in. Frederick leaned back in his chair, his expression becoming meaningful. A ruiner of the tower's path. Wild, you're either a genius or a madman. Or maybe both. Pavira smiled slightly. My understanding of myself is still updating. Reinhardt stared at her for a few seconds, then lowered his head again to continue carving his wood. But this time, the corners of his mouth seemed to lift slightly. I take back what I said earlier, he said, a hint of barely perceptible approval in his voice. You're quite normal. The iron door was suddenly pushed open. The heavy metallic scraping echoed in the empty basement like the roar of some great beast. Pavira turned to look. At the doorway stood two people. The one in front was a tall, thin man, around 40, dressed in a well-tailored black tailcoat. His hair was a mix of gray and white, meticulously combed. With a slender face and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He didn't look like an instructor, more like a butler from some noble family. But Pavira noticed that his way of walking was silent, fluid, and his center of gravity was always maintained at the optimal position for movement. This was a step trained through strict discipline. Not a butler. A killer. Or once was. And behind him, good morning, children. The voice of Major General Margaret von Oppenheimer came from the doorway, carrying her usual laziness and playfulness. She wasn't wearing her military uniform today, but instead had changed into a simple dark long dress, with a dark green trench coat draped over it. There was a slight bulge at her left shoulder, a mark from bandaging. Her gaze swept over the four people present, finally landing on Pavira. Oh, you're here. She walked to the center of the semicircular chair arrangement, stopping in front of the white-haired girl, a smile appearing on her face. It seems Frederick has already made introductions? I got a general idea. Pavira nodded. Although it seems I also revealed some things I shouldn't have, like the fact that you know nothing about the return path. Margaret raised an eyebrow, her tone teasing. That's fine. Here, ignorance is not a sin. She opened her arms in an exaggerated welcoming gesture. Welcome to hell, Miss Pavira. I will be your gatekeeper, Margaret von Oppenheimer. Chapter 47. The Primordial Sea and the 22 Return Paths. Since everyone is here, Margaret glanced around, her emerald green eyes sweeping over the four students. Reinhardt stopped carving wood, glanced at her, and quickly lowered his head again to continue his handiwork. Frederick sat up straight, while Alicia remained immersed in her own world, the silver-white light in her palm slowly rotating at her fingertips. So, today we will officially begin the lesson. Margaret tilted her chin toward the side door. Sebastian, the middle-aged man in the tailcoat, silently emerged from the shadows, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. General, how long have Frederick and Reinhardt been overdue for physical training? Young Master Frederick owes 2.5 hours, and young Master Reinhardt owes 3 hours. Sebastian's voice was flat, calculating interest according to the rules, making it 3 hours and 3 hours and 45 minutes, respectively. Frederick's expression froze. Wait, how can there be interest for training if you don't return on time? Interest accrues daily. This is a rule set by the general. Reinhardt silently put away the wood and knife in his hands without saying a word. He knew that protesting was pointless. In this underground classroom, General Margaret's words were the rules. Today's theory class is for the newcomers. Margaret elegantly sat down on a chair close to Pavira. You three go make up for your training. Alicia is meditating, and you too. She looked at Frederick and Reinhardt, the corners of her mouth curling into a meaningful smile. Sebastian will take good care of you. The white-haired girl finally reacted. She slowly stood up, her gray cloak trailing behind her like a flowing mist. Throughout, she didn't glance at anyone, just quietly walked toward the side door at the other end of the classroom. Wait, Frederick tried to protest, but Sebastian had already appeared behind him, one hand deftly gripping the back of his neck. Please move along, young master. Let go. Pavira watched as Frederick was carried off like a little chick by Sebastian, while Reinhardt quietly followed suit, giving her a gesture of good luck before leaving. The side door closed. A few seconds later, a dull thud came from behind the door, along with Reinhardt's suppressed grunt. What are they doing? Pavira asked. Physical training. Margaret answered indifferently. Sebastian's teaching style is rather traditional. Another dull sound followed, this time accompanied by Frederick's scream. Very traditional. Pavira decided not to ask any further. Then she saw Margaret take something out from the inner pocket of her trench coat. It was a deck of cards. The back of the cards was deep blue, adorned with intricate golden patterns, resembling some ancient seal. The edges of the cards were slightly yellowed, clearly aged. Do you know what this is? Margaret placed the cards on her lap, lightly tapping them with her slender fingers. Tarot cards. Pavira replied, for fortune-telling. Fortune-telling? Margaret chuckled lightly. That description isn't wrong. She began shuffling the cards, her movements graceful and practiced. You said earlier that you know nothing about the return path. So let me ask you, do you know why you have those powers? Pavira smacked her lips. She actually had some suspicions. Since the night she first came into contact with that gem, countless voices had emerged in her mind. Anyone who hears voices in their head would feel a bit abnormal. And there was power. The kind of power that surged when she was angry. The impulse that seemed to want to tear everything apart, and those souls that were consumed by her. But she never understood the essence of these things. I don't know, she answered honestly. Good, Marguerite nodded. Ignorance is the starting point of learning. Then let me ask you, what do you think this world is made of? Steam and steel? Well, on a certain material level, yes. Marguerite neatly stacked the cleaned cards and placed them on an empty chair. But beneath the material? Have you ever thought about what consciousness is? What the soul is? What happens after death? Pavira frowned. These questions are too abstract. During her time in the re-education camp, she had no time to think about these. Just staying alive consumed all her energy. Later, crossing the battlefield, being taken in by Eleanor, and integrating into aristocratic society. She also had no leisure to explore these philosophical propositions. And what does it mean to be beneath the material? I haven't thought about it. She answered honestly again. Now think about it. Marguerite's dark green eyes were fixed on her, carrying a certain contemplative meaning. If I told you that beneath the material world we can see and touch, there exists another ocean, an invisible ocean made of pure consciousness, what would you think? Pavira blinked. I would think that sounds like some kind of religious concept. Very close. Marguerite's lips curled into a slight smile. Ancient mystics called it the primordial sea. Every conscious being is a drop of water in this ocean. While we are alive, this drop of water maintains its independent form. Death is merely the process of the drop returning to the sea. She flipped over the top card and placed it on the chair. This was the beginning of the divination. The card depicted a skeleton cloaked in black robes, riding a pale horse. It held a black flag with a white rose embroidered on it. In front of it, kings, bishops, and maidens were all falling down. But in the distance of the picture, the sun was rising between two towers. The Grim Reaper, Marguerite said. This is the 13th card of the major arcana in tarot, symbolizing endings, transformation, and the other side of the soul. She placed the card in a specific position on the chair and looked up at Pavira. An interesting start. Pavira stared at the card, feeling a chill for some reason. Although the skeleton in the picture was not grotesque, it, while symbolizing death, carried a certain solemnity. The pale horse trod over the fallen bodies, and in the depths of the picture, the newborn sun was rising. The Grim Reaper does not necessarily represent death. Marguerite continued to flip over the next card. More often, it represents a form of ending, the demise of old things, making space for the birth of new things. She paused. Returning to the previous topic, there are some special souls that can establish a connection with the primordial sea without dissolving into it. They are called traversers. Pavira interjected. She remembered that mysterious woman in the System-S warning. High-level traversers, threat level extremely dangerous. Exactly. Marguerite nodded approvingly. Traversers, walkers between two worlds. We can touch the power of the primordial sea, but we must also bear the corresponding cost. What cost? Marguerite did not answer directly, but flipped over another card and placed it in another position in the array. This card depicted a tower struck by lightning, bricks crumbling, flames raging, with two people falling from the top of the tower, their expressions twisted. The tower. Marguerite showed the card to Pavel, the 16th major arcana. It symbolizes destruction, mutation, and forced awakening. Her gaze became meaningful. This is the path I believe you belong to. The traversers of the tower path. We call them destroyers. A dull sound came from the side door again. This time it seemed something had crashed into the wall. Pavel tried to ignore the background noise and focused on Marguerite's words. What is the path of return? It is the way traversers connect with the primordial sea. Marguerite continued to flip cards, explaining while divining. Ancient mystics summarized it into 22 types, named after the major arcana of the tarot. Each path of return represents a frequency that resonates with the primordial sea, determining the realm of power that the traverser can access. She pointed at those cards. The Fool, the Magician, the High Priestess, the Empress, the Emperor, the Hierophant, all the way to the world. 22 cards, 22 paths. Chapter 48. Who am I? The core of the tower path is destruction and rebirth. Marguerite continued, your power comes from anger and the desire for destruction. The angrier you are, the stronger you become. But if not controlled, you will be consumed by your own power. Pavel interjected, you mentioned that before. Exactly. That is the cost. Marguerite flipped over another card and placed it in the center of the array. Each path of return will leave an erosion on the practitioner. At low levels, erosion manifests as enhanced abilities. You become more perceptive, stronger, and closer to the essence of the path. But as the level increases, the darker side of erosion will gradually reveal itself. For example, high-level traversers of the tower path will develop doubts about everything stable, believing that stability is merely an illusion before collapse. They will actively create collapse, even if it destroys things they cherish. Marguerite's tone became flat. I have seen a destroyer at level 1. He lost control during a mission and reduced half a town to rubble, including his own family. Pavel fell silent. She remembered the moment she lost control on the commercial street. She recalled that uncontrollable impulse to destroy everything. If Eleanor hadn't shown up in time. I understand. Her voice was a bit hoarse, so I need to learn to control. Control is just the first step. Marguerite shook her head. More importantly, it is understanding. Knowing your path of return, understanding the rules of erosion, and knowing what you are becoming. Ignorance is the most dangerous enemy. A scream from Frederick came from behind the door. Sebastian, are you crazy? That was my rib. Followed by a louder crash. Then silence. Pavel couldn't help but glance towards the side door. Don't worry, he won't die. Marguerite said lightly. Frederick is of the chariot path. Although he is only at level 1, his path makes him much tougher than an ordinary person. Level 1. The powers of traversers are divided into 10 levels, marked with Roman numerals. The higher the number, the stronger the power, and the greater the cost. Marguerite flipped over another card and placed it in the array. Level 1 is the awakening touch, with weak and unstable abilities. Level 2 is sensing, allowing stable perception of the power of the path of return. Both Frederick and Reinhard are at this stage. She paused. The number of traversers is much rarer than you might think. There might only be a few thousand people across the continent who can awaken, and those who can stabilize above level 2 are no more than 2,000. As for those above level 2, Marguerite's gaze became meaningful. It may not exceed 300 people. Pavel frowned. Then what about Alicia? What is she? She recalled the silver-white glow in the palm of that white-haired girl, that thing like frozen moonlight, and her almost translucent pale skin, as if she were isolated from the world. The moon path, level 2. Marguerite's tone became subtle. Shaping can mold power into specific forms. At her age, this is already an extremely rare achievement. But she looked like she was half crazy, Pavel wanted to say, but she felt that it wasn't very polite to say so. You saw it. Margaret finished for her. That is the price of erosion. Practitioners of the moon's path gradually lose the ability to distinguish reality from illusion. For Alicia of the sequence, this world might already feel as dreamlike as a dream. She pointed towards the side door. The reason I sent them away is to tell you something in private. Pavel straightened her body, realizing that what was about to be said was important. Pavel, do you know what your sequence is? You said before it was sequence. Yes. Sequence, resonance, and the return path establish deep resonance. Margaret's dark green eyes were fixed on her. There are likely no more than 150 travelers above sequence across the entire continent. And the sequence destroyer of the tower's path. She raised one hand and held up 3 fingers. As far as I know, there are only 3. Pavel was stunned. You are the third. Margaret lowered her hand, her tone becoming serious. And you are the most normal one I've ever seen. Normal? You saw Alicia's condition. Margaret said. She only has sequence, but the erosion is so severe that she doesn't communicate with others, living in her own world. And most of the time she is like a walking phantom. And what about you? She looked Pavel up and down. A sequence destroyer. Able to speak normally, think normally, accurately control strength in duels without killing, and even bicker with her roommate, go to the cafeteria for meals, and stroll around campus in her school uniform. Pavel, you are behaving too normally. Pavel opened her mouth. She had never thought she could still be normal. The nightmares every night, the stress response to sudden noises, the impulse to destroy everything when she lost control. She always thought of herself as a monster. But now Margaret told her that as a sequence destroyer, she was behaving too normally. Is this good news? But then, a deeper thought pierced her mind like an ice pick. Pavel suddenly froze. She seemed to have indeed changed. Pavel lowered her head, looking at her delicate, pale hands, which were trembling slightly at that moment. What was she like on the battlefield? Cold, efficient, pouring fuel in the corridor, locking the doors with iron chains, listening to the enemies scream in the flames without flinching. She would rationalize all atrocities, calmly calculating the value of the spoils after killing, using black humor to dissipate the weight of death. That Pavel Ivanovich Sokolov was a finely tuned killing machine. Then she came to Victorian. She began to soften. When the noble ladies treated her as a mascot, she did not resist. When Victoria dragged her shopping to try on dresses, she did not find it unpleasant. She would sunbathe in the garden, listen to Aaron talk endlessly about the academy, and bicker with Eleanor in the carriage. That Pavel von Schwartz was like a child learning how to be ordinary. But what happened after that terrorist attack? She recalled the feeling of rushing towards the center of the explosion, the searing anger that almost burned through her sanity. Remembered the cold efficiency of subduing 4 people in less than 10 seconds in the basement. Remembered the burning crimson flame in her eyes while chasing the fugitive. And the pure, unmasked desire for destruction when confronting Margaret. That Pavel was neither a killing machine on the battlefield nor a docile adopted daughter in Victorian. It was something else. Which one is the real me? She realized she seemed to have never thought about this question. Or rather, does this thing called me even exist? She thought of that gem. Thought of the thousands of souls flooding into her mind. Thought of the process of frantically devouring and merging those memories and experiences into mental space. How much of the Pavel sitting here now is the original her? And how much is the residue of those devoured souls? Is her combat instinct hers, or stolen from some dead soldier? Is her indifference to pain innate, or inherited from some madman? Even her current personality, her way of thinking, her perception of this world, how much of it is Pavel's? And how much comes from those souls she devoured, screaming? A chill rose from the base of her spine, spreading to her limbs. Pavel found her hands trembling. Not out of fear, but because she suddenly realized that she might never be able to answer this question. Chapter 49 Existential Crisis? Only the living are qualified to think no, that's not right. It shouldn't be like this. Pavel tried to force her hands to clench, but still couldn't stop her trembling. This question was like a black hole, devouring all her thoughts. Warning, host's emotional fluctuations detected. Heart rate rising to 112 beats per minute, adrenaline levels abnormal. Recommendation, initiate forced sedation, stabilize host's mental state. Pavel was taken aback. Then, a wave of inexplicable irritation surged in her heart. Fuck you. Forced sedation ready. Execute? No. Pavel coldly responded in her mind. Host rejection of suggestion detected. Based on current mental state assessment, strong recommendation. I said, no need. Her thoughts sharpened. Like a knife cutting through those annoying prompts. I don't need you to tell me how to think or how to feel. Feedback from host recorded. Forced sedation cancelled. The voice disappeared. Pavel took a deep breath. Strangely, being interrupted like this made her calm down instead. That black hole that was devouring her seemed less terrifying now. She clenched her trembling fingers again, successfully forcing her thoughts back from the edge of that abyss. What am I? She couldn't find an answer. But she knew one thing. If she couldn't answer this question now, then it shouldn't be something to think about right now. On the battlefield, she had seen too many people die from overthinking. Not from enemy bullets, but from the unsolvable questions in their own minds. A soldier who starts to think about why he kills, or what the meaning of this war is, generally finds himself close to death. An existential crisis is a luxury. Only the living are qualified to think about who I am. The dead have nothing to think about. So, she must survive first. First learn to control her power. First understand the rules of this world. First ensure that she won't blow herself to pieces in the next loss of control. As for the question of who I am, she can think about it slowly when she has time. Anyway, no matter what the answer is. This Pavel sitting here now has to continue living. Her hands stopped trembling. Her breathing returned to normal. When she raised her head again, the confusion in her eyes had faded, replaced by a calm, almost cold clarity. Margaret looked at the silver-haired girl in front of her. She had originally prepared a set of speeches. about the dilemma of self-awareness, about the existential crisis that travelers must face, about how to maintain core stability amidst constant death and rebirth. She had said these words to Frederick, to Reinhardt, to Alicia. Every traveler experiences such turmoil when they realize they are being eroded by the return path. Some take days to come out of it, some take weeks. But more people never come out. But Pavira took less than 30 seconds. Margaret watched as the confusion in her eyes transformed into clarity, as a calm expression reappeared on her pale face, and as her trembling hands steadied. Her eyebrows raised slightly. This was not repression. A repressed person would show stiffness and tension, like a tightly strung bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. Nor was this avoidance. An avoidant person would change the subject, using anger or jokes to mask their inner fears. Pavira's state resembled more of a suspension. She neatly packaged that question and placed it in a corner of her consciousness, then moved on. It wasn't pretending the problem didn't exist, but acknowledging its existence while choosing not to deal with it for the time being. This is an extremely mature psychological defense mechanism. Too mature. A 15-year-old girl shouldn't possess such a level of emotional management, even if she has been on the battlefield. I have a question. Pavira's voice interrupted Margaret's thoughts. The silver-haired girl in front of her had fully recovered and was now looking directly into her eyes. Go ahead. Why do you insist on having me join this special project? Pavira asked, choosing her words carefully. If it's just to teach me to control my powers. You could easily do that elsewhere. Private tutoring, secret training, anything. Why bring me into the academy, into this project? Margaret didn't answer directly. She leaned back in her chair, examining the girl in front of her with a scrutinizing gaze. You just went through an existential crisis, she said. Most people in that state either break down, avoid it, or take days or even weeks to barely recover. But you pulled yourself back in less than 30 seconds. Then, you didn't dwell on the fear you just felt. You didn't probe further into questions about self, but instead jumped straight to the next topic, a more practical one, about the exchange of interests. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. This mental strength is commendable. I rarely see such resilience in those mature traversers. Pavira didn't respond. She simply waited quietly, waiting for Margaret to answer her question. This silence was a response in itself. She wouldn't be distracted by praise, nor would she relax her guard because of it. Margaret's smile deepened. What do you think? She asked in return. Why do you think I want to bring you into this project? Pavira was silent for a few seconds. Because you need me to do something. Her voice was calm. This isn't just teaching, you're investing. Margaret laughed. It was a genuine, heartfelt smile that made her seem less like a major general and more like a child who had discovered an interesting toy. Smart. She adjusted her posture, hands clasped in front of her abdomen. You're right. I do need you to do some things in the future. But that's not something to discuss now. Why not? Because you are too weak right now. Margaret's tone was unrelenting. The destroyer of sequences sounds impressive, but in reality, right now, you can't even control your own power. When you lose control, you become a beast that only knows how to destroy. In this state, you have no value to me. Pavira didn't argue. Because it was the truth. I brought you into the academy to give you a safe environment to learn control, Margaret continued. The academy's privileges can shield you from the Empire's Security Bureau's investigations, and the project's resources can accelerate your growth. And she gestured to herself. I can ensure that you won't blow up half the academy when you lose control. Sounds like raising a puppet, Pavira commented. Pretty much, Margaret admitted without hesitation. But the puppets I raise live quite well. At least longer than the wild ones. She nodded towards the side door. Frederick, Reinhardt, Alicia, they're all my creations. 3 traversers. Each capable of causing major trouble if left unchecked. But here, they are students, companions, a group of monsters that Haven T completely lost their minds. Pavira was silent for a moment. So you teach me so that I can work for you in the future? Yes. What if I refuse? You 1T refuse. Margaret's tone was so certain it was annoying. Because you have no other choice. Pavira, let me tell you a harsh truth. Wild traversers like you have only 3 endings, consumed by their own power, eliminated as a danger by others, or... She reached out and gently patted Pavira's head. Find a powerful backing, learn to control it, and then survive. I think I can take some time to think it over. But you've already made your choice, Margaret said, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. From the moment you stepped through that door. Chapter 50. Welcome home. In the course of their conversation, the card formation was nearing completion. The tarot cards were arranged in a complex cross pattern, each representing a specific meaning, the past, present, potential future, and the possibilities hidden deep within fate. Only one card left. Margaret's fingers rested on the top card of the stack. This card represents the core, your essence, your deepest connection to the return path. Pavira stared at the card. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable nervousness. Margaret flipped the card over. The image on the card was unclear to Pavira. At the moment the card was revealed, the surrounding air suddenly thickened. The large steam chandelier began to flicker, emitting a harsh buzzing sound. The light dimmed and brightened, as if something was interfering with the current. Pavira wanted to speak, but her voice seemed swallowed by something. The outlines of the underground classroom began to distort. The rough stone walls seemed to flow like melting wax, and the dark gray stone floor rippled like a lake disturbed by thrown stones. Margaret's figure became blurry. Her lips moved as if saying something, but Pavira couldn't hear any sound. Warning: external mental interference detected. Source unknown. Post-consciousness is being. Pavira felt as if she was falling into an endless abyss. Everything around her was rapidly receding. Margaret, the tarot cards, the underground classroom, the steam chandelier, they shrank into smaller and smaller points of light, ultimately disappearing into the endless darkness. She wanted to struggle, to scream, but her body wouldn't obey. The darkness lasted for an indeterminate amount of time, perhaps a second, perhaps a century. Then, light appeared. Pavira blinked. She found herself standing in a completely unfamiliar place. This was not the underground classroom, not the Royal Knights Academy, not anywhere she recognized. She stood in a desolate wilderness, the sky a leaden gray, devoid of sun or moon, only an eternal gloom. At the horizon, a massive tower loomed. The tower was as black as ink, soaring into the clouds. As if it were to pierce that gray sky, lightning circled the tower's peak, yet never descended. "Welcome to the tower." A voice came from behind her. Pavira spun around sharply. Standing behind her was someone she had never seen before. No, not a person. The outline of that being resembled paper burned by fierce fire, its edges continuously crumbling and reassembling. It has no face, only a burning void, no body, only a twisted, constantly collapsing and rebuilding form. Or rather, that voice carries an ancient, timeless echo. "Welcome home." Home. Pavira stepped back, maintaining a wary posture. Her right hand had quietly reached for her waist. Even though there was nothing there, it was instinct. In the face of the unknown, the first reaction is always to seek a weapon. I don't remember this place as my home. The existence that was constantly disintegrating and reassembling let out a deep laugh. That laughter did not seem to come from a throat, but resonated from all directions, as if the entire wasteland was trembling. "Home is not the place you remember," it said, its voice carrying a certain ancient, unsettling gentleness. "Home is the place you are destined to return to." Pavira did not respond to it. She looked around, trying to find any possible exit or clue. At the same time, she was quickly assessing the situation before her. An unknown space, an unknown existence, unknown rules. Worst case scenario, this is some kind of mental attack, and her consciousness is being eroded. Second worst case, this is a trap, and that existence wants something from her. Best case scenario, Pavira scoffed inwardly. There is no best case. In her experience, the best case usually means she hasn't discovered where the trap lies. Besides the towering black tower, there was nothing in this field. No trees, no rocks, no landmarks to discern direction. The ground was gray, like burnt ashes. The sky was also gray, with no clouds, no sun, only a uniform, dead grayness. The only light source came from the distant black tower, with lightning swirling around its peak, which, although it never fell, continuously emitted a pale glow. "What is this place?" "The tower." The existence answered succinctly and vaguely. "The end of the path of the tower, the resting place of the destroyer. Every person who steps onto this path ultimately arrives here." It slightly leaned toward the black tower, if that constantly changing void could be said to lean. That tower is the embodiment of destruction. It is always collapsing, always rebuilding. Just like your power. Pavira followed its gaze. Now she noticed that the tower was indeed changing. Stones were peeling off the tower and falling into the void. But at the same time, new stones were coalescing from the void, filling those gaps. Lightning struck the tower's peak, blasting part of the structure into fragments. But the next moment, those fragments reassembled, forming a new shape. Eternal destruction, eternal rebirth. Beautiful, isn't it? The existence's voice carried a fervor that was almost reverent. This is the essence of the path of the tower. It is not mere destruction, but the creation of new life through annihilation. Pavira interjected. "Margaret just spoke about this." "You're very clever." The existence seemed to laugh, even though it had no mouth. "But cleverness is not enough. You need to understand, truly understand." It moved a step closer to Pavira. Pavira instinctively stepped back, but her feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. Her eyes narrowed slightly, forcing herself to remain calm. "Who are you?" "No, what should I say you are?" The existence paused. "I am the gatekeeper," it said, its voice carrying a certain solemnity. "The gatekeeper of this tower." Gatekeeper. Pavira mulled over the word. Margaret had just said she would be her gatekeeper. Gatekeeping what? Where does the door lead? You ask too many questions. The gatekeeper's voice took on a playful tone. You don't need to know these things yet. You just need to know that I am the administrator here, and you are the master here. Master? Pavira scoffed. I am trapped in a strange place, unable to move. Facing an existence I don't even know what it is, and this is what you call a master? You are certainly the master. The gatekeeper's voice carried a disturbing gentleness. This space is created by you, using the souls you have devoured as materials, with your consciousness as the framework. It is a part of you, and you are a part of it. As for why you can't move, it let out a low chuckle. That's just because you're too tense. Relax a bit, master. There's nothing here that can harm you. Pavira did not relax. But she noticed that when she stopped trying to step back, that feeling of being nailed down did indeed ease a little. What is the principle behind this? A mental confrontation? A game of consciousness? You said I created this space. Pavira tried to keep her tone calm. With the souls I devoured. Yes. Where are those souls now? The gatekeeper seemed pleased with this question. You finally asked the right question. It extended a void-like hand, pointing toward the distant wasteland. Pavira followed its guidance. Then she saw them. Those shadows. On the gray expanse, countless semi-transparent figures were wandering. Their outlines were indistinct, like human shapes made of smoke. Some wandered aimlessly, some knelt on the ground, and some gazed up at the distant black tower. Further away, in the area closer to the black tower, Pavira could see some clearer figures. They were not as ethereal as those on the wasteland, but had a more solid form. The ones wandering on the wasteland are the weakest fragments of souls. The gatekeeper's voice echoed in her ears. They were just ordinary people in life. Soldiers, farmers, merchants, servants. Nothing special about their abilities, nor anything noteworthy in their knowledge. After being devoured by you, most of their self has dissipated, leaving only a remnant of consciousness wandering. But those inside the tower, its voice became significant. They are different. Pavira gazed at the black tower. Now she could see more clearly. The surface of the tower seemed to be writhing. No, not writhing. It was the figures etched into the tower's walls that were struggling. Countless twisted faces were embedded in the pitch-black stone walls, their mouths opening and closing as if silently screaming. Those are more powerful souls. The gatekeeper's voice carried a cruel delight. Officers, elite soldiers, experts with special skills. Their consciousness is too strong to wander in the wasteland like those ordinary souls. So you imprison them in the tower. Not I. It's you. The gatekeeper corrected. This is your space, master. Everything operates according to your will. Even if you don't know it yourself. It paused. Those powerful souls are suppressed within the tower, allocated to different levels based on their strength in life. The higher you go, the stronger the soul, and the more precious the abilities contained. What is at the very top? You are not yet qualified to know that. Its voice became deep. Right now, you haven't even touched the souls on the wasteland. Start from the bottom, master. Chapter 51 Absorption and Extraction. Starting from the bottom? Pavira's voice carried clear wariness. She had just pulled herself back from that existential crisis, taking a full 30 seconds to convince herself to set that question aside. Now this gatekeeper, which she didn't even know what it was actually advising her to add more fuel to her own soul? I did not agree to your touching these souls. Pavira's tone became hard. In fact, I did not agree to you doing anything with this space. You say this is my space, and I am the master here. Well, as the master, I now command you to explain clearly. What exactly do you want me to do? The gatekeeper let out a low, rumbling laugh. I will do nothing, master. There was a disquieting gentleness in its voice. I am just the gatekeeper. My duty is to tell you the rules, not to make decisions for you. What do you mean by touching the soul? Literally. The gatekeeper's form shifted slightly, the ever-dissolving void seeming to point towards the translucent figures wandering in the field. These souls are yours. They have been devoured by you, suppressed by you, trapped in this space by you. Everything about them belongs to you. But you have never truly used them. Use. Yes, use. You can touch them and extract what remains of them. What remains? Memories, knowledge, skills, talents. The gatekeeper's voice became slow and clear, as if explaining a very simple principle. Everything they possessed in life is now stored in those fragmented consciousnesses. And you, as the master of this space, can extract these things. Claim them as your own. It paused, the void tilting slightly, as if examining Pavira. In fact, you have already done this. Pavira furrowed her brow. What do you mean? At Calder Castle, there was a hint of amusement in the gatekeeper's voice. When you first devoured those souls, what did you think happened? Did you think the power that surged into you appeared out of thin air? Pavira did not answer. Because she knew the answer. She had known it for a long time. Your body instinctively absorbed a portion of the most superficial things when it devoured those souls. The gatekeeper continued. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. The real treasure lies deep below, waiting to be unearthed. So you want me to dig them out? I want you to understand what you possess. The gatekeeper's voice became serious. Master, you are now a destroyer of sequences. But do you know? Right now, you might not even be able to defeat a trained sequence, because you have never truly learned how to use your power. Pavira fell silent. She recalled her encounter with Margaret. If the other party had not held back, relying solely on her uncontrollable and destructive fury, it would have taken just a few rounds before her head would roll. The gatekeeper was right. She was indeed weak now. So your suggestion is? Pavira's voice became slow. You want me to touch these souls and absorb their abilities? Not absorb, the gatekeeper corrected. Extract. What's the difference? Absorption is passive, unconscious, uncontrollable. Like what you did before, when the souls surged into your consciousness, your body instinctively grabbed some fragments, but most were lost. The gatekeeper's form slightly expanded, as if emphasizing the next words. Extraction is active, conscious, controllable. You choose a soul, touch it, and then extract what you need from it. Memories, knowledge, skills, talents, anything it possessed in life can become yours. What about the cost? Pavira's voice was terrifyingly calm. What? Don't play dumb with me. Her eyes narrowed slightly. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You said I could extract abilities from souls. What is the cost? Will the souls disappear? What will happen to me? The gatekeeper fell silent for a moment. The ever-dissolving void seemed to be contemplating. You are very cautious, it finally said, its voice carrying a certain approval. That's good. Caution can help you live longer. The cost does exist. It conceded. First, the extracted souls will gradually dissipate. The more you extract from them, the faster they will disappear. Once they completely dissipate, nothing will remain, not even the wandering in this field. Pavira nodded. This was within her expectations. Secondly, the gatekeeper's voice became subtle. The extraction process is not one way. When you touch a soul and enter its memories, you will experience its most profound emotions in life. It could be joy, fear, or the despair of dying. And you cannot choose what to experience. The content is completely random. Pavira's brows knitted tighter. Are you saying I might be forced to experience someone else's death? Not just death. The gatekeeper's voice carried a certain cruel delight. Any profound memory is possible. The sweetness of first love, the sorrow of losing a child, the anger of betrayal, the madness of ecstasy. Everything these souls experienced in life could become your experience. This is gambling, Pavira summarized. This is fate, the gatekeeper corrected her. The fate of a destroyer. Picking up shards from the ruins, forging your own power from the remnants of others. Pavira fell silent. Her gaze drifted past the gatekeeper, looking towards the gray wasteland. The translucent figures were still wandering. Some roamed aimlessly, some knelt on the ground, and some gazed up at the distant black tower. They were once human. Soldiers, farmers, merchants, servants. They had families, friends, dreams, and fears. Now they were just remnants. The residue left after she devoured them. Is there any other cost? Her voice was very calm. There is one. The gatekeeper's voice became low. Time. Time. The flow of time in this space is different from the outside world. A minute here might only be a few seconds in the outside world. But if you stay here too long, it paused. Your consciousness will gradually merge with this space. By then, you will never awaken again. Pavira's pupils constricted slightly. How long is too long? It depends on your mental strength. The gatekeeper's voice took on a playful tone. Given your current state, I suggest you don't stay longer than 1 hour of subjective time each time. Pavira quickly calculated in her mind. An hour of subjective time might correspond to only a few minutes in the outside world. This meant she had enough time to explore, but could not be greedy. One last question. Her voice regained its calmness. How do I leave this place? When you want to leave, you will naturally leave. The gatekeeper's voice carried a certain meaningful smile. This is your space, master. You are the only sovereign here. But I advise you. Its form leaned slightly closer. Before you leave, at least try once. Touch a soul. Experience that feeling. Only then can you truly understand what you possess. Chapter 52. I will remember your name. Pavira did not respond immediately. She remained standing, gazing at the wasteland. The gatekeeper's words echoed in her mind. The ability to extract souls. Memories, knowledge, skills, talents. The cost was the dissipation of souls and the random experience of their memories. From a purely rational perspective, this was a worthwhile transaction. Those souls were already dead. They had been devoured by her, trapped in this space, never to find peace. Rather than let them wander aimlessly in this wasteland, it was better to make their death valuable. Pavira sneered coldly in her mind. Listen to what she was thinking. Making death valuable. What a grandiose excuse. She was very good at this. Find a reason that sounds reasonable for your own actions. and then go ahead and do those things that you shouldn't have done with a clear conscience. But the question is, does she really have another choice? Pavira took a deep breath. Her gaze fell on the most recent soul figure. It was the outline of a young man, dressed in tattered military uniform, his translucent body flickering in the gray light. His face was blurred, but Pavira could feel his gaze resting on her. It was neither hostility nor fear, but rather a kind of expectation. The soul. Pavira's voice was calm. Who are you? A soldier. The gatekeeper's voice came from behind her. A private of the Usser United Army, who died 3 months ago in an encounter battle. Soldier. Pavira repeated the word. She took a step forward. The gray ground rippled beneath her feet, like a lake's surface disturbed by a thrown stone. The soldier's soul did not evade. He just stood there, watching her with those indistinct eyes. Pavira stopped in front of him. Up close, she could see more details. He was very young, perhaps only 16 or 17. His face still bore some childishness, but there was a weariness in his gaze that transcended his age. His military uniform had bullet holes, one right over his heart. What is your name? Pavira asked. She didn't know why she was asking this. The soul would not answer. The gatekeeper had said that most of the souls wandering in the wilderness had lost their sense of self, leaving only a remnant of consciousness. But the soldier's lips moved. There was no sound, but Pavira could read the shape. Leviticus. She softly spoke the name. An ordinary name from Usser. Perhaps a farmer's son, perhaps a worker's child. Drafted into service, sent to the battlefield, killed. Now his soul was trapped here, forever wandering in the gray wilderness, with only a bit of residual consciousness enduring endless cold. The soldier's soul trembled slightly. Then, he made a move that Pavira had not anticipated. He knelt down, not in submission, nor in fear, but in supplication. His lips moved again. This time, Pavira could see what he was saying. Let me disappear. Pavira was taken aback. She had not expected this. What she anticipated was hatred, was curses, was anger towards a certain murderer. But not this. This young soldier, this soul named Lev, was asking her to end his existence. They're all like this. The gatekeeper's voice came from behind her, carrying a certain casual cruelty. Most of the souls trapped here have long lost the will to live. They do not remember who they are, do not remember why they are here, only know they are trapped, unable to leave forever. For them, to dissipate is a release. Should she touch this soul? Pavira bit her lip. This was a question that required a choice. The gatekeeper must have some things it did not tell her. It hoped so much, so eagerly. It had painstakingly lured her step by step. It must have some ulterior motives. But the question it posed was also what Pavira desperately wanted to resolve. She needed power. In this world, without power, one is nothing. And now, power was right in front of her, within reach. As long as she reached out her hand and touched that wandering soul, she could obtain all the memories, knowledge, skills, or some rare talent it once possessed. These souls she devoured, they had indeed become her resources. Let me disappear. The soldier's voice began to carry a heart-wrenching yearning. Please. In those non-existent eyes, Pavira saw something familiar. Fatigue. Fatigue from endless suffering. Pavira raised her hand. If I touch you, she said, you will completely dissipate. There will be no more cold, no more consciousness. Nothing will remain. Are you sure? Lev's figure trembled slightly. Okay. The faint consciousness came through, carrying a tone of gratitude. Thank you, thank you. Pavira did not continue to respond to him. She just quietly looked at the soldier's soul before her, this young man. In a moment of clarity, she actually felt a sense of empathy. A somewhat absurd empathy. She was the devourer. She was one of the culprits imprisoning this soul. And now, she actually felt empathy for it. But it wasn't so absurd after all. After all, she was also a lonely soul. A stranger who fell from another world into this one. A ghost without identity, past, or even the very existence itself filled with doubts. What difference was there between her and this soul? It died in the ruins of Calder Fort, while she died in some corner of another world. It was trapped in this space, while she was trapped in this body that did not belong to her. It pleaded for release, and she. What was she pursuing? Truly ironic. Leviticus, Pavira said. I will remember your name. This was the only thing she could give. A memory. A proof that he once existed. Then, she reached out her hand and touched that blurry light and shadow. Chapter 53. You fucking calculated me. Wind and snow. Everywhere was wind and snow. The white blizzard roared like a giant beast, swallowing everything visible. Visibility was less than 10 steps. The world beyond 10 steps turned into a chaotic white. Pavira, no. Lev was running. The snow reached his calves, and each step felt like stepping on quicksand. His military boots had long since frozen stiff, and his toes had lost all sensation. Run faster. Someone was shouting from behind. Gunfire came from all directions, sounding dull and distant in the wind and snow, as if it were from another world. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets tore through the snowy curtain, raising clouds of white dust on the snow beside Leviticus. Someone fell. He heard a scream, short, muffled by the wind and snow. Then came the dull sound of something heavy falling into the snow. Don't look back. Don't look back, Lev told himself. Looking back would slow him down, and slowing down would mean death. Boom. A deafening explosion. The ground trembled. Lev stumbled slightly, barely steadying himself, and looked up in the direction of the sound. In the gaps of the wind and snow, he saw a huge shadow. It was a mech. Usser's mech, an old, battered iron guard type. Its left arm had been blown off, leaving only a section emitting black smoke. But it was still fighting, swinging a similarly battered steam battle axe with its remaining right arm. Boom. Another loud bang. The mech was hit by something. A fire erupted from its chest, illuminating the surrounding snow for dozens of meters. Lev saw the mech sway slightly. Then, like a collapsing iron tower, it crashed to the ground in the snow. The ground shook, and snowflakes flew. The mech's cockpit exploded, and a mangled body was thrown out, rolling in the snow for a few rounds before coming to a stop. Blood blossomed on the white snow, like a horrifying red flower. Pavel felt Lev's emotions. Fear. A fear that penetrated to the bone. But not just fear. There was also anger. Why? Why fight? Why did he have to suffer in this damned snowy plain? His home was to the south. There is warm sunlight, hot soup made by mother, and the laughter of younger sister. He just wants to survive. He just wants to go home. Bang. A bullet grazes past Lev's ear, taking away a small piece of his earlobe. Warm blood flows down his neck, quickly freezing into ice shards in the cold wind. Lev stumbles and continues to run. The gunfire behind him gets closer. The enemy is pursuing him. The mech knights of Victory Nia, those noble lords in splendid armor, are hunting down the fleeing user soldiers. Like hunters chasing rabbits. No, more contemptuous than chasing rabbits. At least hunters have some respect for rabbits as prey. But those noble lords look at them with eyes Lev has seen before. Eyes that look at insects. Eyes that look at ants. Anger burns in Lev's chest. Why? Why are they high above, while we can only scurry like mice in the snow? Why is their life a life, while our life is just? Boom. Another loud explosion. This time, Lev is knocked over by the shockwave. He falls heavily onto the snow, his head hitting something hard, and his vision goes dark. As he struggles to get up, he sees a tall tower. Through the gaps in the wind and snow, a tower stands on the distant horizon. It is a communication tower, a facility used by the user army to transmit signals. The tower has been battered by war, but it still stubbornly stands there, like a broken finger pointing to the sky. Then, lightning. A massive bolt of lightning strikes down from the leaden sky. The lightning comes without warning, no thunder, no alert. It simply appears abruptly, with the momentum to destroy everything, accurately hitting the top of the tower. Boom. The tower shatters. Bricks and stones fly. Flames shoot up to the sky. Lev watches the tower collapse in the lightning. He watches the huge stones scatter like building blocks. He watches the flames and smoke swirl in the wind and snow. Then, beauty. A thought suddenly appears in his mind. So beautiful. The beauty of destruction. The beauty of collapse. Pavel's consciousness jolts. No, this is wrong. Lev's emotions change. Fear disappears. Anger remains. But the nature of that anger has changed. It is no longer the anger of the weak towards the strong. It is no longer the anger of prey towards the hunter. Instead, it is the anger that wants to destroy everything. The anger that wants to burn this filthy world to ashes. Why only that tower? Lev's thoughts echo in Pavel's consciousness. Why not everything? Those enemies chasing him. Those generals who sent him to the battlefield. Those nobles sitting in warm palaces deciding his fate. Why not destroy them all? Destroy. Destroy. Destroy it all. Pavel feels a strong dizziness. Not from Lev's memories, but from her own. Destroy it. That voice rings in her mind. A familiar voice. A voice she has heard countless times. Whenever she is angry, whenever she loses control, that voice appears. Now, it has appeared again, and more intensely than ever. Destroy it all. Let it collapse. Let it burn. Let it know. Pavel screams in her consciousness. She tries to break free, to pull away from Lev's memories. But she cannot. She is trapped here. Trapped in the final madness of this dying soul. Lev's body no longer runs. He stands in the wind and snow, gazing at the collapsing tower. Flames dance in his eyes. A mad smile curls at the corners of his mouth. Beautiful. So beautiful. If only I could do something like this. Bang. A bullet pierces through his back. Lev's body jolts. He looks down to see a fist-sized hole in his chest, blood gushing out. Strange. It doesn't hurt. Not at all. He only feels regret. What a pity, he thinks. I haven't had the chance to destroy more. His body slowly falls, like a tree being chopped down. Snowflakes fall on his face, melting into cold droplets. His vision gradually blurs. But in that blurred sight, he can still see the collapsing tower, the flames burning in the wind and snow. Beautiful. So beautiful. Then, everything falls into darkness. Pavel suddenly breaks free from that darkness. She finds herself back on the gray wasteland. But her body is trembling, not from the cold, but from the desire for destruction. That familiar, terrifying impulse is surging in her chest, stronger than ever, stronger than that time on the commercial street. She feels her rationality being eroded by something, like countless hands are tearing at her soul, like something is devouring her from the inside. Destroy it. The voice is roaring. Destroy it all. Ha ha ha. The doorkeeper's laughter explodes in her ears. Pavel suddenly looks up. The burning void is floating in front of her, its body expanding in ecstasy. The flames at the edges leaping 3 times higher than before. Wonderful. Wonderful. Its voice is filled with frenzied enthusiasm. You did it, master. You have accepted the tower's gift. Pavel's eyes turn crimson. She feels something awakening within her. It is not just an emotion. It is power. A power that resonates deeply with the path of the tower. She can sense the weaknesses in the cracked structure of the surrounding things, the joints that can be shattered, the seams that can be torn apart. This gray wasteland transforms into a map full of cracks in her eyes. Each crack shows her, here can be destroyed, there can be shattered, with just a gentle push. Everything will collapse. This is the gift she received from Leviticus. Not survival skills, not ordinary knowledge, but the eyes that see the path of destruction. You. Pavel grits her teeth, trying to suppress the impulse to tear everything apart in her mind. You fucking. She turns to the doorkeeper, her eyes burning with crimson anger. You tricked me. Everything I said was true. The doorkeeper's voice is calm and unperturbed. Lev is the soul you devoured. He indeed wanted liberation. You can indeed gain power from him. I just didn't tell you what kind of soul he was. Its void body trembles, as if laughing. The soul of the destroyer. A soul touched by the path of the tower before death. His last moments, his madness, his desire for destruction. Now, they are all yours. Pavel's body trembles violently. She can feel her spirit being eroded. The power of the path of the tower is like a hungry beast, gnawing at her rationality. You. She opens her mouth, wanting to continue cursing, but she finds herself unable to speak, because that desire for destruction has grown powerful enough to start affecting her thoughts. Destroy it. The voice is roaring. Destroy the space. Destroy the doorkeeper. Destroy everything. Can you feel it? The doorkeeper's voice becomes gentle, like comforting a wounded child. This is the will of the tower. This is the instinct of the destroyer. Do not resist it, master. Embrace it. Let it flow through you. Let it pass through you. It approaches Pavel, the burning void almost touching her face. Affect reality. Pavel's pupils suddenly constrict. Affect reality. This sentence felt like a bucket of cold water poured over her head. She suddenly realized something. You. She used all her willpower to force her lips to move. You want to use me to create disasters in reality. The gatekeeper did not deny it. It only let out a low, rumbling laugh. The will of the tower needs an outlet, master. You are the perfect vessel. Now go. Take the tower's gift and return to reality. Let destruction. Its voice suddenly became distant. Pavel felt a violent tugging sensation, as if something was forcibly dragging her out of this space. The gray planes began to blur. The silhouette of the black tower twisted. The gatekeeper's figure gradually faded. But its voice still echoed, descend into the world. Then, everything disappeared. Chapter 54. The question mark from Alicia Frostmoon was sitting in a dimly lit room. The room was small, with only a faint gas lamp hanging in the corner, casting a flickering orange glow. The air was filled with the scent of some ancient spices, ambergris, myrrh, and a hint of something she couldn't name. She sat cross-legged on a gray mat in the center of the floor, her platinum blonde hair coiling behind her like a sleeping silver snake. Meditation. Instructor Margaret said this was her daily homework. You need to anchor yourself, Alicia. The instructor's voice echoed in her memory. The erosion of the path of the moon will gradually make you unable to distinguish between illusion and reality. Meditation can help you establish a solid cognitive baseline. Cognitive baseline. Alicia closed her eyes, trying to settle her thoughts. She should focus on her breathing, feel the temperature change of the air entering her lungs. Feel the rhythmic beat of her heart, feel. Was there pudding in the cafeteria at noon today? Her eyelids fluttered slightly. No, that's a distraction. She should eliminate distractions. Margaret had said that when meditating, you shouldn't think of anything else. The mind should be like a calm lake, without any ripples. The lake's surface. A calm lake's surface. What would happen if a stone were thrown into the lake? The stone would sink. Then ripples would spread across the water's surface, expanding in circles until they reached the shore. If the lake is large enough, the ripples could spread for a long time. What if the lake is infinitely large? Would the ripples continue to spread forever? Or Or would they disappear at some point? Alicia thought this was an interesting question. Then she realized she had drifted off again. Oh no. Alicia sighed inwardly. She had been sitting here for more than 10 minutes, but the actual time spent meditating might only be 3 minutes? Maybe 5 minutes? No, it should be less. 2 minutes? A minute and a half? This isn't good. But the problem is, she really didn't know how to meditate. Margaret had said to let the mind be like a calm lake, to think of nothing. But thinking of nothing itself is a thought, right? When you're trying hard not to think of anything, you're actually thinking, I must not think of anything. So, not thinking of anything is impossible. This is a paradox. Alicia felt she had discovered something profound and couldn't help but want to tell Margaret. But she thought Margaret would probably just pat her head and say, "You're thinking too much again." She actually liked being patted on the head. Margaret's palm was warm, and her strength was just right. Not too light, not too heavy. Making her feel very comfortable. No. She drifted off again. Alicia gave up trying to focus. After all, no one was watching her, right? Margaret was teaching the new students, Sebastian was supervising Frederick and Reinhardt's training, and she didn't know what everyone else was doing. So, it should be okay to relax a bit. She exerted a little effort, and a ball of silvery light gathered in her palm. The light pulsed gently, like a small star cradled in her hand. This is fun. Alicia watched the light, her thoughts drifting again. What if she turned this light into a cat? A small silver cat, Fluffy, would curl up on her lap and sleep, just like that new student. She could give it a name. What should it be? Moonlight? Too ordinary. Galaxy? Sounds like a river's name. Stardust? Seems a bit pretentious. Little Silver? No. Margaret had said to avoid names starting with little. How about Frost Sugar? That name is nice. Frost Sugar. A small silver cat named Frost Sugar. Alicia nodded in satisfaction and then changed the shape of the light in her palm. The sphere became an oval, which gradually elongated, sprouting 4 legs and a tail. A tiny silver kitten appeared in her palm, its tail swaying gently. Meow? She made up a sound for it. The silver kitten turned around in her palm, then jumped to the floor, nimbly running a few steps before looking back at her. Alicia tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. So cute. Even though this cat was created by her, it still looked adorable when she saw it. Why is that? Knowing it's fake, an illusion, a phantasm conjured from the power of the path of the moon, yet it still feels cute. Perhaps cuteness has nothing to do with reality. Whether something is cute or not depends on how it looks, not on whether it is real. So, if a real ugly thing and a fake cute thing were placed together, which one would people prefer? This is another interesting question. Besides, why shouldn't the things she created be considered real? She created Frost Sugar. She saw Frost Sugar. She felt Frost Sugar's soft fur brushing against her. Or rather, she raised her head, her purple eyes gazing at a point in the void. Is this room I see now real? Maybe this room is also some kind of illusion. Maybe she is still trapped in some nightmare, never waking up. Perhaps the entire world is a larger dream, and she is just a shadow in that dream. The silver kitten circled around her again and again. Alicia watched it, and suddenly felt a bit sleepy. The room was warm, and the scent of the spices made her drowsy. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to take a short nap? Meditation and sleep are essentially both ways to let the mind rest, so they should be similar. But just then, why does it feel a bit cold? Alicia blinked. The room, which had just been warm, suddenly felt a bit chilly. Not just any cold, but she looked down at her arm. Tiny goosebumps were rising on her skin. Strange. This meditation room has no windows or vents. The temperature should be constant. Then, she saw a snowflake. A small, hexagonal snowflake was drifting down from above her head. It gently landed on the tip of her nose, bringing a slight cool touch, then melted into a drop of icy water. Alicia slowly typed a question mark in her mind. She raised her head. More snowflakes were falling. Not just 1 or 2, but hundreds or thousands. They appeared out of nowhere from the ceiling, as if someone had torn a crack in the roof leading to winter. The wind came too. A biting, bone-chilling cold wind surged in from all directions, whipping her platinum long hair behind her. The flame of the gas lamp shook violently a few times before extinguishing. But darkness did not descend. Instead, a pale, somewhat blinding light took its place. It was the light of snow, an endless expanse of white reflecting some invisible light source. Alicia stood up. Beneath her feet was no longer the gray meditation mat, but snow instead. The snow was up to her ankles, icy and sharp, rapidly deepening. The walls of the room vanished. The ceiling vanished. The gas lamp vanished. She stood on an endless snowfield. The wind and snow howled. Visibility less than 10 steps. The world beyond 10 steps turned into a chaotic white, as if a giant had smeared white paint over a canvas. Gunfire echoed in the distance. Dull gunshots, muffled by the wind and snow, sounded as if they came from another world. Bang, 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 bang. Then came the explosion. Boom. The ground trembled. Snowflakes scattered in the shockwave. Alicia blinked and mentally put a question mark. What was happening? She looked down at herself. Fortunately, she was still herself. Platinum long hair. Gray cloak, the Academy's female uniform. The silver kitten Frost was curled up at her feet. Its fur bristled, letting out a small, anxious whimper. Don't be afraid. Alicia crouched down and gently stroked Frost's head. I don't know what's going on either. She straightened up, her purple eyes gazing into the depths of the wind and snow. Amidst the chaotic white, a black shadow flickered. It was a tower, a massive, pitch-black tower. It stood amidst the wind and snow, its body half obscured by the howling blizzard, revealing only a vague outline. But even just the outline was enough to convey its presence. That oppressive, suffocating sense of existence. Like a black spine piercing the sky. Like a tombstone that would never collapse. Lightning circled the tower's tip, emitting a dull rumble. Alicia tilted her head. The tower, she said softly. This was her first time entering someone else's virtual realm. Margaret had said that every virtual realm is different. The Moon Path's virtual realm is a silver mist with endless reflections. The Chariot Path's virtual realm is a furnace of steel and flames. And is the Tower Path's virtual realm like this? A battlefield in the wind and snow. A black tower that forever stands in the blizzard. Chapter 55. Pavel's White Helm. Margaret never expected that a simple, basic tarot cross spread, an entry-level return ritual meant only for roughly gauging the frequency of the traverser, would let Pavila's power spiral out of control to this extent. She hadn't even flipped over the last tarot card. Just as her fingertips brushed the edge of the inverted card, a violent wave of energy erupted from the silver-haired girl across from her. There was no warning. It was as if someone had buried a bomb beneath the calm surface of a lake and detonated it at the most unexpected moment. Margaret's body was thrown into the air by that wave. She adjusted her posture mid-air, her military boots leaving a long scratch on a hard surface before landing steadily. Then she looked up, and then she froze. She was no longer in that underground classroom. Wind and snow. An overwhelming deluge of wind and snow. Accompanied by gunfire and explosions. Accompanied by the roar of mechas. Margaret's pupils constricted suddenly. She immediately realized what was happening. The virtual realm. Pavila's power had triggered the descent of the virtual realm. This was a phenomenon she had only seen 3 times in the past 20 years. The first time was at the northern border. A moon path traverser lost control on a full moon night. The entire battlefield was shrouded in silver mist. And soldiers from both sides fell into their deepest fears. Some saw deceased loved ones. Some saw enemies they had killed. Some faced their most unwilling memories. That virtual realm lasted a full 3 hours. When the mist cleared, 1/3 of the people on the battlefield had gone mad. The second time was 6 years ago. She witnessed a sequence breaker lose control. That time, she didn't want to remember. Half a town. Over 3,000 lives. Including that breaker's own wife and 2 children. The third time was herself. In the battle that changed the trajectory of her life. But that is another story. The virtual realm is a special space created when the power of the return directly influences reality. Under normal circumstances, the connection between the traverser and the primordial sea is one way. They draw power from that formless ocean of consciousness and transform it into abilities in reality. This process has clear boundaries, controllable limits, and predictable results. It's like drawing water from a well with a bucket. You can only take as much as the bucket can hold. You 1T bring the entire well to the surface. But in extreme cases, when the traverser's mental state fluctuates violently, when the erosion of the return breaks through a critical point, when the connection between the traverser and the primordial sea becomes too close, the boundary will be broken. The power of the return no longer is just used by the traverser, but begins to actively seep into reality. The black waters of the primordial sea will flood into reality, creating a special area governed by the laws of the return. In the virtual realm, normal physical laws will be distorted. In the virtual realm, the essence of the return will manifest in tangible forms. In the virtual realm, those things wandering at the edge of the primordial sea will gain a passage into reality. And once the virtual realm descends, no one, including the traverser who triggered it, can simply reclaim it. Margaret took a deep breath, the cold air filling her lungs, bringing a sharp pain. The only good news was that she was not completely unprepared. That underground classroom itself was a special area. It was not just a place for teaching. It was a closed space she had personally arranged, an artificial, controllable micro-virtual realm, specifically designed to isolate the influence of the power of the return from the outside world. Theoretically, no matter what happened in the classroom, it wouldn't affect the academy outside. But now, this situation, she looked around, her dark green eyes squinting in the wind and snow. The scale of this virtual realm was much larger than she had anticipated. It was not the size of a classroom. not the size of a building, but an entire battlefield. The form of the virtual realm usually depends on the mental state of the trigger. It will present the scene that person is most deeply impressed by, or their mental anchor point. Moon path traversers create a world of mist and illusions. Chariot path traversers create a furnace of steel and flames. But Margaret had originally thought she would see ruins. She would see collapsing buildings. She would see cycles of destruction and rebirth. But she never expected that this girl's mental anchor point would be such a battlefield. Well, Pavel didn't expect it either. But what she didn't expect even more was that she could return to this moment. Agony. A tearing pain radiating from her spine. It felt as if someone had shoved a red-hot iron rod directly into her spinal cord and was stirring it around inside. Not a metaphor. Literally. Because those metal probes are indeed inserted into her spine now. Pavel. No. At this moment she is still Pavel Ivanovich Sokolov. She opened her eyes. This is the first moment she opened her eyes as Pavel. The first moment of crossing. The first moment of arriving in this world. She saw a scene that she could never forget in her memory. First, there was white. Everywhere was white. The entire world was engulfed by a snowstorm. Through the cracked and frosted observation window of the mech cockpit, she saw hell. Not the hell of flames, but the hell of ice and snow. The sky was lead gray. The heavy clouds low enough to seem within reach. Countless snowflakes pouring down from that gloomy expanse like some sort of unending curse. The ground was white, covered in snow, blurring all outlines into a chaotic mass. The wind howled, and the swirling snowflakes cut through the visibility like knives. Next, there were sporadic blacks and reds. The color of wreckage. The color of blood. The remains of mechs scattered across the snowy plain, like discarded scrap metal. There were users' Iron Guard models, riot models, and also Victoria's night mechs. Their twisted bodies half buried in the snow, some still emitting steam, melting the surrounding snow into circles of dirty puddles, while others had completely cooled, becoming silent tombstones on the snowy plain, being gradually buried by the wind and snow. Corpses. Everywhere there were corpses. Some still retained the shape of a human, curled up in craters or lying next to wreckage, covered by a thin layer of white snow, as if wrapped in a shabby shroud. Some had been torn into pieces by artillery fire, leaving only indistinguishable parts, glaringly bright against the white background. Some had been frozen into ice sculptures, maintaining the pose of their last moments in life, like some bizarre sculpture. A hand stretched out from the snow. Only one hand. Fingers spread wide, as if pleading for help from the sky, or trying to grasp something. The portion below the wrist was buried in the blood-stained snow, that patch of red being gradually covered by newly fallen snowflakes, soon to completely disappear. The owner's body could not be seen. Perhaps there was no body at all. In the distance, a huge silhouette could be vaguely seen moving through the snowstorm. A Victoria mech was hunting down fleeing user soldiers. The movements of that mech were graceful and composed, each step carrying a rhythm akin to dance, appearing and disappearing in the blizzard like a ghost from a nightmare. With a gentle swipe of its steam sword, several figures struggling and running in the snow fell down like cut wheat. No screams. The wind and snow were too loud to hear any cries. All that could be seen were those small black figures falling, then swallowed by the white. The mech didn't even stop, continuing to move forward, disappearing into the depths of the storm, searching for the next prey. Further away, the sound of cannon fire still roared. The orange-red flames flickered in the white world like some pathological fireworks display, each flash briefly illuminating the swirling snowflakes. Each flash meant more death. Each roar marked the end of someone's life. Pavel's mech, that battered Riot 4 model, was half kneeling in a crater, its outer armor covered in ice and snow, making it look like a forgotten grave. The cockpit was filled with the smell of machine oil, mixed with sweat and blood, and cold air seeped in through the cracks in the armor, turning her breath into white mist. Various alarms blared, red warning lights flashed madly, and more than half of the readings on the dashboard showed dangerous values. Left arm hydraulic system failure. Right leg drive unit overheating. Armor integrity at 37%. Ammo remaining at 12%. Pilot life signs abnormal. She looked down at her hands. Not her hands. Pavel's hands. A pair of small, scarred hands. With fingers too slender to belong to someone who could pilot a mech, currently gripping the control stick tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain and cold. These were a girl's hands, yet registered under the name Pavel Ivanovich Sokolov. This was the first moment she arrived in this world. This was the first scene she saw as Pavel Ivanovich Sokolov, private of the 404th Independent Mech Punishment Regiment, ID 404631. Hell. A white, cold, snowstorm engulfed hell. And now, she has returned. Chapter 56. All I know is that I want to kill. Pavel forever remembers that moment of herself, remembering that fear that surged from the depths of her bones. A A fear that made her limbs weak, halted her thoughts, and turned all survival instincts into a mush. She remembers how she collapsed at that time. An ordinary modern person, thrown into a cold, bloody hell filled with dead bodies. Metal probes in her spine. Her body riddled with wounds. Surrounding artillery fire. She didn't even know how she survived those initial few minutes. She still remembers how desperate she felt. When she realized this was not a dream. When she realized she was truly trapped in this girl's body. When she realized that to avoid death, she had to continue fighting. That despair was so heavy that it almost crushed her soul. But now Pavel blinked. Scarlet light danced in her pupils. But now she no longer feels that way. Now she feels great. Better than ever. A warm power surged within her body, as if something had finally awakened inside her. That power made her thoughts incredibly clear, made her senses incredibly sharp, allowing her to see the cracks. Cracks everywhere. The armor seams of that Victoria mech had cracks. The frozen earth at the edge of the crater had cracks. Every snowflake swirling in the wind had cracks. The entire world was a map filled with fractures. And she just needed to give it a gentle push to make everything collapse. This feels so good, she thought. Why did her former self have to be afraid? Why did her former self have to collapse? Why did her former self have to despair? If she had just been a little braver, everything would have been so simple. Those enemies chasing her, just kill them. Those generals who sent her to the battlefield, just kill them. Those nobles sitting in warm palaces deciding her fate, just kill them. Kill them. Destroy them. Otherwise, they would come to kill her. This is a simple truth, isn't it? Strike first, suffer later. Better to destroy others than to be destroyed. Better to blossom in destruction than to survive in fear. Oh right, and that thing. Pavel's eyes narrowed slightly. That thing in her mental space. The gatekeeper. She almost forgot about it. That burning void. It hadn't told her that Lev was a soul touched by the tower's path before death. It wanted her to become a vessel for the tower's will. It wanted her to guide destruction into reality. Damn creature. Once she dealt with the situation at hand, she must return to that gray wasteland. And then kill it too. With that thought, Pavel's lips began to slowly curl upward. That was a smile completely different from her usual ones. It wasn't the kind of cold smile tinged with sarcasm. It wasn't the kind of forced smile that masked pain. Instead, it was a pure, innocent smile. Like a child opening gifts on Christmas morning. Like a hungry person finally seeing food. Like a lost traveler finally finding their way home. Dear system, she whispered, her voice carrying a hint of a coaxing tone. You say, am I right? Warning. The system's voice echoed in her mind, but this time, there seemed to be a hint of panic in the usually cold, mechanical tone. Detecting virtual realm expansion. Current location, unknown space. Warning. Host's mental pollution index, 89. Main personality stability, for 13937. Warning. Main personality stability is continuously declining. Warning. Significant deviation detected in host's personality parameters. Warning. Current mental state is highly abnormal. Warning. Detecting large numbers of hostile targets. Warning. Detecting sequence-level threats. Warning. Detecting. The alarm blared, almost like a continuous stream. One after another, densely flashing at the edge of Pavel's consciousness. It was like a panicked assistant frantically flipping through files, trying to find a solution to the current situation. Pavel found it amusing. She had never seen the system so flustered. The normally cold system, which only sent mechanical warnings, now sounded almost like it was asking, "Are you scared?" She tilted her head and asked curiously, "So you can be scared too? How interesting." Warning. It is recommended that the host immediately perform deep breathing to stabilize emotions. Recommendation. Initiate calming protocol. Recommendation. Immediately withdraw from the current environment. Warning. The host's current mental state is not suitable for any form of combat. Not suitable for combat. Pavel chuckled softly. But I feel great right now. She flexed her wrist, feeling the feedback from the mech. The hydraulic system of the brutal four creaked, like a long-sleeping beast awakening. I've never felt this good before. She whispered, a fervent light flickering in her crimson eyes. Clear, sharp, full of power. Isn't this the best state for combat? At this moment, she had already maneuvered the mech to stand up from the bottom of the crater. Her fingers lightly tapped on the control stick, as if playing a melody that only she could hear. You know, system, in this world, no one will come to save you. Only you can save yourself. And the best way to save yourself, her eyes narrowed, the crimson light burning in her pupils, is to kill them before they kill you. The brutal IV's shell slowly stood upright in the wind and snow cascading off the armor, revealing the scarred metal surface beneath. The hydraulic system roared, steam gushing from the joints, forming clouds of white mist in the cold wind. The battered mech seemed to sense the pilot's emotions, emitting a roar of excitement. Pavel looked around. Snow and wind. The battlefield. The distant outlines of enemies barely visible. What was that the alarm just mentioned? Oh, the virtual realm. Whatever that nonsensical thing is. Anyway, she only knew one thing now. She was going to kill with abandon. Chapter 57, Carnage. The first shot. The moment Pavel pulled the trigger, the world seemed to freeze for a moment. She saw it all too clearly. That Victoriana mech. The Black Knight chasing down fleeing soldiers. There was a crack at the seam of its chest armor. Not a visible crack to the naked eye, but a deeper, structural vulnerability. Like a piece of glass covered in spiderweb patterns, it would shatter completely with just a light touch. Her finger moved slightly. The shell flew through the wind and snow, accurately drilling into that crack. Boom. The mech's chest exploded from within, flames and debris scattering in all directions. The cockpit was torn to shreds. And the pilot inside didn't even have time to scream before he and his priceless mech were turned into a shower of parts. Pavel laughed. Huh. It was a light laugh, almost drowned out by the wind and snow. Then she turned to the next target. Warning. Detecting excessive use of returnability. Mental pollution index, 91. Main personality stability, 35-34. Warning. Erosion is accelerating. Yeah, I know. Pavel's voice sounded cheerful and joyful, with a playful lilt, like a child at play. The second shot. Another enemy mech's head exploded, like a walnut being smashed. System, she said in a coaxing tone while adjusting the cannon. Look, I'm just protecting myself. The third shot. A mech loading ammunition was shot through from the side, the ammunition exploding in a massive fire flower in the wind and snow. They want to kill me. If I don't kill them, they will kill me. This is self-defense, right? The fourth shot. The fifth shot. The sixth shot. 3 shells were fired in less than 2 seconds, accurately hitting 3 different targets. One mech's knee joint was shattered, and it fell to the ground with a crash after losing balance. Another mech's reactor was pierced, its body torn in half in a steam explosion. A mech's cockpit was directly penetrated, blood spraying from the cracked armor seams. Look, I hit them accurately. 1 shot, 1 kill. How great. Warning. Mental pollution index, 93. Main personality stability, 31. Warning. Continued use of returnability will lead to irreversible deepening of erosion. Warning. Low main personality stability will result in irreparable consequences. Strongly recommend immediate cessation. Hey, system. Pavel interrupted the stream of warnings, her tone carrying a hint of grievance. Can't you praise me? I'm doing so well. I'm getting 1 shot after another. Can't you say something like good job? Her lips pouted slightly, like a child who hadn't received praise. You're always warning, warning, warning. So annoying. The 7th shot. An enemy mech trying to flank her was hit in the power core, its entire body turning into a rolling fireball amidst the chain explosions. See, I'm so awesome. Can't you be a little happier? But at the same time she fired this shot, a shell hit the brutal IV's left shoulder from the side. Boom. The entire mech shook violently, and Pavel's body was thrown to one side in the cockpit, the seatbelt digging into her collarbone, making a dull sound. The left shoulder armor plate fell off, revealing the twisted metal skeleton and hissing hydraulic lines underneath. It hurt. A dull pain radiated from her left shoulder. Not from the mech, but from herself. The spinal cord faithfully transmitted the impact the mech received back to her nerves. Pavel glanced down. The left shoulder of her clothing was torn by the metal buckle of the seatbelt, revealing rapidly reddening skin underneath. Ouch, she tilted her head, her tone devoid of any pain. I got hit. Then she laughed, turning towards the direction from which the shot came. The 8th shot. The mech that ambushed her was blasted into pieces. Ambushing is wrong. Pavel laughed joyfully while firing. The laughter echoed in the wind and snow. Some of the fleeing user soldiers heard that laughter, frozen in place, not knowing what was happening. Some of the Victoria Knights heard that laughter, their spines chilling, feeling a primal fear. That was not the laughter of a normal person. That was the 9th, the 10th. Ha! That was the laughter of a hunter chasing its prey. That was the laughter of a beast tearing into its prey. That was the laughter of a madman destroying everything. Click. The gunfire stopped. Pavel was momentarily stunned, looking down at the dashboard. Ammo remaining. 0. Hey, she blinked, a hint of confusion on her face. The bullets are all gone, so fast. There are still so many enemies left to fight. There was no hint of panic in her tone, but rather a sense of anticipation. Then, her hand pressed down on the control stick. An esteemed battle axe popped out from the weapon rack at the waist of the mech. It was an old, rusty battle axe. The blade still stained with long-dried blood. Let South use this for close combat. Pavel piloted the Marauder 4 and charged towards the nearest enemy. It was a standard Victoria Knight mech, thrusting a steam longsword at her. She saw the crack again, at the shoulder joint of that mech. In the gap of the armpit armor exposed as it swung its sword. At the center of gravity, slightly leaning forward to maintain balance. Time seemed to slow down. She saw the trajectory of the long sword thrusting towards her. She saw the arc traced by the sword tip in the air. She saw the entire path of forced transmission of the attack. But she met it head-on. The long sword pierced the right side abdominal armor of the Marauder 4, penetrating 2 layers of armor plates, the sword tip less than 30 centimeters from the cockpit. Pavira felt a searing pain in her right abdomen. Her body jolted, and a trickle of blood foamed at the corner of her mouth. But her battle axe had already swung out. The blade accurately struck into the structural weakness at the shoulder joint of the enemy mech. Crack. A crisp sound. The right arm of that mech, along with the long sword it held, was severed and rolled down into the snow amidst the wind and snow. Then came the second swing. It cleaved towards the exposed cockpit. Blood splattered. A mangled corpse fell from the split cockpit. Pavira looked down at the broken sword embedded in her mech's abdomen. Ha, she laughed, reaching out to pull the broken sword from the armor and casually throwing it onto the snow. 1 axe, 1 warning. Warning. Mech right side abdominal armor integrity. 12 cockpit protective layer damaged. Abnormal pressure feedback detected in the right rib area. Immediate combat disengagement recommended no. The second enemy was a heavy armored knight mech, covered in thick armor plates like a moving fortress. Its steam warhammer swung down towards Pavira with enough power to crush a steam car. Pavira didn't dodge. She saw the crack, not on that mech, but on the handle of the warhammer. A subtle, almost invisible metal fatigue line. She raised her battle axe, meeting the descending warhammer. The 2 weapons collided in midair. Boom. The shockwave sent snowflakes flying everywhere. The handle of the warhammer broke at the crack, the heavy hammerhead flying to the side, crashing into the snow and kicking up a cloud of white dust. And Pavira's battle axe also broke. The blade fell off the handle, rolling a few times in the air before disappearing into the wind and snow. But the cost was more than that. The impact of the collision transmitted through the mech's arm to its entire body. The hydraulic system of the Marauder IV's right arm was nearly overloaded with a piercing metallic scream. 3 hydraulic lines burst simultaneously. Hot hydraulic oil gushing out and turning into a cloud of scalding mist in the cold wind. Pavira felt a violent tearing sensation in her right arm. Not a break. It was the feedback from the burst hydraulic line directly injected into her nerves through the spine connection system. It felt like someone was slowly dragging a red-hot wire along the inside of her arm, from her shoulder all the way to her fingertips. Her right hand spasmed, fingernails digging into her palm, leaving bloody scratch marks on the control stick. Ouch! Pavira looked at the remaining half of the axe handle in her hand. A hint of regret in her tone. It's broken. The heavy armored mech, now weaponless, froze for a moment, then tried to retreat. Too late. Pavira discarded the axe handle and charged at the Marauder 4. No weapon. Then use my fists. Her mech's iron fist slammed into the chest armor of the heavy armored mech. 1 punch. The armor dented. 2 punches. The armor cracked. 3 punches. The armor shattered, exposing the internal mechanical structure and pipelines. 4 punches. Directly breaking through the cockpit. Blood flowed down her mech's arm, quickly freezing into dark red icicles in the cold wind. Ha 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 ha. Pavira laughed even louder. So fun. Really fun. Warning. Mental pollution index. 96 main personality stability. 24 warning. Approaching critical value warning. Immediately cease all combat activities warning. Continuing, further shut up. Pavira's tone suddenly became very impatient. I said, I'm protecting myself. Why can't you understand? She turned towards the next enemy. Another Victoria mech. She saw the crack. The knee joint. 1 punch. The mech knelt down in the snow. The seam of the head armor. 1 punch. The skull exploded, fragments flying everywhere. You know, system. Pavira said while rushing towards the next target. When I first came here. 1 punch. Another mech's chest armor dented. I was really scared. 2 punches. The armor shattered. So scared, so scared. 3 punches. Blood splattered. I thought I was going to die again. She turned to face another enemy rushing at her. Side dodge. Saw the crack. 1 punch struck the opponent's reactor. Explosion. Flames engulfed that mech. Back then, I didn't understand anything. I didn't know how to operate the mech. I didn't know how to fight. I was just an ordinary person. Another enemy. The crack. The shoulder joint. 1 punch tore off the opponent's arm. Using that arm as a weapon, she smashed it against the opponent's head. The sound of metal colliding echoed in the wind and snow. I should have been at home playing games. I should have been sleeping in on the weekend. I should have. Her voice became higher and faster. Another enemy charged in. She didn't see clearly what model it was. She only saw the cracks. Countless cracks. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. 4 punches. 5 punches. 6 punches. Until that mech turned into a pile of twisted scrap metal. I shouldn't be here. The battle turned into a massacre. The rhythm quickened. 1 enemy. Crack. One punch. The next. Two enemies lunged at her simultaneously. Two cracks. Sidestep. Left fist, right fist. Two corpses. 3, 4, 5. Cracks, cracks, cracks. Fist, fist, fist. Her mech's outer armor was battered. The hydraulic system screamed on the verge of collapse. Alarms blared throughout the cockpit. But she didn't care. She was just killing. Kill. Kill, 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 kill. I still remember. She roared while killing. The first time I killed someone, the head of an enemy was punched off by her. I vomited. The cockpit of another enemy was smashed through by her punch. I was so dizzy from vomiting. Another one. Another one. Another one. But no one cared. No one asked if I was okay. They just told me to keep fighting, keep killing. If I didn't kill, I would die. Her fists were already deformed. The hands of the Type 4 marauder were a mess. Fingers twisted, joints broken, metal skeletons exposed from the cracked armor. But she kept hitting. How many people did I kill? One punch. I couldn't remember. One punch. Dozens. One punch. Hundreds. One punch. I didn't know. One punch. I only knew one punch. If I didn't kill them, one punch. They would kill me. One punch. So I had to kill. Kill, 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 kill. The last enemy. A Victoriana mech that had been beaten to the brink of collapse. The pilot seemed to have lost the will to fight and was trying to turn to escape. Pavel chased after it. Her battered mech pounced on the fleeing enemy like a mad beast. The two damaged mechs tangled together, rolling in the snow. Pavel rode on top of it. One punch. The cockpit caved in. One punch. The armor shattered. One punch. One punch. One punch. One punch. Punch, 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 punch. Punch until that mech was reduced to a pile of unrecognizable scrap metal. Until the pilot inside became a puddle of unrecognizable flesh and blood. Until her mech's arms were completely wrecked, unable to move anymore. Then, it was quiet. The wind and snow still howled. But there were no living enemies left on the battlefield. Pavel knelt on that pile of scrap, gasping for breath. The cockpit was filled with alarm sounds. Red warning lights flashing wildly. Now she was as battered as her mech. Blood was seeping from her right arm from shoulder to elbow. The whole arm had no feeling. A wound on her left cheek stretched from the cheekbone to the jaw. Blood and tears mixed together, indistinguishable from one another. Her legs were scalded by steam. Large areas of skin reddened and blistered, some places already oozing tissue fluid. Metal probes were still inserted into her spine. Each one felt like a small red-hot knife, slowly twisting in her nerves. But she was alive, though like a wrung-out rag, a crumpled ball of paper, a pile of chewed-up remnants. But she was alive. She just tilted her head back, looking at the lead-gray sky, watching the snowflakes fluttering in the air. Ha! A light laugh escaped her lips. Ha ha! The laughter grew louder. Ha 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 ha! She started to laugh. Madly, recklessly, without reservation. The laughter echoed in the wind and snow, like a twisted declaration of victory. I won, she shouted with laughter. I survived, you all died, and I survived. Ha ha ha! The laughter grew louder, more manic. But gradually, that laughter began to change. Ha 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 ha! It became intermittent. It became trembling. It became a small whimper squeezed out from the laughter. Weevuwu, the laughter stopped. In its place was weevuwu, crying. Crumbling, desperate, heart-wrenching crying. Pavel trembled violently. Tears streamed from her crimson eyes, flowing down her cheeks, dripping onto the cold metal surface. I really didn't want to, she choked out. I really didn't want to come here. The intense pain from her spine persisted. Those metal probes were still inserted into her spinal cord. Each breath brought tearing pain. I really didn't want to fight. She curled up, like a wounded little animal. I really didn't want to kill. Tears blurred her vision. But those images still vividly floated in her mind. Those she had killed. Those mechs she had smashed. The blood that had gushed from the cockpit. The bodies that had turned into mush under her fists. I just want to go home. Her voice grew softer, more fragmented. I just want to return to my world. I want to sleep in my bed. I want to eat my mom's cooking. I want to play games with my friends. I want to live a normal life. I don't want to go through this. I don't want to struggle in this hell. I don't want to hover on the edge of death every day. I don't want. Her cries grew louder, more mournful. In this battlefield covered by wind and snow. In this hell strewn with corpses. A soul from another world finally released her long-repressed despair. All the strength. All the calm. All the this is survival. All the I have to do this. In this moment, it all collapsed. Only the body of a 16-year-old girl remained, curled up in the cockpit of a wrecked mech, crying in despair in the wind and snow. She didn't want to become the sinister Pavel. She didn't want to become the ghost of Calderberg. She didn't want to become the destroyer of the Tower Road. She just wanted, I just want to go home. Her voice was faint, almost drowned out by the wind and snow. Please, let me go home. Please. But no one responded to her. Only the wind and snow. Only the cold. Only this endless, white, cold hell. Detected host emotional fluctuations mental pollution index. 949-289 main personality stability. 242730 host emotions are stabilizing. I'm sorry. Pavel did not respond. She just curled up in the seat, crying silently. When the tears ran dry, she just trembled. When the trembling stopped, there was only silence. Silently, curled up. In this world that did not belong to her, in this body that did not belong to her, enduring a fate that did not belong to her. The wind and snow continued to howl. And in the distance, that dark tower still stood between heaven and earth, overlooking it all. Chapter 58. That laugh is so scary. Frederick von Ashford was shaking. Not because of the cold. Well, part of it was because of the cold. The temperature in this godforsaken place was probably around -20 degrees, and the wind and snow drilled into his bones like knives. His academy uniform was not designed for such extreme conditions. The thin wool coat was like a piece of paper in front of the blizzard. The cold easily penetrating every layer of fabric, reaching his skin. But the main reason he was shaking was not the cold. It was those laughs he had just heard. Hey! He hugged his arms, his teeth chattering, glancing at Reinhardt squatting beside him. Did you hear those laughs just now? Reinhardt did not answer immediately. This gloomy young man was poking at the fire in front of him with a stick, the firelight casting two flickering orange spots in his deeply sunken eye sockets. His expression was as indifferent as ever, as if this battlefield swallowed by wind and snow was merely some boring backdrop. I heard it, he said. Don't you think? Frederick swallowed hard, feeling a bit creeped out. Reinhardt poked at the fire again. There are all kinds of lunatics on the battlefield. His tone was as flat as if he were stating the weather forecast. Very normal. Normal. Frederick's voice rose half a pitch. That laughter sounded like someone was singing a lullaby while twisting off the enemy's head. You call that normal? Do you have a misunderstanding of the word normal? Reinhardt ignored him. Frederick buried his face in his knees and let out a muffled wail. Not long ago, perhaps 10 minutes ago, perhaps half an hour ago, he was still being beaten up by Sebastian in the training area of the underground classroom. The instructor, dressed in a butler uniform, looked refined, but when he moved, he was like a bear in a tailcoat. Frederick couldn't remember how many times he had been thrown down. 5 times, 8 times, 12 times. Anyway, each time hurt so much that it made him question life itself. The last time was a shoulder throw. A textbook perfect, merciless shoulder throw, filled with the subtext of I am very dissatisfied with your progress. Sebastian tossed him out like a sack. Then he fell into the ground. Literally. He fell into the ground. He clearly remembered that at that moment, the impact of his back hitting the ground suddenly disappeared, replaced by a feeling of weightlessness, of falling. It was as if the floor had suddenly turned into a thin layer of ice, and his weight had just exceeded its bearing limit. The surroundings changed drastically in an instant. The gray stone floor disappeared. The huge steam chandelier disappeared. The intricately patterned walls disappeared. Instead, there was wind and snow. An overwhelming amount of wind and snow. He screamed as he fell from the sky, like a stone casually tossed by fate, creating a perfect human-shaped dent in the thick pile of snow. The scream was muffled by the snow filling his mouth. He struggled in the snow pit for about 30 seconds, flailing his limbs like a turtle turned upside down. Snow poured in from all directions into his collar, sleeves, and pant legs, cold and biting. Then a hand reached down. It was Margaret's hand. The Major General helplessly pulled him out of the snow pit. Like picking up a drenched cat. Stand up. Frederick hadn't yet reacted to what had happened, mouth agape, face covered in snow. Looking just like an apprentice baker who had crawled out of a flour bin. This is the virtual realm. Margaret's voice was calm, but there was a seriousness in her dark green eyes that Frederick had never seen before. Your new classmate has prepared a great gift for us. That was the first time Frederick had seen the virtual realm with his own eyes. To be honest, he wished he hadn't. At this moment, the 4 of them, Frederick, Reinhardt, Alicia, and Margaret, were squatting in a wind-sheltered stone cave. It was called a cave, but it was more like a gap formed by 2 huge rocks leaning against each other, barely accommodating 4 people. The rock overhead blocked most of the wind and snow, but the cold still seeped in from every crevice. The fire was made by Reinhardt. Frederick didn't know how he found combustible materials in such an environment, nor did he know how he managed to light the fire in the blizzard. All he knew was that when that orange flame began to dance in the cave, he almost cried out of gratitude. Although the warmth provided by that little flame was probably only enough to turn his frostbitten nose from completely numb to just very cold. But having something was better than nothing. At the entrance of the cave, the air shimmered slightly, as if separated by an invisible water curtain. That was Alicia's illusion barrier. The girl with platinum blonde hair sat cross-legged in the corner of the cave, her purple eyes half open, with a silvery white glow hovering at her fingertips. The light pulsed rhythmically. each flicker causing the air at the entrance to distort more violently. From the outside, this cave should be completely non-existent. Any passing stragglers, whether from user or Victoriana, would only see two ordinary rocks covered in snow, with no gap in between, no firelight, and no signs of human activity. The path of the moon, sequence, deception, illusion, sensory manipulation. Frederick had to admit that although Alicia usually looked like a white balloon that could float away at any moment, her abilities were indeed reliable in critical moments. Unfortunately, Sebastian couldn't enter. It was said that due to some special physical condition, he was hard to influence by things related to the return journey. This made Frederick envious. Deep within the cave, Major General Margaret von Oppenheimer sat cross-legged, her hands hovering about 10 centimeters above her knees, fingers slightly spread. Dozens of semi-transparent light screens floated in front of her. The light screens were pale gold, with dense texts and graphics flowing on their surfaces, like documents projected into the air by some invisible force. Some light screens contained tightly packed textual records, others were topographical contour maps, some showed troop numbers and movement records, and others contained symbols and formulas that Frederick could not understand at all. The path of the magician, converting mental will into a slight influence on matter. This is the most basic description of the path of the magician. But in the hands of someone of Margaret's level, the word slight clearly needed to be redefined. She was doing two things at once. One hand manipulated the stored file light screens, quickly browsing through the Military Intelligence Bureau's historical records about the Eastern Front campaign. Dates, locations, participating troops, weather conditions, terrain features, casualty data. The other hand was drawing a map in real time based on the surrounding terrain. A pale gold three-dimensional topographic map was slowly taking shape above her palm, with ridges, valleys, craters, and debris distributed, each detail continuously supplemented as her perception range expanded. Then, she overlaid the two, comparing real-time terrain with historical records, narrowing down the range using the direction of the wind and snow, the thickness of the snow, and the type of debris. Frederick watched as the data on the light screens scrolled rapidly, feeling dizzy. "Did you find anything?" He couldn't help but ask. Margaret did not answer. Her brow was slightly furrowed, her dark green eyes moving quickly between the light screens. Frederick wisely closed his mouth. The fire crackled. The wind and snow howled outside the cave. Occasionally, dull explosions could be heard in the distance, shaking loose small stones from the overhead rocks. Frederick shrank his neck and turned his gaze to the fire. Speaking of which, he lowered his voice and leaned closer to Reinhardt. "Where do you think our new classmate Paula is right now?" Reinhardt paused in his movements, poking the fire. "I don't know. Aren't you worried?" Frederick rubbed his red, frozen fingers. "This is her virtual realm, right? But where is she? She won't get into any trouble, will she?" "This is her virtual realm," Reinhardt repeated, his tone still flat. "She is the center here. So she won't easily die in her own virtual realm." Not easily and easily are two completely different concepts. Reinhardt didn't respond again. Frederick sighed and turned to Alicia in the corner. "Alicia, what do you think?" The girl with platinum blonde hair tilted her head slightly, her purple eyes opening a bit from their half-closed state. Her voice was soft and ethereal, like it was drifting from a faraway place. "I think she should still be alive." "What do you think?" "Because the virtual realm is still here." Alicia blinked. "If she were dead, the virtual realm should collapse." "That's true." And Alicia tilted her head, a thoughtful glimmer passing through her purple eyes. "That laughter just now." Frederick shivered. "Don't mention it. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. It sounds so happy." "That's not happiness. That's madness." "Happiness and madness sometimes look very similar," Alicia said seriously. "It's all an expression of emotions. The difference lies in the observer's judgment criteria. My criteria are very clear. Laughing while killing means you're mad. But what if that person is killing her enemy? That also." Frederick opened his mouth, realizing he couldn't refute that. "Well, you might have a point. But that laughter is still quite scary." Alicia nodded. "It is indeed a bit frightening." She paused. "But the crying that followed is even more heartbreaking." The cave fell silent for a moment. The fire crackled. Frederick closed his mouth. Yes, after that laughter, what followed was crying. Heart-wrenching, desperate crying, as if it could shatter a soul. That kind of crying. Frederick lowered his head, looking at his palm illuminated by the firelight. His palm was covered in large burn scars, the skin wrinkled and distorted like crumpled parchment. That was left by an accident in the past. When his chariot path awakened, the uncontrollable power ignited the entire training room. He remembered that feeling. The feeling of power being out of control, the body not obeying, watching disaster unfold helplessly. The feeling of looking at the destruction he caused afterward, wishing he could chop off his own hands. So he could understand, to some extent, the despair in that crying. Oh, but wait. It seems he didn't know or experience this new classmate's past. He didn't have the right to say he understood. Frederick decided to retract his earlier thoughts. Chapter 59. Conditions for releasing the illusion. So should we go look for her? Frederick suggested to his classmates. Although this is her illusion, I'm still a bit worried about leaving her here. Reinhardt looked up at him, his deep-set eyes showing a trace of hesitation that Frederick rarely saw. I want to go too, Reinhardt said in a low voice, but now is not the time. Why? Didn't you see the situation outside? Reinhardt pointed with a twig towards the cave entrance, where there were scattered soldiers and remnants of mechs everywhere. Everything in this illusion is real. Those bullets can kill. Those mechs can crush people. We have no mechs, no weapons. Running around in this environment is just asking for death. Frederick fell silent. He knew Reinhardt was right. Although he was a chariot path sequence, his ability was to transform mental energy into extraordinary control over vehicles. But he had no vehicle now. So his ability turned into merely enhancing his own impact and resistance. Under normal circumstances, he could withstand the shockwave of a medium-caliber shell and only sustain minor injuries. But that was under normal circumstances. In this illusion, his powers were significantly weakened. This was not his return domain. The laws of the tower path were suppressing all other powers. His current state was probably only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Reinhardt's situation was similar. The only one who could use their abilities relatively freely in this illusion was Alicia. The illusion ability of the moon path works in any illusion because the essence of illusion is to distort perception, which is independent of return. But Alicia's physical condition prevented her from engaging in high-intensity combat. Maintaining this illusion barrier had already consumed a lot of her energy. So the best way, Reinhardt said, is to quickly release this illusion. After releasing the illusion, even if she really loses her mind. He paused. At least we can return to reality and find a way to bring her back. Frederick bit his lip. You're right. He turned to look deeper into the cave. General, the method to release the illusion. Don't rush. Margaret's voice came from behind the floating light screens, calm and steady. Her fingers danced between the light screens, layering several terrain maps together, then dismantling them, rearranging them. The method to release the illusion depends on the return path that triggered it, she said, her pace neither fast nor slow, as if she were teaching a class. In fact, she was teaching a class. Only the classroom had changed from the basement to a cave in a snowstorm. Each return path's illusion has its own characteristics and its own release conditions. Although each illusion has subtle differences, illusions of the same return path always share some common traits. She raised a hand, lightly tapping. A new light screen unfolded in the air, displaying an exquisite tarot card pattern. The third major arcana, the Empress. The illusion of the Empress path, also known as the Garden of Abundance. When the nurturer loses control, her illusion will turn everything around into a wildly growing primal jungle. Plants spread at a visible rate. Vines wrap around buildings. Moss covers steel. Flowers bloom in ruins. Everything is growing. Everything is reproducing. Everything is violently pursuing life. She paused. The method to release it is to find the life tree at the center of the illusion and uproot it. The life tree is the embodiment of the nurturer's mental power. Uprooting it severs the connection between the illusion and the primordial sea. It sounds simple, but that tree is usually several dozen meters tall, with roots extending hundreds of meters, and the entire jungle will protect it. Every vine, every leaf is its weapon. Her finger moved to another card. The first major arcana, the Magician. The illusion of the Magician path, also known as the box of all phenomena. Her tone slightly changed. Very subtly. If Frederick hadn't been paying attention to her expression, he probably wouldn't have noticed. The illusion of the transformer turns the surrounding space into a constantly changing maze. Where the forms of matter lose stability, walls can turn into water, floors into ceilings, iron into glass, fire into ice. Everything is transforming. Everything is flowing. Nothing is fixed. The method to release it is to find the one unchanging thing in the constantly changing maze. The primordial box, a container representing the core will of the transformer. Opening it will release the illusion. The difficulty lies in the entire maze interfering with your judgment, making it hard to distinguish what is changing and what is not. Frederick listened intently, almost forgetting he was still shivering. What about the tower path? He asked. Margaret's finger paused for a moment. The floating light screens trembled slightly and then stabilized again. The illusion of the tower path, she said, her voice dropping, is the most direct release method among all return paths. She looked up, her dark green eyes peering through the gaps in the light screens at Frederick. Kill the embodiment of destruction born from the illusion. Frederick blinked. Just like that? Just like that. Sounds pretty simple. Margaret didn't smile. Direct doesn't mean simple. She waved her hand, and the light screens about other return paths dissipated, leaving only a few terrain maps and troop records suspended in the air. The embodiment of destruction is the core of the illusion, the embodiment of the tower path's power. Its strength is directly linked to the sequence of the illusion's owner. Her gaze swept over the three students present. Pavel von Schwartz, tower path, sequence. These words fell like stones in the cave. Frederick's throat bobbed. He knew what that meant. Sequence. The tower path sequence. There are only 3 in the entire continent. Coincidentally, their new classmate is one of them. This means, Margaret continued, that the embodiment of destruction in this illusion possesses at least sequence-level combat power. The temperature in the cave seemed to drop a few degrees again, and Margaret's gaze returned to the topographic maps. The form of the embodiment of destruction was not random. It drew material from the scenes of the virtual realm. Using the most deeply imprinted image of destruction in the mind of the virtual realm's master as its shell, her finger traced across a map, circling several key landmarks. Pavel's virtual realm presented an Eastern Front battlefield, with snowstorms, mech wreckage, and fleeing soldiers. These were the most ingrained memories in her psyche. And the embodiment of destruction would use the most powerful entity in this battle as its template. Her brow furrowed tighter. This was why I needed to confirm which battle this was as soon as possible. Chapter 60. Iron Wall Clausewitz. In her words, Margaret's speed began to increase. Countless pieces of information reflected a cold light in her pupils. Soon, the flow of information began to slow. With the windows that had been popping up one by one closing in succession, and the chaotic waveforms gradually calming down. Finally, all the afterimages came to a complete halt. Frozen on a document. Frederick noticed that Margaret's finger trembled slightly. It was the kind of tremor that came from being shaken or frightened. He found it hard to believe his eyes. This was a major general of the Empire, the head of a special project at the Royal Knights Academy. Someone who had undergone countless life and death tests in the past. What could possibly shake or frighten her? Although, in that instant, her hands regained stability and continued to navigate between the screens as if nothing had happened. Frederick's heart sank. He had never seen Margaret von Oppenheimer show any form of wavering. Never. General? He tentatively spoke. Did you find it? Margaret did not answer immediately. Her gaze lingered on a screen in front of her. The screen displayed a military intelligence report from the Empire, listing the date, location, participating troop numbers, and weather data, all arranged neatly, like entries on a death certificate. The silence lasted for about 5 seconds. In the howling wind of the snowstorm. Those 5 seconds felt as long as 5 centuries. The twin star moon. Margaret finally spoke. Her voice was very calm. Too calm. Like the sea before a storm. The twin star moon at the beginning of this year, Eastern Front battlefield, the counteroffensive of the protruding part of the user combined Third Army. Frederick blinked. As someone who preferred action, his academic grades were not very good. His understanding of the Eastern Front situation was limited to the embellished battle reports taught in class, along with the occasional snippets he heard from upperclassmen. Even so, he recognized the name of the counteroffensive of the protruding part of the Third Army. Every student at the Royal Knights Academy knew it, because that battle was included in this semester's tactical textbook as an example of a classic counteroffensive. That battle, Frederick furrowed his brow, trying to recall what he learned in class. It was an encirclement and annihilation battle planned by the Imperial Army General Staff, right? The Third Army of User advanced too quickly, exposing its flanks, and was jointly crushed by the Empire's 2nd Mecha Knights and 5th Mecha Knights. Reinhardt took over the conversation. Frederick turned to look at him. Reinhardt's expression remained indifferent, but he stopped fiddling with the fire. The 2nd Knights cut in from the northern flank, and the 5th Knights encircled from the southern flank. The two forces met behind the Third Army of User, completely cutting off their supply lines and retreat routes. His voice was deep and steady, as if reciting a passage he had long memorized. The Third Army's dragon cavalry attempted to break through, but was defeated head-on by the 2nd Knights. Subsequently, the entire structure of the Third Army began to collapse, and an organized retreat turned into a complete rout in less than 6 hours. To buy time for the main force to retreat, the Third Army Command ordered all reserve and penal battalion troops to build defensive lines on the spot, delaying the Empire's pursuing forces at all costs. Reinhardt paused. The fire crackled, and a spark flew up, tracing a brief orange arc in the air before extinguishing in the cold air. After this battle, only 3 of the penal battalions under the Third Army retained their numbers. The rest were completely annihilated. There was a moment of silence in the stone cave. Frederick suddenly realized something. If Pavel's virtual realm presented this battle, and the scenes in the virtual realm were the most deeply ingrained memories of its master, it meant Pavel had personally experienced this battle. A girl no older than 16. She had gone through that classic counteroffensive battle that was written into textbooks. She had experienced that hellish meat grinder battle. Frederick's throat tightened. How did she survive? General. Reinhardt's voice interrupted Frederick's thoughts. If this is the battlefield of the protruding part of the twin star moon, I know what you're going to ask. Margaret raised her hand and began to close the screens in front of her. The pale golden text and images dissipated into the air like smoke blown by the wind, leaving only one. On the last screen was an image. No, not an image. It was a standard portrait from the Empire's military archives. The photo showed a man. He appeared to be in his early 40s, with a stern and cold face, high cheekbones, and a jawline like a chiseled knife. His gray and white hair was neatly slicked back, revealing a broad forehead and deep-set eyes. He wore the full regalia of the Victorian Empire knights, adorned with medals and ribbons, and the golden embellishments on his epaulettes gleamed coldly in the light. But the most striking feature was his eyes. They were gray, like polished steel, devoid of warmth or emotion, only exhibiting a mechanical precision and coldness. A line of text below the photo read, Helmut von Clausewitz, commander of the Empire's 2nd Mecha Knights, the most powerful entity in this battle. Margaret's voice came from behind the screen, each word seemingly weighed with precision. Not the dragon cavalry of User. They were defeated at the beginning of the battle. Not the commander of the 5th Knights. He was in charge of the southern encirclement, primarily facing retreating regular troops, with combat intensity far lower than the northern flank. She gently tapped the portrait. Northern flank. Defeated the dragon cavalry regiment head-on. Then led his troops to pursue the retreating army. Personally commanded the breakthrough of the penal battalion's defensive line, from the beginning to the end of the battle. His knights advanced 47 kilometers, destroying over 200 user mechs, of which at least 30 were his personal achievements. Helmut von Clausewitz, one of the Empire's strongest active mecha knights. Nicknamed, she paused, Iron Wall. Frederick felt his blood turn to ice. Chapter 61. Am I fighting Iron Wall Clausewitz? Frederick certainly knew the name Iron Wall Clausewitz, a living legend of the Empire's military, the soul of the 2nd Knights. It was said that the customized mech he piloted, the unyielding, had never been defeated in a head-on confrontation. Not rarely, but never. His combat style was known for absolute defense and precise counterattacks. Not the kind of flashy, visually appealing combat style, but a cold, industrialized battle philosophy that simplified killing into the most efficient process. He would give the enemy no opportunities. He would make no mistakes. He would waste no attacks. Every swing of the sword is lethal. Every defense is flawless, like a precisely calibrated killing machine. Frederick's voice began to tremble. And this time it was definitely not because of the cold. Do you mean the embodiment of destruction will be modeled after the ironclad Clausewitz? Not exactly. Margaret closed the last light screen, and the light in the stone cave suddenly dimmed, leaving only the flickering orange glow of the campfire casting shadows on the rock walls. The embodiment of destruction is not a replica. It will not possess Clausewitz's consciousness, memories, or tactical judgment. Frederick breathed a sigh of relief. It will only have his battle instincts. Frederick's breath caught again. Battle instincts. The virtual realm extracts materials from Pavel's memories. Margaret stood up, brushing off the dust from her military uniform. The embodiment of destruction will be what Clausewitz was like in her memories. Judging by Pavel's age, she wouldn't be a soldier in the battle. Even the punitive camp where Uther is not treated as human has age requirements. So, she should be a civilian from Uther caught in the conflict. Therefore, Clausewitz in the eyes of a civilian who accidentally wandered onto the battlefield, her dark green eyes flickered with a cold light in the fire. It wouldn't be a famous imperial general. Instead, it would be an unstoppable, all-crushing death that emerged from the wind and snow. No weaknesses, no flaws, only pure, overwhelming, despair-inducing power. The air in the stone cave seemed to solidify. The crackling of the fire became particularly clear. Frederick swallowed. Then how do we fight? Margaret glanced at him. That look held no comfort, no encouragement, only a calm honesty. In a head-on confrontation, we have no chance of winning. Frederick, in this virtual realm, the laws of the path of the tower suppress the powers of other returns. Your and Reinhardt's abilities have been significantly weakened. And although Alicia's illusions are not restricted by the return, her physical condition does not allow her to engage in high-intensity combat. As for me, Margaret looked down at her hands. She clenched her fists and then relaxed. My power can probably only exert 30%. 30% of me cannot defeat an embodiment of destruction at the sequence level. Frederick felt his heart sinking little by little. Then, we don't need to defeat it head-on. Margaret's tone suddenly changed, shifting from a calm statement of facts to decisive planning. The embodiment of destruction in the virtual realm has a characteristic. It does not exist out of thin air. It needs a core to maintain its form. She raised her right hand, drawing a circle in the air with her index finger. A new light screen of pale gold unfolded at her fingertip, displaying a simplified schematic diagram of a human silhouette with a glowing dot in the chest area. This core is usually located deep within the embodiment of destruction's body, serving as the focal point of the virtual realm's power. As long as this core is destroyed, the embodiment of destruction will collapse, and the virtual realm will be lifted. The problem is, she drew several concentric circles around that glowing dot. The core is protected layer by layer. The embodiment of destruction's shell, its battle instincts, its control of the surrounding environment. All of these are meant to protect that core from being touched. Therefore, what we need is not to defeat it, but to break through it. Tear open a gap in its defenses, even if only for a moment, to allow a sufficiently powerful attack to reach the core. Her gaze swept over the three students in turn. Frederick. Yes. Frederick straightened up reflexively. What is the focus of the path of the chariot's combat? Charge, breakthrough, unstoppable forward force. How much has your ability been weakened in this virtual realm? Frederick felt the familiar heat flowing within him. Without the mech, probably only 20% left? Maybe even less. 20% is enough. Really? I don't need you to confront the embodiment of destruction head-on. Margaret said, I need you to do one thing. At the critical moment, use all your strength to charge at it. Just once. Smash it. Knock it off balance. Even if it's only for half a second. Frederick opened his mouth and then closed it again. He wanted to ask if a sequence-level version of him at 20% could charge into a sequence-level embodiment of destruction, but seeing Margaret's gaze, he swallowed the question. Reinhardt. The gloomy young man raised his head. What is your return? Reinhardt hesitated for a moment. The Path of the Hermit, sequence. Frederick was taken aback. The Path of the Hermit? He and Reinhardt had been in Margaret's special project for almost a year, but he had never known Reinhardt's specific return. This gloomy guy never brought up his abilities voluntarily, and during training, he always worked alone with Sebastian, never demonstrating in front of others. Frederick racked his brain for knowledge about this path, but found he knew almost nothing. Margaret continued. How much is the Path of the Hermit suppressed in the virtual realm of the Path of the Tower? Less than them. Reinhardt glanced at Frederick. Probably able to exert 60%. 60%, Margaret nodded. That's enough. You will be responsible for reconnaissance, find the location of the embodiment of destruction, observe its action patterns, and then report back. Do not engage it. Do not approach it. Do not let it discover you. Can you do that? Reinhardt was silent for 2 seconds. I can. Alicia. The platinum-haired girl lifted her head from the corner, her purple eyes flickering with a gentle glow in the firelight. How long can your illusions last? Alicia tilted her head and thought seriously. If it's just visual and auditory deception, it can probably last about 20 minutes. What about with touch included? 10 minutes. Maybe shorter. Enough. Margaret took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. A white mist spread in the cold air. The plan is as follows. She raised her right hand. Fingers spread wide. 5 pale gold light screens unfolded simultaneously, each displaying a different position marker and action route. Step 1. Reinhardt sets out to scout. Confirming the location and action patterns of the embodiment of destruction. She retracted one finger. Step 2. Based on Reinhardt's intel, we choose a favorable terrain as the battlefield. We won't confront it head-on the open snowfield. We need a terrain advantage. Another finger retracted. Step 3. Alicia sets up illusion traps. Not to harm it, but to interfere with its perception, causing it to make a mistake at a critical moment. The third finger retracted. Step 4. I will be responsible for the frontline distraction. I will use all my strength to engage with it, consuming its attention, forcing it to focus its defenses on me. The fourth finger retracted. Step 5. Her gaze landed on Frederick. When its attention is completely on me, when Alicia's illusions cause it to have a momentary judgment error, you charge in from its blind spot. With the full power of the Path of the Chariot. Smash its shell. Expose the core. The last finger retracted. And the 5 light screens merged into one, displaying a complete tactical schematic. Then, I will finish it. The stone cave fell silent for a few seconds. Reinhardt was the first to stand up, throwing the stick he had used as a poker into the fire. In that case, let us not waste any more time talking. He spoke coldly, but Frederick noticed that his gaze had sharpened slightly compared to before. I'm leaving now. Wait. Marguerite called out to him. She took something from the inner pocket of her military uniform. A tarot card. It was not the ordinary divination cards used in class earlier. This card was made of entirely different material. The surface was a dark golden color, with faint glimmers along the edges, and the patterns seemed to flow slowly, as if they were living creatures sealed in amber. The card depicted a figure holding a staff, with a table covered in tools below. The magician. Take this. Marguerite handed the card to Reinhardt. If you encounter danger, crush it. It will create a temporary protective barrier around you for about 3 seconds. In someone else's virtual realm. 3 seconds is the maximum I can manage. Reinhardt took the card, glanced at it, and carefully tucked it into the inner pocket of his chest. How long will you be back? Marguerite asked. 15 minutes. Only 10 minutes, Marguerite corrected. The virtual realm won't remain static forever. The more unstable Pavila's mental state is, the easier it is for the virtual realm to change. Our time window is limited. Reinhardt nodded. Then he turned and walked toward the entrance of the stone cave. Alicia gently waved her hand, and the distorted air at the entrance parted like a curtain of water, revealing the white, snow-covered world outside. Reinhardt stepped into the snowstorm. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. By the 4th step, his outline began to blur. By the 7th step, he seemed to merge into the snowstorm, completely disappearing. As if he had never existed at all. Frederick stared at the direction where Reinhardt had vanished for a few seconds, then withdrew his gaze. I always thought he was just gloomy, he murmured. Turns out it's a professional trait. Alicia Ressel led the illusory barrier at the entrance, and then sat cross-legged back in the corner. A silver kitten named Frosty crawled out from her sleeve. Curling up on her lap, its tail gently swaying. Frederick, Alicia suddenly spoke. Are you very scared? Frederick was taken aback. He looked down at his hands. Those hands, covered in burned scars, were trembling uncontrollably. Yes, he honestly admitted. I'm scared to death. Damn it. I'm just a sequence of 20% going to confront the embodiment of destruction? And it's the Iron Wall Clausewitz? Who wouldn't he be afraid of such a life-and-death situation? Chapter 62. Destruction and the embodiment of destruction. Reinhardt returned in the 6th minute. 4 minutes earlier than the 10-minute deadline given by Marguerite. This was because the other troops and mechas on the battlefield had mysteriously vanished for some reason. Only wreckage and unrecognizable corpses remained. This made his reconnaissance operation particularly smooth. At this moment, they stood at the edge of the vast basin where the embodiment of destruction resided. Reinhardt looked down. The wind and snow poured into this sunken terrain from all directions, forming a slowly rotating white vortex at the bottom of the basin. Visibility was worse than outside on the snowfield, with thick snow curtains enveloping everything in the depths of the basin in a haze. But he could see. The path of the hermit allowed him to see. Not clearer vision, not the ability to see through the wind and snow, but a more essential perception of existence. In Reinhardt's perception, the world was not made up of light and color. The world was composed of existence. Every stone, every snowflake, every piece of wreckage had its own weight of existence. And the thing at the bottom of the basin had an existence as heavy as a collapsed star, pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Reinhardt quickly took out a piece of wood and a carving knife from his pocket. The moment the blade touched the wood, his breath finally steadied a bit. The thin wood shavings fell from his fingers, carried away by the wind and snow. Can you see it? Marguerite's voice came from behind him. I can see it. Reinhardt did not turn back. His gaze passed through the snowstorm and landed on the black silhouette at the center of the basin. Directly below, at the lowest point of the basin, as he carved the wood, he spoke. The blade traced fine lines on the surface of the wood block, as if writing something that only he could understand. There's a mecha, about 1.5 times the height of a normal night mecha, maybe taller. It's hard to judge because the space around it is distorted, making the proportions look different from afar and up close. The sound of carving continued, completely jet black. The outline is that of the Victoria Royal Knight mecha, with a long sword in its right hand and a tower shield in its left. Sword and shield? Marguerite asked. Sword and shield, Reinhardt repeated. Marguerite frowned. According to her memory, the Iron Wall Clausewitz was not particularly adept at using a sword, but he did frequently use a tower shield. Reinhardt's blade paused for a moment, then continued to describe. It's patrolling, moving slowly along the bottom of the basin. With each step it takes, the ground beneath it cracks from within, not crushed by its weight, but the earth itself shatters. Frederick leaned over the edge of the basin, squinting down. I can't see anything. Don't lean over, Reinhardt said. Frederick pulled back. There are shadows around it. Reinhardt continued, the rhythm of his blade quickening. Black smoke oozed from the crevices in the ground, coalescing into human shapes. No faces, no details. Some resembled soldiers, some were remnants of mechas, and some looked like nothing at all. 372 of them. You counted all that? Frederick asked. Yes, I counted. This was the instinct granted to him by the path of the hermit, capturing details in chaos, distinguishing truth in the clamor. While everyone else saw only a blur of white, he could accurately count every individual presence. Knowledge. That was the essence of the path of the hermit. To see, to know, to record. Reinhardt glanced down at the piece of wood in his hand. Unknowingly, he had carved a rough human silhouette, crouched, with no discernible gender or age. Only that it was a person. His dormitory was filled with such small wooden carvings. Hundreds, perhaps thousands. each one representing a deceased individual he had seen. The nameless corpses on the battlefield, the frozen hands in the snowstorm, the remnants curled up in craters. Too many people in this world had died quietly. No tombstones. No eulogies. No one remembered their names. They simply vanished from the world, as if they had never existed. Reinhardt did not like this. He disliked it very much. So he learned to carve. With a small knife and a piece of wood, he left the only proof for these strangers who had passed away. You once lived. Someone saw you. Perhaps this was why the path of the hermit chose him. A person dedicated to recording and witnessing happened to walk a path rooted in the pursuit of knowledge. Or conversely, a path rooted in the pursuit of knowledge shaped a person dedicated to recording and witnessing. He could not tell the cause from the effect, nor did he want to. At this moment, his eyes could see everything at the bottom of the basin. The position of every shadow, the direction of every crack, the interval of each step taken by the jet-black mecha. This information flowed into his consciousness like water, being automatically organized, archived, and labeled. The way of the hermit cannot make him invisible. It cannot make him fight. It cannot make him protect anyone, but it allows him to see things that others cannot. And at this moment, that is enough. The shadows react to existence. Reinhardt stuffed the small wooden carving into his pocket and took out a new piece of wood to start carving. Any living thing that enters their perception range will be pounced upon. And then what? Frederick asked. Shattered. Shattered? I saw a group of broken soldiers in the virtual realm trying to cross the basin, and the moment the shadows touched them, they split apart from the inside, scattering into fragments, which then turned into new shadows. Reinhardt paused with his blade. So now there are 383 of them. Frederick's face visibly paled. What about that thing itself? Marguerite asked. Does it react to the broken soldiers around it? No. Reinhardt shook his head. The shadows handled everything for it. It just walks, step by step, like it's waiting for something, or guarding something. He lifted his head, his gaze crossing the basin to the distant black tower, standing amidst the wind and snow. The black tower was directly above the basin. From this angle, that pitch-black mech looked like the shadow of the black tower cast upon the earth. The tower and the shadow of the tower. The embodiment of destruction and destruction. All right. Marguerite's voice pulled everyone's attention back. She raised her right hand, and several pale golden light screens unfolded at her fingertips, displaying a real-time generated topographical map of the basin based on Reinhardt's description. The distribution of shadows, the patrol route of the embodiment of destruction, the direction of the ground cracks. All information was clearly marked. The situation was more complex than expected. The main body plus over 300 shadow guards meant that a frontal assault would be suicidal. We also don't have many opportunities to create advantageous terrain. The variables are too great. Her fingers quickly sketched on the light screen. The adjusted plan consists of 3 phases. The first phase, clearing the path. Alicia will release a presence bait on the opposite side of the basin, drawing as many shadows away from our attack route as possible. We don't need to lure them all away, just tear open a path. Alicia tilted her head. If it's just a simple presence bait, I can probably create 30 to 40 of them, lasting for 5 minutes. That's enough. The second phase, the incursion, while the shadows are scattered. We rush into the path and reach the close range of the embodiment of destruction. Reinhardt will lead the way. And your perception ability can help us avoid the positions of the remaining shadows. Reinhardt nodded slightly. The third phase, the core. Marguerite pointed at the center point of the black mark representing the embodiment of destruction on the light screen, and a glowing dot appeared at its chest location. The core of the embodiment of destruction is deep within its body. Destroy it, and the virtual realm will be lifted. I will hold it in the front to draw its attention. Frederick, she looked at the trembling boy with burned scars on his face. I need you to charge in from the blind spot, using all the power of the way of the war chariot to smash its shell and expose the core. Frederick said, Huh? What about the shield? That's the biggest problem, but it's also our greatest opportunity. Marguerite enlarged the outline of the embodiment of destruction on the light screen and pointed at the tower shield on its left arm. Based on our previous judgment, Pavira is unlikely to be a soldier directly participating in the war. Therefore, she probably wouldn't remember much of the tactical maneuvers employed by Clausewitz. She would only remember that thing charging at the enemy. Nothing could stop it. In other words, Marguerite raised her head, her dark green eyes reflecting the pale golden light of the screen. This embodiment of destruction possesses Clausewitz's combat instincts and overwhelming strength, but it won't have his tactical judgment. Its defense is passive and reactive, blocking when threatened, counterattacking upon sensing an attack. It's instinct, not thought. That's our breakthrough point. By creating confusion through multi-directional interference, we can force its defensive instincts into priority conflicts. When it has to respond simultaneously to my frontal attack and Alicia's perceptual interference, Its tower shield cannot cover all directions at once. That gap is Frederick's opportunity. Frederick remained silent for a few seconds. What's the success rate? Not high. Can you be more specific? 1 in 10? General. What? I have a question. Go ahead. If I charge in and it doesn't shatter, but I do. It's fine. I'll try to collect your body. Marguerite said expressionlessly. Can you at least hesitate before answering? Because there's no time to hesitate. Marguerite stood up, gathered all the light screens into her palm, and then clenched her fist, causing the light to dissipate. With each passing second, the possibility of the virtual realm breaking through the seal of the underground classroom increased. If it pulls all the students in the school into it, then this matter will truly be over. Do you have any questions now? Frederick looked at Reinhardt. Reinhardt was looking down at the half-carved piece of wood in his hand. He had not finished carving it. Instead, he put it and the knife back in his pocket, seemingly planning to wait until after the fight to carve. Frederick then looked at Alicia. Alicia was stroking the silver kitten Frosty, her lips slightly moving as if whispering to it. He finally looked down at his own hand. It was still trembling, but it was lighter than before. No more, Frederick said. He stood up, stretched his shoulders, and his joints cracked a few times. Let's go. His voice still carried a hint of tremor. While I still have the strength. Chapter 63. Will we win? When a person is truly afraid, the world becomes extraordinarily clear. It is a cruel, harsh clarity. You can see the hexagonal edges of every snowflake, hear your heartbeat thudding against your ribs, and smell the mingled scent of rust, gunpowder, and frozen earth in the air. Your brain refuses to let go of any detail, because it knows that one of these details could be the key to your survival, or the last thing you see before you die. Frederick watched as Alicia turned and walked into the snowstorm, her platinum hair swirling in the wind like a strand of melting moonlight. Frosty crouched on her shoulder, turning back to wag its tail at him. That was probably a sign of encouragement. Then a silver-white light appeared. It was as if someone had ignited a tiny star in the snowstorm. Then a second, a third, a fourth. More and more points of light lit up on the ridge across from them, each one rapidly expanding, morphing, coalescing into a vague human silhouette. Alicia's bait. Over 30 silver-white false presences appeared on the hillside opposite the basin, each exuding vibrant, pulsating life energy for the shadows that feed on existence. It was like a feast laid out before a pack of hungry wolves. The effect was immediate. A black tide began to surge toward the opposite side of the basin, moving with astonishing speed. They were flowing, like spilled ink spreading across the ground, silent, yet carrying an unsettling sense of pressure. He watched as a massive black silhouette appeared in his field of vision. Reinhardt's description was accurate, but accuracy and seeing it with your own eyes are two different things. That mech, if it could still be called a mech, stood at the lowest point of the basin, pitch black as ink, at least 1.5 times the height of a normal night mech. Its outline indeed resembled the standard of the Victorian Royal Night mech. But all the lines had been distorted, enlarged, and alienated. Black protrusions resembling bone spurs grew from the shoulder blades, as if they were sprouting from within the armor. The surface of the chest plate was covered in web-like cracks, with dark red light seeping through the fissures, resembling a heart slowly fracturing. In his right hand, he held a massive sword, the blade 1/3 longer than a standard steam longsword, its surface flowing with the same dark red glow as the cracks in the chest plate. His left hand held a tower shield. The enormous tower shield extended from his shoulder to his knee, its surface smooth as a mirror, pitch black as the abyss. There were no decorations, no patterns, only an absolute black that rejected everything. He watched as Marguerite charged towards the massive dark silhouette. In her sharp military uniform, with deep brown hair and determined shoulders, a faint golden light swept from her fingertips, instantly shattering the black figures lingering around. Then the embodiment of destruction moved. The giant sword swung down, grazing her shoulder as it struck the ground, at the point where the blade landed. A crater over 20 meters in diameter formed in an instant, debris and frozen earth flying out like shrapnel in all directions. The shockwave whipped the snow into Frederick's face. Icy and piercing, he instinctively closed his eyes, hesitating whether to open them again. He was afraid. He was really, very afraid. This was something he could not deceive himself about. His hands trembled, his legs shook, even his teeth chattered. It was fear, that pure fear, stemming from the depths of biological instinct. His body screamed at him, "Are you crazy? You're about to charge at something that can crush you to dust." Frederick von Ashford was a coward. He had known this since he was young. As a child, he was afraid of the dark, afraid of thunder, afraid of the mice in the cellar. As he grew up, he was afraid of exams, afraid of instructors, afraid of Sebastian's shoulder throws. He was not the naturally brave type. Not like Reinhardt, who remained unflappable in the face of anything. Not like Marguerite, who treated danger as breakfast. He was just an ordinary person, someone who could feel fear and who would honestly admit to being afraid. Marguerite was not hit. At the last moment before the giant sword fell, she sidestepped and countered. With both hands thrust forward, a concentrated beam of faint golden light shot straight at the embodiment of destruction's chest plate. The moment the beam struck, the cracks on the chest plate flickered violently, the dark red light darting about like a startled snake. The embodiment of destruction's body leaned back slightly. Just a little. It stabilized. The tower shield shifted horizontally, blocking in front of its chest. The beam collided with the shield's surface, scattering like water hitting a dam into countless tiny golden fragments, drifting away in the wind and snow. But Marguerite did not stop. She began to move, circling around the feet of the embodiment of destruction. Her left hand continuously released faint golden light as defense, while her right hand kept firing light projectiles to harass. The projectiles struck the armor of the embodiment of destruction, creating bursts of golden sparks, but caused almost no substantial damage. The giant sword swung down again and again, each strike carrying the power to destroy the world, each time leaving a new crater in the ground. Marguerite dodged time and again, barely avoiding each strike, each time just barely escaping. Yet her steps remained steady, her gaze calm. She was waiting. Frederick knew what she was waiting for. She was waiting for Alicia. About 30 seconds passed. 30 seconds that felt like 30 years. He saw the movements of the embodiment of destruction suddenly pause. A very slight pause, as if something had interfered with its perception. Its giant sword was suspended in midair for less than half a second, the angle of the swing deviating slightly. It was an illusion. Alicia's illusion. Frederick did not know exactly what she had done. Perhaps she had created a false Marguerite in the embodiment of destruction's line of sight, or distorted its judgment of distance, or implanted a non-existent attack in its perception. But the effect appeared. A half-second delay, a half-second opening, and Marguerite seized that half-second. Her right hand thrust forward suddenly. A beam of golden light brighter, more concentrated, and deadlier than all previous attacks shot straight at the joint of the embodiment of destruction's right shoulder. Not the chest plate, not the shield, but the root of the arm holding the sword. The beam struck. The sound of metal shattering echoed in the wind and snow. The right shoulder armor of the embodiment of destruction was torn open, dark red light gushing out from the wound like a severed artery. Its sword-holding arm spasmed for a moment. The tip of the giant sword dropped a few inches. More importantly, to protect its damaged right shoulder, the embodiment of destruction instinctively moved the tower shield from in front of its chest towards the right side. The chest plate was exposed. That chest plate, full of cracks, with dark red light seeping through. The core was right inside. Marguerite's voice pierced through the wind and snow, cutting through all the distractions in Frederick's mind like a knife. Now, Frederick's body moved before his brain could react. He truly was a coward. But he was also someone who would keep moving forward even in fear. Perhaps that was why the way of the chariot chose him. Not because he was unafraid, but because he could charge even after being afraid. So now he only needed to do one thing: charge. His legs surged with power, the rocks beneath his feet shattering in an instant. The remaining 2/10 of his strength was unleashed without reservation at that moment, transforming into a scorching torrent, surging from his heart to his limbs. His body was enveloped in a layer of faint red light, like a lit cannonball. 80 meters. He charged out. The wind and snow howled in his ears, the world becoming a blurred white tunnel. He could hear nothing. No sound of the wind, no sound of explosions, no sound of his own heartbeat. Only one thought remained in his mind. Charge. 60 meters. He could see the embodiment of destruction clearly now. That enormous dark silhouette loomed closer, larger, like a mountain collapsing towards him. Its tower shield was still on the right side, protecting the shoulder joint that Marguerite had struck. The chest plate was fully exposed. The dark red light flickering through the cracks was like a pulsating target, glaringly bright against the snowstorm. 40 meters. He was afraid. He was really, very afraid. Every nerve in his body screamed at him to stop, turn around, and run. But he did not stop. 20 meters. The cracks on the chest plate were clearly visible, the dark red light pulsing through them like some twisted heartbeat. The tower shield remained on the right side. The path was open. The path that Marguerite had torn open for him was now fully laid out before him. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Collision. Frederick's right shoulder crashed into the chest plate of the embodiment of destruction with all the power of the way of the chariot. In that moment, he felt like he had collided with a wall forged from despair, fear, and indomitable memories. His shoulder bone cracked at the moment of impact. Excruciating pain exploded from his right shoulder, like a bolt of lightning striking his spine. But it cracked. The chest plate cracked. Those already cracked armors finally could not withstand the force of his full charge. The cracks spread outward from the point of impact, like a web shattering. Dark red light gushed out from every new crack. He saw it. Deep within the shattered armor, at the very center of the dark red glow, there was a fist-sized, pitch-black, pulsating sphere. The core. Right there. Within reach. Would they win? Chapter 64. Sorry, I hope I'm not late. Frederick's right hand instinctively reached out. His fingertips less than an arm's length from the pulsating black sphere. He could even feel the heat radiating from the core. A searing intensity that burned the soul rather than the skin. Victory was in sight. It was practically within grasp. Then the avatar of destruction moved. A precise, composed, and premeditated tactical maneuver. Its left arm suddenly retracted from the right side. The tower shield, which had been guarding the damaged right shoulder, swept inward with a speed and force entirely different from before. It swept from the outside to the inside, like a giant steel jaw closing in, heading straight for Frederick's waist. Like a hunter eagerly closing the trap. Frederick's pupils contracted suddenly. In that fleeting moment, a horrifying thought pierced his mind. It was deliberate. The flaw in the right shoulder was intentionally exposed. The tower shield was deliberately moved to the right. Was the exposed chest armor a bait? From the very beginning. The moment it instinctively moved the tower shield to the injured shoulder, it had been waiting. Waiting for someone to leap into this open embrace. It could think. It could set traps. It would sacrifice the integrity of its right shoulder armor to gain a chance to lead the enemy to their doom. This was not defending against a threat or countering an attack. This was tactical deception. Damn it, Margaret misjudged. This thing has more than just combat instincts. This thing isn't even Iron Wall Clausewitz. Iron Wall Clausewitz would disdain using such insidious tactics. Frederick wanted to retract his hand. But all his strength had been expended in the charge just now, and his body was still embedded in the shattered chest armor of the avatar of destruction, making it impossible to move. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, every muscle twitching in the backlash after the chariot's path burned out. Time seemed to slow down. He saw the shield drawing closer. He saw the pure, absolute blackness on the shield, rejecting everything. He saw his distorted reflection in that blackness, a scarred man with a face full of burned scars, his hands still outstretched, as if reaching for a star that could never be grasped. He did it. This coward. He really broke through that chest armor. But that chest armor had been waiting to be broken through from the very start. What he broke through was not a defense line, but the entrance to a trap. Frederick closed his eyes. However, the anticipated pain of being struck in half by a rushing steam locomotive did not come. A cold, powerful, and completely temperatureless hand suddenly grabbed the back of his collar. Go. It was a voice so low it was almost inaudible. Reinhardt. The gloomy boy had somehow already lurked beneath the avatar of destruction. He yanked Frederick out of the shattered chest armor, but the pitch-black tower shield was too fast. The gust of wind it generated had already shredded the hem of Frederick's uniform. In the face of absolute power and size, this level of evasion was utterly meaningless. It was a devastating sweep covering the entire sector. At this critical moment, Reinhardt's free left hand suddenly crushed the dark golden card on his chest. Crack. That was the sound of paper breaking, yet it drowned out everything in the roaring wind and snow. A dense, almost tangible dark golden light screen instantly unfolded. Like an inverted bowl, tightly enclosing both Reinhardt and Frederick within it. Boom. The tower shield slammed heavily against the light screen. It felt as if the air in the entire basin had been sucked away by this blow. The dark golden light screen trembled violently. Countless fine cracks crawling over the entire barrier in half a second. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The light screen exploded precisely in the 3rd second, turning into a sky full of golden debris. But that terrifying shockwave had been dissipated by 90%. The remaining backlash sent the two flying like kites with broken strings, sliding across the thick snow for dozens of meters before crashing heavily against a massive mech wreck. Poha! Frederick spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling all the bones in his body had shifted. Reinhardt's situation was worse. He had taken the final impact head-on to maintain the card's directional defense. And now he lay pale-faced in the snow pit, the carving knife dropped not far away, his usually indifferent eyes now filled with bloodshot veins. It's not over yet, Reinhardt hoarsely reminded. The avatar of destruction did not stop just because the trap had failed. Instead, it became even more dangerous, a kind of cold and orderly killing intent, which had been hidden, was released at this moment. The dark mech pulled the tower shield back to its chest, once again protecting the shattered chest armor and exposed core. Then it raised its right hand high. The dark red giant sword glowing brightly at that moment, dyeing the surrounding wind and snow an ominous crimson. It was going to settle the score. If the trap did not kill the prey, it would crush it in the most direct way. Margaret knelt a distance away, her breath completely disordered. Just now, to create an opportunity for Frederick, she had almost drained all the power she could summon in this virtual realm. She only retained the last bit, to shatter the core. But now, that bit of power was certainly not enough to penetrate the tower shield. Damn it! She gritted her teeth, her fingertips trembling as she tried to condense the last bit of light. But the originally pale golden magician's power now felt as thin as a candle flame that could extinguish at any moment. This misjudgment was fatal. That sword locked onto the positions of Frederick and Reinhardt. It was a large-scale destructive strike, the purest outpouring of the tower's path. There was no way to evade. However, just as the giant sword was about to fall, bang! A heavy, resonant gunshot, accompanied by a metallic collision sound, exploded from the hillside above the basin. Only a mech-specific, high-caliber anti-material rifle of over 100 millimeters could produce such a roar. A crimson streak of light sliced through the snow curtain, carrying an almost frenzied kinetic energy, hitting the spine of the giant sword that the avatar of destruction was about to swing down with precision. Ding! Sparks flew. The sword was deflected in midair. The terrifying kinetic energy caused the massive body of the avatar of destruction to sway involuntarily, and the sword capable of cleaving mountains crashed heavily into the ground just 3 meters away from Frederick and Reinhardt. The shockwave knocked the two over again. But this was much better than being cleaved into meat paste. Margaret suddenly turned her head, looking in the direction from which the bullet had come. On the sharp ridge at the edge of the basin, a figure was slowly emerging, the wind and snow swirling around that person's feet. It was a girl. Though covered in wounds, she exuded an indescribable grace. She wore a very ill-fitting Usser United Mech pilot's uniform, a deep gray, heavy, and rough cold-weather coat. The originally baggy military pants had been tightened around her legs with a few black leather belts. The sleeves of her outer coat were rolled up high, revealing slender arms wrapped in white bandages. Most striking was the gun on her shoulder. It was indeed a heavy weapon used for mechs. The 2-meter-long barrel was propped up on a rock, the stock resting against her shoulder. That ultra-heavy weapon, which should have been supported by hydraulic braces, appeared light as a long stick in her hands. The silver short hair danced wildly in the wind, even picking up some red. Like a flame flickering in a world of dead ashes, she leaned against the gun barrel, her crimson eyes looking down from above at the tragic scene at the bottom of the basin. "Sorry, everyone," she spoke. Her voice was crisp, carrying a unique nonchalance typical of a battlefield veteran. "I just took a little time to clean myself up after making a mess. I hope I'm not late." As she spoke, she skillfully pulled the bolt of the giant sniper rifle. A massive shell, steaming, ejected from the chamber and fell into the snow with a crisp sound. Chapter 65. What did Pavel do after crying? The first thing she did was try to completely erase that memory from her mind. Oh, not the battle part. She actually enjoyed that. She had never been so arrogant while piloting that battered Marauder 4 before. What she wanted to erase was the latter part. The part where she sat in the wreckage, howling like an abandoned animal. The part where she hugged her knees, her face smeared with snot and tears, repeatedly mumbling that she wanted to go home. Didn't he want to kill? Didn't he want to stay here? Just recalling it made her face flush. Pavel von Schwartz, no? Pavel Ivanovich Sokolov, soldier of the 404th Independent Mech Punishment Battalion, had cried. Like a 3-year-old child, she cried until she was breathless. She mentally scored her performance a solid -30. The good news was that there were no living beings around at the time. She had killed all the enemies. The mech was wrecked, the wind and snow still howled, but the wind and snow wouldn't talk. Nor would they spread the devastating information that Pavel was actually a crybaby. The bad news was that she wasn't sure if the virtual realm had some strange monitoring mechanism. What if that woman, Marguerite, could replay everything that happened in the virtual realm? No, don't think about it. Overthinking could be fatal. Then came the second thing, a deep breath. A rough, forceful one, squeezing out all the murky air from her lungs in one go, then filling them with icy air. Pain. Her ribs hurt, her chest hurt. Her throat hurt even more. She had cried too hard, and her vocal cords were probably swollen. But pain was good. It meant she was still alive. That her body was still functioning. That she hadn't been completely consumed by that damned gatekeeper, that damned path of the tower, that damned spiritual pollution. The third thing, stand up. This step was much more difficult than she had imagined. The difficulty didn't come from the pain. It came from the psychological inertia. After crying, a person becomes very soft. It felt like all the steel supporting her skeleton had been pulled out, leaving just a wet, exhausted mass of flesh that didn't want to do anything. Her body pleaded with her to just lie there. The wind and snow were cold, but the wreckage still had some warmth. Close her eyes, think of nothing, do nothing. Just lie there until the virtual realm collapsed. until someone came to rescue her. Until everything ended. Pavel even took about 3 seconds to consider this proposal. Then she cursed herself and pushed herself up using a twisted armor plate. In this world, lying down and waiting for rescue was never an option for her. There was no rescue on the battlefield. The only time someone saved her was when her sister Eleanor saw a dying little girl in the ruins and thought of her own sister. That was pure luck. And Pavel never gambled her life on luck. So she stood up, wiped the mess off her face, looked around. The Marauder 4 was completely finished. The cockpit had been blown apart from the inside. The boiler had exploded, and limbs were scattered within a 50-meter radius. The steam pipes hung from the wreckage like pulled-out intestines, still emitting the last wisp of white steam. A probe connected to her spinal system fell off her back, taking a small piece of flesh with it, now swaying on the back of the driver's seat in the wind. She looked down at herself. The tattered mech pilot suit could no longer be described as tattered. A more accurate term would be rags. The section from her left shoulder to her waist was almost completely torn, exposing layers of bandages and scars underneath. The pant leg of her right leg had been burned away halfway. Her boots were still intact, but the sole of the left shoe had come unglued, making a clattering sound when she walked. She had to find a way to clean herself up first, and then borrow a suitable weapon. Conveniently, she remembered where her comrades from the punishment battalion were during this retreat. They probably wouldn't mind helping out a good brother in such a dire moment. Thus, the moment of divine intervention came. Pavel carefully examined the massive dark silhouette at the bottom of the basin through the crosshairs of her sniper scope. Familiar. Too familiar. That tower shield. A smooth, mirror-like black tower shield extending from shoulder to knee. She had seen that shield, less than 30 meters away. She had watched it come rolling in like a moving wall, flattening her comrades and their mechs into a thin layer of iron. Helmut von Clausewitz, commander of the Imperial 2nd Mech Knight Brigade. Iron wall. But something was off. Clausewitz didn't use a sword. At least not that day. During the counterattack of the 3rd Corps protrusion, he hadn't used a sword. He wielded a steam warhammer. The hammerhead was larger than the body of Pavel's Marauder 4, and every swing would create a 10-meter-wide crater in the ground, accompanied by the shriek of the steam release valve and the tremors of the earth. That sound she would never forget. It was like God tolling the death knell. Clearly, this Clausewitz would not use underhanded or risky tactics. It also incorporated a significant part of Pavel into it. As the ghost of Kalderberg, as the cunning and treacherous Pavel. The embodiment of destruction was slowly turning its massive body, the tower shield moving back to the defensive position in front of its chest, covering the shattered breastplate and exposed core. Its head, if that faceless black helmet could be considered a head, was turning towards the ridge where she was. It was looking for her. Pavel didn't give it the chance to find her. She squeezed the trigger again. Bang! The second shot. The flames spewing from the muzzle tore open a brief orange-red gap in the wind and snow. The recoil traveled from her shoulder throughout her body, and a crisp sound of bone cracking came from her shoulder. The first shot had already made some unpleasant sounds from her right shoulder. It was no surprise that it cracked 1 or 2 more seams now. Though it hurt a bit, the bullet's impact was disturbingly precise. It hit the elbow joint of its raised right arm. Clang! Sparks flew. The arm that was lifting the giant sword was forced back by this blow, and the sword's tip drooped down a few inches again. Pavel knew its movements all too well. Clausewitz had a 0.3-second delay at the elbow joint when raising his sword. That was the inherent delay when the steam-driven system switched from defensive mode to attack mode, requiring the hydraulic pipes to redistribute pressure. She had escaped from this Grim Reaper-esque grasp precisely because of this information. Yes, her squad had faced this Knight Commander head-on in that battle. In the end, only 2 people survived. One was her. She had almost exhausted all her intelligence and cunning to escape from his subordinates. Of course, it is also possible that she was let go. One of them was Grigory. This bastard ran away quickly after seeing the enforcement team collapse. Pavel pulled the bolt again, chambering the 3rd bullet. The wind and snow rushed into the collar of her ill-fitting military uniform, making her shrink her neck in the cold. Hey, she shouted down the mountain, her voice torn and intermittent by the wind and snow. Can you still move down there? Chapter 66. Dear, say goodbye to this world. Pavel's voice echoed in the wind and snow. I can still move. It was Margaret. Pavel saw the dark-haired woman slowly rising from a half-kneeling position through the scope. Her breathing was heavy. A large portion of her military uniform's left shoulder was torn. Blood was dripping from her hand. But she stood up nonetheless. I'm fine too. The second voice was further away, coming from behind a pile of mech wreckage on the east side of the basin. Frederick was half-leaning against a twisted armor plate, his right arm hanging at an unnatural angle, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Reinhardt beside him did not speak. But Pavel saw him raise his hand slightly. It was a sign that he was still alive. As for Alicia, Pavel turned the scope towards the hillside on the opposite side of the basin. The silver-white lure points were extinguishing one by one, like candle flames blown out by the wind. In the last spot where the light disappeared, a small figure wrapped in a gray cloak was crouching behind a rock, platinum blonde hair billowing in the wind. A silver kitten was perched on her shoulder, its tail straight up and ears flattened towards the direction of the embodiment of destruction. Good, Pavel said. As long as you're not dead. Now listen to me. As she spoke, she re-aimed the sniper rifle at the enormous dark silhouette at the bottom of the basin. At this moment, the embodiment of destruction had completed its turn. Its head was facing the ridge where Pavel was located. The tower shield returned to its chest, tightly covering the area of the shattered breastplate caused by Frederick. The giant sword lay horizontally at its side, the dark red glow on the blade more intense than before, as if it had been enraged. And indeed, it was enraged. Pavel could feel it. The heavy, scalding sense of oppression surged up from the bottom of the basin, as if someone had stuffed an erupting volcano into her chest. The resonance from the tower's path. She and it were of the same source. She could feel its anger as clearly as she could feel her own heartbeat. And it probably could sense her presence too. General Margaret, Pavel began, how much strength do you have left? A short, self-deprecating laugh came through the wind and snow. Not enough to take another hit like that. Margaret's voice came from below, torn by the wind, but still able to do some auxiliary work. Pavel gently tapped the bolt twice with her fingers. Then I won't be polite. Listen, in a moment, I will draw its attention completely. While it's chasing me, you need to set obstacles along its path. You don't need to block it, just need to delay its steps by a fraction of a second. Can you do that? A brief silence. I can. Alicia. Pavel's voice turned to the opposite side of the basin. Can you use that sensory interference again? A longer silence. Then a gentle voice, as if drifting from very far away, replied, just one word. But Pavel heard the meaning behind it. Exhaustion. The kind of exhaustion that comes from squeezing oneself dry and still needing to extract the last drop from one's bones. Just once. Pavel said, when I give the signal. Interfere with its vision. Make it unable to see my position, even if it's just for a second. Okay. Frederick, Reinhardt. Here. Frederick's voice carried pain, but was still clear-headed. Reinhardt still said nothing, just raised his hand again. You two don't need to move. Pavel said, get down, don't look up, it might get a bit loud. Frederick paused for a moment. Wait, you. Frederick's question was cut off by a gasp, because he saw the slender figure on the ridge move. Pavel did not choose to stay up high to snipe. She didn't have many bullets left in this sniper rifle. She needed to resolve the battle within 4 shots. She grasped the anti-material sniper rifle with one hand, and her whole body dove down the steep slope like a falcon. The embodiment of destruction reacted even faster than she had anticipated. The moment her toes left the ridge, the dark red giant sword was already raised high. The glow on the blade swelling, a downward slash. But her body reacted before her brain did. She pushed off the last protruding rock on the slope with her left foot, abruptly shifting her trajectory 2 meters to the right. It was not a judgment. It was not a calculation. It was something deeper driving her. As if the trajectory of this move was engraved in her bones. As if her blood itself knew where the sword would fall. The giant sword cleaved through empty air. The sword wind whistled past less than half a meter from her left side, the gust blowing her silver hair back. The ground was split open, creating a crack several meters deep, and shards of stone and frozen earth flew out like shrapnel. Pavel rolled as she landed, dropping to one knee. The sniper rifle already braced on her shoulder. Bang! The third shot. The bullet precisely drilled into the gap of the embodiment of destruction's right knee joint. Sparks erupted, and that supporting leg let out a piercing metallic screech. The massive body of the embodiment of destruction shook violently, tilting sharply to the right. Immediately after, it suddenly pulled back its left foot, halting its momentum, and the heavy tower shield was pushed towards Pavel. It attempted to completely cut off her line of fire with that enormous shield while squeezing her movement space into a dead end. However, Pavel had already used the force of the bullet's exit to launch herself up, transforming into a swift shadow running to the left. Next, you will thrust the sword out from behind the shield, she silently recited in her mind. A second later, the sword tip indeed shot out from the right edge of the shield like a viper. The dark red afterimage tore through the air, aiming directly at the moment Pavel had occupied. But that place was already empty. Pavel had run to the left rear of the embodiment of destruction. Margaret! Pavel shouted as she ran. Margaret pressed both hands on the frozen ground, and a pale golden light curtain rose from the ground, precisely locking in the position where the embodiment of destruction's left foot was about to land. Crack! The pitch-black iron foot stumbled as it stepped on the light curtain. At that moment, Pavel had already completed reloading. The bolt was pulled back, the shell ejected, and a new round was chambered in one fluid motion. The embodiment of destruction quickly adjusted its center of gravity, suddenly turning its body, and the giant sword made a 360-degree sweep around its waist. Pavel did not retreat or dodge. Instead, she accelerated toward the embodiment of destruction, sliding along the ground just before the giant sword swept through her position. Slipping through the gap of less than half a meter between the giant sword and the ground, the sword wind swept over her head, cutting off a few strands of her silver hair. The endpoint of her slide was right in front of the embodiment of destruction. The tower shield was right before her. That pitch-black shield that rejected everything. The crack created by Frederick was just behind the shield, but it was now completely covered. The embodiment of destruction lowered its head. The faceless black helmet was facing her. Pavel could almost feel the confusion in that gaze. It was the kind of confusion that a hunter experiences when their prey is just out of reach of their blade. Pavel nodded in greeting to it. The response from the embodiment of destruction was a fierce shield bash. Alicia. Now, on the opposite side of the basin, a silver-white light erupted one last time. Alicia pushed everything to the limit, overlaying a distorted illusion at Pavel's position. The perception system of the embodiment of destruction was disrupted. It saw Pavel dodging to the left. So it faithfully executed the subsequent action, pushing its tower shield to the left and swinging its massive sword horizontally. A perfect scissor attack. It clutched at the air. Meanwhile, the real Pavel had already dashed in from the right as the illusion unfolded. The tower shield shifted left, fully exposing the crack in its chest. The dark red core pulsed wildly deep within the shattered armor, like a star on the verge of a supernova explosion. Pavel directly shoved the barrel of her sniper rifle into the crack. The cold metal muzzle pressed against the searing surface of the core. She felt the destructive power rapidly conduct through the barrel into her arm, burning her skin and eroding her nerves. It hurt like hell, but she smiled. The embodiment of destruction finally realized what was happening. It let out a deafening roar, and the tower shield began to retract frantically. Too late. Pavel had known from the very beginning why she could dodge every blow, why she could predict every move, why those techniques seemed so transparent, so bare, so familiar to her, because all those moves were hers. Every feint, every thrust from behind the shield, every scissor attack. They were instincts honed through countless life and death struggles by Pavel Ivanovich Sokolov and the souls she had consumed. Although the embodiment of destruction had the ironclad shell of Clausewitz, the one inside was her past self. She was not fighting an enemy. She was fighting herself in the mirror. And the self in the mirror could never win against the true self, because the true self knew what the mirror would do next. But the mirror did not know that the true self was no longer the person it once was. Dear me, say goodbye to this world. Pavel pulled the trigger. The fourth shot. Bang. The special armor-piercing round exploded inside the core. The recoil traveled through the rifle into her whole body. A crisp cracking sound came from her right arm, and her body was ejected like a leaf caught in a hurricane. Shot out from the chest of the embodiment of destruction. But her eyes never left that core. She saw the dark, pulsing sphere freeze for a second. Then, starting from the bullet hole, fine cracks spread out like a spider web. More and more, denser and denser, until the entire sphere turned into a black glass filled with cracks. Then it shattered. The embodiment of destruction let out its final roar. It was not of anger, nor of pain. It was something more primal, more profound, like a soul that had been imprisoned for too long, letting out an incomprehensible scream at the moment of its cage collapsing. Its body began to collapse from the inside. Armor peeled away piece by piece, revealing the dark red energy surging within. That energy did not dissipate. Instead, it rapidly compressed, coalesced, and heated up. Pavel saw that light while being flung through the air. A blazing, all-consuming light surging from the depths of the embodiment of destruction's chest. Her body was still tumbling in the air, her arms were already useless, and her legs had no strength left. The wind and snow around her had come to a standstill. The sound also vanished. The world turned into a frame frozen in time. Only that increasingly bright, increasingly close white light remained. Damn it, how could there still be a self-destruct? Chapter 67. At this moment, Eleanor was handling business. So, you're saying that there have been many unexpected guests in Eisenberg recently? Eleanor von Schwartz's voice was slow and carried a hint of nonchalant elegance. She walked alongside Colonel Bergman in the Academy's corridor, sunlight streaming through the ornate windows, casting mottled shadows on the marble floor. The walls on either side of the corridor were adorned with portraits of outstanding graduates from various eras. The heroes of the Empire gazing sternly at every passerby. Colonel Bergman adjusted his military cap with a hint of annoyance. He was a traditional Victorian, and according to tradition, sported 2 exaggerated handlebar mustaches. At this moment, those mustaches quivered slightly with his expression, like 2 startled caterpillars. Indeed, Baron von Schwartz. He lowered his voice, his eyes warily scanning the empty corridor. According to the reports I received, there have been a large number of suspicious individuals appearing in Eisenberg over the past week. Eleanor raised an eyebrow. Be more specific. Our intelligence department has tracked at least 3 different factions operating within the city. Colonel Bergman's voice grew quieter. Among them are remnants of the Dawn Sons. Since the explosion in Victorian Commercial Street, although their organization has suffered significant losses, they have not been completely eradicated. There are also some people from the east. The east. Toward Uzel. Eleanor's pace did not change, but her gaze grew slightly colder. What else? The 3rd faction. We have not yet confirmed their identity. Bergman's tone became more serious, but it can be confirmed that their objectives seem to differ from the first 2. Based on some fragmented intelligence we've intercepted, they seem to be very interested in the academy itself. He paused, lowering his voice to add, "Forgive my boldness, Eleanor. But what kind of mission have you been assigned by the military upon your return to the Royal Knight Academy? If you could disclose some information, perhaps I could better cooperate." Eleanor did not answer immediately. Her gaze passed over Colonel Bergman's shoulder, looking toward the end of the corridor. There was an archway leading outside, beyond which was sunlight, grass, and the 3rd training ground. It was a spacious outdoor training area, equipped with tracks, horizontal bars, and sand pits. At that moment, under the bright sun, hundreds of students in uniform training outfits were sweating profusely on the track. These were the freshmen who had just enrolled this year. The instructor stood by the sidelines, holding a brass horn, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Hurry up! Run! This is just the first lap, and you're already panting? Are you here to be knights, or to retire?" A chubby boy looked like he could no longer run, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. The instructor rushed over immediately, shoving the horn right next to the poor kid's ear. "Who told you to stop? Keep running. If you can't run, crawl." A typical intimidation training, aimed at breaking the arrogance and laziness of the freshmen while filtering out those with enough willpower to be strong. Eleanor stopped in her tracks. Her gaze moved past the sweating freshman and landed on one figure. It was a girl with chestnut short hair, running with textbook perfect form. And although she had already run an unknown number of laps, her steps remained steady and powerful. Her eyes were special, not the arrogance typical of noble offspring, nor the common restraint of commoner students, but a wild, alert, beast-like gaze, always ready for battle. Natasha Petrovna. So this is little Pav's roommate. Eleanor noted the girl's appearance in her mind. Colonel Bergman looked at Eleanor, puzzled by her sudden pause, but he said nothing, simply standing beside her as they both looked toward the training ground in the distance. The 2 stood there silently for a long while. The sunlight was still warm, and a gentle breeze softly stirred Eleanor's dark long hair. "How is Aaron doing?" Eleanor finally spoke again, her tone becoming a bit softer. Bergman was somewhat surprised, but quickly understood what she was asking. "Everything is proceeding according to your family's requests. Miss Aaron is currently at the top of her class in the 2nd year, and has passed all items in the simulated driving test. The instructor's evaluation of her is that she doesn't need any formalities." Eleanor interrupted him. "Is she happy at the academy?" Bergman was taken aback. This question clearly went beyond what he had prepared for. From my observations, Miss Aaron gets along well with her classmates and has made a few friends. She has also participated in the academy's club activities, and it seems she is indeed quite happy." Eleanor was silent for a moment. "That's good." Her voice was very soft. Then, she adjusted her military uniform. The deep blue Imperial Army uniform was meticulously maintained, every brass button shining brightly. She took off her military cap from her waist and firmly placed it on her head. The brim lowered, casting a shadow over her eyes. The moment this action was completed, her demeanor underwent a subtle change. No longer was she the gentle sister. No longer was she the casually wandering visitor. She was now a lieutenant colonel in the Imperial Army. She was now the eldest daughter of the Schwartz family. She was now an envoy of the Imperial Army General Staff. Eleanor turned around, facing away from the sunlight outside the archway. Backlit, her features became somewhat blurred, with only her ice blue eyes remaining clear. Cold, sharp, undeniable. Colonel Bergman. Her voice suddenly became formal and icy. "I am now conveying a top-secret order to you in my capacity as an envoy of the Imperial Army General Staff." Bergman's expression suddenly turned serious. He instinctively straightened his back, placing his hands behind him in a standard position of attention. "Please give the order, Your Excellency." Eleanor's voice was not loud, but every word was as clear as if it were engraved on stone. "Before the end of next year's Awakening Month, it must be ensured that the item codenamed the Sleeper is successfully sealed in the Royal Knight Academy. During the sealing period, there must be no leaks, damage, or loss. No unauthorized persons are to know of its existence. Those who violate this order will be treated for treason. Chapter 68. The sun shines brightly. Flowers smile at me. The sunlight seemed to turn cold. Bergman's pupils suddenly contracted. The sleeper? His voice was somewhat dry. Isn't that the item that Viscount Rosenthal was supposed to send to the Royal Research Institute? Mid-sentence, he suddenly realized something. His mouth opened and then closed again. His mustache trembled slightly. The special sample from the Rosenthal family. The border trade route was attacked by an unidentified organization, and the goods were lost. The General Staff dispatched the eldest daughter of the Schwartz family to personally oversee the matter. All the information connected in Bergman's mind. He cursed inwardly. He knew he had become entangled in a political whirlpool far beyond his level. Those high-ranking figures were clearly engaged in some kind of game. And he, a mere director of education, was just an insignificant pawn on the chessboard. But since that's the case, he took a deep breath and suppressed all his emotions. Snap. A standard military salute. Yes, Your Excellency. Bergman's voice was loud and firm. I accept the order on behalf of the Royal Knight Academy. The Academy will fully cooperate with the actions of the General Staff to ensure the safe sealing of the sleeper. Eleanor nodded slightly. She took off her military cap and casually spun it around her fingers. That action had a strange sense of ease, contrasting sharply with the seriousness from before. Relax a bit, Colonel. Her tone became casual again, and the corners of her mouth even lifted in a barely perceptible smile. The sleeper was successfully delivered to the underground storage area of the Royal Knight Academy by my people early this morning. I can assure you that no unauthorized persons currently know the location of the sleeper. Not even your adjutant knows. She tilted her head and showed a smile. Of course, you don't need to know the exact location. Yes. Bergman's voice was somewhat stiff. The two continued walking forward. Eleanor's pace became much more casual, even humming a tune that was unknown. For the next while, I will be staying in Eisenberg. On one hand, to supervise the sealing of the sleeper, and on the other hand, it's a rare opportunity to spend time with my two younger sisters, especially little Pavi. She just came to the Empire not long ago and is still not familiar with the rules here. As an older sister, I have to look after her more. There was a rare softness in her tone. Colonel, I will trouble you to take care of her during this time. If she causes any minor trouble, just consider it doing me a favor and let it slide. Bergman chuckled awkwardly. Rest assured, Your Excellency, the Academy will. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly felt a slight tremor in the ground beneath his feet. An earthquake? No, that sensation. Bergman turned around abruptly. The next moment, boom! The earth-shattering explosion sound came from behind them. The shockwave hit him like an invisible giant hand, pushing him off balance. Bergman reacted immediately, lunging toward Eleanor to try to shield the envoy from above. He couldn't let anything happen to her, but he missed. Eleanor was no longer in her original position. As Bergman clumsily got up from the ground, he saw that the young lieutenant colonel was already standing several meters away. Her posture was flawless. Not even a wrinkle in her uniform. But her expression, what was that expression? Having served in the military for over 30 years, Bergman had seen countless reactions from people in the face of danger. But he had never seen an expression as complex as Eleanor's at this moment. Somewhat surprised, with a hint of understanding. It seemed there was also a sense of helplessness. Eleanor slowly turned her head to look in the direction of the explosion. A small mushroom cloud was rising from a corner of the academy, golden flames illuminating half the sky. Even at such a distance, he could feel the scorching heat wave. That is, Bergman's voice trembled. That's in the direction of the main teaching building. No, it should be. His face turned pale. The special teaching area, General Margaret's underground classroom. Eleanor said nothing. She just stood there, watching the mushroom cloud slowly rise. Her expression changed several times before finally settling into a resigned smile. That little rascal blew up the school on the first day of classes? At the center of the explosion, in the midst of the chaotic ruins. The originally level lawn had turned into a massive crater, with a diameter of at least 20 meters, and some holes were even unfathomably deep. The charred earth was still emitting smoke, and the air was filled with a heavy scent of sulfur and some indescribable metallic rust smell. Strange things were embedded in the pit walls, twisted metal fragments, burnt bricks, and several copper pipes that seemed to have come from nowhere. These items were still faintly glowing, flickering with a soft red pattern, as if they had just been taken out of some hellish furnace. Pavi lay in one corner of the pit. Her clothes had transformed back into a school uniform at the moment the illusion was lifted, but they had now become tattered rags barely covering some key areas. Her silver hair was a mess, scattered over the charred earth, with the tips singed and curled, emitting a rather unpleasant smell. There were black and white streaks on her face. Her body was even worse. She was already covered in wounds, and after this explosion, it was even more dire. The most serious injury was her right arm, which was hanging at an unnatural angle by her side, painful to the point of almost losing sensation. Perhaps it was dislocated on top of a fracture. Perhaps it was completely broken. Maybe it was both. But Pavira was too exhausted to think about it. A buzzing tinnitus filled her ears, as if 1,000 flies were flying around. Distant alarms and screams faintly reached her, but those sounds seemed muffled, as if separated by a layer of water, indistinct and unclear. Fortunately, the deep red headband that Eileen had given her was unharmed, held tightly in her remaining left hand. She let out a long breath, the rise and fall of her chest tugging at her broken ribs, causing her to gasp in pain. Yet the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift. She had won, not the battle, but the battle against her past self. In the moment when a bullet pierced her core, the nightmare known as the ghost of Calderberg finally shattered into pieces. This sense of relief that came from deep within her soul made the excruciating pain in her body feel bearable. One type of nightmare should be reduced from now on. She had survived, and in an unprecedented manner. What a tough life, Pavira. She mocked herself softly, savoring this moment of relief. She even began to replay the battle in her mind, giving herself full marks for the final blow. As for causing trouble, when she was on the battlefield, blowing up an armory or accidentally injuring allies was common. At worst, she'd just have to go through those inspection teams. What new tricks could the Royal Knight Academy have? Her teachers and classmates were all in one piece. At most, she'd receive a reprimand or pay some fines. At worst, it would just be detention. She, Pavira von Schwartz, was now a noble, and those who had been demolishing the school yesterday were all safe and sound, let alone this level of destruction. Wait a minute, something seemed off. Pavira blinked, her vision gradually shifting from blurry to clear. What came into view was a blood-red sky. It stung her eyes. A few startled birds swooped across the sky, making frantic calls. She looked up at the sky above her and then at the charred earth around her. Birds? She was momentarily stunned. She remembered clearly that she had just entered that so-called virtual realm in a classroom on the second underground level. That should have been a closed stone room buried deep underground. Why could she see the sky now? Why could she see birds? Struggling to turn her head, her gaze swept around. Then she suddenly felt the scorched earth beneath her was somewhat hot. She saw that the school gate, which had only been half repaired this morning, had completely vanished. Along with it, a large section of the surrounding walls had also disappeared. Only a few solitary stone pillars remained, still emitting wisps of smoke, as if silently accusing something. Alarms, screams, sounds of running, and metal clashing echoed wildly throughout the academy. And she was lying in a massive meteorite crater. This was bad. She had caused a huge disaster. She had blown up the school. Her previous nonchalance vanished in an instant. An explosion of this magnitude couldn't be easily covered up. Casualties aside, the Royal Knight Academy had experienced a super explosion on the first day of school. This was definitely going to make headlines. It might even attract the investigation of the Imperial Security Bureau. But none of this was the most pressing issue. Pavira remembered something even more important. Eleanor seemed to still be at the school. Moreover, she had just reminded her yesterday to behave herself a bit more. Pavira's throat moved with difficulty. If it were just facing disciplinary action from the school and an investigation from the Security Bureau, she was confident she could handle it properly. But facing Eleanor, she couldn't quite describe what that feeling was. It wasn't fear. Pavira von Schwartz was no longer afraid of anyone. She was sure of that. It wasn't guilt. At least not entirely. Although blowing up the school was related to her, it couldn't be said that she was fully responsible. But no matter what, it felt a bit empty. Perhaps it was because Eleanor was the first person who made her feel trusted. Not the kind of trust on the battlefield where you had each other's backs, which was essentially just an exchange of interests. If you don't stab me, I won't stab you. And we'll all survive and go back. Eleanor's trust was different. It was an absurd trust without any preconditions. Knowing exactly what kind of person she was. Knowing she might carry a lot of baggage, yet still choosing to pull her out of the mud, giving her an identity, giving her a home. Even yesterday, she had earnestly reminded her to behave herself. That tone wasn't a command, but more of a sister's earnest hope for her younger sister, tinged with a bit of helplessness. Pavira had disappointed many people's expectations. Her superiors, her comrades, those civilians. She never felt anything about it. Living was just about continuously disappointing others. It wasn't a big deal. But Eleanor's expectations were different. The weight of that expectation came precisely from its lightness. Eleanor had never demanded that she be a good person, had never asked her to change those bad habits she brought back from the battlefield, and had never required her to become any particular kind of person. She just said to behave herself a bit more. Just that one sentence. Light and airy. But precisely because it was light, it was heavy. Because it meant Eleanor's bottom line had been lowered to such an extent. Not asking her to achieve anything. just hoping she wouldn't blow up the school. And then she blew up the school. Pavira closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and another wave of piercing pain shot through her ribs. She wasn't afraid of Eleanor getting angry. She was afraid of seeing that expression on Eleanor's face that said, "I knew it would be like this all along. But I still held out a little hope, and you couldn't even hold on to that little hope." That expression was more painful than any scolding. Because a scolding at least meant the other party still cared, still wanted to expend effort to be angry with you. But I knew it would be like this meant the other party had already begun to accept reality. Pavira didn't want Eleanor to accept that reality. She didn't want Eleanor to think that Pavira was just that kind of person, unable to change. Even though she truly was that kind of person. Even though she most likely couldn't change. So now, just the thought of Eleanor possibly looking at her with that gaze made her. She suddenly felt that perhaps dying in the explosion just now might have been a better ending. Clean and neat. All settled. No need to face Eleanor's eyes that understood everything. No need to explain why she blew up the school just hours after leaving her sight. Unfortunately, she was too tough. She had survived again. What a pity. Pavira relaxed her strength and looked up at the sky. She could only hope that Eleanor would find out later. She murmured to herself. Just then, all the light was suddenly blocked. A tall shadow fell over her, perfectly covering her face. The once noisy alarms, screams, and chaos around her seemed to vanish in that moment. Pavira felt the temperature in the air drop suddenly, even colder than in the virtual realm earlier. A familiar voice rang in her ears. That voice usually carried a hint of laziness and elegance, but at this moment, it was eerily calm. Congratulations. Eleanor von Schwartz stood to one side, looking down at her sister in the pit. She leaned slightly, her dark long hair cascading down, almost touching Pavira's dusty cheek. I know now. Chapter 69, Rose Fragrance. Pavira was instantly frightened, her eyes tightly closed. If she could move, she would have immediately curled up, hugging her head to avoid being hurt too badly by Eleanor. Although Eleanor had never truly harmed her. But the pressure now was terrifying. More terrifying than that destructive avatar from earlier. She even began to quickly organize her words in her mind. Sister, it's not my fault. It was General Margaret. No. That sounds too much like shirking responsibility. Sister, I can explain. That wouldn't work either. It usually means the following explanation will be very weak. Sister, actually, the impact of this matter should have been greater. I have tried my best to control it. That one wouldn't do either. Saying that might lead to worse punishment. No. It's better not to struggle. Pavira sighed inwardly, preparing to weather the storm. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The anticipated scolding did not come. The pain did not increase. It was unusually quiet around her, with only the distant sound of alarms echoing. What is going on? Is Eleanor brewing some big move? Or has she become so angry that she can't speak? Pavira's curiosity overcame her fear. She cautiously opened her eyes a crack. Just a crack. A very small crack. If Eleanor didn't look closely, she probably wouldn't notice that she was peeking. She saw that Eleanor was looking down at her. In those icy blue eyes, there was no anger as she had expected, nor was there indifference. Instead, there were very complex emotions. Very complex. Pavira saw heartache. The kind of heartache that comes when seeing something cherished battered, almost overflowing. She saw anger. But that anger wasn't directed at her. It seemed aimed at something that had turned her into this state. She also saw some emotions she couldn't comprehend. Like lingering fear. Like relief. Like a certain unspeakable fear finally settling down. Those emotions were too profound, too complex, like undercurrents beneath the ice. The ripples were visible, but the source was unclear. But just as Pavira tried to see more clearly, Eleanor discovered she was peeking. Oh no. Caught. Pavira immediately wanted to close her eyes again and pretend to be dead. But it was too late. The corners of Eleanor's mouth twitched slightly. All those complex emotions converged in an instant, as if smoothed out by an invisible hand, leaving only a sense of helplessness. A deep, resigned kind of helplessness. Eleanor sighed. The sigh was very soft, almost drowned out by the sound of the wind. But Pavira heard it clearly. In the next moment, she felt her body being gently lifted. One hand passed through the bend of her knee, and the other hand firmly supported her back. The movement was light and careful, as if holding something fragile. Pavira's brain malfunctioned for a full 2 seconds. By the time she reacted, she was already in Eleanor's arms. A standard, textbook Princess Carrie. Hey, wait. Pavira instinctively wanted to struggle. But every part of her body ached, and just moving a little made her gasp in pain. Don't move. Eleanor's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. In your current state, moving even a little is just asking for trouble. Pavira froze. She couldn't argue with that. Eleanor was stating a fact. But the problem was, I can walk by myself. You can't even stand up. Then I can crawl. Shut up. Pavira fell silent. Eleanor held her and started walking towards the infirmary. Her steps were steady, carefully avoiding the debris and cracks on the ground, minimizing jolts as much as possible. Pavira could feel Eleanor's body heat radiating through her deep blue military uniform, warm, in stark contrast to her icy gaze. The air was filled with a faint smell of gunpowder and scorched earth, but Pavira caught another scent, a very faint floral fragrance, like roses, and like some perfume she couldn't name. Pavira suddenly felt her face getting a bit hot. It must have been burned by the high temperature of the explosion earlier. There was absolutely no other possibility. You're acting like I beat you all the time. Eleanor's voice suddenly interrupted Pavira's chaotic thoughts. Huh, just now. Eleanor glanced down at her. You were tightly closing your eyes, trying to curl up, like you were waiting to be hit. Pavira's face turned even hotter. I didn't. You did. Pavira decided to give up struggling. She buried her face in Eleanor's embrace, trying to use this action to hide her embarrassment. Then she heard Eleanor chuckle softly. That laugh was light, tinged with a bit of helplessness, but more like, I haven't really hurt you. Eleanor's voice carried a hint of teasing. What are you afraid of? Pavira didn't answer. She just buried her face deeper. In fact, she wasn't quite sure why she had tried to curl up. She wasn't someone who avoided problems. It was a very strange feeling. Strange enough that she couldn't quite understand it now. Eleanor didn't continue to question her. She simply lowered her head and gently rubbed her chin against Pavira's messy silver short hair. The surrounding students all stepped aside, watching this scene with various complex expressions. Some were shocked. Who is that kid? How did she get blown up like this? Some were curious. Wait, the person holding her is Senior Eleanor? Some were gossiping. Oh my god, what is their relationship? Sisters? But it seems like it's more than just sisters. Some were envious. I wish I could be princess carried by Senior Eleanor. Eleanor ignored all those gazes. But Pavira just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. By the way, Eleanor's voice rang out again. About what just happened? Pavira's body tensed up instantly. Here it comes. The moment she had been dreading had arrived. She took a deep breath, preparing to face the storm. We'll talk about it when we get back. Pavira blinked. Talk about it when we get back? What does that mean? Is it about cleaning up your mess slowly when we get back? Or is it about having a good talk when we get back? She tried to discern some clues from Eleanor's tone, but that voice was calm like a still pond, revealing nothing. This only made her more anxious. That Eleanor. Are you angry? Eleanor didn't answer immediately. She just looked down at Pavira. In those icy blue eyes, there was still that complex, inscrutable emotion. What do you think? Pavira fell silent. She felt like she was probably doomed. But strangely, being held like this by Eleanor didn't fill her with too much fear. There was only a peculiar feeling. Like no matter what happened, someone would catch her. This feeling was unfamiliar, but not unpleasant. Warm. Safe. It made her want to stay like this forever. The white building of the infirmary was already in view. Pavira closed her eyes, deciding not to think about those complicated things for now. After all, what is meant to come will always come. Enjoy the current feeling first before discussing what Eleanor will do next. That's a matter for the future. Chapter 70. Steam explosion caused by deteriorated steam pipes. Natasha still doesn't know what exactly happened. That day, just a few hours after she parted ways with her doll-like roommate, a tremendous explosion occurred at the teaching building. As the epicenter of the explosion, the teaching building, which had successfully survived the previous orientation drill, had half of its structure blown apart. The weathered stone bricks, the corridor that carried countless youthful memories of students, and the portraits of outstanding alumni, which had cold, stern gazes watching every passerby, were now all reduced to a pile of smoking rubble. The distinguished alumni in those portraits probably never imagined they would graduate in such a manner, graduating from the wall, entering the ruins. The construction of the school gate, which had already completed half of its framework, was declared to start over. Those poor workers had worked overtime after yesterday's drill, finally managing to lay the foundation, erect the stone columns, and outline the iron gate's silhouette. Then this morning, everything was reset to zero. The foreman in charge of the gate's reconstruction arrived late due to an upset stomach from breakfast, only to find a scene of devastation. It is said he knelt down on the ground and cried out loud, not because he was heartbroken over the building materials, but because he had just reported to higher-ups that the project would be completed within 3 days. Now, it seems that the accuracy of that prediction is about as reliable as the official explanation regarding the deteriorated steam pipes. The second training ground, used for mecha simulation training and closest to the teaching building, was completely obliterated. Those valuable simulation devices, precise control consoles, and the newly updated spinal connection systems were all transformed into a heap of twisted metal and charred wires. When the financial supervisor of the academy received the damage report, it is said he fainted on the spot. His first words upon waking were that he wanted to resign. The second was, no, wait. Let me first check if supernatural explosion is covered in the insurance policy. Fortunately, as it was the morning of the first day of school, there were hardly any students attending classes in the teaching building. The freshmen were gathered at the third training ground, further away from the main building, being subjected to various forms of training by the instructors. Meanwhile, the upperclassmen were mostly in the hangar, servicing their mechs that they hadn't seen all holiday, while casually exchanging gossip from their break. However, there were still quite a few injured students affected by the explosion. The shockwave shattered all the glass in buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters, with shards raining down like raindrops, injuring many unfortunate souls. Some students were knocked over by the blast wave, sustaining bruises and cuts. A few particularly unlucky ones, who happened to be standing next to some unstable structures, were struck by falling bricks and stones. The only good news was that there were no fatalities. This brought a sigh of relief from the academy's higher-ups. After all, if a student had died on the first day of school, that wouldn't be a problem that could be solved with compensation. Of course, no deaths did not mean there were no issues. In fact, the problems had escalated significantly. For example, how to explain this explosion to the public. But before the students could discuss it for long, the official definition of the explosion was released: a steam explosion caused by deteriorated steam pipes beneath the teaching building. As for how many students believed this explanation, Natasha had no idea. In any case, she didn't believe a word of it. So she came here. Oh, isn't this our civilian genius? A weak, but still somewhat flippant voice came from the bed by the window. Frederick von Ashford now looked like a freshly unearthed mummy. Wrapped in bandages from head to toe, only one golden left eye and half of his mouth were visible. The right side of his body was supported by a brace, indicating he was seriously injured. Next to him, Reinhardt leaned against the pillow, struggling to hold his signature small knife, awkwardly carving at a piece of charred wood. His complexion was even paler than usual, and like Frederick, he was wrapped in thick bandages but insisted on continuing his artistic endeavors. Shut up, Frederick. Natasha irritably tossed the red apple she was holding onto the bedside table. When the instructors said you guys were buried on the second underground level, I thought I would have to attend your funeral. Just almost. Frederick sighed, trying to shrug but wincing in pain. If that shockwave had been off by a few centimeters, what you would see now is a splash of red and white decoration. Natasha pulled up a chair and sat down, her gaze sweeping over the two. Her relationship with these two was quite delicate. Before entering the Royal Knight Academy, due to some business dealings and past border conflicts, they had crossed paths multiple times, sometimes forced to cooperate. In Natasha's eyes, although these two noble scions had peculiar personalities, they were indeed the kind of tough characters who could trust each other on the battlefield. You know why I'm here to ask. I went to the scene. That pit. Over 15 meters in diameter, with the walls of the pit showing vitrified and charred soil. The surrounding stone bricks weren't shattered, they were melted through. Tell me, what kind of steam pipe could cause this effect? The ward fell silent for a second. You see, that's why I always say the Academy's infrastructure needs upgrading. Frederick said with a tone of agony. Those pipes have at least 30 years of history, and the level of corrosion is appalling. I remember someone reported that the heating pipes in the basement made eerie screeching sounds in winter last semester. Frederick. What I asked wasn't about the heating pipes. I know, I'm just providing background information. Frederick blinked his one visible eye, acting as a responsible witness. Natasha took a deep breath, suppressing her throbbing veins. These two bastards were not planning to tell the truth. They owed her a favor and couldn't directly refuse her questioning, so they were dodging her with this nonsense.